Chapter 411. At the foot of Mount Ai, a group of Highland headhunters sat around a bonfire. At least a dozen teams of Highland headhunters were crowded under this long and narrow rock wall. The rock blocked the biting north wind, and a fire was lit, so the long night was no longer unbearable. There was everything in the bonfire, some branches, some plant roots and animal bones, and even a few piles of unicorn feces. The flames were mixed with choking smoke, but these Highland headhunters didn't care about it at all. They sat around the fire, shoulder to shoulder, as if this was the only way to dispel the fear brought to them by the night. They were a group of headhunters from the north of the plateau. They traveled all the way from the ancestral land of Gazan, and arrived at the Jiashi Mountains after more than half a month. Just a month ago, they were chased by the Silver Pegasus warriors in this mountainous area. At that time, they only knew to flee north desperately. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to turn their heads back on the road of escape. For about a month, these plateau headhunters could only hide in the ancestral land and tremble, worrying every day that the group of Silver Pegasus warriors would suddenly come in. But some things were completely beyond the expectations of the headhunters. Just when they thought that the Silver Pegasus warriors would rush into the ancestral land and drive all the headhunters out of the Pagisto Plateau, those Silver Pegasus warriors disappeared overnight. After waiting for a long time, the headhunters finally came to their senses. They finally realized that these Silver Pegasus warriors were not using tactics and strategies. They really left, and left very cleanly, even abandoning some supplies directly. So now, the headhunters walked out of the familiar valley in the Jiashi Mountains again, thinking that they must take back the Pagisto Plateau at all costs. The life on the plateau is what they are familiar with. However, the mine owners, who often provided them with various supplies, died or escaped. They usually provide these mines with some half-elf slaves, and the mines also provide these headhunters with some living supplies, such as saddles on the backs of Argali, war blades on the waist, daggers for handling prey, etc. Now these mines have changed hands, which makes the headhunters very uneasy. In the past few days, the headhunters have successively captured 2 mine castles, but the mine at the foot of Mount Itis has not been occupied. So a large number of Highland headhunters gathered in the mountains around Mount Itis, and the castle was almost destroyed by the headhunters. Victory was in sight, but a large group of griffins suddenly came outside the mine, completely reversing the situation here. They left from the hillside opposite the castle, and hid under the stone cliff on the north side of Mount Itis. All the headhunters deliberately avoided those heavy topics, but the atmosphere still couldn't become relaxed. I heard that there is a very powerful assassination team in the North Black Iron Mine, and they have killed many of our people recently. A headhunter's face full of patterns was roasted red by the bonfire, and his voice was dry and hoarse. The headhunter on the opposite side poked the campfire with a thin branch, saying, "I encountered them once. They only appear at night, and can jump out of the shadows in an instant. Even if they miss, they will hide in the shadows immediately." The headhunters were all in a bad mood. The half-blood elves riding griffins in the sky during the day brought them a lot of pressure. "My brother was killed by that assassination team," another headhunter said, his tone full of resentment and unwillingness. "Will they chase us here?" a headhunter said worriedly. The headhunter with tattoos on his face looked very calm. "It shouldn't be. We have lit so many bonfires, and this place is far away from the North Black Iron Mine." Several headhunters sat in front of the bonfire, chatting casually. Some of them had already rested their heads on their knees, and fell asleep in front of the bonfire. In the dark night, Moira jumped down from the back of a griffin nimbly, and stood firmly on a rock. She wanted to look around, but she saw a pair of cold eyes staring at her. It was Vice Captain Tennyson. Moira was startled and quickly realized that she shouldn't be standing on this rock. She quickly leaned over and hid in the shadows, making her body extremely blurry. If the elf standing on the rock was not Moira, Tennyson would have rushed up and kicked her hard. "Keep hidden." Vice Captain Tennyson's voice came over. Moira knew that this dark moon elf vice captain was very strict when performing tasks. She stuck out her tongue in fear and huddled in the shadows without moving. The companion in the shadows in front of her suddenly rushed forward a few steps, and Moira immediately followed. This was a gentle slope, and the hillside was full of moving gravel. If she was not careful, the gravel would make a sound, so Moira seemed very careful. During this period of time, she had become accustomed to this kind of hunting action. After walking forward for a while in the dark, the companion in front suddenly stopped, and Moira squatted quietly behind him. Deputy Captain Tennyson was at the front of the team, his body almost completely attached to the rock, crawling forward slowly like an iguana. A headhunter was about 10 meters away from him, constantly walking back and forth. The headhunter stepped barefoot on the cold gravel, one hand on the handle of the war blade, and looked around vigilantly. He didn't realize that Captain Tennyson had crawled in front of him. Just as the Highland headhunter turned around, Deputy Captain Tennyson stood up silently, stretched out one hand to strangle the headhunter's neck, and the dagger in the other hand directly cut the headhunter's throat. The headhunter held onto the arm of Deputy Captain Tennyson tightly with both hands, trying to shout loudly, but unfortunately no sound came out. Only his legs were weakly kicking the gravel on the hillside. Deputy Captain Tennyson gently laid him down on the rocky ground, half-crouched to observe the situation around him, and immediately waved his hand behind him, signaling the assassins to follow. There was a rock wall in front of them, and the cold north wind seemed to be blocked by this rock wall. There were more than a dozen bonfires burning under the rock wall, and a group of headhunters gathered in front of each bonfire. Some headhunters have already started to doze off, and some are still chatting quietly. Deputy Captain Tennyson touched the edge of the group of headhunters, and the Dark Moon Elf warriors behind followed one after another. The Dark Moon Elf warriors were all hiding in the shadows, and Moira was also mixed in. According to Deputy Captain Tennyson's instructions, Moira was assigned to the third group, which meant that she had to deal with the plateau headhunters on the third bonfire. There were a total of 6 Dark Moon Elves assigned to the third group. They communicated with each other with gestures. These Dark Moon Elf warriors took good care of Moira. She only needed to deal with one headhunter, and it was not the strongest headhunter, with the most black lines on his face. Moira bit her lower lip with her teeth. She had been told many times by the instructor for this bad habit, but unfortunately she still hadn't changed it. Moira walked carefully at the edge of the fire. For the Dark Moon Elf warriors, this intersection between light and darkness was the easiest place to hide. Seeing that the Dark Moon Elf warriors in front had already taken their positions, Moira followed her teammates around to the ambush point. Moira calculated the distance between herself and the target, thinking about how many steps it would take to rush up. The stabbing saber in her hand wanted to kill the opponent with one blow, cut his throat, or stab him in the back. She was a little nervous, holding the stabbing saber tightly in her right hand. The Dark Moon Elf warrior beside her saw her nervousness, and quickly made a gesture to slow down her breathing, and then made a strangling gesture to Moira. Moira nodded quickly, indicating that she understood his gesture. This kind of communication between teammates can make the cooperation between each other more tacit. The Dark Moon Elf warrior was an experienced veteran, holding a black dagger in his hand. The next second, all the assassins lurking in the dark appeared almost at the same time. His arms were like octopus tentacles, accurately wrapped around the headhunter's neck, and the dagger in his hand also passed through the neck and throat. The sharp dagger instantly cut the headhunter's throat. The headhunter just held his throat with both hands weakly, and his eyeballs almost popped out of his eye sockets. The Dark Moon Elf warrior wanted to pull the dagger out of the headhunter's neck, but was tightly entangled by the headhunter, who was still alive. The headhunter next to him had already reacted, and in a hurry, he elbowed the Dark Moon Elf warrior in the face, and rushed up with his hands and feet, pressing the Dark Moon Elf warrior under him. The headhunter's ferocious face was full of ruthlessness. He lowered his head suddenly, and hit the Dark Moon Elf warrior's nose with his forehead. The Dark Moon Elf warrior was immediately hit, and his eyes were full of stars. Moira also acted with her companions. Although she was not the strongest or the fastest among the assassins, her body had an absolutely precise rhythm. Almost every step she took was carefully calculated. So when she took the first step, her speed suddenly increased. When Moira took the second step, she had already flashed behind the headhunter, and she even put the stabbing saber in her hand against the headhunter's heart. The sharp tip of the knife easily penetrated the rough leather armor on the headhunter. The moment Moira's dagger pierced the headhunter's heart steadily, the headhunter had already reacted. He arched his body and held Moira's wrist with a rough hand, trying to pull Moira away from behind him and throw her over his shoulder. But Moira's body was like a resilient rubber band. The moment the headhunter pulled, the stabbing saber had already slid into the headhunter's heart without any hindrance. With excellent coordination, Moira turned her wrist and used the stabbing saber to sever the heart tube of the headhunter. Blood spurted out from the heart of the headhunter, splashing the face of the headhunter on the opposite side of the campfire. When killing these headhunters, Moira's hands no longer shook. Her body bounced high behind the headhunter, and then disappeared into the darkness like a wisp of green smoke. The set of movements was extremely smooth and flowing. The headhunters on the opposite side were still stunned, and Moira disappeared into the night in front of them. Only then did Moira see that the headhunter with tattoos all over his face had pinned the Dark Moon Elf warrior to the ground. He had already pulled out a dagger from his thigh and fiercely stabbed it into the Dark Moon Elf warrior's eye socket. Moira didn't have time to think about it. She flipped her body in midair and suddenly appeared beside the headhunter with tattoos all over his face. The stabbing saber slashed across the headhunter's elbow, and a string of blood was splashed out as the leather armor was cut. The headhunter's hand holding the dagger suddenly lost all its strength. Moira didn't even stay for long. When she turned around, she disappeared into the night again. Although the Dark Moon Elf warrior's face was covered in blood, he finally caught his breath and took the opportunity to stab the dagger in the left rib of the headhunter riding on him. The headhunter let out a shrill cry and pinched the Dark Moon Elf warrior's neck hard. A stabbing saber pierced through the back of his head, and the tip of the sword emerged from his Adam's apple. The headhunter opened his mouth and made a gurgling sound in his throat. He wanted to cover his neck with his hands and look back, but he failed to turn around and was knocked to the ground by the Dark Moon Elf warrior under him. The Dark Moon Elf warrior got up from the ground in a panic. The headhunter fell down with his eyes open and fell heavily on the rock ground, with blood staining a large area on the gravel. Before he died, he couldn't see Moira's appearance clearly. In the castle of the North Black Iron Mine, Roy finally finished his work in the clinic. He walked back to his room, a little tired. This temporary room only had a single bed and a desk, and there was a mental potion on the table. Roy looked at the light blue potion bottle and felt his stomach churning, so he simply left the potion on the table. Roy walked into the next room and saw Woods sitting on the bed, lowering his head and removing the bandages wrapped around his body. "How do you feel?" Roy walked over and asked Woods. "It's much better now. After another night's rest, I think the injuries on your body will be restored to their original state when you wake up tomorrow morning." Woods was still a little out of breath when he spoke. When he untied the bandage and checked the wound, it was indeed as Woods said, the wound was healing rapidly. After Roy checked Woods, he said to him, "It's recovering well." After leaving Woods, Roy walked to the door of Sabrina and Moira's room. He stood at the door and knocked. Miss Tiffany opened the door. She was holding a bottle of spiritual potion, and seemed to have drunk half of it. Miss Tiffany was wearing a nightgown, with long green algae-colored hair covering her white shoulders. Even if she turned into an elf, there were still faint fish scales on her cheeks and neck. Roy passed Miss Tiffany's figure, and saw Sabrina sitting on the wooden bed with her back, untying the bandage on her shoulder. "Let me take a look at the injury on Sabrina's shoulder," Roy said. Chapter 412. Sabrina's left shoulder was stabbed by a headhunter with a short flying spear. The short flying spear directly pierced Sabrina's collarbone, leaving a bloody hole on her left shoulder. Because Sabrina was wearing heavy armor, the short flying spear did not pierce deeply. However, the tip of this short flying spear was coated with a voodoo prepared by the headhunter, witch doctor, which once caused the wound to fester. The blood-stained bandages were piled on the table. Sabrina pulled up the robe that fell on her forearm, and Roy's eyes turned to the wound on her shoulder. For a moment, Sabrina was a little shy, and her fair skin immediately turned pink. The wound on her shoulder had scabbed over, perhaps because there was still voodoo on the wound, and it had not yet completely healed. A ball of holy light fell on Sabrina's wound, and Sabrina could feel some black smoke like breath spreading over the wound, and the last bit of burning and stinging seemed to dissipate with the smoke. Miss Tiffany took out a roll of hemostatic bandage from her magic waste bag, walked to Sabrina's side, and helped her rebandage the wound. Sabrina kept one hand on her chest to prevent the robe from slipping off her chest. Roy then noticed that there seemed to be someone missing in the room, and asked Sabrina in a somewhat strange way, "Where is Moira? Why don't I see her?" Sabrina was even more surprised, and asked Roy in return, "Didn't you let her go on a mission with the assassination team in the evening?" Roy was stunned and said, "How could I let her go? She lied to us?" Sabrina discovered that the well-behaved and introverted Moira had developed her own ideas and even learned to lie. She turned to look at Miss Tiffany, who was holding a hemostatic bandage. In the evening, it was Miss Tiffany and Moira who sang the same tune and made Sabrina believe Moira's words. Miss Tiffany also realized that the matter was exposed at this moment, and quickly put the bandage into Sabrina's hand and turned to run into the bathroom. Sabrina got up and chased after him. "Tiffany, don't run. Sabrina, you. Don't come in, I'm going to take a shower." "Oops." The mermaid's scream came from the bathroom. Roy took the opportunity to leave Sabrina and Moira's room, paused in front of the railing in the corridor, and saw that everything was normal in the castle yard. He came to the wall, and saw that it was quiet outside the castle. The headhunters who gathered in front of the castle a few days ago were all gone. It seems that this assassination team has caused a lot of trouble for these Highland headhunters. The half-blood elf warriors on duty on the city wall saluted when they saw Roy. Roy felt that the wind was very strong at night, so he raised his collar and looked towards the north against the cold wind. Unfortunately, it was pitch black in the distance. He looked up at the night sky and couldn't see even a star. Claire was sitting on the edge of the city wall, with a lantern on the parapet. He held a music score in his hand, his nose was red from the cold, but he still faced the wind and closed his eyes, as if he was quietly listening to the whistling north wind. His hair was a little messy due to the wind. Roy walked over and saw that there were indeed a lot of notes written on the music score, but there were also many traces of erasures. Probably because he heard footsteps, Claire opened her eyes and smiled at Roy, turned around and hid in a sheltered place, and leaned against the cold wall with Roy side by side. "Come with me to the first mine tomorrow." Roy glanced at Claire and said to him. Claire agreed without thinking. "Okay." Roy put a hand on his shoulder and said to him, "I need you to wait for Ray Sander in the first mine. It is estimated that he should arrive at the first mine in the next few days. At that time, I want you to bring a batch of spinels and return to Padstow with Ray Sander. You have to hand over some of the spinels to the military headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Legion, and take the other part of the spinels to Castletown. I know you have a way to exchange these spinels for magic crystals." Claire didn't expect this kind of mission, and immediately listened carefully. Roy continued, "I estimate that the war here will continue for a long time. I can't leave the Pagisto Plateau for the time being, so this matter can only be handed over to you." He took a deep breath and said, "The spinels handed over to the military can be exchanged for some military supplies. For these magic crystals brought to Castletown, I need you to help me get a batch of elf biscuits and magic potions, and then find a way to get some life tree juice from the black market. Without the support of the priests of the Moon Temple, Woods, and I alone can't save all the half-blood elf warriors. If we can have some life tree juice and healing potions, we should be able to deal with many bad situations." Claire realized that Roy had no intention of letting him come back, but was going to help him collect some military rations and healing potions in Castletown. "Wait, are you going to send me back?" Roy smiled and said to Claire, "You are a Silver Moon Elf noble, and many things can be left to you to do, which can save a lot of trouble. And these things are very important, related to the combat deployment of the half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau for a long time in the future." Claire scratched his head and promised, "I know, I will do it." Roy put his arm around Claire's shoulders and said with a smile, "I knew you would help me." Flutter. The sound of wings flapping in the night sky came. A griffin suddenly landed on the top of the city from the night sky, followed by griffins one after another. It should be because the lights on the top of the city were brighter. These griffins landed on the city wall one after another, and the city wall was suddenly crowded with griffins. Some half-blood elf hunters jumped off the leather saddles of the griffins, then removed the leather saddles from the griffins, and fed them some unicorn meat, and then let them rest on the walls and arrow towers of the castle, which immediately made the city wall crowded. The village chief Teprado brought a group of half-elf hunters to feed the griffins. Kaka and little Eugene also mixed in the crowd and moved the leather saddles to a rack. It was very dangerous for the griffins to fly at night, so they would go out at dawn to pick up the assassination team. Roy came to the village chief Teprado and said to him, "Have a good rest. There will be more things to do tomorrow than today. The griffins may have a harder time in the next few days. If there is any problem, please remind me in time. These griffins are full of energy. Even if they fly to Padstow City and back, it shouldn't be a problem." The village chief Teprado said with a smile, "After picking up the assassin team tomorrow morning, we will go to the first mine to transport another batch of supplies. If we pass by the North Mithril mine on the way, we will probably have to stay for a while." Roy briefly explained the itinerary. "No problem," the village chief Teprado said immediately. After explaining the matter of the Griffin group clearly, Roy found Mulin. She is responsible for the night watch on the city wall tonight. The half-blood elf warriors on the night watch on the city wall were also brought by Mulin from the second mine. Most of the half-blood elf warriors on the North Black Iron mine are injured, so they will not be arranged to watch the night recently. Mulin is wearing standard armor, and even a mask on his face, which looks majestic. "Mulin, I will take the Griffin group back to the first mine and transport a batch of military supplies. I also need to arrange some things. The Black Iron mine will be temporarily handed over to you. You will be back at the latest in the evening." "Okay, boss," Mulin said in a rustling voice. At dawn, the village chief Teprado brought the Griffin group to pick up the members of the assassination team from the northern slope of Mount Edas. Almost every Dark Moon Elf warrior carried a few headhunters' blades on his back. Many Dark Moon Elf warriors were injured and only had some simple bandages. These assassins were all wearing leather armor, but the leather armor on their bodies looked like it was fished out of blood. It was unknown how many headhunters they had killed. This kind of night raid is only effective when the headhunters are not prepared. Once they are alert, the assassination team will not be so useful. However, This time, with the cooperation of the Griffin Group, the headhunters did not expect to be caught up by the assassination team after hiding in the north of Mount Etas. Apart from the bonfire, they had almost no defense. So they suffered a great loss. When Roy saw Vice Captain Tennyson, he found that his eyes were red with anger. Moira dragged her tired body and jumped down from a griffin. Her thorntail crystal lion leather armor was not stained with too much blood, but her body was also covered with blood spots. Seeing Roy waiting at the stairs, Moira subconsciously wanted to go around, but was stopped by Roy. Moira hugged the stabbing saber nervously, like a child who had done something wrong, and looked at Roy pitifully. "What are you doing?" Roy tidied Moira's messy hair and whispered, "I don't really want you to go on adventures with the assassin team at night, but if you must go with everyone, you must be careful." Seeing that Roy did not completely oppose her following the assassination team to carry out the mission, Moira secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Got it. In fact, she has been under great psychological pressure recently. Lying on the bed and closing her eyes, her mind echoed with the hideous faces and miserable deaths of those headhunters. Sometimes, when she really couldn't sleep, she would ask Miss Tiffany to hum a song in her ear to help her fall asleep. These days, Moira has become much more mature. In the past, she never thought that life was so fragile. Whether it was the headhunters or the elves, they were all like that. In addition to the Griffin Group, Sabrina, Miss Tiffany, and Claire also followed Roy to the first mine this time. In the morning, a large group of griffins took off from the North Black Iron Mine. They rushed directly into the sky, flew southward out of the Jiashi Mountains, and arrived at the northern part of the Sedaso Mountains. Roy sat behind Kaka, and Kaka's griffin flew at the front of the griffin team. When Roy saw the North Mithril Mine through the clouds, he patted Kaka's shoulder and pointed downward, signaling him to lower his flying altitude. Kaka didn't know how to pass the message to the griffin, but he heard the griffin make a sharp and piercing cry, and then dived into the clouds. Looking down from the sky at the large area of bare rocky mountains below, there are indeed some traces of headhunters in the northern part of the Sedaso Mountains, and thousands of headhunters just happened to gather in the northern Mithril Mine. Even on the city wall, you can see the figure of headhunters, but the top of the city is still controlled by the half-blood elves. The elves stood shoulder to shoulder on the city wall, holding a long sword in one hand, and a piece of zinc ingot like a brick in the other hand. When they saw the headhunters climbing up from below, they immediately smashed the metal ingots down. The metal ingots falling from the top of the city wall hit the headhunters, and even if they were wearing leather armor, they would be broken. Under the wall of the northern Mithril Mine, there were actually a lot of blood-stained metal ingots, and among those metal ingots, there were also some corpses of headhunters. Although a group of headhunters were still attacking the city, their offensive was much weaker than that of the headhunters in the northern Black Iron Mine. Perhaps because of insufficient manpower, dozens of headhunters always rushed to the top of the city wall, but they were injured by the metal ingots thrown from the wall without any surprise. Roy signaled Kaka to fly lower. Many headhunters noticed the griffins in the sky and pointed at them. The half-blood elves on the walls of the North Mithril Mine also looked at the griffins in the sky with vigilance. It was not until Kaka brought Roy to land on the wall that the half-blood elves recognized Roy. A large group of griffins flew down, hovering over the heads of the headhunters. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The half-blood elf hunters on the backs of the griffins, led by the village chief Prado, began to shoot arrows at the headhunters outside the castle from high in the sky. Although there were only 150 griffins in the Griffin group, and the arrows were scattered sparsely, these arrows falling from the sky still caused a lot of trouble for the headhunters. Several headhunters threw short flying spears into the sky, but unfortunately, these short flying spears could not reach the griffins at all. On the contrary, many headhunters were pierced by arrows. These headhunters shouted loudly, and tried to use shields and stone slabs to avoid the arrows falling from the sky, but many headhunters were still hit by the rain of arrows. Moreover, the rain of arrows continued for a while, and it seemed that there was no intention to stop. At this time, the headhunters who had been passively beaten could not bear it anymore, and turned to run north. In order to avoid the rain of arrows, they ran in a scattered manner. The thousands of headhunters surrounding the North Mithril Mine were driven away in this way. Channing Sidney stood on the top of the city wall, looking at Roy, who was walking quickly from the opposite side, with an indescribable bitter smile on her face, but this time, she made the right bet. Claire, Sabrina, and Miss Tiffany followed behind Roy. "How long have these headhunters been here?" Roy asked Channing Sidney. "They appeared a week ago, but there were only a few of them at that time. 3 days ago, there were thousands of headhunters gathered outside," Channing said. Chapter 413. Even though the North Mithril Mine was surrounded by headhunters for 3 days, and all the half-blood elf warriors were fighting bloody battles on the city wall, The mithril mine in the backyard did not stop working. The huge furnace was still flowing with molten metal. The molten metal flowing out of the furnace was clearly layered, and the mithril at the bottom was the mithril. It must be said that Qian Ning was indeed unique in managing the mine, and she could bravely stand on the top of the city and lead the half-blood elf warriors to resist the plateau headhunters, which was even more valuable. Because before this, these mine owners had almost a cooperative relationship with the plateau headhunters. The headhunters provided the mine owners with elven slaves, and the mine owners provided the headhunters with some weapons and living supplies, etc. Qian Ning's eyes were full of red bloodshot, and it could be seen that he had not slept much in the past few days. These half-blood elf warriors on the city wall also looked very tired. After seeing the headhunters being driven away by the Griffin group, they cheered for a while on the top of the city, and didn't even care about eating. Many half-blood elf warriors leaned against the parapet, holding their weapons in their arms, and fell asleep in their armor. Many half-blood elf warriors didn't even have time to treat their wounds, they just bandaged them. Roy couldn't stay in the mithril mine for too long. The Griffins drove the headhunters to the north, and then turned back to the wall of the mithril mine castle to rest. Taking advantage of this time, Roy hurriedly treated the seriously injured half-blood elf warriors. It must be said that the effect of the holy light was still very good. Under the light, the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Griffins rested in the mithril mine castle for an hour, and Roy was about to leave the mithril mine, but the half-blood elves standing in the corridor waiting for Roy's treatment had already lined up on the second floor. Roy washed his hands in the basin in the corner, and looked at the half-blood elf warrior waiting at the door, with some apology. There was a long wound on his arm, and his sleeves were stained red with blood. Seeing Roy's apologetic eyes, the half-blood elf warrior looked gloomy, but still silently made way for the door. "Sorry, I don't have time to help you heal your wound this time," Roy said apologetically. Sabrina, who was following behind Roy, pulled Miss Tiffany. After the two exchanged glances, Sabrina said to Roy, "Roy, otherwise Tiffany, and I will stay, and can help a little." Roy looked at Miss Tiffany. Miss Tiffany covered her forehead with her hand, and said helplessly, "Water therapy has a certain healing power, but you must not be afraid of pain." Seeing that Miss Tiffany did not refuse, Roy said, "Sabrina, Tiffany, you two stay, we can almost get back before dark." Channing Sidney did not expect that the half-blood elf swordsman and magician among Roy's group would take the initiative to express their willingness to stay, and quickly cast a grateful look. After saying that, Roy did not stay any longer. After all, such a large group of griffins were still waiting for him on the city wall. Roy walked up to the city wall quickly, and sat on Kaka's griffin. Under the command of the village chief Teprato, the griffins stepped on the edge of the city wall, jumped forward one after another, and then spread their wings and flapped them twice. The huge reverse thrust lifted the griffin into the sky. Kaka's griffin carried him and Roy. When passing through the clouds, Roy could feel that the whole body of this huge griffin was exerting force. Kaka hugged the griffin's neck with both hands, and buried his face in the thick mane to avoid the cold wind in the sky. Watching the castle shrinking under his feet, Roy felt that the northern mountain area of the Sedaso Mountains suddenly became clear in front of him. All around were griffins that kept climbing to the sky. These half-elf hunters skillfully controlled the griffins to shuttle through the clouds. On the wall of the North Mithril Mine, Sabrina and Miss Tiffany watched Roy and the griffin group fly farther and farther. Then Miss Tiffany turned around and stared at Channing Sidney, who was dressed as a noble lady, and took the initiative to extend her hand to her and said, "Channing, my name is Tiffany, her name is Sabrina, I am a water magician, good at hydrotherapy, and can perform simple treatment work. She is a sword dancer, and can take over the guarding of the wall. Before dark at night, you can have a good rest, we will help you guard here." After Miss Tiffany finished speaking, she took Channing's arm, and walked down the wall in a familiar manner. "Okay, thank you for your help." Channing only then realized that Miss Tiffany seemed a little different from other elf women. She even saw faint scales on Miss Tiffany's neck, although very faint, but clearly visible. "Sabrina, the wall is in your hands," Miss Tiffany said without looking back. Since they came here with Roy, Channing did not refuse. Besides, Qian Ning also wanted to have a good sleep. She didn't know how she had managed to hold on these past few days. When she walked down the stairs, she could still hear Sabrina giving orders to the half-blood elf warriors. "There is no need for so many half-blood elf guards on the city wall for the time being. You elves stay here, and the rest of the half-blood elves go back to the room to rest." The griffin group that left the North Mithril Mine rushed straight to the clouds. Just as the village chief Teprato said, after entering the clouds, it was obvious that the wind here was very strong. The griffins only needed to spread their wings and glide forward with the help of the wind. It only took the Griffin Group 3 hours to fly out of the Sedaso Mountains and arrive at the first mine. This is the first mine that Roy took over. When the Cavalry Vanguard Regiment captured this place, the owner of the Grantham mine failed to react and almost handed over a complete mine to the Silver Pegasus Legion. When Roy took over later, the military supplies stored in the mine warehouse were basically untouched. Although there are not many half-blood elves here, the warehouse is the most complete. The owner of the Grantham mine has stockpiled a lot of military supplies. In addition to some high-quality weapons and armor, there are also a lot of arrows. The arrowheads, arrow shafts, and tail feathers are stored separately. When using, you only need to use glue to stick the arrowheads, arrow shafts, and tail feathers together. Roy came to the first mine this time mainly to take away this batch of arrows. In fact, before leaving, Captain Berkeley left Roy a batch of military supplies, which also included a batch of arrows. It's just that during this period, the battle in the North Black Iron Mine was quite intense, and a large number of arrows were consumed. Now the tactic of the Griffin Group is to throw down arrows from high altitude. Although each of the hunters in the Griffin Group has at least 2 pots of feather arrows, they have not been able to collect the feather arrows scattered on the battlefield in the recent battles. So new arrows must be constantly replenished. Roy let Kaka fly in front and land on the city wall first. The half-blood elf warrior on the arrow tower saw Roy's figure and immediately reported to Rambo downstairs. No headhunters have been found in the Spinel mine for the time being, and the work of mining Spinel is also going smoothly. After all, professional things have to be done by professionals. After these gray dwarves were subdued, their work efficiency was still very high. After hearing the report from his men, Rambo hurried to the city wall. He knew Roy, Kaka, Claire, and little Eugene, and hugged them one by one. Rambo looked at Roy with joy. "Roy, I thought you would stay at the front line, but I didn't expect you to come back at this time," Rambo said to Roy, while inviting him to rest inside the fortress. "Rambo, arrange some food for these Griffin hunters," Roy said to him. "I've prepared it," Rambo said. Then Rambo said to Kaka, "Kaka, what does the front line look like? We saw several thousand headhunters in the Jiashi Mountains, and there are still large groups of headhunters coming through the valley in the middle of the Jiashi Mountains," Kaka whispered. Rambo was stunned. The number of half-blood elves in the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau might not exceed 10,000. There are only a few thousand headhunters entering the heart of the plateau. Such a large number of headhunters is not something the half-blood elves can resist. Rambo immediately realized that the situation on the front line must be very tense, so he turned to Roy and asked, "What do you need me to do when you fly back from the front line this time?" "We are here to take away a batch of military supplies. We don't have time to stay here. Take me to the warehouse," Roy said to Rambo calmly. Village Chief Teprado did not follow, but led a Griffin team to the wilderness opposite the fortress to hunt unicorns. 150 Griffins consume a lot of food every day, and they like to eat fresh meat. Fortunately, the plateau is not short of these herbivores, and it is actually easier for Griffins to hunt on the plateau. Rambo also knew that Roy was very busy, so he took him directly to the warehouse on the first floor of the fortress and opened the number 1 warehouse, where military supplies were stored. Almost all the weapons and armor inside had been emptied by Roy. It was these military supplies that allowed Roy to successfully form a guard team in the Spinel mine. Some large boxes on the shelves in the warehouse still contained a large number of wolf-tooth arrowheads. A large wooden box must have at least tens of thousands of arrowheads, and there were nearly 20 boxes of this type in the warehouse alone. In addition, there were bundles of ironwood arrow shafts, and there were some forest bows on the shelves in the warehouse, but not many. Roy asked the half-blood elf warriors to move all the feather arrow parts to the yard, and took out more than 50 forest hunting bows, as well as a large box of daggers, combat boots, and water bottles. The half-blood elf hunters first had a meal in the cafeteria on the second floor, and when they walked out of the restaurant, they came to the yard. Roy had only one sentence for these half-blood elf hunters: "Take as many as you can take away." All the half-blood elf hunters were shocked at once. They had never been so generous before. In order to take away more feather arrows, they almost took out the leather bag of the Griffin, stuffed it with arrowheads and tail feathers, and hung bundles of arrow shafts on both sides of the saddle. The half-blood elf hunters were still a little hesitant. They all wore daggers, shoes, and water bottles around their waists. So no one took the brand new daggers, long leather boots, and flat-mouthed water bottles. Roy asked Rambo to arrange for people to distribute these things to each half-blood elf hunter. Then Roy came to the warehouse where food was stored. The Griffins could not carry more goods, so Roy put all the elf biscuits in the first mine into the magic waste bag. During the war, No food is as convenient as elf biscuits. Almost every griffin has to carry 2 heavy backpacks, and in addition, they have to carry bundles of ironwood arrow shafts. Roy left Claire at the first mine. According to the date, Raysander should deliver the supplies. But Roy couldn't wait here. Before leaving, Roy asked Rambo to give all the existing spinels in the first mine to Claire. He would take this batch of spinels and follow Raysander's caravan to Padstow City. In addition to these spinels, Claire also has hundreds of letters written by half-blood elves to their families. Now that the Partington Plain portal has been blocked, the half-blood elves cannot communicate normally, but Roy promised the half-blood elves that he would help them send these letters to their families. The only way is for Claire to take these letters to Castletown City and send them from Castletown City, and these letters can fly to all parts of the Elven continent without any obstacles. Rambo, tell Raysander to send Claire to Padstow first and stay there for 2 days. Let Claire find a way to get some elf biscuits. Roy told Rambo. Don't worry. Since we got the trade license, Raysander's caravan no longer needs to hide in Padstow. Rambo said to Roy. Roy. Claire shouted in some confusion. Find a way to get more life tree juice. This thing is like elf biscuits. It is very helpful to elf warriors. If you can't get it through normal channels, buy it on the black market. You must spend all the magic crystals you get in exchange, and then send the supplies to Padstow. Roy told Claire. Take care on the way. Claire didn't say anything. He knew that he was shouldering a heavy responsibility now. Before Roy got on the griffin, he hugged him and said goodbye. The griffin group took off from the first mine at noon and headed north. When passing the second mine, Roy deliberately asked Kaka to fly lower. Flying over from a high altitude, Roy saw that the double-channel elevator of the second mine had been built in its prototype, but there were not many half-blood elves working on the construction site. Instead, a team of half-blood elves were practicing archery in the archery training ground in front of the castle. In fact, Roy was planning to transfer another 100 half-elf warriors from the second mine, but the Griffin Corps was fully loaded with military supplies and probably couldn't carry these half-elf warriors, so he gave up the plan and didn't even stay at the second mine. Instead, the half-elf warriors standing on the wall of the second mine saw a group of griffins flying in the sky, and hurriedly waved their hands towards the sky. Chapter 414. The griffin group flew north along the Sidasua Mountains. This time, each griffin was carrying heavy military supplies. Even if they were gliding in the high-altitude wind layer, they were exhausted after flying all the way. When the village chief Toprato saw that the griffin group could not reach the North Black Iron Mine before dark, he suggested to Roy that they stay in the North Mithril Mine for one night. The griffin group landed at the North Mithril Mine. The headhunters in the wilderness outside the castle were constantly spying on the North Mithril Mine. When they saw a large group of griffins falling from the sky, they turned around and fled to the north in fear. Those headhunters who were reluctant to leave the Sidasua Mountains saw these griffins, and went into the mountains without hesitation. The griffins were powerless to chase the headhunters in the mountains. They started flying at dawn. Although they took 2 breaks, they were now exhausted. The griffins lay on the city wall, tightened their necks, and let their fluffy feathers resist the cold north wind. The half-blood elf hunters had a great harvest in the first mine this time. Everyone changed into long leather boots, and got a new dagger. In addition, the quiver that had been shot empty was filled with arrows again. These wolf-tooth arrows were much better than the feather arrows they used originally. Sabrina stayed at the North Mithril Mine for a whole day. Due to the deterrence of the Griffin group, the Northern Mithril Mine was not disturbed by the headhunters all day. This allowed the half-blood elves in the Northern Mithril Mine to rest well for a day. When the sun was about to set, many half-blood elves had just woken up. Seeing that everything was normal on Sabrina's side, Roy hurried down the wall. What about the Griffin's dinner? There should be no meat reserves in the Northern Mithril Mine, Roy said to Kaka, who was following behind him. We all brought some dried meat. The Griffins don't eat much at night, Kaka responded. It was getting dark, and it was obvious that these griffins did not have the strength to fly to the wilderness to hunt unicorns. These griffins had to eat meat for every meal. Seeing Kaka say this, Roy nodded and continued to walk down. He needed to arrange a dinner for the half-blood elf hunters, and also to arrange accommodation for them. He also wanted to learn about the current supply reserves of the North Mithril Mine. At this time, Miss Channing Sidney, wearing a long skirt with a fluffy skirt and a thick woolen cloak, came to meet Roy with 2 followers. Before Roy even opened his mouth, Miss Channing said, Boss Roy, dinner is ready. Please invite the Griffin Knights to the restaurant on the 2nd floor for dinner. Roy turned around and looked at Kaka behind him, and said to him, Kaka, take everyone to the 2nd floor for dinner. Okay, Roy. Kaka agreed. Roy stopped in front of Miss Ning and said to her, "How are the supplies consumed at the North Mithril mine? How long can the food reserves last?" "There are still a lot. It is estimated that it can last at least 2 months," Miss Ning replied. Seeing Roy was a little surprised, she explained, "This is the Sedaso Mountains where supplies are scarce. Every mine owner will stockpile a lot of daily necessities, but some supplies may not be stored in the warehouse." Then she asked again, "Boss, do we need to prepare accommodation for these griffins?" Roy nodded and said, "Then please trouble Miss Ning to arrange some dormitories for them." Ning saluted Roy, and then said to Roy, "The dormitories are ready, in the row of guest rooms on the 3rd floor of the castle's annex." Walking down the stairs, Roy found that there were still some injured half-blood elves queuing in the corridor, waiting at the door of a room. Roy pointed to the room and asked Miss Channing, "Where is Tiffany?" Miss Channing nodded, and then said, "Magician Tiffany has been busy here all day." Roy deliberately stayed at the door for a while, but surprisingly did not hear the pig-like screaming of pain coming from the room. In fact, using hydrotherapy to heal wounds can quickly heal wounds, but the pain will also increase exponentially. At the North Black Iron Mine, Tiffany has been responsible for treating the half-blood elf warriors who were slightly injured, but even the slightly injured warriors will scream in pain when receiving treatment from Miss Tiffany. But this time, Roy stood at the door and listened for a long time, but he didn't hear any half-blood elf wounded crying out in pain. Roy was a little curious, so he pushed the door open. A melodious song came from the room. The song was not sung in the Elven language, but the voice was high-pitched and melodious. When it reached Roy's ears, he immediately became dazed, as if he had flown into the clouds. However, the power of the holy light in his body turned into a warm current and rushed into Roy's body, making him sober immediately. Miss Ning, who was following behind Roy, staggered and fell forward. Roy was worried that her head would hit the ground, so he reached out and picked her up. Miss Tiffany heard the door open and stopped singing immediately. She was sitting in front of a bed. When she saw Roy standing outside the door, she greeted him and said, "Roy, are you back?" Roy helped Miss Channing to a bench at the door of the room and let her rest there. On the bed, a half-elf wounded man was sleeping. There was a deep wound on his arm. Tiffany was cleaning the wound with salt water. When the wound was cleaned, the half-elf warrior did not react at all. Not only that, he also fell into a deep sleep while receiving hydrotherapy to treat the wound. It was not until the wound was completely bandaged that Miss Tiffany called out to the half-elf wounded soldier, "Get up quickly, the wound on your arm has been bandaged, you can go." Just with this call, the half-elf warrior lying on the bed slowly opened his eyes, then sat up from the bed, stared at the bandaged arm, and thanked Miss Tiffany very politely. "Thank you, Miss Tiffany. Be careful next time you fight, and don't do strenuous exercise in the next few days to avoid tearing your wounds," Miss Tiffany warned. Roy finally understood at this time that Miss Tiffany used the siren's song to make the wounded fall asleep in order to prevent them from feeling pain. Miss Channing prepared a simple dinner. Roy, Sabrina, Miss Tiffany, the village chief of Teprado, Kaka, and little Eugene sat at the dining table. There were fruits and fish on the plates on the table, as well as steaming lemon tea. Miss Tiffany ate the fish while complaining to Roy in a low voice. "Roy, when you buy these dried fish from Castletown Port, can you ask them not to make them so salty? After all, this is the North Mithril Mine in the Sedaso Mountains." In the evening, after the headhunters were scared away by the griffins, the entire Mithril Mine became quiet. With the addition of these griffins, Roy firmly believed that the headhunters were destined to fail, and life in the mine would gradually get better. The next day, the griffin group returned to the North Black Iron Mine. This time, Kaka took Roy around the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains for a long time, and Roy finally understood the distribution of headhunters in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains. The headhunters here are still relatively scattered, and can be seen everywhere in the wilderness. They chase the herds of wild cattle and sheep. Many headhunters carry a cow leg on their shoulders. When they see the griffin group, they will flee. They have rich experience in dealing with the rain of arrows shot by the griffin group. As long as they find griffins in the sky, the headhunters will scatter in the wilderness at the first time. Some headhunters will hide behind piles of rocks. Some will even hold the cow leg on their heads, or simply dive into the waist-deep bushes. These arrows pose no threat to them. Once the griffins lowered their flying altitude, the short flying spears in the headhunters' hands became more powerful, and these short flying spears were still a certain threat to the griffins. Therefore, the griffins wandered in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains, and their deterrent power to these headhunters was constantly decreasing. Most of the time, the griffins still played a reconnaissance role. They would land near the temporary camp of the headhunters in the evening with the assassination team, and the Dark Moon Elf warriors would take advantage of the night to eat these lone headhunters in the wild bit by bit. Under the relentless pressure of assassins and griffins, the number of headhunters entering the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains began to decrease. The headhunters continued to gather in the southern and central black iron mines because they found that with the protection of the castle, the elf warriors of the assassins team did not dare to come in. At the same time, because the griffins always caught these one-horned bison in the wilderness. Even though there were herds of cattle and sheep in this wilderness, with the appearance of the griffins, the cattle and sheep began to migrate to the southwest. The griffin corps can fly far away, but the headhunters can't. In the area close to the wilderness in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains, there are fewer and fewer prey to hunt. Thousands of headhunters gather in the two black iron mines. In order to avoid the assassination of the headhunters, they all hide in the mines. The black iron mines in Mount Shavana and Mount Alian have become the gathering place for these headhunters. Because of the existence of the Griffin Corps and the assassination team, the headhunters cannot enter the Sadaso Mountains. But there are only a few hundred half-blood elf warriors in the northern Black Iron Mine. It was easy for these elven warriors to defend the castle of the North Black Iron Mine, but it was impossible for them to take back the South Black Iron Mine in Mount Shavana and the Middle Black Iron Mine in Mount Aurelian, even with the help of the griffins and assassins. During this period, although the headhunters huddled in the mines, they were not idle. They forced the Grey Dwarves in the mines to help them make armor plates. Although the Black Iron Mine did not have the technology to forge armor, it could forge black iron ingots into hard armor plates. These headhunters also put some thought into it. They chiseled small holes around the armor pieces and connected them with iron chains. When they put on the armor pieces, they became armor between chainmail and plate armor. Although it was a bit heavy, it was very effective in protecting against rain of arrows. The number of headhunters wearing this kind of armor increased day by day on the city wall, and the griffin hunters no longer posed any threat to them. Roy was in a stalemate with the headhunters at the North Black Iron Mine. As the headhunters forged unique black iron armor, the balance of victory began to tilt towards the headhunters. Roy was also implementing the plan of clearing the wilderness. He asked the village chief Prado to lead the griffin group to drive the cattle on the edge of the wilderness to the southwest. I believe that the headhunters trapped in the two black iron mines will soon face a food crisis, so that a team of headhunters will enter the wilderness to find food, and then the assassination team will have an opportunity. However, before Roy's plan of clearing the wilderness was successful, a message from the military came from the North Mithril Mine. At present, most of the mines in the hinterland and northern part of the Pagisto Plateau have fallen. Only the Sadaso Mountains and the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains block the headhunters heading south. As the headhunters from other areas continue to move south, the entire Sadaso Mountains will be surrounded by the headhunters. The headhunters will approach the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau from other mountain valleys. The military's advice to Roy is to abandon the large area north of the Jiashi Mountains and the Sadaso Mountains and retreat to the southern part of the Sadaso Mountains. It seems that the Silver Pegasus Corps is temporarily unable to send troops to support the Pagisto Plateau. Roy said to Woods beside him, while standing on the top of the city. Woods looked at the empty wilderness in the distance and said with some annoyance, "As long as we hold on for a while, we will definitely be able to drive the headhunters in these two black iron mines out of the Jiashi Mountains. I didn't expect this group of headhunters to be so large." Roy sighed. Mullen came up from the city wall and reported to Roy, "The half-blood elf warriors are packing up. Do we really have to withdraw from here? First retreat to the North Mithril Mine and observe the situation. I'm worried that other headhunters will take a detour into the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau. By then, even if we want to withdraw, it will be too late." Roy frowned and said, "This time, the headhunters' revenge action can only target the half-blood elves on the plateau. Currently, most of the half-blood elves are concentrated in the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau, and they are extremely lacking in defense." The three of them fell silent at the same time. Although they didn't want to give up the Black Iron Mine here, they still had to evacuate here in the end. Unless these half-blood elf warriors leave on griffins, the headhunters in the two black iron mines are bound to bite off a piece of meat from the half-blood elf warriors. Roy was about to discuss the evacuation plan with the village chief of Prado when he saw Kaka swooping down from the sky on a griffin. As soon as the griffin landed on the city wall, Kaka waved an envelope impatiently and shouted to Roy, "Roy, there is a letter for you, brought from the North Mithril Mine." Roy walked up quickly, took the letter from Kaka, opened the parchment envelope, and the handwriting on the letter was very beautiful. It was obvious that it was written by Miss Channing. After reading the short message, Roy was a little stunned. "What happened, Roy?" Woods couldn't help asking. Channing said that the remnants of a half-blood elf rebel army arrived at the North Mithril Mine. Roy said with a strange look. Chapter 415. Miss Jianning stood on the wall of the castle of the North Mithril Mine, and the cold north wind blew her soft long hair. She looked into the distance, and a group of headhunters gathered on the opposite hillside. This time they entered the northern part of the Sedaso Mountains again, just to find out whether there was a griffin group near the North Mithril Mine. After several days of exploration, the headhunters were sure that the griffin group was not nearby. The headhunters hiding in various places appeared again, and continued to gather on the hillside opposite the North Mithril Mine, bringing greater pressure to the North Mithril Mine. If the headhunters want to enter the Sedaso Mountains, the North Mithril Mine will be the castle they must conquer. Otherwise, once the headhunters enter the Sedaso Mountains, they will easily be blocked by the half-blood elf warriors in the North Mithril Mine. And as the herds of cattle in the wilderness adjacent to the Jiaxi Mountains and the Sedaso Mountains continue to migrate southward, the headhunters also need to chase the herds to the difficult place. At this time, the North Mithril Mine is like a wall across the southernmost end of the Sedaso Mountains. A group of headhunters sat on the hillside, lit a bonfire, pierced the whole goat on a wooden stick, and slowly roasted it beside the bonfire. The smoke was filled with the aroma of goat fat, which would attract headhunters from farther away. The half-blood elf warriors on the city wall were a little nervous. They were paying attention to the movements of the headhunters. Some half-blood elf warriors had already hung their quivers on their waists, and began to check the arrows in the quivers. Miss Jianning seemed very calm at this moment, squinting her slender eyes, and staring at the headhunters. She hoped that these headhunters would rush up as soon as possible. These headhunters did not gather 1,000 people to attack the castle as Miss Jianning thought. They worked on the hillside opposite the castle all day, and at night they spread out the fur rolls they carried with them, and slept soundly near the campfire. The next morning, the number of headhunters gathered on the opposite side of the hill exceeded 2,000. Some headhunters had tried to approach the North Mithril Mine, but they did not get too close. After all, the arrow tower in the corner of the North Mithril Mine was equipped with a cloud-piercing crossbow. This crossbow can shoot arrows 700 or 800 meters. The headhunters will not rashly enter the effective range of the cloud-piercing crossbow before launching an attack. There are always some headhunters on the hillside who join the opposite camp one after another. The longer they wait, the more headhunters on the opposite side will appear. This made the atmosphere inside the North Mithril Mine become solemn again. Miss Jianning climbed up the city wall again, and saw a group of headhunters standing outside the range of the cloud-piercing crossbow, staring at the castle with a covetous look. Then, a headhunter leader raised the battle blade in his hand and roared towards the sky, followed by the roars of all the headhunters. The headhunters took big steps almost at the same time, braving the oncoming crossbow arrows, and rushed towards the North Mithril Castle. This time, at least 1,000 headhunters rushed towards the castle at the same time. They used the human wave tactics to occupy the city wall as soon as possible. The chaotic footsteps of the headhunters shook the entire hillside. A sharp and piercing whistle also sounded on the top of the city wall of the Northern Mithril Mine. When the whistle sounded, the half-blood elf warriors on the city wall took out their forest hunting bows and aimed at the headhunters rushing up from the opposite side. As soon as they rushed into the range of the hunting bows, they simultaneously threw a rain of arrows into the sky. The headhunters rushed to the bottom of the city wall quickly, braving the arrows thrown from above their heads. During this period, some headhunters fell in the rain of arrows, but more headhunters also rushed to the bottom of the city wall. These headhunters have super climbing ability. As a large number of headhunters rushed to the top of the city, the half-blood elves on the city wall threw away their forest bows. There were already elf warriors behind them, who placed a whole box of metal ingots on the top of the city. They only need to turn around and grab the zinc ingots and throw them down the city. These metal ingots are thrown down from the city wall, and the falling process is constantly accelerating, and finally hit the headhunters. Even if the headhunters' skulls are carved from rock, they will be directly smashed by the metal ingots at this moment. The headhunters who are farther away from the city wall threw short flying spears towards the top of the city, and from time to time, half-blood elf warriors were stabbed by short flying spears. The half-blood elf warriors on the arrow tower shot arrows one after another, and headhunters were constantly hit by arrows. This wolf-tooth arrow has 6 barbs. Once it is shot into the headhunter's body, it is impossible to pull it out easily. If you force the arrow out, you will inevitably pull out a piece of flesh at the same time. To treat the wound caused by this kind of arrow, you have to use a skinning knife to cut a cross-shaped notch around the arrow, and then slowly pick out the wolf-tooth arrow. The headhunters will not do this when fighting. They will break the wolf-tooth arrow directly, and leave the arrowhead in the body. The metal ingots falling from the top of the city constantly hit some headhunters. At this moment, Nearly 2,000 headhunters completely surrounded the North Mithril Mine castle. A group of headhunters hiding in the gaps between the Arrow Tower and the city wall have climbed to 2/3 of the height of the city wall. Once they climb the city wall, it means that a melee will start immediately. Miss Qianning has retreated behind the city wall. She looked over the city wall and looked at the narrow mountain range in the southwest. She frowned and whispered, "Why haven't they come yet?" Before Miss Qianning finished speaking, a row of half-blood elf warriors suddenly appeared on the mountain range in the southwest. These half-blood elf warriors lined up for 2 kilometers on the mountain. They wore various armors and held various weapons. The half-blood elf warriors standing in the center rushed down the hillside first, and the half-blood elf warriors behind them hurriedly followed, instantly covering a large area of the hillside. The headhunters who were attacking the city were terrified when they heard the shouts and killings coming from behind. Although the headhunters had surrounded the city wall, and even a small group of headhunters had rushed up the wall, the number of half-blood elf warriors rushing up from behind them was too large, a large black mass, almost covering the entire mountain. Although these half-blood elf warriors did not have the same style of standard armor, they were also fully armed. Although they did not ride horses, they could charge with their legs. Soon, the half-blood elf warriors, who rushed up from behind, collided with the headhunters. They were obviously different from the half-blood elf warriors on the wall. They had rich combat experience, and when fighting with the headhunters, they were extremely ruthless. They rushed to the back of the headhunters in one breath, and the two sides collided. What was beyond Miss Qianning's expectation was that these half-blood elf warriors were actually a group of experienced guys. As soon as they came into contact, the half-blood elf warriors overturned a large group of headhunters. The headhunters immediately turned around and rushed back. Since a large group of helpers appeared on the other side of the hillside, Miss Qianning immediately ordered the half-blood elf warriors on the top of the city. "When these headhunters show signs of defeat, we will rush out together and have a good fight with them." The half-blood elf warriors on the city wall suddenly became more energetic, and even the speed of throwing metal blocks down increased a lot. The headhunters gathered nearly 2,000 people at the North Mithril Mine, trying to quickly capture the North Mithril Mine with the advantage of headhunters' numbers, but they never expected that behind the mountains on the west side of the castle, there was an ambush of this half-blood elf war group that was twice as many as their headhunters. The inner circle is the hard-to-bite Northern Mithril Mine, and the outer circle is a large number of half-blood elf warriors, who completely surrounded the 2,000 headhunters. The front was full of sword dancers holding heavy swords. These half-blood elves were shining with gorgeous light, and they swung their heavy swords to kill the headhunters. The half-blood elf warriors behind followed closely. These half-blood elf warriors were like a tide, beating the headhunters to death on the beach. The half-blood elf warriors on the city wall fired arrows frequently, causing the headhunters to fall into chaos. Several headhunter leaders led their trusted men to break out from all sides, and several half-blood elf captains immediately rushed out of the half-blood elf warrior camp, and they entangled several headhunter leaders. The battle lasted until dark. The entire castle was brightly lit, and fighting was still going on outside the castle. After several hours of bloody battle, only more than 500 headhunters were left out of nearly 2,000 headhunters, and almost all of them were injured and their bodies had reached their limits. The battle lasted until midnight, and no headhunter escaped from the half-blood elf warriors. All 2,000 headhunters died in the Northern Mithril Mine. So many half-blood elves could not live in the castle of the Northern Mithril Mine at once. A half-blood elf leader walked into the castle with several men, and Miss Qianning was waiting at the gate of the castle. The rest of the half-blood elf warriors could only clean up the battlefield outside, deal with the corpses, and set up camp on the western hillside. "Is our Mayor Roy here?" After entering the castle, the half-elf leader asked Channing in a hoarse voice. "The boss is not here. He is in the Adas Mountain in the south of the Jiaxi Mountains." "You are from?" Miss Channing answered honestly. "We are half-elf warriors from the fortress town." The half-elf leader briefly explained his origins. Miss Channing stared at his scarred armor for a while, and finally figured out the origins of these half-elf warriors, so she asked, "Are you the rebels of the fortress town?" "That's right. We heard from Lation that the elf warriors and headhunters were fighting on the Padstow Plateau, and the situation seemed not optimistic, so we rushed here," the half-elf officer explained. Miss Channing stared at the rebel leader, who ran out of the fortress village with wide eyes. When Lord Alvis of Padstow sold slaves, it was these guys who turned the tables in Padstow. Miss Channing immediately decided to write a letter to Roy to report the situation at the North Mithril Mine. Roy came here in a hurry 2 days after the battle at the North Mithril Mine ended. The one carrying Roy in the air was Kaka. When Roy arrived at the North Mithril Mine, he saw a large number of half-blood elf warriors stationed on the slope outside the city wall. On the hillside opposite the castle, There was a huge pile of corpses that was constantly emitting flames. With so many half-blood elf warriors stationed here, Roy estimated the number of half-blood elf warriors to be at least 5,000. These half-blood elf warriors did not continue to go north, probably because they were afraid of rashly entering the area controlled by the headhunters. They were not familiar with the area and might be attacked by the headhunters by surprise. Roy first met Miss Channing, and then met the half-blood elf leader in the castle. He looked at the leader and felt familiar. After thinking carefully, he remembered that he was the blacksmith in the blacksmith shop in Bastion Town. Last year, Roy asked him to repair a section of the chain on the Book of Judgment. Roy knew that there were many half-blood elf rebels in Bastion Town. It was precisely to be able to supervise them that Earl Swinburne of the Silver Pegasus Legion made Roy the mayor, and then planted some spies of the Silver Pegasus Legion among the town's clerks. Helike meets Mayor Roy. Captain Helike took the initiative to stand up and greet Roy. "Helike, why are you here?" Roy asked. When the rebels disbanded in the town of Rampart, some of them left Rampart and traveled to the Partington Plain together, some returned to Padstow, and the last part stayed in Rampart and became new residents of Rampart. This time, the group of rebels that Helike brought here were the rebels who stayed in Rampart. I know that Lord Alvis sold some of the half-blood elf slaves to the Padstow Plateau. We had planned to go to the Padstow Plateau to rescue our compatriots trapped there, but unfortunately, we were defeated by the Silver Pegasus Legion in Padstow City. Later, we could only be trapped in the barrier village. Until the rebels were disbanded, we were unable to rescue the half-blood elf slaves here, Helike explained to Roy. This time we heard that the headhunters were preparing to launch a revenge operation, mainly targeting the half-blood elves on the plateau, so we rushed here from the barrier town, hoping to do something here, Helike continued. Roy didn't expect that the rebels had been disbanded for so long, and Helike stood up and shouted casually, and thousands of half-blood elves followed him to the Pagisto Plateau. Fortunately, they came, and the situation on the plateau has now fallen into an extremely disadvantageous situation. If they hadn't suddenly appeared, the North Mithril mine might have been breached by the headhunters. Roy touched his forehead and said to Helike, "Since your predecessors were rebels, I can't let you join the mine guards, but since you came to the Pagisto Plateau to deal with those headhunters, I can provide you with military supplies and food." There was a hint of joy in Helike's eyes. Roy knew very well that no matter how bad the situation on the Pagisto Plateau was, the Silver Pegasus Corps did not want the spark of the rebellion to be rekindled again. If you leave the barrier town like this, you may not be able to go back in the future. What do you plan to do in the future? Roy asked. Helike said frankly, "Since we ran away from the barrier town this time, we have no plan to go back. I plan to take a look at the Pagisto Plateau first, and if possible, go to the north of the plateau. I believe the Partington Plain is so big, no matter where we are, we can live well." Roy frowned, thinking, "You are really straightforward to say this in front of the mayor of the barrier town." Chapter 416. The room was very quiet. Helike leaned against the wall and turned his head to look out the window. In the courtyard, Miss Channing and a group of her men were preparing dinner. There were 4 rows of long tables in the yard, and the tables covered with white tablecloths were piled with various foods. Helike brought more than 5,000 half-blood elf warriors from the fortress town this time. Such a large army would require a huge amount of logistical supplies no matter where it went. Just one meal would consume the supplies of the North Mithril mine for the next 10 days. Roy promised Helike that he would provide them with sufficient supplies for a period of time in the future, and at the same time, he would not incorporate them into the mine guard team, which was exactly what Helike hoped to see. In any case, these half-blood elf warriors are all rebels, and the Silver Moon Elf military will not allow them to enter the military system. Helike was wearing a heavy plate armor, and there were several scars on his arms. Roy looked at the desk and asked Helike, "Now the security and development prospects of Barrier Town are very good, why do you still plan to leave Barrier Town?" Helike lowered his head, stroking the hilt of the sword with his calloused hands, and said, "Indeed, Barrier Town is very good now. If there were no riots in Padstow City, living in Barrier Town would be very comfortable." Then he sighed softly and said, "But it's not possible now. Even if the rebels take off their armor and put down their weapons, no matter what changes we make, the Silver Moon Elf military will always be wary of us. It can be seen from the fact that Partington has not been lifted for so long that if our threat is not eliminated, the Partington Plain may remain closed." Roy also thought about this matter. In fact, he didn't quite understand the approach of the Silver Pegasus Corps' top brass. Helike smiled and said, "We chose to stay because many of the half-blood elf warriors who stayed were injured. They needed to rest in the barrier town for a while, and wait until their bodies were fully recovered before they could prepare for the long journey. Roy nodded. Heliki continued, now we are leaving the barrier town because other places need us, just like the Pagisto Plateau now. Of course, in addition to the Pagisto Plateau, we also want to go to other places. Back then, 2 rebel leaders led some elf warriors into the unknown area of the Partington Plain. We have to follow the path they took and walk it again, but now, I want to drive these headhunters back. We can't let them always have the illusion that half-blood elves are soft persimmons that can be slaughtered at will, don't know how to resist, and are used to being oppressed. When Heliki said these words, he seemed to be emitting a different kind of brilliance. Then, Helix said in a sonorous voice, we rioted in Padstow because the half-blood elves in Padstow had been living under the oppression of Lord Alvis, and were eventually sold as slaves. Now, the headhunters who emerged from the Pagisto Plateau are the same. They think that we half-blood elves are easy to bully, and can be easily captured and sold to the mines. I don't quite understand. Why do these plateau natives also want to bully the half-blood elves? If they dare to stretch out their hands, I will chop off all of their hands and teach them a lesson. It can be seen that Heliki is a passionate half-elf warrior. Roy didn't think so. He just wanted to manage the 8 mines he received and rescue the half-elf slaves in the mines. In fact, he only wanted to do these 2 things. He led the mine guards to resist the plateau headhunters. They were forced to resist because they were beaten to the door. In fact, he hoped that the Silver Pegasus Corps could deal with the troubles in the Queen of Winnie Islands, and then turn around to deal with the plateau headhunters here. Almost all the headhunters who came from the north along the Jiashi Mountains were pinned down by Roy in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains. However, the headhunters who went south along other mountains have already appeared in the wasteland in the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau. If these headhunters are allowed to riot in the southern part of the plateau, it is estimated that it will not take long before even Roy's 3 Spinel mines may not be able to be saved. This time, the rebel half-elf warriors annihilated nearly 2,000 headhunters outside the castle of the North Mithril Mine, and in one fell swoop, they wiped out all the headhunters who entered the southern part of the Sadasso Mountains. Unfortunately, these headhunters had nothing valuable on them. Their swords were crudely made, and could only be thrown into the furnace to be melted into metal ingots. Their leather armor was also worthless, and could only be piled up and burned with their bodies. The smoke from the fire smelled like burnt leather. Helix brought a group of rebel half-elf warriors to the Pagisto Plateau, which was just enough for Roy to catch his breath. Only by dealing with these headhunters in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains could Roy be able to deal with the plateau headhunters in other places. The half-blood elf regiment composed of the rebel army is currently in short supply of food and military supplies. In fact, the warehouse of the North Mithril Mine still stores a batch of elf biscuits that Roy brought back from the first mine last time. If this batch of elf biscuits is placed in the North Mithril Mine, it will be enough for the half-blood elf warriors of the North Mithril Mine to eat for more than half a year. But if it is provided to Heliki's rebel army, it will actually only be enough for the half-blood elf warriors of the rebel army to eat for half a month. Roy brought a lot of arrows this time, which can also be provided to these half-blood elf warriors. When the rebels disbanded, their armor and weapons were not confiscated by the Silver Moon Elf military. Otherwise, if Roy was asked to deal with the weapons and equipment of 5,000 half-blood elf warriors, he would have no way. 5,000 half-blood elf warriors came to the northern part of the Sadasso Mountains, which immediately put the North Mithril Mine in a dilemma of shortage of supplies. So Roy could only send little Eugene to the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau overnight. Little Eugene knew Latian. Roy estimated that Latian's caravan should still be active near the first mine. If he could find Latian, he would let Latian go to Padstow City, purchase a large amount of supplies there, and then hire the carriage and horse business in the city to transport the supplies to the foot of the Pagisto Plateau. The Silver Pegasus Corps has a temporary camp at the foot of the Padstow Plateau. Although the Silver Moon Elf warriors of the Corps have all withdrawn, the temporary camp should still be there. Latian can store the supplies that cannot be transported up in the temporary camp at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, with the current size of Latian's caravan, the supplies transported up will not be able to sustain the consumption of so many half-blood elf warriors. And Claire should be in Latian's caravan now. With his help, I believe it should not be too difficult for Latian to purchase supplies in Padstow City. Helix led 5,000 half-elf warriors to the north. Roy rode Kaka's griffin back to the North Black Iron Mine Castle. The griffin group was carrying out a plan to clear the wilderness in the wilderness, and all the cattle and sheep were to be driven south. If the headhunters wanted to hunt cattle and sheep, they had to go deep into the wilderness. Even if they rode Argali into the wilderness, it would probably take 2 days and 2 nights to see the trace of the unicorn. Because the griffin group often appeared in the area of Mount Shavanna and Mount Aurelian, the headhunters who originally lived in the wild were forced to gather in the two mine castles, which were crowded with nearly 4,000 headhunters. Almost all the headhunters in the Jiaxi Mountains gathered in the two castles, and only some hunting teams would sneak into the wilderness to hunt the one-horned bison. In fact, the headhunters who entered the Jiaxi Mountains were also struggling in a dilemma. Their passage to the south was along the Sedaso Mountains all the way south. As long as they walked out of the Sedaso Mountains, they arrived at the southern part of the Pajisto Plateau. However, this road was currently cut off by the North Mithril Mine. The plateau headhunters wanted to enter the Sedaso Mountains, but they didn't want their retreat to be cut off, so they could only find a way to occupy the North Mithril Mine. Unfortunately, they have never been able to chew the hard bone of the North Mithril Mine. In addition, the North Black Iron Mine in Mount Etas is no longer in the hands of the headhunters, which means that there is still a nail firmly nailed in their retreat. If this nail is not removed, the headhunters heading north from the Tianpu Canyon in the Jiaxi Mountains will face the threat of the half-blood elf warriors in the North Black Iron Mine. It is said that the Tianpu Canyon is the only passage to the Jiaxi Mountains. In recent days, griffins can always be seen wandering above the canyon, making the headhunters panic again. The Tianpu Canyon is like the remains left after the ancient Titan giant cut off the Jiaxi Mountains with a huge sword. The Jiaxi Mountains were cut in half. After thousands of years of wind, rain, and sun, the Tianpu Canyon is now full of traces of weathered rocks. A squadron of headhunters guarded the southern entrance of the Tianpu Canyon. A dozen headhunters guarding the entrance of the canyon patrolled back and forth at the entrance of the canyon with war blades in hand. This happened to be a wind outlet in the Jiaxi Mountains. The wind in the canyon was howling, and there were often some flying sand and rocks blowing out of the canyon. Over time, a narrow earth platform was formed opposite the canyon. The headhunters guarded the entrance of the canyon, and some headhunters came out of the canyon every day. However, in recent days, the number of headhunters coming from the north has been decreasing little by little. The entrance of Tianpu Canyon looks like a pot spout from a distance, and the narrow earth platform in front of it looks like water flowing out of the pot spout. The southern entrance of Tianpu Canyon is less than 20 meters wide at most, and when you walk out of the canyon entrance, you will encounter a piece of soft sand. When the sun sets, the headhunters guarding the entrance of the canyon hide under the stone cliff on the west side of the canyon. During the day, the canyon exit was fine, with shelter from the wind and sun. But at night, the cold wind on the face hurt like a knife cutting the face. At night, the headhunters rarely stood stupidly in front of the valley entrance. No other races would come out of the canyon. The headhunters had been exposed to the cold wind for a day, and they urgently needed to warm the frozen parts by the fire. Roy watched the griffin gate fly into the night sky, and then waved to the assassin team and the half-blood elf warriors, signaling them to come around. At the campfire below the cliff of Tianpu Canyon, Roy finally saw the headhunters guarding there. Under the firelight, the headhunters were eating dinner. Led by Timothy, the assassination team had completely sneaked into the darkness. Behind Roy was a group of half-blood elf warriors, including Sabrina and Woods. At this time, the assassination team began to slowly approach the headhunters in front of the campfire. Roy led the half-blood elf warriors to slowly surround them. A headhunter sitting next to the campfire suddenly raised his head, sniffed hard against the wind, and then he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the hiding place of Roy and the half-blood elf warriors. A howl came out of his mouth. The elves are coming again. Almost all the headhunters were shocked, and they all stood up from the campfire and looked in the direction of the headhunter's finger. Sure enough, in the whistling cold wind, chaotic footsteps could be heard. The headhunters immediately lit the prepared torches, each holding a torch, and faced Roy and the half-blood elf warrior behind him. Neither side roared, and they fought next to the campfire. Woods was the first of all the half-elf warriors to rush forward. His body suddenly changed into a violent earth bear. Without even a roar, he swept his palm-leaf-sized bear paw towards a headhunter. Woods was very big, and he rushed forward and attacked with a claw. The headhunter raised his war blade to defend himself, and his huge claws slapped the edge of the war blade. There was only a crisp sound of metal clashing, and the war blade in the headhunter's hand was slapped away. Woods' claws slapped the headhunter's cheek hard, and 4 bloody scars appeared immediately. Other headhunters also took out their weapons and surrounded Woods the bear. The half-blood elf warriors around Roy immediately surrounded the earth bear and swung their swords at the headhunters who were charging up. At the same time, the assassination team that went around behind the headhunters also launched an attack. The headhunters at night seemed a little unclear, and fell one after another under the attack from the half-blood elves and the dark moon elves. The battle lasted less than an hour from the outbreak to the end. The headhunters guarding the entrance of the Skyfall Canyon were all killed by the Half-Blood Elves and Dark Moon Elves brought by Roy. Afterwards, these Half-Blood Elf warriors did not rest, but directly used local materials to prepare to build a stone wall at the entrance of the canyon. By dawn, the 20-meter-long stone wall at the southern exit of the Skyfall Canyon had taken shape. After Roy led the elf warriors to attack the southern entrance of the Skyfall Canyon interrupted by the Jiashi Mountains, they did not evacuate immediately, but prepared to build a defensive fortification at the entrance of the canyon. At dawn, the Griffin group transported the Grey Dwarves from the North Black Iron Mine. These Grey Dwarves are born to be good at moving stones and building walls. On the contrary, the castle of the North Black Iron Mine became a little empty. Chapter 417. Walk out of the northern part of the Sedaso Mountains and head north along the edge of the wilderness. It only takes half a day to reach the southernmost tip of the Jiashi Mountains. There is only a wilderness between the two mountain ranges. Originally, there were a large number of headhunters moving around here. As the Griffin group appeared in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains and constantly harassed the headhunters in the wilderness, these headhunters could only hide in the castle of the Black Iron Mine. More than 2,000 headhunters were surrounded and annihilated by the rebel, half-elf warriors outside the castle of the North Mithril Mine. These headhunters became more cautious and timid. At night, they were worried about the assassination team that fell from the sky. During the day, they were entangled by the Griffin Knights in the sky. The herd of unicorns gradually migrated southward, and thousands of half-blood elf warriors came to the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains along the wilderness. They stopped on the hillside opposite the castle of the South Black Iron Mine. Just like when the headhunters besieged the mine, thousands of half-blood elf warriors gathered on the hillside with great momentum. There are currently only 1,500 headhunters in the castle of the South Black Iron Mine, and there are almost 2,000 headhunters in the Central Black Iron Mine. These are the full strength of the headhunters in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains. The Griffin Corps had already seen everything clearly. Now Captain Helic led the half-blood elf warriors to the South Black Iron Mine, and did not surround the castle tightly. Griffins flew across the sky from time to time, and the headhunters finally experienced the feelings of the half-blood elf warriors who were trapped in the castle. The headhunter leader stood on the city wall, staring at the half-blood elf warriors in the distance with cold eyes. His face was covered with dark patterns, as if a spider was lying on his face. He still remembered the scene of breaking into the castle half a month ago. The headhunters rushed into the castle, and killed almost all the half-blood elves in the castle. They forced the Grey Dwarves to make armor for them. But now, this castle is more like a cage for these headhunters, a cage that binds their hands and feet. Since these headhunters moved into the castle, they gradually lost control of the wilderness. Now, the half-blood elves have gathered a large number of warriors, and are preparing to trap them in the castle. The headhunter leader knows very well that within 3 days, these headhunters will completely lose their fighting power because there is no food in the castle, and all their food supplies come from the wilderness. Now the Griffin group has driven the herd of unicorns far away, and their food supply has long been a problem. If they are trapped in the castle, they will starve to death in just 3 days. The headhunter leader thought for a long time, and said to the dozen headhunter captains, "Let's abandon this castle, and go outside to fight them." The headhunter captains immediately took the order, and walked out of the castle with their respective headhunter teams. They stood in a row on the hillside outside the castle, holding short flying spears in their hands, staring at the half-blood elf warriors on the opposite hillside. More than 1,500 headhunters gathered together, and all of them began to move towards the opposite hillside step by step. The headhunters standing in the front were all wearing armor. Their faces were covered with black patterns. Their faces were ferocious, and they moved forward little by little. At this time, the half-blood elf warriors on the opposite hillside also stood up, and a large group of sword dancers came to the front. They were wearing heavy armor and holding heavy swords in their hands, forming a human wall. Behind the sword dancers were a group of swordsmen wearing light armor, and behind them stood a group of longbow archers on the high ground. The half-elf sword dancers also kept approaching the headhunters. The two sides stopped only when they reached the grass below the hillside. The distance between the two camps was less than 200 meters. At this time, the headhunter leader took the lead in raising the short flying spear in his hand. He looked up at the blue sky and shouted with all his strength, "Brave hunting tribe, our ancestors gave us the right to hunt on this plateau. Now a group of elves stand in front of us and say no. We must use the short flying spears in our hands to tell them that we are the masters of Pagisto. We are the masters of Pagisto." A group of headhunters shouted loudly along with their leader. A shadow suddenly appeared behind the headhunter leader. The shadow was more than 3 meters tall, and looked exactly like the ancestor of the headhunters. As the headhunter leader raised the short flying spear and pointed it forward, the headhunters, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, rushed forward. When they took a big step, they could cross 4 or 5 meters on the grass in one step. Their excellent running ability allowed them to race with wild horses on the grassland. They ran more than 50 meters forward, and the short flying spear in my hand flew out, and the short flying spears in the sky flew towards the half-blood elf camp. Captain Helike did not lead the half-blood elf warriors to charge. He just asked the elf sword dancers to be ready. When the rain of spears came flying over, Captain Helike raised his long sword, and a group of sword dancers made blocking moves. They stood in place, and at the moment when the short flying spears fell, a barrier composed of giant swords appeared in front of the half-blood elf sword dancers. As the sword light flashed, the short flying spears were blocked one after another. Some short flying spears also passed through the gaps in the giant sword barrier and fell into the half-blood elf warriors, and some half-blood elf warriors were injured and fell to the ground. As the half-blood elf rectangular army continued to move forward, the archers behind also pulled their longbows to the full. The elf archers all shot into the air, and a rain of arrows flew out, drawing a perfect parabola in the air. Falling into the crowd of headhunters, these headhunters just raised their left arms to protect their heads and let the arrows hit them. The headhunters wearing armor plates charged into the rain of arrows. The lucky ones could avoid those wolf-tooth arrows, and the less lucky ones even had 2 or 3 of them stuck in their shoulders and arms. The arrowheads of these wolf-tooth arrows had 6 barbs, and the headhunters could not pull the arrows out of their bodies at all. The first round of arrow rain was thrown, and the second round of arrow rain was changed to flat shooting, and then the two armies collided with each other. With the power of his ancestors, the headhunter leader swung his sword and chopped down 3 half-elf sword dancers in succession. Then, he was stopped by an elven sword dancer, and the giant sword blocked the headhunter leader's sword. The headhunter leader knew that he had met a strong enemy. The headhunter turned the sword and chopped the giant sword at the same place, but failed to force the half-elf sword dancer back. At this time, the half-elf sword dancers blocked the headhunter who was rushing in front. Their equipment was much more sophisticated than that of the headhunters. Even if the headhunter's sword chopped on them, it was blocked by the armor. Moreover, the half-blood elf sword dancer and the swordsman waiting behind cooperated well. When the sword dancer turned sideways, the swordsmen behind him came in one after another. They stretched their bodies and stabbed the headhunter's body with the elf swords in their hands at the most bizarre angles. The fighting power of the headhunter is stronger than that of the half-blood elf warriors, but the food in the castle has been scarce recently, and these headhunters are all hungry on the battlefield. As soon as the two sides came into contact, they became evenly matched. Under the command of Captain Helike, this group of half-blood elf warriors began to disperse to the left and right wings. The army formation was like an eagle spreading its wings, ready to embrace all the headhunters under its huge wings. What made the headhunter leader feel uneasy was that the Griffin group, which was originally the most active in the Jiashi Mountains and the wilderness, disappeared. Seeing the sword dancers and the elven swordsmen cooperate with each other to strangle the headhunters, who rushed to the front on the battlefield, the headhunter leader finally realized that these half-blood elf warriors were different from all the half-blood elves he had seen before. They were decisive in killing in the military formation, and could often gain the upper hand in front of the headhunters through mutual cooperation. In a short time, hundreds of armored headhunters were eliminated by the half-blood elf warriors. And these half-blood elf warriors, who were a little tired and slightly injured, withdrew to the sides, leaving the center of the military formation empty, allowing the fresh troops behind to push to the front. The headhunter leader and the half-blood elf sword dancer tangled for a while. Just when the headhunter leader wanted to use his injury to get rid of the half-blood elf sword dancer on the opposite side, the sword dancer suddenly ran to the left. The headhunter leader chased him for 2 steps, and stopped when he felt something was wrong. Then, the most incredible scene appeared in front of the headhunter leader. As the half-blood elf sword dancer spread to both sides, a row of crossbows appeared in the middle of the army. These crossbows had 4 wheels, and the bow arms were made of 10 black iron springs. In the grooves were placed crossbow arrows that were thicker than short flying spears. A group of elven archers stood behind the crossbows, and while the half-elven warriors moved aside, they shot crossbow arrows one after another. The bowstrings made a series of buzzing sounds. A group of headhunters were crowded together, and there was no way to avoid them. The headhunters in the front fell forward alertly, and felt the crossbow arrows flying behind them, brushing their scalps. Then, there was the muffled sound of crossbow arrows piercing into flesh and blood, and the desperate screams of the headhunters who followed behind. The headhunter leader narrowly avoided a crossbow arrow, and he strode towards the row of crossbows in the center of the army. At this time, there were no headhunters following him. Behind each crossbow were 2 half-blood elf warriors, who were holding an iron hook at the same time. This special iron hook was used to pull the bowstring. The elves could step on the pedal behind the crossbow with 1 foot, and the 2 of them had to work together to pull the bowstring of the crossbow and put it on the mechanism behind the arrow slot. As the crossbow arrows were reloaded into the arrow slot, the crossbow was ready for the second round of flat shooting, and the headhunters rushed forward desperately. These crossbows harvested the lives of another wave of headhunters. On the battlefield, the army formation formed by half-blood elf warriors was quickly surrounding this group of headhunters. When the headhunter leader dodged the second crossbow arrow, the crossbow arrow flew past his cheek, and the crossbow arrow almost tore his left face open, revealing the tendons and bloody teeth on his face. He finally woke up under the stimulation of severe pain. The headhunter leader stood up and looked at both sides of the battlefield. Seeing that there were half-blood elf warriors all around, he finally realized the seriousness of the situation. His whole body felt like it was falling into an ice cave. He turned around quickly and shouted to the headhunters, who were still risking their lives to charge behind him, "All the warriors of the hunting tribe, follow me and charge over there." He spoke in the headhunter's native language. The shadow of the ancestor appeared behind him again. The headhunter leader was filled with powerful strength, which made him jump forward 7 or 8 meters, and a row of arrows fell behind him. The half-elf swordsman behind him couldn't catch up with him at all. The headhunter leader rushed directly to the left wing of the chariot, and all the headhunters followed behind him. The headhunter leader jumped high, raised the war blade in his hand above his head, and the shadow of the ancestor behind him also raised his arms high. As the headhunter leader chopped down with the war blade, the shadow of the ancestor behind him instantly condensed into his body. At this time, the black patterns on the headhunter leader's face actually exuded a faint golden color, and a wave of fighting spirit surged out of his body, and chopped down with the war blade. Several half-blood elf warriors standing in front of the headhunter leader were almost injured by the domineering arc-shaped fighting spirit at the same time. The headhunter leader took the opportunity to rush forward. The other headhunters followed behind, and actually fought their way out of the flank, and fled to the north side of the mountain. Seeing the headhunters rushing out of the encirclement, Captain Heliki was of course unwilling to let them go. He quickly summoned the half-blood elf warriors to chase after them. The grass below the hillside was full of headhunter corpses lying in all directions. A large group of half-blood elf warriors chased after the headhunters. In the eyes of these half-blood elves, the headhunters were just slave traders who sold half-blood elves. Back in Padstow, it was because the slave trade of Lord Kong Alves was exposed that these half-blood elves caused a plain riot. Now these half-blood elf warriors naturally hated these headhunters in front of them. This battle outside the South Black Iron Mine Castle was carefully prepared by Captain Helix. As the balance of victory tilted towards the half-blood elves, a large number of headhunters were scattered on the slopes of Mount Shavana, and they fled north in a very embarrassed manner. This group of headhunters ran all the way to the vicinity of the Middle Black Iron Mine in Mount Aurelian. Their embarrassed appearance scared the headhunters guarding the castle of the Middle Black Iron Mine. Before these headhunters even figured out what was going on, the half-blood elf warriors chasing them stopped on the hillside opposite the castle. The half-blood elf warriors did not rush to the castle, they began to gather on the opposite hillside. At this moment, Roy was asking more than 100 gray dwarves to build a wall at the southern entrance of the Skyfall Canyon. The Griffin group was driving the headhunters in the Skyfall Canyon to the north. The rocks here can be used locally, and the stone foundation of the wall has been built in just half a day. Chapter 418. At night, Roy led the half-blood elf warriors to raid the southern entrance of the Skyfall Canyon, and quickly occupied the southern part of the canyon. These gray dwarves came in the morning. They are born with supernatural powers, and are good at moving stones. With the help of the gray dwarves, a stone wall blocking the southern entrance of the canyon was quickly built. Roy, what do you think? Can the rebel half-blood elf warriors defeat the headhunters? Wood stood on the foundation of a stone wall, and asked Roy with a worried look on his face. The gray dwarves were carrying face-sized rocks, and passing by the 2 men. "I can do it," Roy said confidently. Seeing Woods' puzzled look, Roy explained, "When the Silver Pegasus Legion entered the Partington Plain, they only recaptured the city of Padstow, and drove the rebels to the Barrier Mountains, and then started negotiations. It's not that they want to give the rebels a chance to change their ways. The real situation is, they really don't want to fight the rebels in the Barrier Mountains. After the rebels were driven to the Barrier Mountains by the Silver Pegasus Legion, the Silver Pegasus warriors could not enter the battlefield. At that time, only the Silver Pegasus Legion's cavalry regiment and guard regiment could participate in the war. Although their overall strength was much stronger than the rebels, it still cost some price to win the war. When the Silver Pegasus Legion entered the Pagisto Plateau to deal with these plateau headhunters, there was no such situation. Even when the Silver Pegasus Legion's Cavalry Vanguard Regiment fought headhunters head-on, they actually had the upper hand. In comparison, the half-blood elf warriors of the rebel army are obviously much stronger than the headhunters. Roy put his arm around Wood's shoulders, and the two of them jumped from the base of the stone wall to the grass one after the other. The silhouette of the griffin could be seen in the distance. The headhunters in the Tianpu Canyon were blocked in the northern part of the canyon. Because the griffin cavalry often shot cold arrows at the headhunters, the headhunters rushing from the north did not plan to continue to go south. After Roy got rid of the headhunters guarding here, the southern exit of Tianpu Canyon was completely occupied by Roy. Although it was occupied, it was still very difficult to guard the southern entrance. No matter what, Roy wanted to try it, at least not to let these headhunters enter Tianpu Canyon without paying any price. Roy continued to say to Woods, "Our advantage is actually very obvious. The first point is the stable logistics supply line. When we fight, we eat elf biscuits. What can the headhunters eat? The herd of unicorns was driven to the southern part of the wilderness, and they could only eat grass roots. The second point is sophisticated weapons and equipment. The armor plates on these headhunters were also recently made in the Black Iron Mine. Before occupying the Black Iron Mine castle, they were only wearing the simplest leather armor. The third point is that the headhunters lack experience in large-scale battlefields. Although a small group of headhunters can surely defeat a small group of half-blood elf warriors in the mountains, in a large-scale battle, the most obvious disadvantage of these headhunters will be exposed. To be honest, they are at best a group of slave traders who hunt half-blood elves on the plateau. How can they have experience in large-scale group battles? This is a big difference from the rebels." Wood's mouth turned into an O shape, staring at Roy and asking, "Roy, these? Are you the one who came up with them?" Woods is a druid, and his injuries have long been healed. This time he followed Roy to the southern entrance of the canyon, and he also wanted to stretch his muscles. What's there to think about? Isn't this the fact? After saying that, Roy pointed to the stone foundation more than 1 meter high under his feet, and ordered the gray dwarf, who was carrying the stones, "Pile as many large stones as possible here. I don't have much time for you. You have to at least build the stone wall before the sun sets." The gray dwarves buried their heads in their chests, said nothing, and walked quickly towards the stone foundation of the city wall carrying stones. Not far away, Sabrina, Moira, and Miss Tiffany were also chatting in front of the stone wall. Recently Moira has grown the fastest among the three. She often follows Deputy Captain Tennyson on missions. Deputy Captain Tennyson is also very courageous. Every time Moira secretly finds him, he never refuses her, and takes Moira out to carry out assassination missions without saying a word. Before coming to the Pagisto Plateau, Moira was a half-elf girl who couldn't stand the sight of death. At first, she saw the Dark Moon Elf warriors of the Assassin Squad assassinating the headhunters. Not only did she have nightmares every night, but she also often woke up from her dreams, unable to stand the strong smell of blood. But now, the number of headhunters that Moira has killed has increased to 13. Miss Tiffany didn't expect that Moira would stick to the Assassin Squad. Roy wants to keep all the headhunters who enter the Cassock Mountains. Tiffany looked at the stone wall in front of her and whispered to Sabrina. During the time when the North Black Iron Mine was besieged by the headhunters, Miss Tiffany actually did not see the cruel methods of these headhunters. As a Nagasi clan, her hatred for the headhunters was very limited. But Sabrina was different. She had seen many half-blood elf warriors die under the blades of the headhunters. Especially during the days when the North Black Iron Mine was besieged, the headhunters almost broke into the Black Iron Mine several times. Sabrina was a little worried. She knew that the headhunters were all excellent hunters, and there were at least 3,000 headhunters wandering around in the southern part of the Kashi Mountains. If so many headhunters fled to the north at the same time, they could only return to the northern part of the Pagisto Plateau through the Skyfall Canyon. And Roy was currently building a wall on their way home. When these headhunters found this wall, they would probably go crazy. Almost suddenly, many exhausted headhunters appeared on the slopes of the Aurelian Snow Mountain. The headhunters in the entire castle of the central Black Iron Mine became very nervous. A large group of headhunters came to the city wall, staring at the headhunters who seemed exhausted in their escape, and hesitated whether to hide them in the castle. There was a commotion on the city wall, and the headhunter leader appeared on the city wall with a group of guards. Looking at the half-blood elf warriors on the mountain outside the wall, his face suddenly became very ugly. Before he gave the order to rescue the headhunters, the gate under the castle slowly opened, and some headhunters quickly went out along the mountain road in front of the castle to meet them. The headhunters outside were too scattered, and not all of them wanted to escape into the castle. More headhunters wanted to run north all the time. The headhunter leader was thinking about how the South Black Iron Mine was breached by the half-blood elves, when a large group of half-blood elf warriors appeared on the hillside. These half-blood elf warriors were like wolves herding sheep on the grassland. They followed the headhunters slowly, and devoured the lone headhunters bit by bit. There were so many half-blood elf warriors that the headhunter leader couldn't count them all. The half-blood elf warriors came to the castle opposite the Zhonghai Iron Mine. They did not rush to attack the castle, but waited for their companions behind them. When the number of half-blood elf warriors on the opposite hillside reached more than 2,000, the headhunter leader could no longer calm down. The half-blood elf warriors were still increasing. The headhunter leader learned from the escaped headhunters that it was these half-blood elf warriors who defeated them from the front. Sure enough, the headhunter leader on the Zhonghai Iron Mine castle resisted the impulse in his heart and waited patiently for a whole night. The next morning, he found that the number of this half-blood elf war group had increased to more than 4,000. These half-blood elf warriors had already taken action to encircle the Zhonghai Iron Mine castle. The headhunter leader didn't want to be trapped to death in the castle by the half-blood elf warriors. The dilemma they faced was almost exactly the same as that of the headhunters in the South Black Iron Mine. Without any food reserves, they would probably starve in the castle if they were trapped. The headhunter leader had no choice but to take all the headhunters in the castle and rush out of the city. It was not until the evening of the next day that the headhunters, seeing more and more half-blood elf warriors, finally couldn't help but launch a small-scale test. As night fell, the assassination team took over the battlefield. The headhunters quickly retreated to the castle, and the half-blood elf warriors gradually moved closer to the castle from the hillside. By the morning of the third day, the half-blood elf warriors had surrounded most of the castle, and only the hillside on the north side of the castle had not yet formed a siege. The headhunter leader was frightened and quickly summoned all the headhunters in the castle. Then he opened the castle gate, and nearly 2,000 headhunters rushed out of the castle. The headhunters rushed out of the castle, and the battle in front of the castle was about to break out. The half-blood elf warriors became more courageous this time. Nearly 1,000 sword dancers rolled towards the headhunters like a huge wave. During the fight, the half-blood elf warriors showed their strong strength again. More than 5,000 half-blood elf warriors directly dispersed the 2,000 headhunters. On a large area of mountainous land, many half-blood elf warriors began to hunt the headhunters. The headhunters in the Jiaxi Mountains completely collapsed at this moment. The headhunters were unable to organize an effective resistance force. The half-blood elf warriors chased less than 2,000 headhunters all the way from Mount Aurelian in the Jiaxi Mountains to the north. The first batch of headhunters who arrived at the Tianpu Valley almost wore out their shoes. The headhunters were covered in wounds, and they had been gnawing on grass roots and moss in the mountain wilderness for several days, which made them weak and powerless. Some headhunters were even slightly poisoned, vomiting and diarrhea, and they didn't even have the strength to lift their war blades. At this time, at the southern entrance of the Tianpu Valley, there was a wall less than 5 meters high, and the entire wall was made entirely of stones. On this stone wall, a group of half-blood elf warriors holding longbows were staring at the headhunters with a fierce look. When they saw the headhunters trying to get close, they shot wolf-tooth arrows like raindrops. Roy, Sabrina, and Wood stood on the stone wall, waiting for the headhunters who were slowly coming down the hillside. The fleeing headhunters were in a very bad state, but they had no intention of stopping. They saw a group of half-blood elves standing on the wall, but they still walked towards this side step by step. Even the arrows shot out could not stop their steps. Headhunters were constantly shot and fell, but no headhunter stopped. Roy picked up a small flag and waved it at the griffin group hiding on the hillside, and then a group of griffins flew into the air. A group of half-blood elf hunters rode griffins into the sky and began to shoot arrows at the headhunters on the hillside. The headhunters with wolf-tooth arrows stuck in their bodies had to rush up to spite their dreads. This time, Miss Tiffany was the first to stand up. She took out a bundle of magic scrolls from the stone wall. These magic scrolls were all drawn by her, with deep-sea ink with spinel powder. Each scroll was full of magic power. Miss Tiffany chanted a spell softly, and the magic scroll in her hand unfolded to form a light blue magic pattern array. All the magic power flowing on the magic scroll gathered together to form a strong ice element breath. Pieces of snowflakes were blown up from the stone wall by the strong north wind, and the scene was like snow being blown all over the sky by the wind. There were fine icicles and countless snowflakes. Those sharp icicles were almost all in the shape of hexagrams. They were caught in the wind and snow and fell on the faces and bodies of the headhunters. Suddenly, the headhunters' faces were cut by sharp icicles, and the cold north wind condensed a layer of ice crystals on the wounds. Blizzard. Miss Tiffany needed to tear open the magic scrolls and chant the spells to activate the magic scrolls to barely maintain the blizzard on the battlefield. After Miss Tiffany burned 5 precious magic scrolls in one breath, the blizzard gradually subsided. At this time, the headhunters who rushed to the front were wrapped in a thick layer of frost, standing on the hillside like ice sculptures. Some headhunters fell on the mountain road under the ice and snow, while some headhunters barely broke through the ice and insisted on moving towards the southern entrance of the canyon. The hillside at the entrance of the canyon was covered with a thick layer of frost and snow. The half-blood elf warriors standing on the stone wall were shocked and tightened their weapons. A group of half-blood elf warriors looked at Sabrina involuntarily. Recently, every time they fought with headhunters, Sabrina, as a sword dancer, had to stand at the front of the army. This time, Sabrina also took the initiative to stand up. But standing in front of the stone wall with her were Roy and Woods, who had transformed into a violent earth bear. The headhunters did not wait at all. As long as they could move, they rushed towards the entrance of the canyon. Arrows fell from the sky, and headhunters kept falling. Finally, a headhunter covered in ice and snow rushed to the bottom of the wall. Sabrina waved the Sirluki sword in her hand and chopped a headhunter who climbed up from the bottom of the stone wall off the stone wall. Only then did she realize that the headhunter who climbed up from the bottom of the stone wall was so weak that he had no power to resist. Chapter 419. The half-blood elf warriors stood on the wall less than 5 meters high, watching the Highland headhunters rushing over from the distant hillside, and felt an inexplicable uneasiness in their hearts. In their hearts, these headhunters are a group of experts who are good at climbing. They can climb up the wall in a few leaps. When these headhunters fight, they are also extremely fierce, always accustomed to killing the opponent even if they are injured. When the half-blood elf warriors fight with the headhunters, they are always a little weaker when facing the fierce aura emanating from the headhunters. Many times, these headhunters rely on the fierceness in their bones to stand firm on the wall. However, what surprised the half-blood elf warriors this time was that the headhunters, who were usually known for their ferocity, became slow when climbing the stone wall. When they watched the blizzard climb up from below, they became breathless, and the battle blades in their hands were not as fierce as before. The half-blood elf warriors took their positions and shot the long swords at the headhunters. The headhunters covered with ice and snow were stabbed and fell off the stone wall. The headhunters who rushed up from behind were also like this. Woods turned into a violent earth bear, standing on the wall with his round butt sticking out, and his front paws kept sweeping out. Every time a headhunter was swept by the claws, he would scream and fall under the stone wall. The headhunter leader climbed up the stone wall nimbly and rushed to Sabrina. The battle blade in his hand turned into an arc of light and swept towards Sabrina's waist. He knew that Sabrina, holding the Sirluki sword, was the most powerful half-elf warrior on this stone wall. Sure enough, the fighting spirit on the battle blade was blocked by Sabrina with the Sirluki sword before it touched Sabrina's body. The arc of light was shattered by the sword the moment it touched the Sirluki sword and disappeared into the air. Although the shadow of a great swordsman appeared behind Sabrina, the headhunter leader still forced her back 2 steps with his sword. The headhunter leader stood firmly on the stone wall, and the stone wall, which was already a little loose, collapsed immediately. Roy and Woods, who were standing a few meters away, saw Sabrina meet a strong enemy and reacted almost at the same time. The sacred scepter in Roy's hand burst out with a golden sacred aura, and at the same time, the Book of Judgment was also opened by Roy. A string of prayers came out of Roy's mouth, and a divine pattern appeared in front of the Book of Judgment like a spider web. A small hammer with a sacred aura flew towards the headhunter leader. The headhunter leader raised his war blade high and slashed at the holy hammer. Woods, who was standing on the stone wall on the other side, roared and pounced on the headhunter leader with his heavy body. The leader stared at the holy hammer thrown by Roy with full concentration, showing his back to Woods. The giant bear transformed by Woods pounced directly, and just as the headhunter leader blocked the holy hammer, Woods's huge bear paw slapped the armor plate on the back of the headhunter leader. The armor pieces made of black iron were immediately shattered, and the headhunter leader was also knocked to the stone wall by this heavy blow. A mouthful of sticky blood spurted out of the headhunter's mouth. He turned over and used his war blade to cut Woods' right front paw, but was stopped by Sabrina, who took a breath and rushed over again with a long sword. A group of headhunters following him were forced down from the stone wall by the half-blood elf warriors, and the headhunter leader suddenly became isolated and helpless. Sabrina's sword made his arm numb, and he knew that he could not win at the stone wall at all. Just as he was thinking about how to retreat from the stone wall, he felt a hint of cold air approaching his side. Sensing the danger, the headhunter's body completely overlapped with the ancestor's phantom, and burst out with powerful combat power to force Sabrina back again. Then he faced the dangerous aura. A water bomb exploded in front of the headhunter leader. The moment the water bomb exploded, it was frozen by an extremely cold aura and turned into an ice ball full of spikes. The headhunter leader chopped the ice ball full of spikes in front of him with a knife. Under the ice mist, a gust of wind was seen stirring gently in the ice mist. Then a cold dark little hand was placed on his shoulder, and a bright sword light pierced directly from the back of his neck. The stabbing saber was extremely sharp. The moment it touched the headhunter leader's neck, the headhunter leader had no time to react. The body shuddered reflexively, and the stabbing saber pierced into the gap between the cervical vertebrae. The headhunter leader couldn't even turn his head to look at the assassin, who was as nimble as the wind, and all the scenes in front of him began to fade. His body collapsed on the stone wall, and the war blade that had killed countless half-blood elves fell from his hand. The headhunters under the stone wall saw their leader being stabbed to death by a half-blood elf, and they turned around and ran back in fear. The offensive, which was not very fierce to begin with, collapsed instantly. These headhunters were the ones trapped in the South Black Iron Mine. They initially hid in the castle of the South Black Iron Mine due to the harassment of the Griffin group. Later, the Griffin cavalry drove the cattle and sheep to the south of the wilderness, and from then on, these headhunters began to starve. As Helix led nearly 5,000 half-blood elves into the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains, the physical strength of these headhunters was no longer at its peak. Then, the headhunters hastily responded to the battle. In their eyes, even if these half-blood elves picked up weapons and put on armor, they were still a group of weaklings who didn't know how to fight. However, when they fought, the headhunters fell into despair. Standing in front of them was a group of well-trained, decisive, and angry half-blood elf warriors. They cooperated well and advanced and retreated in moderation when charging on the battlefield. After a day of fierce fighting, the headhunters of the South Black Iron Mine were defeated on the battlefield. At this time, even if they didn't die on the battlefield, these headhunters were extremely tired. The key point was that they didn't want to escape into the castle, but fled north along the slope of Mount Shavana. The half-blood elf warriors followed behind, but they were not in a hurry to catch up, so they just hung behind to prevent the headhunters from stopping. Just when they wanted to stop, they saw a group of half-blood elf warriors, guided by the Griffin cavalry, chasing them from behind. These headhunters ran north all night, thinking of escaping into the castle of the Middle Black Iron Mine to have a good rest, but they didn't expect that the headhunters in the Middle Black Iron Mine also rushed to the wilderness, so these headhunters in the South Black Iron Mine could only continue to run north. After running for so long, the headhunters were exhausted. They just wanted to reach the south entrance of Tianpu Canyon and hide in the canyon to catch their breath. When they ran over, they found that there was a wall outside the canyon. When they saw the stone wall, which was only 5 meters high, they were so desperate that they could not express it in words. There was a group of half-blood elf warriors chasing behind them. They had to rush forward even if they had to bite the bullet. But it turned out that rushing forward was still a dead end. Their leader, the bravest warrior of the headhunters, fell down after rushing up the stone wall. All the headhunters were like stray dogs, running away in all directions into the wilderness outside the stone wall at the south entrance of Tianpu Canyon. In the wilderness, on the plains, the half-blood elf warriors chasing them had already reached the site. Herrick led the half-blood elf warriors of the rebel army to catch up from Mount Aurelian, and saw the headhunters, who had just gathered at the entrance of the canyon scattered like a group of headless flies again. Herrick was not familiar with the area, but with the guidance of the Griffin cavalry in the sky, they could always accurately find the headhunters hiding in the mountains, and could also walk along the mountains to the entrance of the southern canyon accurately. In this mountain area, these half-blood elf warriors became hunters, and the headhunters became their prey. The mountain area was full of half-blood elf warriors chasing and killing headhunters. This time, the headhunters finally tasted the despair and helplessness of being hunted. Seeing the half-blood elf warriors rushing up, holding their swords high, the dazzling cold light, the blood spurting out, the north slope of Mount Etas was like a killing field. Roy stood on the almost collapsed stone wall, looking at the chaotic battlefield in the distance, and clearly realized Earl Swinburne's precautions against the half-blood elves. These half-blood elf warriors were just a group of rebels. The armor they wore, and the weapons they held were far inferior to the standard armaments of the Silver Moon Elf army. However, these armaments exerted great combat power in the hands of these half-blood elf warriors. In the Partington Plain, at least 90% of the elves were half-blood elves. Originally, Roy believed that the half-blood elves on the Partington Plain were mainly gathered around the city of Padstow, and some were scattered in the large woodland south of the city of Padstow, all the way to the north of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. These lands are the territories that belong entirely to the elves. But now it seems that there are indeed many half-blood elves living in the Partington Plain, but the half-blood elves gathered around the city of Padstow are only a part of these half-blood elves, and it is very likely that they cannot even be considered the majority. If the sale of half-blood elf slaves had not completely exploded among the half-blood elves, perhaps many half-blood elves would still live a secluded life. Now this half-blood elf rebel army, that has experienced many hardships, has finally completed a transformation in the fortress town. This sharp army can no longer remain dormant in the fortress town. Now they can only take a batch of supplies to the depths of the Partington Plain to find a new habitat. But before that, they wanted to turn the Pagisto Plateau into a killing ground. They needed to use the heads of the indigenous headhunters on the plateau to establish their reputation. What Roy could do now was to give this half-blood elf army some necessary support so that they could leave the Pagisto Plateau. Herrick's eyes were bloodshot from killing. He didn't know how many times he had changed the long sword in his hand. The bones of those headhunters were really hard. He had cut several excellent long swords and made them curled. The half-blood elf warriors were also chasing the headhunters all over the mountains. It turned out that the headhunters gathered together were just a pile of shit in battle, and even less effective than a pile of shit. However, the scattered headhunters, although exhausted, dizzy with hunger, and even covered with wounds, as long as they were allowed to spread out in the mountains, several headhunters formed a hunting team, and their combat power suddenly increased by several levels. The half-blood elf warriors obviously had the advantage in numbers, and the logistical supplies were also very sufficient. There were also Griffin cavalry guiding them in the sky, and they could even provide certain support at critical moments, but it was still very difficult for them to chase these headhunters. Since the headhunters were blocked in the Skyfall Canyon, the half-blood elf warriors' pursuit and hunting lasted for more than half a month, before they almost caught all the headhunters scattered in the Idas Mountains. It also means that the battle in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains was declared a victory. With Roy's cooperation, Captain Helike led 5,000 half-blood elf warriors to wipe out 6,000 plateau headhunters in the Jiashi Mountains in one fell swoop. Of course, the news submitted to the military headquarters of Padstow City was written in reverse, under the command of Roy, the mine owner, the mine guards, and a group of spontaneously organized half-blood elf warriors defeated the headhunters who invaded the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains. The specific number is still being counted. Roy currently controls 8 mines. Although only 5 of them can barely operate, they are currently 5 of the few mines that are still operating normally on the Padstow Plateau. The battle in the Jiashi Mountains completely allowed Roy to gain a firm foothold in the heart of the plateau. Roy piled the heads of the headhunters at the southern entrance of the Tianpu Canyon to warn the headhunters coming from the north. The biggest gain for Roy from this victory was that the mine in the Jiashi Mountains was saved, but for Captain Helike, it was just Roy's support. These headhunters were very poor, and the half-blood elf rebels could not get any benefits from them. In addition to providing Captain Helike with a large number of elf biscuits, Roy also provided some consumable military supplies to the half-blood elf rebels. When Laishan's caravan returned to the Padstow Plateau, it also brought a large number of elf biscuits and salted fish from Padstow City. Finally, the rebel army was not in a food crisis. Not only that, Roy also applied for a large number of military supplies from the military. As the news of the victory in the Battle of the Jiashi Mountains spread to Padstow City, this batch of supplies was also approved by the military, and a transport team has been organized to send it to the camp at the foot of the Padstow Plateau. Along with this batch of supplies, Roy was also given a letter of commission from the military. July 1407 was just an ordinary hot summer for many elves on the elf continent. For many young elves, this month is the most unforgettable start of the school year. But few people know what this month means to the half-blood elves living on the Padstow Plateau in the Partington Plain. Chapter 420. It was drizzling on the streets of Padstow, and Claire was walking in the rain with an umbrella. During this period, he had been actively working for the Padstow Plateau. But except for the day when he handed over the spinel to the military logistics department and got a batch of elf cookies in exchange, almost all the military supplies that Roy asked him to collect were rejected by the chief of the Padstow military. The chief of logistics of the Padstow military did not respond at first, but Claire met with him through connections. But Claire did not convince the chief during this meeting. The chief even said to Claire in a veiled way, "You are the youngest musician in Castletown, and a Silver Moon elf noble. I don't understand. Why do you want to lobby for these half-blood elves?" Claire knew that the chief of logistics would not provide any additional military supplies to the Pagisto Plateau. At this time, Earl Swinburne, who had always supported Roy, led the Silver Pegasus Legion to fight against the Grey Dwarves in the Queen of Winnie Islands, and had no time to take care of the things on the Partington Plain. At present, the military has poured all its military supplies into the Queen Winnie Islands. In fact, even if there are still some reserves in the warehouse, the Chief of Logistics is not going to put them into the quagmire of Pagisto Plateau. Claire has lost a lot of weight in the past few days. He never thought that there would be such a deep gap between the Silver Moon Elves and the Half-Blood Elves. He just prepared a batch of supplies for Lation. Most of these supplies were raised from the Half-Blood Elves merchants in Padstow City. In addition, he also contacted the local carriage and horse shop and hired more than 200 carriages to transport these supplies to the valley camp on the edge of the Pagisto Plateau. Claire planned to follow Roy's plan, use the teleportation pass to leave Partington, and after returning to Castletown, purchase a batch of military supplies and life sap in the black market of Castletown. A carriage stopped on the street. Claire turned his head and saw that the coachman had jumped off the seat, saluted him on the street, and opened the door for him. Claire nodded, bent down to put away the umbrella, and stepped into the carriage. On the rainy street, some half-blood elves hurried on their way. He said to the coachman, "Take me to the portal in the central square." The coachman closed the door for him. Sitting in the driver's seat again, he whipped the horse in the rain, and the carriage drove towards the central square of Padstow City in the wind and rain. Claire came to Padstow City with full confidence, but left the city with full disappointment, which made Claire somewhat discouraged. Thinking that Roy was still fighting with the group of headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau, even though Claire was in a very bad mood, he never thought of giving up. In the rain, this street led all the way to the central square, and the portal towering above the central square gradually became clear. The wheels of the carriage rolled over the rain on the street, and soon stopped beside the central square. Because of the rain, the central square, which used to be filled with a lot of supplies, became empty. Claire walked towards the two guards in front of the portal with an umbrella. Claire handed the pass in her hand to the portal guard. The guard saw the seal of the Silver Pegasus Legion on the pass, so he stood up and saluted Claire in a standard military salute. "Sir, please wait." Claire didn't need the portal guard to remind her that the portal was currently in a state from Partington Island to Partington Plain. At this time, if she wanted to go back to Partington Island, it would be very dangerous. He nodded and asked the portal guard, "How long do we have to wait?" "About a quarter of an hour later," the portal guard said quickly. Claire saw a waiting area next to the portal, so she walked into the awning of the waiting area with an umbrella. There were only 3 Silver Moon Elves chatting together here, and they seemed to be waiting to pass through the portal and return to the Elf continent. Although the Partington Plain has been blocked by the Silver Pegasus military, many privileged Silver Moon Elves can still enter and exit the Partington Plain freely with special passes. Claire stood in the corner of the waiting area. He was in a very bad mood and had no intention of greeting anyone. Perhaps they noticed that Claire looked very unhappy, so the 3 Silver Moon Elves also knew what to do and did not come over to greet him. Claire looked up at the gray clouds in the sky. The sky of the entire Padstow City was shrouded in rain. It was estimated that the road conditions in the jungle would be very bad, and Lation might suffer a lot in the next 2 days. Just as Claire looked up at the sky, a group of half-blood elf young men suddenly appeared on the street outside the central square. They ran forward along the street, shouting as they ran, "Good news from the Padstow Plateau. Good news from Pagisto Plateau." Mine owner Roy led the half-blood elf guards to defeat the Plateau headhunters in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains. The half-blood elf young man ran in the rain, and Claire only heard a rough outline. He stood there, not expecting to hear the good news from Pagisto Plateau at this time. He had just rushed back from the North Black Iron Mine, and no one knew the situation of the North Black Iron Mine better than him. The entire southern part of the Jiashi Mountains was almost destroyed. With the 400 half-blood elf warriors, and 100 Dark Moon elf warriors in the North Black Iron Mine, Roy would definitely not be able to defeat thousands of Plateau headhunters. With a hint of doubt, Claire didn't even hold an umbrella and ran to the street in the rain, wanting to ask these half-blood elves for details. At this time, a carriage from the Padstow Military Department of the Silver Pegasus Legion came galloping, and the wheels rolled over the street, splashing a long line of water. As the coachman pulled the reins, the carriage stopped on the street not far in front of Claire. 3 military officials ran out of the carriage and hurried to Claire. The 3 Silver Moon Elf officials said to Claire with joy, "Claire, we finally found you." A good news came back from the Padstow Plateau. The general heard that the owner of the Roy mine had taken control of the situation there, and told us to find you. This time, the military will provide a batch of military supplies to the Padstow Plateau, but there is no logistics transport team here. All logistics groups are in the Queen of Winnie Islands. The general wants to ask you, if we provide you with a batch of military supplies now, are you able to transport them to the Padstow Plateau? Seeing the fake smiles on the faces of the 3 Silver Moon officials, Claire was so angry that her teeth itched. She wanted to kick each of them, and tell them to get lost as far away as possible. It was these guys who obstructed us a few days ago, but now they have changed their faces, and come to deliver military supplies. Yes, we have a way to send this batch of military supplies to Padstow, Claire said hurriedly. Although Claire wanted to refuse, she could only make the smile on her face look more friendly when she thought of Roy's difficult situation on the Padstow Plateau. That's good, that's good. Come with us back to the military headquarters to complete the handover procedures. The 3 Silver Moon Elf officials almost surrounded Claire and boarded the military's carriage. As the news of the victory on the northern slope of Mount Edas in the Gassy Mountains spread throughout Padstow, countless half-blood elves rushed to the streets to cheer and celebrate. When Claire caught up with Rosander, Rosander's caravan was almost out of the jungle on the south side of Padstow. When Rosander heard Claire say that there was a batch of military supplies waiting for him to transport to the plateau outside Padstow, he did not hesitate at all and quickly led the caravan back to Padstow, took the military supplies, and went back to the first mine. All along the way, he kept saying that Claire was really resourceful and actually managed to get a batch of military supplies from the military. It can be seen that the Silver Moon Elves spent a lot of effort to help the Half-Blood Elves this time. What Rosander didn't know was how many times Claire had hit a wall and been rejected by the Silver Pegasus military in Padstow City. He also didn't know that this batch of military supplies could not be considered as something Claire had asked for. A victory report from the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains finally made the general realize one thing. If this risky action to suppress Roy failed, Earl Swinburne would definitely punish him severely. Fortunately, he could make up for it in time now. That's why he took the initiative to find Claire and send out the military supplies in the warehouse as soon as the victory news came back. On the entire Padstow Plateau, only the mines along the Sadasso Mountains and the Jiashi Mountains where Roy was located were not captured by the Plateau Headhunters, and the rest of the mines almost fell into the hands of the Plateau Headhunters. Some mines have been returned to their original owners by the Headhunters. Of course, the price these mine owners need to pay is also extremely high. In order to be able to recapture the mines, these mine owners gave a lot of accumulated wealth to these headhunters. Some mine owners couldn't raise the reward, so they made some promises. The headhunters were used to doing business with the mine owners, so they were not afraid that the mine owners would default on their debts. At this time, about 6,000 headhunters were buried by the half-blood elf warriors in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains. This news soon spread to the ears of other headhunters. Originally, the other 3 groups of headhunters had already reached some mountains in the south of the Padstow Plateau. When they heard the bad news, they immediately led the headhunters back from the southern part of the Padstow Plateau. No team of headhunters was willing to be at the forefront and encounter this bad luck. It was precisely at this time that the headhunters suddenly became timid, which gave Roy some time to deploy the half-elf guards. The surviving gray dwarves in the 3 black iron mines were brought to the southern entrance of the Skyfall Canyon by Roy. They only had one thing to do here, which was to build a stone wall at the southern entrance. When the first battle was fought on this stone wall, only a stone wall of more than 20 meters long and 5 meters high was built, and almost half collapsed. After all the headhunters in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains were cleared out, Roy gathered all the surviving gray dwarves in the 3 mines and escorted them to the southern entrance of the Skyfall Canyon to build this stone wall. This time, when the gray dwarves built the stone wall, they poured a lot of mud into the gaps between the stone slabs, and the thickness of the bottom of the stone wall reached more than 20 meters. Roy planned to build the stone wall facing the Skyfall Canyon to 60 meters, and then build 2 large arrow towers on both sides of the stone wall to resist the headhunters from the north. Helic originally planned to go north along the Skyfall Canyon and directly into the north of the Padstow Plateau. However, after discussing with Roy for several consecutive days, he found that this was too aggressive. Once the half-blood elf warriors of the rebel army entered the north of the plateau, they would immediately fall into the dilemma of being isolated and helpless. At that time, Roy might not be able to give them any support. Moreover, there are still a large number of headhunters preparing to pour into the southern part of the Padstow Plateau. Therefore, Roy persuaded Captain Helic to lead the half-blood elf warriors along the wilderness all the way west, across the Chaldean Mountains on the west side of the wilderness, so that they can go around to the west side of the Padstow Plateau. Although the headhunters have occupied most of the mines there, the only advantage of the rebel half-blood elf warriors fighting there is that there is no long supply line. If Roy's Griffin group wants to fly over the Chaldean Mountains, it only takes 1 day and 1 night. Roy's idea of using the Griffin Group to establish an air supply line is definitely not an empty talk. The two sat in front of the map of the Pagisto Plateau and thought about it for several days. Finally, Captain Helix adopted Roy's opinion and decided to take the rebel, half-elf warriors to the west side of the plateau. However, before heading to the Caldem Mountains, Roy asked Captain Helix to stay in the wilderness for a while, until the Griffin Corps brought back a batch of supplies from the valley camp at the foot of the southern side of the Pagisto Plateau to replenish the half-elf warriors. Roy then let Captain Helix lead the team to leave. During this period, Mullen also transferred nearly 600 half-blood elf warriors from the second mine. Together with the original 400 half-blood elf warriors from the North Black Iron Mine, the size of the mine guard team following Roy successfully exceeded 1,000, and the assassination team also expanded to 200. The letter of appointment given to Roy by the Padstow Military Department was placed on Roy's desk. The envelope had been opened. The letter inside was actually a letter of appointment, and there was even a seal of the Padstow Military Department on it. The words on the letter of appointment were also very simple. Temporary appointment of Roy as the Chief Executive Officer of the Padstow Plateau Mine, responsible for recovering and operating all mines on the Padstow Plateau. The handwriting on the letter of appointment was obviously not that of Earl Swinburne. According to the letter Claire sent, the guy who was currently serving as the chief of the Silver Pegasus Corps in the military headquarters in Padstow City was not very friendly to the half-blood elves. Roy rubbed his forehead and heard a knock on the door, so he said, "Come in." Mullen walked in holding a thick list of names, then sat down on the chair opposite Roy and shouted to him, "Boss, I'm ready here. When do we leave?" Chapter 421. Roy ignored Mullen. He lowered his head and was using charcoal to outline the Caldem Mountains on the map of the Pagisto Plateau. According to the information provided by the Griffin Riders, the Caldem Mountains, which runs parallel to the Sedaso Mountains and runs through the north and south of the plateau, are the longest mountain range on the Pagisto Plateau. It almost completely separates the western part of the Pagisto Plateau from the hinterland of the plateau. Going west from the Jiashi Mountains, you have to cross the entire wilderness to reach the foot of the middle section of the Caldem Mountains. Roy was still a little worried. At present, Captain Helix is leading 5,000 rebel half-elf warriors from the North Mithril Mine into the depths of the wilderness, preparing to cross the Caldem Mountains and directly enter the western middle section of the Pagisto Plateau. Roy will also lead the mine guards to the third mine quickly, bypass the Ghost Crow Ridge in the south of the plateau, and try to block the headhunters entering the western area of the plateau to the north of the Black Crow Ridge. In this way, Roy's mine guards and Helix rebels can form a siege in the western part of the plateau. Even with the Griffin cavalry leading the way in the Chaldean Mountains, it would be extremely difficult for Captain Helix to cross the snowy mountain. Mullen came to Roy's office with the list of the guard team, just to finalize the list of half-blood elf warriors going to the third mine. After all, the North Mithril Mine also needs to leave enough garrison forces. In addition to more than 100 Grey Dwarf miners in this mine, there are nearly 300 headhunter prisoners of war locked up in the Mithril Mine to mine. Although the half-blood elf warriors of the rebel army did not intend to accept prisoners of war during the battle, after the battle in the North Mithril Mine, some headhunters survived by chance. These headhunters who escaped death were carried back to the mine castle by the half-blood elf warriors of the North Mithril Mine. Some headhunters died due to serious injuries, and the remaining more than 300 headhunters survived tenaciously. Miss Jian-Ning locked these headhunters in the mine cave of the Northern Mithril Mine, where they had to do hard labor. So at least 300 half-blood elf warriors had to stay in the Northern Mithril Mine to ensure its safety. Mullen only wore a tight leather jacket on her upper body, but her trousers were heavy armor, and the sound of metal armor plates rubbing against each other could be heard when she walked. She sat in the chair and pushed the list in front of Roy. Roy flipped it open and took a look, then told a half-blood elf warrior outside the door, "Go and invite Miss Jian-Ning over." Mullen rolled her eyes. As a Highland half-blood elf, Mullen disliked Channing Sidney the most. This time, she almost pulled out all the best half-blood elf warriors in the North Mithril Mine, just to create some trouble for Channing. Miss Channing came very quickly. Roy was still looking through the list when Miss Channing walked in from outside. Roy raised his head and asked her directly, "How many half-blood elf warriors do we need to keep in the North Mithril Mine to stabilize the situation?" 300 half-blood elf warriors will be enough. I have a way to make those headhunter prisoners of war dig in the mine honestly, Miss Jian-Ning said confidently. Well, I leave you 300 half-blood elf warriors, but you have to be careful of those headhunters, and don't underestimate their endurance. Roy told Miss Jian-Ning. Okay, boss. I be careful to watch over them, Miss Jian-Ning said. Roy handed the list of half-blood elf warriors, who stayed to Miss Jian-Ning, and then said, you can count the half-blood elf warriors according to this list. If you are not satisfied with anything, you can come to me directly, and I will help you coordinate. Miss Jian-Ning took the list, looked at it carefully for a while, and then said, "No problem. Don't rush to reply me. If you have any ideas before leaving tomorrow morning, you can come to me to coordinate." Roy waved his hand to Miss Jian-Ning, indicating that she could leave with the list. Watching Miss Jian-Ning leave, Mu Lin, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help but snorted coldly, with eyes full of resentment and provocation. Mu Lin was like a thorny thorn, with a hot temper no matter where he went. If Mulin was still silently observing Roy before, wondering if he was really working hard to rescue the half-blood elves on the plateau. Now she can tell other half-blood elves with certainty that Roy has been doing this all the time, and he is really helping the half-blood elves. This time, Lei Shen's caravan brought back a large amount of military supplies and elf biscuits from Padstow City, and also brought news from Padstow City. This made Mulin soberly aware of some inside information. In fact, the military department of Padstow City should be in a wait-and-see attitude towards the situation on the Padstow Plateau. They let the situation on the Pagisto Plateau deteriorate without even thinking of taking any remedial measures. Even Wagner Clare, a Silver Moon Elf noble, ran into obstacles everywhere in Padstow City. The Silver Moon Elves believed that the current situation on the Pagisto Plateau had deteriorated beyond repair, and were even unwilling to put the military supplies in the warehouse into the plateau. If Roy had not won a victory in the southern part of the Gaxi Mountains, the military department of Padstow City would definitely not give any support to this side. Now, the situation on the Padstow Plateau is changing little by little. This time, Mulin saw the powerful fighting force of the Padstow half-blood elf rebels. Mulin organized the young half-blood elves on the plateau, hoping that one day, these young half-blood elves in the guard team can also grow up. They have standard equipment provided by the Silver Pegasus Legion and sufficient supplies. There is no reason for them to be worse than those half-blood elf warriors in the rebel army. She walked out of Roy's office, and the hard heels of her long boots made a clacking sound on the floor. Only after seeing Mulin leave did Roy close the catalog list again. When Rosander came back this time, he also brought him a handwritten letter from Claire. When Roy saw the familiar handwriting on the letter, he could deeply understand the despair Claire felt when she was rejected for help in Padstow City. Although Claire successfully obtained a batch of military supplies from the Silver Pegasus Corps, Claire did not feel any joy, but felt even more depressed. Claire said in the letter that he was going back to Castletown. He planned to buy a batch of life tree juice and magic potion on the black market first, and then prepare other supplies. Roy put down the letter and pinched the corners of his eyes, which were slightly sore. He knew that Castletown was a place Claire was familiar with. With the support of the Claire family, Claire would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort no matter what he did in Castletown. However, it might be a good thing that he ran into obstacles everywhere in Padstow this time. This time, Claire, whose confidence was severely hit, became much more mature. Chief Teprado is also making final preparations for the trip. The Griffin Corps will leave the northern Mithril mine tomorrow morning. They will first enter the plateau area west of the Chaldean Mountains to understand the real situation of the half-blood elves there. It is said that the headhunters have entered the Black Crow Ridge in the south of the plateau. In fact, this means that the plateau headhunters have taken a detour from the west to the edge of the southern Pagisto Plateau. Tomorrow morning, Roy will also lead the half-blood elf guards to leave the northern Mithril mine, and the Griffin Corps will also provide some cooperation. After all, the Griffin cavalry can have a clear view of the situation on the ground from high altitude. This time, the remnants of the rebels fled to the Pagisto Plateau and wiped out thousands of headhunters in one fell swoop, which caught the village chief Teprado off guard. When the rebels retreated to the northern part of the Griffin Wall Mountains, they did not show such a strong fighting force. The village chief Teprado knew the decision made by Captain Helix. After defeating the headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau, they would start from the northern part of the Pagisto Plateau and continue to go north to find the half-blood elves living there. As Captain Helix said, the half-blood elves on the Partington Plain should unite, rather than being scattered in all corners of the plain. Only in this way can the half-blood elves on the Partington Plain live better and better. Now the Griffin Regiment managed by the village chief Teprado has been completely renewed. The armor, bows and arrows, swords, etc. on the half-blood elf hunters have been replaced with standard military supplies provided by the Silver Pegasus Legion. These half-blood elf hunters also have a new identity, the Griffin Regiment Cavalry, which is also a regular local armed force. Village Chief Teprado thought of the Sun Island Bay on the south side of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. Although the half-blood elves currently live in the forest north of the Sun Island Bay, if they can seize the Sun Island from the Sun Island Fishmen, the territory of the southern part of the Griffin Barrier Mountains will be completely opened up. And there are also rich fishery resources there, so the half-blood elves don't have to eat only those sour green apples every day. Walking into the wilderness full of poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, Captain Helike turned his head and looked towards the northern mountains of Sudeso. The mine castle had disappeared from his sight. 2 griffins were hovering in the sky, and the 2 griffin knights pointed out the direction for them. In fact, Captain Helike really wanted to ride a griffin to the sky and take a good look at the terrain of the wilderness. At least he could know what the surrounding environment was like, whether there were large herds of beasts, etc. This time, the 5,000 rebel half-elf warriors led by Captain Helike obtained a large amount of supplies at the North Mithril mine. These included 1,500 war horses, enough elf biscuits for the 5,000 half-elf warriors to eat for a month, and several magic rune plates for water and fire gathering. In addition, a batch of armor and weapons eliminated by the mine guards were all supplemented to these half-elf warriors. This time, Captain Helike and these half-blood elf warriors also seized nearly 2,000 Argali sheep in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains. These Argali sheep were locked in the stables next to the castle at the time. When the headhunters fled, they had no time to take them away. 5,000 half-blood elves formed a long winding line on the wilderness. The half-blood elf warriors could take turns riding war horses and Argali sheep, which could ensure a stable marching speed. Captain Helike won the battle in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains easily. In addition to being physically weak, the biggest problem of those headhunters was that they underestimated the half-blood elf warriors. When they fought, their fighting style was very special. They always fought fiercely and exchanged injuries for injuries. If they were fighting against the young half-blood elf warriors on the plateau, this reckless fighting style might be able to quickly break down the half-blood elf warriors' defense line. But facing the well-trained half-blood elf warriors of the rebel army, this fighting style is tantamount to suicide. Moreover, the half-blood elf warriors in the rebel army hated the slave traders, and they would not show mercy in battle, which doomed the headhunters to failure. Captain Helike originally wanted to cross the Tianpu Gorge and rush directly into the ancestral land of Gazan to occupy the headhunters' nest. However, Roy was worried that the half-blood elf warriors of the rebel army might suffer if they rushed into the headhunters' lair rashly, so he suggested that Captain Helike take the team to the west side of the Chaldean Mountains. If you ask me, we should have run to the plateau in the first place. Although life in the fortress town is also good, there is always a feeling of being dependent on others. Being monitored every day. I'm really fed up, a half-blood elf warrior said as he walked. A companion beside him stopped and took a sip of the water bag from his waist. The sun was bright, but the temperature on the plain was not very high. The wind from the north carried grass and sand, making it hard to open your eyes. Look, do you see that snowy mountain in the distance? We are going to climb over the snowy mountain in front of us and rush to the other side of the snowy mountain. It is said that there are many headhunters there. I know why the headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau are so rampant. They are numerous and cruel. A group of half-blood elf warriors talked as they walked. Captain Helike took the reins from a half-blood elf, climbed on his horse, and then rode his warhorse towards a mound not far away. When he rushed to the top of the mound, he could finally see the terrain around the wilderness. Most of the areas here are covered with dense weeds and thorny bushes. If you want to pass through those places, you will probably get hurt even if you are wearing metal armor. So the team almost avoided those thorny bushes along the way. Captain Helike never thought that Roy would give him so much support. Now everyone has the same goal, which is to get rid of this group of plateau headhunters. When the situation on the Pagisto Plateau stabilizes, he will go to the ancestral land of Gazan to take a look. I heard that there is a hot spring valley there. It is very interesting to think that there is a lush valley hidden in the endless snow-capped mountains. Captain Helike rushed down from the mound on horseback and returned to the team, and ordered, "Let everyone walk faster and try to pass through this area full of thorn grass before dark." Chapter 422. Roy led the mine guards to the third mine, and the headhunters just occupied Ghost Crow Ridge. The third mine was the closest mine to Ghost Crow Ridge, and some headhunters had already set their sights on it. Seeing that the fortress of the third mine was full of half-blood elf warriors, the headhunters who came to investigate the situation did not act rashly. A team of headhunters lurking on the cliffs of the Rocky Mountain were curled up in fur mattresses at this time. They were covered with some dark rocks and a layer of iron thorns on their heads, making them blend perfectly into the mountain wall. As long as the headhunters looked down, they could see the roof of the third mine fortress. However, there were several griffins hovering in the sky at this time, so the headhunters did not dare to stick their heads out, or even move, for fear of being discovered by the griffins. It was not until the evening that the headhunters on the cliff stuck their heads out to look at the third mine. At this time, all the rooms in the third mine fortress were lit up, and even the guards on the city wall were obviously more than yesterday. The headhunters also planned to sneak into the fortress at night, and take back the third mine from the half-blood elves if the third mine was empty. But now they saw that the third mine suddenly became very lively, and it was obvious that the third mine had more manpower. The headhunters hiding on the cliffs suddenly lost the idea of attacking the third mine. As a group of half-blood elves in the fortress cheered, the sound even overwhelmed the whistling wind and reached the ears of the headhunters on the cliff. The headhunters looked at each other in bewilderment. Even if they were slow-witted, they knew that the third mine must have received a large number of half-blood elves as reinforcements. Roy arrived at the third mine successfully, with 1,000 half-blood elf warriors in the afternoon of that day. The half-blood elves in the third mine saw the half-blood elf warriors of the mine guard, and immediately welcomed everyone into the fortress. Although they had heard the news of the victory in the battle in the Jiashi Mountains, they had no idea about the details of the battle. They all wanted to know how the mine guards defeated the group of headhunters in the Jiashi Mountains. As the owner of the mine, Roy was naturally welcomed by all the half-blood elves in the third mine. The half-blood elves stood in the courtyard, looking at Roy with admiration, watching him walk to the room on the third floor surrounded by a group of half-blood elf warriors. Woods and Miss Tiffany, who were following Roy, were also the focus of everyone's attention. The half-blood elves were whispering, and the battle in the Jiashi Mountains had been spread into several versions. Of course, being able to lead the half-blood elf warriors to resist the headhunters on the plateau made the half-blood elves grateful. Roy simply wiped his face with a towel in the room, took a rest, and then came back to the curved terrace in the corridor on the third floor. He held the railing with both hands, and said to the half-blood elves who still refused to leave the courtyard, "Everyone, please disperse. After staying in the third mine for one night, we will set off to Black Crow Ridge. Our soldiers have been sleeping in the open air for the past few days. They need a good rest for one night to recover some physical strength. Boss Roy, you led the mine guards to defeat the plateau headhunters in the Jiashi Mountains. Are you going to Ghost Crow Ridge to drive the headhunters there back to the north?" A half-blood elf in the yard asked loudly with courage. "Yes, this time we went to Ghost Crow Ridge to get rid of the headhunters there, and take back part of the mines there." Roy held the railing and said slowly. He seemed very confident when he said these words. Because not long ago, he had successfully received the news that Captain Heliki led the rebels to the west of the Kaldam Mountains. This is why he couldn't stay in the third mine for one more day and rushed to Ghost Crow Ridge. Once Captain Helix starts to put pressure on the headhunters in the western part of the plateau, the situation in Ghost Crow Ridge will deteriorate instantly. The best way is for Roy to take the mine guards to occupy a place in Ghost Crow Ridge before the situation in Ghost Crow Ridge deteriorates. The half-blood elves below heard that Roy was about to march into Ghost Crow Ridge, and they cheered. Roy then returned to the room. There happened to be a window on the other side of the room. Roy pushed open the wooden window and looked at the twilight outside the window. This time when he returned to the third mine, Roy was very happy because of the warm welcome from the half-blood elves in the third mine. In fact, he asked himself more than once, "Is this the life I want?" Roy felt that these things on the Pajisto Plateau were not what he wanted to do most. It was just that one thing after another was directly thrown at him, and he had to bite the bullet and take it. Now he has taken over 8 mines in one go, and fought a big battle with the headhunters. Even if Roy wants to withdraw at this time, what should the half-blood elves who gathered around him do? Patting his forehead, and letting the wind from the window blow on his face, Roy felt a little more awake. There were many half-blood elves chatting outside. It was obvious that the half-blood elves living in the third mine also wanted to know the situation outside. The battle in the Jiashi Mountains buried nearly 6,000 plateau headhunters. When the news spread to the southern part of the Pajisto Plateau, the name Roy the mine owner spread to the ears of all the half-blood elves on the Pajisto Plateau. "I still remember when I was very young, Ms. Belinda told little Roy that as an elf you must be brave to love, pursue your dreams, and help those around you to the best of your ability." Roy felt that he was trying his best to do these things. He could feel Moira's deep attachment to him. In fact, it was a good feeling for Roy to have a cute half-elf girl standing by his side. Every time he saw Moira's clear eyes and sweet smile, it seemed that all his troubles could be thrown behind him. As for Roy's dream, if he had asked him this question 3 years ago, Roy might not have been able to say what it was, but now Roy's dream is to find the holy light. After arriving at the third mine, the assassin team disbanded on the spot, and the Dark Moon Elf warriors went to rest in the assigned dormitories. "We have to rush to Ghost Crow Ridge tomorrow morning, so the assassination team has no missions tonight." Although Moira is in the assassination team, her residence is not arranged with the Dark Moon Elf warriors. Before leaving, Vice Captain Tennyson patted Moira on the shoulder and told her, Have a good rest. The next few days may become very hard. Moira touched the handle of the stabbing saber on her waist with one hand, which has almost become her habitual action. Although she looked sweet and quiet standing in the yard at this moment, the Dark Moon Elves who were familiar with her knew that there were at least 20 stars painted on the handle of the stabbing saber on her waist. Even Vice Captain Tennyson had to admit that Moira had an excellent Dark Moon Elf blood talent. Of course, every Dark Moon Elf warrior had the talent of hiding. But Captain Tennyson praised Moira for more than just that. She also had a very keen perception, such as foreknowledge of danger, a keen sense of smell for prey, the ability to control the surrounding environment, etc. At this time, the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guard team also went to find the arranged dormitories. Moira ran to Sabrina's side and followed Sabrina to their room with Miss Tiffany. The room was arranged on the 3rd floor. Because of Miss Tiffany, the room not only had a washroom, but also a nice big bathtub. Sabrina currently served in the guard team. She was usually responsible for the martial arts training of the half-blood elf warriors. Seeing Moira coming, Sabrina held her shoulder. The two of them talked quietly about what they encountered on the road and slowly walked up the stairs. Back in the room, the two heard the sound of water splashing from the bathroom. For a Naga Sea tribe member, no matter where he goes, the first thing he does is to return to his original appearance and take a good bath. Roy told me this morning that I must persuade you no matter what. The guards will enter Ghost Crow Ridge next, and the assassins will also go on missions frequently. Roy doesn't want you to take risks. Sabrina put her arm around her sister's shoulders and whispered in her ear. I know, sister. I will try my best to avoid dangerous missions. Moira responded in a low voice, her narrowed eyes showing a hint of cunning. Sabrina also knew that Moira would not be so easily persuaded. She had been on more than a dozen missions in the Kasir Mountains and had become a qualified assassin. Now she would not give up easily. The two leaned against the window and chatted quietly. From here, you can just see a stream on the hillside, and there is a mossy slope in the distance. The mine guards only stayed in the 3rd mine for one night. After replenishing enough supplies here, the mine guards continued to move west along the mountain. The end of this mountain ridge just intersects with Ghost Crow Ridge. A large number of headhunters appeared in Ghost Crow Ridge. Roy did not want to put these headhunters into the southern part of the plateau, so he had to intercept them in Ghost Crow Ridge. Sabrina followed the team of half-blood elf warriors. She rode a warhorse, and her face covered with a helmet had no expression. The visor was opened by her, and stuck on the top of the helmet. This heavy armor was a bit heavy, and the warhorse under her was obviously more laborious than other warhorses. As a sword dancer, Sabrina always rushed to the front and led the way in every battle. After several battles, the half-blood elf warriors in the team were very convinced of Sabrina. She could block several headhunters by herself, and the half-blood elf warriors liked to fight behind her. In fact, Mulan always envied Sabrina. Although Mulan was the best among these young half-blood elves, many young half-blood elves did not respect her as much as Sabrina. In the sky, Kaka rode a griffin and stared at the dark bushes below, looking for the traces of the headhunters. The Griffin Regiment arrived at Ghost Crow Ridge first, and the Griffin Riders' mission was to find the hiding place of the headhunters. However, the headhunters on Ghost Crow Ridge were very alert. When they found the Griffin Riders, they immediately disappeared into the woods of Ghost Crow Ridge. This mountain range is on the Pagisto Plateau, and it is a very rare place with dense trees and weeds. If the headhunters want to avoid the sight of the Griffin Riders, they just need to go into the dark forest. It is actually quite difficult to find them. Moreover, the trees on this mountain range are also very special. There is a large forest that looks like it has been scorched by a fire. There are only some black branches on those trees, and no leaves can be seen. However, in such a scorched forest, the branches are very dense. Several Griffin cavalrymen wandered in the sky, but could not find any traces of the headhunters. Roy led the mine guards to the eastern edge of Ghost Crow Ridge, and camped there at night. A bonfire was lit in the scorched wood forest, the north wind was howling, and the forest seemed full of ghosts. A group of headhunters hid in this area. They were going to cross the Ghost Crow Ridge during the day and enter the tundra in front, but they found a griffin in the red sky. For safety reasons, the headhunters hid in the scorched wood forest again. The headhunters planned to rush directly into the gathering place, where the half-blood elves were hiding, and launch a revenge action against the half-blood elves there. Then, they slowly dealt with the half-blood elves in that mountain forest. They walked along the Chaldean Mountains, and had captured 5 mines. This time, they felt the danger in the Ghost Crow Ridge, and decided to take shelter for one night. In the shadow, a sharp blade was like an extension of the shadow. Finally, it broke away from the shadow, and appeared completely on the neck of a headhunter. Then, it easily cut the headhunter's throat. The headhunter just felt a sharp pain in his throat. When he touched his neck, his hands were covered with blood. The headhunters on the other side of the fire looked at him in horror, their eyes full of fear. All the headhunters around the campfire stood up, holding their swords in their hands, with their backs against the fire, and everyone huddled together shoulder to shoulder to observe the situation outside. These headhunters were very experienced in combat. They lit torches and looked into the darkness, but no one ran out. A headhunter captain even threw a torch into a shadow, but unfortunately nothing was found. The surroundings were extremely quiet, with only the whistling mountain wind blowing past the headhunters. The headhunter captain took the initiative to take 2 steps forward, and a dark moon elf warrior suddenly appeared beside him, stabbing the headhunter captain's back with a dagger in his hand, but the headhunter captain had been prepared, and his elbow hit the dark moon elf warrior's left rib hard. The dark moon elf warrior fell to the ground in embarrassment, and then quickly retreated into the shadows. Other dark moon elf warriors in the assassin team also appeared one after another. Some of them successfully stabbed the headhunters, while others retreated back into the darkness in embarrassment. Chapter 423. In the dark jungle clearing, the bonfire was about to burn out, leaving only a pile of dark red charcoal. The sudden battle caused great losses to the headhunters. More than half of the headhunters were lying in a pool of blood, while the dark moon elf warriors, who assassinated them, retreated back into the darkness. A headhunter with a cut abdomen was lying on the ground. A section of intestines flowed out of the wound in his abdomen, and there was a large pool of blood in his lower body. He was still breathing his last breath. His hands tightly hugged the thigh of a dark moon elf warrior, allowing the dark moon elf warrior to stab his back with a dagger, but he still held the dark moon elf warrior tightly. Other headhunters who were still able to fight rushed towards the dark moon elf warrior. The dark moon elf warrior was a little flustered. He wanted to quickly rush into the shadows and hide, but the dying headhunter refused to let go. Seeing a group of headhunters rushing up from behind, the dark moon elf warrior looked ashen, and could only clench the dagger in his hand, ready to fight with those headhunters. At this moment, a delicate little hand suddenly stretched out from the shadows, like an extension of the shadows. The dark moon elf warrior's eyes lit up, and he quickly stretched out his hand. He felt a force transmitted to his arm. The dark moon elf warrior immediately used this pulling force to fiercely kick away the headhunter, who was holding him tightly, and his body almost fell directly into the shadows. The headhunters who caught up watched the dark moon elf warrior disappear in the shadows. The headhunter captain rushed up with a torch in his hand, and the black patterns on his face almost completely turned black. He waved the torch back and forth, but unfortunately, he did not find the dark moon elf warriors in the shadows. The headhunters were the best hunters on the Pagisto Plateau. They could clearly sense the existence of the dark moon elf warriors, but they just couldn't find them. Ah! The headhunter captain shouted angrily, and threw the torch onto a charred tree trunk, which exploded into sparks. Vice Captain Tennyson pursed his lips, and glared at the dark moon elf warrior, who was almost left behind by the headhunter. The dark moon elf warrior lowered his head, and did not dare to look at Vice Captain Tennyson. He obviously knew where he was wrong. As an assassin, Greed could kill him at any time. He just missed the best time to escape just because he wanted to stab a headhunter. Moira was sitting not far away. She just reached out, and pulled the dark moon elf warrior into the shadows. Vice Captain Tennyson walked into the woods to prepare for the next raid target. The dark moon elf warrior breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly checked his left leg, which was a little painful. It might be that the headhunter held him too tightly before dying, and there were several dark blue finger marks on his leg. When his companions walked past him, they all patted him on the shoulder gently to show their comfort. The dark moon elf warrior hesitated for a moment, walked slowly to Moira, and said to him in a very faint voice, "Just now." "Thank you." "You're welcome. We're companions." Moira also responded in a mosquito-like voice, her face slightly red. She was not very good at socializing. They hid in the depths of the scorched woods, and did not dare to make any sound, for fear of being discovered by those alert headhunters. That night, a total of 16 assassination teams sneaked into Ghost Crow Ridge and launched assassination operations against the headhunters in Ghost Crow Ridge. During the day, the Griffin cavalry had already explored the area where the headhunters were hiding. Although they could not determine the specific location, they could still circle out the approximate range. At night, Captains Timothy and Tennyson led 16 assassination teams into the mountains on the east side of Ghost Crow Ridge, and successively cleared out 7 outer camps of headhunters. Moira followed Vice Captain Tennyson. With her excellent skills and keen perception, she not only completed the assassination mission easily, but also occasionally lent a helping hand to her companions. A month ago, in the eyes of these Dark Moon Elf warriors, Moira was still a girl who would turn pale when she saw blood. Now Moira is not only a formal member of the assassination team, but also recognized by the Dark Moon Elf warriors with her excellent perception. Vice Captain Tennyson walked out of the darkness and waved to the Dark Moon Elf warriors lurking in the woods. Everything was carried out silently. These Dark Moon Elf warriors followed Vice Captain Tennyson one after another and headed towards the next raid site. In the middle section of the Chaldea Mountains, a group of half-blood elf warriors of the rebel army emerged from a canyon. Looking around, the western part of the Pagisto Plateau is a dark green tundra, where a kind of slippery moss grows on the ground. These mosses can also bloom with a kind of light yellow flowers. Only Argali and some rodents can eat this sticky moss. In this tundra, besides mosses, there are only some thorny bushes. There are few wild animals in this area, and occasionally you can see a ghostly short-eared rabbit from the cracks in the rocks. Captain Helike secretly hid in a valley with the rebel half-elf warriors. On the other side of the valley, a team of headhunters was advancing southward. Captain Helike stood on the stone cliff at the exit of the valley, staring coldly at the team of headhunters with only a few hundred people, and did not order a pursuit. These headhunters have maintained good physical strength. They feed on some herbivorous small animals on the tundra. They are not the headhunters in the Kashi Mountains, who fight on an empty stomach. Especially in such a tundra, the half-blood elf warriors have no advantage at all. Boss, are we just letting them go? A half-blood elf warrior looked at the group of headhunters below the valley, and asked with some regret. Helike didn't like other half-blood elf warriors calling him captain. All the captains of the rebels were sent to the Inquisition. He didn't want that day to come. Let them go. We don't need to rush to fight these headhunters. Our main purpose here is to find a suitable place on this tundra and cut off the tundra on the west side of the Chaldea Mountains. Captain Helike said, at that time, all the headhunters who try to enter the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau will rush into this pocket. At that time, we just need to tighten the pocket and deal with these guys little by little. Captain Helike was a little excited, and his eyes were shining. This team just won a big victory in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains, and it was a victory that had never been won before. Seeing a group of headhunters appearing in the valley below, the half-blood elf warriors had some irresistible impulses in their hearts. In fact, Captain Helike also wanted to rush out and swallow the fat meat that was delivered to his mouth. However, the news sent back by the Griffins showed that there was a larger team of headhunters behind. Captain Helike obviously couldn't take any advantage at this time, and might even be attacked from both sides. Roy led the mine guards into Ghost Crow Ridge. This place had been plowed by the assassination team last night. Even if there were some surviving headhunters, they had little combat power. While cleaning up the headhunters, the team walked to the west of Ghost Crow Ridge. As the only druid in the mine guard team, Woods walked in front of the team. He found an old tree in the scorched wood forest. In front of this tree with almost no leaves, Woods drew a magic pattern array on the ground. As the magic pattern array flowed with magic power, Woods stood in the center of the magic pattern array and slowly closed his eyes. Then, magic runes appeared on Woods' body. He stepped out of the magic pattern array, came to the front of the tree that looked like it was dead, and placed his hand on the trunk. Woods closed his eyes silently, opened his mind, and communicated with the tree. Not long after, Woods opened his eyes with a bit of listlessness. He turned to Roy, who was waiting behind him, and said, "There are at least more than 2,000 headhunters scattered on Ghost Crow Ridge. They are like loose sand, scattered all over Ghost Crow Ridge. The assassination team drove away the headhunters here last night." Roy asked Woods, "Did you ask him where the nearest headhunter is?" Woods pointed to the west of Ghost Crow Ridge and said, 10 kilometers further ahead, you can meet a group of headhunters. "Why are the trees here all burnt and leafless?" Roy asked Woods curiously. "That's because the trees here have mutated to a certain extent. The soil in this mountain contains a lot of black magic, so the plants growing on this land rarely grow leaves." Woods briefly introduced. "So the vegetation here has been demonized to a certain extent?" Roy asked curiously. "That's about it, but the demons have disappeared from the elf continent for nearly 10,000 years, so it's not uncommon for demonized plants to appear on some plains," Woods said to Roy. Roy nodded and said nothing more. He stepped on the dark mud like coal mud, and felt that the mud under his feet became shiny, and even a little sticky. The half-blood elf warrior searched everywhere in this scorched wood forest, and met some headhunters, who escaped the net and captured them. Among these capture teams, the capture team led by Sabrina was the most courageous. They almost rushed in front of all the capture teams, so they had more chances to encounter headhunters. With Sabrina at the forefront, she beheaded all the headhunters who tried to resist. Sabrina rushed to the front in almost every battle and crushed the headhunters. She met the headhunter captain several times. Their fighting power was obviously much stronger than that of ordinary headhunters, but in front of Sabrina, these headhunter captains could hardly get any advantage. Sabrina slashed the headhunter captain with a heavy sword in her hand, and an ice spear flew out from behind the sword light. The headhunter captain was stabbed by an ice spear, and his whole body was covered with a layer of frost. As his steps gradually became sluggish, a group of half-blood elf warriors rushed out from behind and killed the headhunter. There were many headhunters on Ghost Crow Ridge, but after a whole night of assassination, there were not many headhunters in the east area who could still fight. In this way, at night, the assassination team attacked the headhunter camp. During the day, Roy led the half-blood elf warriors to attack from the front and occupied Ghost Crow Ridge bit by bit. In just 1 week, Roy's mine guards occupied the east side of Ghost Crow Ridge. The half-blood elf warriors and the mine guards gradually adapted to the battle with the headhunters. As the resources from Padstow City were continuously sent to the second mine on the Padstow Plateau, they were transported to Ghost Crow Ridge from the second mine. With the military supplies supported by the Silver Pegasus Legion, Roy finally firmly held the east side of Ghost Crow Ridge. After each fierce battle, there would be corpses all over the woods, and these corpses would bleed a lot, seeping into the oily black soil. Sometimes, Roy found that the black soil under some bonfires could burn. In these ghostly woods, almost every inch of land bears traces of bloody battles between headhunters and half-blood elf warriors. After some headhunters died, the half-blood elves would dig a deep pit directly under the big tree and bury them under the big tree. With the full support of the assassination team and the Griffin group, the battle on Ghost Crow Ridge went smoothly. The Earth Bear, who was transformed by Woods, climbed onto a boulder and watched the defeated headhunters leave in a hurry with cold eyes. The two main reasons for the headhunters' failure this time were that all the headhunter teams were too scattered. When fighting the mine guards, they almost fought alone and rarely joined forces to resist the attacks of the half-blood elves. The second reason was that the assassination team successfully harassed and almost destroyed the headhunters' fighting spirit first. When the mine guards fought, these headhunters rushed to fight, and were soon defeated by the half-blood elf warriors. The news of the fierce battle between the half-blood elf warriors and the headhunters in Ghost Crow Ridge quickly spread in the southern part of the plateau. Some half-blood elves ran to Ghost Crow Ridge and wanted to join Roy's mine guards. Roy's mine guards successfully stopped the headhunters, who tried to enter the southern part of the plateau from the Chaldea Mountains. At this time, Captain Helic led the rebel warriors and fought several fierce battles with the headhunters on a hillside in the middle of the Chaldea Mountains. These headhunters came from the north of the Pagisto Plateau one after another. They walked south along the Chaldea Mountains and were intercepted by half-blood elf warriors on the way. After the two sides tested each other, they immediately left the battle. Then these headhunters hid in a valley, and it became more difficult for Captain Helic to engage in direct combat with them. The headhunters were almost constantly fighting in this rolling mountain area. Fortunately, Captain Helic was accompanied by 2 Griffin cavalrymen, who were able to constantly detect the headhunter's strengths and weaknesses in the air and prevent Captain Helic from falling into the trap set by the headhunters. The rebel fighters failed to defeat the headhunters in the middle section of the Chaldea Mountains, and therefore failed to form a siege with Roy's mine guards in the southern Chaldea Mountains. As the half-blood elves on the plateau continued to pour into Ghost Crow Ridge. In just 2 weeks, nearly 4,000 half-blood elves gathered in Ghost Crow Ridge. Chapter 424. A team of headhunters is stationed on a cliff at the westernmost end of Ghost Crow Ridge. From here, you can see the Edge Mountains in the southwest corner of the Pagisto Plateau. Ghost Crow Ridge is only a few dozen kilometers away from the Edge Mountains. The gathering place of half-blood elves is in those mountains. Some headhunters have entered the mountains in the southwest corner and found traces of half-blood elves. But before the headhunters can take further action, a team of half-blood elf warriors rush in from the east of Ghost Crow Ridge. These half-elf warriors seem to be able to step on the headhunters' heads with every step. They killed the headhunters several times on Ghost Crow Ridge. It took only 2 weeks to force the headhunters to the westernmost cliff of Ghost Crow Ridge. This can be said to be the westernmost part of Ghost Crow Ridge, and it is also the last sand sheet rock extending from the southernmost end of the Chaldea Mountains. Nearly half of the nearly 1,500 headhunters were injured to some extent. Just above the heads of these headhunters, at least 100 griffins were hovering in the sky, and arrows fell from the sky, and it was unknown when they would fall on the headhunters. These headhunters could only hide under the stone cliffs, and some hid under the charred trees. Going further north, there is an endless tundra. At this moment, on a mountain less than 2 kilometers away from the boulder, Roy led nearly 2,000 half-blood elf warriors to stay here. Woods and Sabrina stood side by side at the front of the team. The headhunters under the stone cliffs in the distance had already appeared in sight. In addition to the 2,000 half-blood elf warriors brought by Roy, more than 1,000 half-blood elves from all over the southern plateau gathered in the mountains in the western part of Ghost Crow Ridge. Woods walked at the front of the team. Besides Sabrina, the others who followed him were all half-elf warriors wearing heavy armor. A group of headhunters stood on top of several boulders halfway up the mountain. They held short flying spears in one hand and wooden shields in the other to prevent themselves from being hit by the arrows falling from the sky. There were several arrows stuck on the shields above their heads. Woods came to a place about 100 meters away from the headhunters, and the headhunters threw their short flying spears one after another. These short flying spears pierced through the charred trees and fell into the half-blood elf team. Before the headhunters could see whether the short flying spears they threw had pierced the half-blood elf warriors, a giant earth bear suddenly jumped out of the woods, followed by a group of half-blood elf warriors. The giant earth bear raised its front paws and slapped away the scattered short flying spears. Even if a few short flying spears pierced the giant earth bear, it shook its fur vigorously and shook the short flying spears away. A fat earth bear was filled with the breath of earth element, as if every time it stepped on the ground, whether it was rock or soil, it would leave clear footprints. It rushed out of the scorched forest, and the carbonized trees around it all broke and collapsed. Sabrina followed behind Woods, with the Surluki sword in her hand, her body flashing with some brilliant breath. The headhunters jumped off the boulder with a howl, and threw the short flying spears in their hands at Woods. Although the short flying spears hit Woods, they failed to penetrate the thick fur with a greasy sheen. The earth bear leaped up again, and pounced on the shoulder of a headhunter with its front paws, knocking the headhunter to the ground. The headhunter was also very agile, and stabbed the earth bear's chest with the dagger in his hand the moment he fell to the ground. An oval ice shield suddenly appeared on the earth bear's chest, and the dagger just pierced the ice shield, and the headhunter fell heavily to the ground. The earth bear sat on the headhunter, and immediately pressed him to the point of suffocation. Woods waved his huge bare paw and slapped the headhunter's left face hard, and the headhunter's head was almost completely separated from his neck. A headhunter captain exuding a strong bloody smell rushed to Woods' side, with a war blade in hand in a few steps, and stabbed Woods' ribs with 2 war blades at the same time. His movements were as fast as lightning, and he suddenly jumped out from the cracks in the rocks. Woods' incarnation, the earth bear, had no time to respond. Before the 2 war blades pierced into the body of the earth bear, Roy, who was following behind Woods, immediately swung out a holy light hammer. Although the headhunter captain saw the holy light hammer, he was determined to use his body to resist the hammer and stab Woods. The holy light hammer first hit the headhunter's right shoulder, and the headhunter leader's shoulder was immediately smashed into a bloody mess, and the whole person was also shaken away by the powerful impact of the holy light hammer. The war blade in his hand could only leave a shallow scar on the earth bear's fur. The headhunter's body hit a protruding rock wall. He only had time to take a look at his body. His entire shoulder was smashed to pieces by the holy light hammer, and his shoulder blade almost shrunk into his chest. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth, and his whole body was stained red with blood. Sabrina appeared beside the headhunter captain at this time, swung the Surluki sword in her hand, and cut off the head of the headhunter captain. The headhunters found that the captain was killed by the elves, and immediately let out a series of wails. At this time, the headhunters looked desperate. They saw such a ferocious earth bear rushing up, followed by a large group of half-blood elf warriors. The courage that the headhunters had just gathered collapsed instantly. Even if there were other headhunter captains around to lead the headhunters to resist the half-blood elf warriors, these headhunters still fled backwards. They did not think about rescuing their companions, but just fled north without looking back. A group of half-blood elf warriors, led by Roy and his 3 companions, went directly to the front of the cliff. Those headhunters had already fled to the Kaldum Mountains in the north. Miss Tiffany mixed in with a group of elf warriors and ran to the mountain ridge panting, but found that the group of headhunters had actually fled to the bottom of the mountain ridge. The earth bear that was transformed into did not continue to chase, but squatted on a huge rock, silently staring at the north. Roy and Sabrina walked to Wood's side, and the 3 of them talked in a low voice. After a while, Miss Tiffany came over and joined them. Mullen also rushed to the bottom of the cliff with the half-blood elf warriors. She looked at Roy and the others and pursed her lips with some envy, especially the tall Sabrina, who made Mullen the most envious. She even felt that Sabrina had the talent of wood elf blood, so her physique was much stronger than that of ordinary half-blood elves. Mullen didn't know what kind of martial arts Sabrina displayed when she fought. She could easily roll up a mountain of swords, as if she was wrapped in a layer of sacred light. Mulan saw Sabrina perform it several times, but she couldn't learn it. In addition to the 2,000 half-blood elf warriors, some ordinary half-blood elf hunters gathered in the west of Ghost Crow Ridge. They came here from all directions just to drive away all the headhunters on Ghost Crow Ridge. But now, it seems that these half-blood elves are not needed at all, and the headhunters on Ghost Crow Ridge have already collapsed to the north. In the eyes of these half-blood elves, the headhunters on Ghost Crow Ridge were actually defeated by the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards. However, the elves who knew the real situation of the battlefield on Ghost Crow Ridge knew that the assassination team and the Griffin group had made great contributions behind this victory. The assassination team has been raiding the headhunters on Ghost Crow Ridge at night these days. The Griffin group is also actively investigating the headhunters and transporting a batch of military supplies from the plateau. The Mine Guards successfully occupied Ghost Crow Ridge, which finally made Roy feel relieved. In this way, the Mine Guards completely cut off the headhunters' way south. If the headhunters want to enter the southern part of the plateau, they have to pass through the Ghost Crow Ridge. A large number of half-elf warriors rushed up the cliff and silently watched the headhunters retreat to the southern end of the Chaldean Mountains. Woods, you were seriously injured last time. I didn't expect that it would be a blessing in disguise. You were promoted to a claw druid so quickly. With this Earthstorm bear leading the charge, the battle has become much easier. Miss Tiffany sat on the boulder and poured all the clean water in the leather bag on her head. Then she said to Woods with great envy. Among Roy's friends, Sabrina was the strongest one. She was already a first-level sword dancer before she came to the Pagisto Plateau, but she was very low-key and only showed her true strength on the battlefield. In addition, in the past 2 months, Moira's strength has improved the fastest. Since the stabbing saber in her hand was stained with blood, Moira's power has become a Nightblade Leopard Phantom, and then she was successfully promoted to a first-level assassin. If not, Roy would never let her participate in the assassin team's night operations. When Woods was fighting the headhunters in the Jiashi Mountains, he was accidentally seriously injured. He also took the opportunity of the injury to successfully comprehend the potential, and successfully promoted to a first-level claw druid. The giant bear he transformed into was also upgraded to an earth bear. Among these friends, only Roy remained at the priest stage. The holy light tree in his body no longer continued to grow. A root system composed of the power of holy light stretched out from his body, and took root deeply in the ground. Maybe there is a holy light tree hidden in Roy's body. Roy is obviously more powerful during the day than at night. Miss Tiffany is a Naga Sea clan magician. Because she has the power of Naga blood, she can easily comprehend the potential. At present, as long as she slowly improves the magic power in her body, she is destined to be a first-level magician. The affinity of the Naga Sea clan for water elements is not comparable to other races. Even if she breaks through the second level and becomes a great magician, there is still hope. It can be said that Miss Tiffany is the one with the best growth potential among the few people. Miss Tiffany said this to Woods because she had seen the power of the Earth Bear. Woods just smiled faintly and said nothing. The friends cooperated more and more tacitly during the battle. At this time, the Griffin cavalry had already chased the headhunters fleeing north. Some half-blood elf warriors surrounded the boulder where Roy was, cheering and shouting, "Boss Roy! Boss Roy!" They were full of excitement and stood around the boulder and shouted loudly. Roy stood up from the rock and waved to the half-blood elves. He had to treat the injured half-blood elf warriors next. Roy did not plan to lead the Mine Guards into the Chaldean Mountains immediately. Ghost Crow Ridge is a bottleneck in the west of the plateau. As long as this place is guarded, the headhunters in the Chaldean Mountains cannot enter the south of the plateau. Roy did not build a camp on the stone cliff of Ghost Crow Ridge, but built a temporary camp at the foot of the mountain on the north side of Ghost Crow Ridge. The half-blood elf warriors are stationed here. This time, Lation collected a large amount of supplies from Padstow City and Bastion Town, so the Mine Guards did not have a shortage of food. The Griffin group also had enough feather arrows to scatter at will in the sky. At this time, Roy had to slowly consume this area with these headhunters. A few kilometers further north of Ghost Crow Ridge, you can touch the edge of the Chaldean Mountains. Those headhunters fled into the mountains in a panic. Because they were too scattered, the Griffin cavalry could not find their whereabouts for a while. On the contrary, on the narrow tundra in front of the Chaldean Mountains, many bodies of elven warriors were lying in disorder. A group of headhunters hid in the Chaldean Mountains, using the dense forests in the south of the Chaldean Mountains to constantly fight with the Griffin group. The assassination team was once again deployed in the Chaldean Mountains by the Griffin group. However, the headhunters had a way to prevent the assassination team's surprise attack. For 2 consecutive days, the assassination team did not take advantage of the headhunters in the south of the Chaldean Mountains. The two sides fell into a stalemate. In the middle of the Chaldean Mountains, Captain Helic led 5,000 rebel soldiers to surround a silver mine. This mithril mine also relied on the mountain to build a very solid castle. This silver mine is currently in the hands of headhunters. However, there are not too many headhunters stationed in the castle. After several days of investigation, the 2 Griffin cavalry found that there are definitely no more than 500 headhunters in the castle. The headhunters fought a battle with the mine guards in the southern part of the Chaldean Mountains. At this time, the group of headhunters in the southern part of the Chaldean Mountains had no time to take care of the battlefield in the middle section. The number of headhunters coming from the north had decreased a lot, so the silver mine was the most empty. The rebel soldiers rushed out from the call, and soon surrounded the fortress outside the wall of the silver mine. By night, the rebel soldiers had already prepared for battle. Captain Helice stood among a group of half-blood elf warriors, and approached the castle at night. With Captain Helice's order, all the half-blood elf warriors started running almost at the same time and rushed towards the fortress wall. A fierce battle started again under the cover of night. Chapter 425. The blood of the half-blood elf warriors dyed the walls of the silver mine castle red, and some half-blood elf warriors' bodies were still hanging outside the walls. The headhunters on the walls had been killed by the half-blood elf warriors of the rebel army. Now the half-blood elf warriors rushed into the castle, and were chasing the headhunters hiding inside. Captain Helice was covered in blood. 5 short flying spears were inserted into his shoulders, left ribs, lower abdomen, and thighs. The blood dyed the spear shafts red. He sat on the parapet with a pale face, pulled off the cork of a bottle of healing potion, and poured the light red liquid into his stomach. Suddenly, a force grew in his body and filled his blood. The trusted guard at the side handed him another cup of diluted life tree juice, and Captain Helice took it and drank it all. 2 half-blood elf warriors squatted in front of his legs, and handled the short flying spears on his body. This time, Captain Helice took the lead, and led a team of half-blood elf warriors to rush up the city wall from the front and fight with the headhunters on the top of the city. It was not until a large number of half-blood elf warriors rushed to the top of the city that all the headhunters guarding the city wall were killed. Captain Helice was exhausted at this time. He sat on the parapet with the rebel flag next to him. The flag embroidered with the elven dragon fluttered in the wind. Captain Helic spat out a mouthful of blood, and the sap of the tree of life went into his stomach, and he felt that the strength in his body began to recover rapidly. He grasped a short flying spear and pulled it out from his thigh with the help of his trusted guard. Blood quickly gushed out of the blood hole, and another trusted guard immediately bandaged the wound tightly with a hemostatic bandage. Captain Helic patted the shoulder of the trusted guard, gritted his teeth, and stood up from the parapet, walked to the edge of the city wall, raised the long sword in his hand, and shouted to the half-blood elf warriors, who were still fighting bravely in the castle, "We fight for freedom." A group of half-blood elf warriors, who were still fighting bloody battles with the headhunters, pushed their opponents away and shouted, "We will win." This sentence seemed to have a magical power, which rekindled the fighting spirit of the half-blood elf warriors fighting in the castle. They howled and rushed towards the headhunters, killing all the last headhunters, who were still resisting stubbornly. There was only a group of bloody rebel half-blood elf warriors left in the mine. The rebel warriors smashed the tightly locked iron door behind the castle, and a foul smell came from inside. Hundreds of half-elf miners, whose bodies had begun to decay, were almost filling up the silver mine caves. In addition to the half-elf miners, the bodies of grey dwarves could also be seen in the pile of corpses. The headhunters who attacked the castle killed almost all the living things in the castle, and now they all died in the castle. The castle of the silver mine was easy to defend but difficult to attack, but it happened to be built on a mountain ridge extending outward from the middle section of the Chaldean Mountains. Although the location of the castle was not a pass, it was like a nail deeply nailed into the middle section of the Chaldean Mountains. The headhunters came from the north, and were destined to pass through the tundra next to the silver mine castle before they could reach Ghost Crow Ridge in the south. This time, the rebels sacrificed nearly 400 half-blood elf warriors, and more than 800 half-blood elf warriors were injured in the attack on the silver mine, while there were only 500 headhunters guarding the castle. The news that the rebels occupied the silver mine in the middle section of the Chaldean Mountains was soon delivered to Roy through the Griffin cavalry. At this time, Roy was stationed at the foot of the mountain north of Ghost Crow Ridge with the mine guard. He had been busy reorganizing the mine guard these days. When he entered Ghost Crow Ridge, he brought a total of 2,000 half-blood elf warriors. After the victory of the Ghost Crow Ridge battle, half-blood elves gathered from all directions, and took the initiative to join Roy's mine guard. The number of these half-blood elves was about 1,500. After the mine guards captured Ghost Crow Ridge, the number of troops suddenly increased to 3,500. However, the half-blood elf warriors, who had just joined the mine guards, had not yet been assigned weapons and armor. They only had homemade spears and hunting bows, and the war blades they had taken back from the headhunters. New armaments were being transported from the second mine in an emergency. Roy did not expect that the victory in the Ghost Crow Ridge battle would actually cause a chain reaction. When the news that Captain Helic had occupied the silver mine reached Ghost Crow Ridge, Roy deliberately asked Kaka to fly him to a high altitude to take a look at the terrain at the southern end of the Chaldean Mountains. The area between the Chaldean Mountains and the western mountains of the Pajisto Plateau is a narrow tundra. Currently, the headhunters are trapped in the tundra in the southern part of the Chaldean Mountains. The headhunters who were originally guarding the southern part of the Chaldean Mountains have noticed that the situation is not right, and began to slowly retreat to the central part of the Chaldean Mountains. Although they hid in the jungle of the Chaldean Mountains and secretly retreated to the north, this move was discovered by the Griffin group at the first time. The headhunters obviously realized that the situation was a bit wrong, and they wanted to retreat to the north of the plateau. Roy didn't want these headhunters to retreat easily. A pack team slowly walked along the tundra at the foot of the northern foothills of Ghost Crow Ridge towards the camp of the mine guards. Lation rode in our gully and walked in front. After several months of running around, Lation had lost a lot of weight. His pack team brought a batch of new military supplies and food to the mine guards. In addition to the more durable elf biscuits, the food brought this time also included some fresh apples. However, Lation did not expect that Roy's mine guards would expand to 3,500 people at once, which made the supplies he brought obviously a bit stretched. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have so many people all of a sudden. If I had known, I would have brought more elf biscuits," Lashanda said with some self-blame, but his eyes were full of relief. The half-blood elves hiding in the southern part of the Padstow Plateau are willing to stand up and jointly resist the headhunters in the Chaldean Mountains. This itself means that these half-blood elves, who usually live a secluded life, will no longer escape. They are resisting the idea of the headhunters on the plateau. "Lashanda, your caravan needs to be expanded a little more. You can temporarily rent the carriage and horse shop in Padstow City. It is best to rent the entire carriage and horse shop to transport logistical supplies for us. As long as they are willing to offer a price, we will agree to it. For a period of time, the Griffin group will no longer transport supplies. There are still 5,000 half-blood elves in the middle section of the Chaldean Mountains, who need us to provide necessary logistical supplies." Roy came over and said to Lation. Lation nodded and replied, "It has been arranged." The second caravan should have set out from the valley camp below the plateau and rushed here. As he said that, Lation asked two half-blood elves to open a wooden box. Inside was a black and shiny black iron spear that was only the thickness of a thumb. This kind of spear was a bit too thin for the elf warriors, only 6 feet long. The spear was made of black iron, and was extremely heavy. The tip of the spear was even coated with a layer of mithril, which looked extremely sharp. In addition, the tip of the spear imitated the wolf-tooth arrow and made 6 barbs. Lysander took out a short flying spear from the wooden box and said to Roy, "This is a spear made by Miss Channing according to Captain Toprado's description, specially equipped for the Griffin cavalry. Go and invite Captain Toprado," Roy said to a half-blood elf warrior behind him. Captain Toprado came hurriedly. When he saw Roy holding a black spear in his hand, his eyes lit up. "It was made so quickly, much faster than I thought," Captain Toprado said happily. Roy handed the black iron spear in his hand to Captain Toprado. When Captain Toprado held it in his hand, he said in surprise, "It's so heavy." "Made of pure black iron, of course, it will be heavier," Newland said while holding a black iron spear, "and the spear shaft is a bit thin, not very easy to hold." "Let me try." Captain Toprado whistled as he spoke, and a light brown griffin spread its wings and rushed out, gliding nearly 100 meters at low altitude, and landed steadily beside Captain Toprado. Captain Toprado grabbed a spear and rode on the griffin. Then the huge griffin spread its wings, jumped up, and rushed into the sky with a few flaps of its wings. A strong wind suddenly blew around Roy and his companions. After Captain Toprado hovered in the sky for a circle, the griffin suddenly folded its wings at an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters, and its body fell straight from the sky like a meteorite. Roy thought the griffin was going to activate the iron will, but obviously he misjudged it. The griffin folded its wings only to speed up its fall. When the griffin was only a few hundred meters away from the ground, Captain Toprado, who was riding on the griffin's back, actually threw the black iron spear in his hand to the ground. He threw it with all his strength, and the black iron spear even disappeared in the air. Just 3 seconds later, a huge rock only 50 meters away from Roy made a loud bang. The rock with a diameter of more than 1 meter actually exploded directly, and a black iron spear penetrated deeply into the rock ground. The powerful impact force was not resisted even by a heavily armored warrior holding a tower shield. Originally, those Griffin cavalrymen only shot feather arrows in the air, and the feather arrows falling from the sky did not have the power of the black iron spear. When Captain Teprado landed on the ground again on his Griffin, Roy approached and asked Captain Teprado, "Captain Teprado, how many black iron spears can you throw in one battle?" "3 won't be too much of a burden for me, 5 should be the upper limit, and this black iron spear is too heavy, we can't carry too many," Captain Teprado said. "Can all the warriors of the Griffin Corps learn this throwing method?" "It's not that difficult," Captain Teprado replied. "Well, I will ask Channing to continue making this kind of war spear and equip it to the Griffin Regiment," Roy said happily. In the next few days, all members of the Griffin Regiment practiced throwing black iron spears. And the headhunters hiding in the southern part of the Caldam Mountains also realized that their retreat was almost cut off. These headhunters began to panic. They no longer concealed their retreat to the north, but fled north on a large scale. Headhunters wearing fur clothes can be seen everywhere in the mountains. Roy did not continue to wait, and led the mine guards from Ghost Crow Ridge, chasing northward along the Chaldean Mountains. The mine guards did not chase very quickly, but just cleared out some lone headhunter teams along the way. Captain Teprado thought this was a rare training opportunity, because these headhunters were on the run, so they were unlikely to take away the black iron spears stuck in the ground. So he followed them all the way in the sky with more than 100 Griffin cavalry. When the headhunters are spotted, the Griffin cavalry will dive down and throw the black iron spears in their hands, when they are only a few hundred meters away from the headhunters. In fact, throwing black iron spears at such a long distance, and the headhunters below are fleeing all the way to the north. Although they have no fighting spirit, they are very vigilant, so it is difficult for the black iron spears to hit the headhunters. Afterwards, the Griffin cavalry will fly down to pick up the black iron spears, which will be even more dangerous. However, Captain Teprado always insisted that the Griffin cavalry do this, and Roy also supported it very much. Every time night falls, the assassin team will appear from the Caldam Mountains. They are like a group of night-blade leopards hunting in the dark, constantly harvesting the lives of those fleeing headhunters. They were everywhere, always able to get ahead of the headhunters. Even if they encountered some tough headhunter leaders, the assassins would retreat safely in the shadows of the forest. In order to deal with the assassins, the headhunters retreating north had to gather together. Even at night, they had to light torches, and when they rested, they would gather together, or simply in a cave. All the headhunters lived in the cave, and a few headhunters were left at the entrance to guard the night, which could effectively resist the assassinations of the assassins. But in this case, the headhunters had to retreat in groups. A large number of headhunters gathered together, and became live targets for the Griffin cavalry. When the headhunters gathered together, the power of the black iron spears thrown from the sky was revealed. Once this black iron spear pierced the headhunter, it would often penetrate from the top of the head, then penetrate from the tailbone, and then pierce into the rocky ground fiercely, directly nailing the headhunter to the spot and killing him on the spot. Although this black iron spear did not pierce many headhunters along the way, it cast a huge shadow in the headhunters' hearts. The headhunters themselves are used to throwing spears, and they also know the power of spears. At this time, they turned into prey in the eyes of the spear hunters. The fear that grew in their hearts spread throughout their bodies, which would make them involuntarily flee north, regardless of all their physical strength, and flee madly. Roy led the mine guards far behind, like a group of shepherds driving their sheep northward. On the Pagisto Plateau, Roy's mine guards finally took the initiative and sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Chapter 426. Captain Helike leaned against the wall in a somewhat exhausted manner. Short flying spears were thrown from the bottom of the city and landed on the top of the city. The sharp spears pierced into the city wall, splashing a handful of stone chips. Some spears would pass over the wall, and some would fly into the castle and break some red tiles, but few short flying spears could hurt the rebel soldiers. These rebel half-elf warriors had been holding out on the castle of the silver mine for 19 days. During this period, the Griffin cavalry of the Griffin Corps delivered food and military supplies twice, so that the rebel soldiers in the castle had sufficient supplies. This was also the main reason why Captain Helike could persist. Every time the headhunters charged at the castle, they would throw a wave of short flying spears from under the city wall to suppress the half-blood elf warriors on the wall. Without the secret support of the mine owner, The short flying spears that the headhunters carried with them were used up one by one, so they would only be willing to throw out the short flying spears when launching an attack on the city. Several half-blood elf warriors wearing heavy armor stood on the top of the city with tower shields in their hands. The short flying spears hit the shields in front of them, making a dull sound of dong dong dong. Captain Helike felt that the number of short flying spears was decreasing rapidly. He made his breathing more stable, then suddenly stood up from the parapet, hid behind a shield with a long sword in his hand, and peeked under the city wall. Sure enough, a group of headhunters were slowly climbing up from under the city wall, and the headhunter in the front was about to rush to the top of the city. Captain Helike quickly swung his long sword and stabbed the headhunter, who had just emerged from behind the parapet. The headhunter was obviously on guard, and hurriedly raised the shield in his hand to block Captain Helike's sword. His body was a little unstable, and he almost fell from the top of the city. The companions behind him held the headhunter's body with their hands, and the headhunter suddenly rushed to the city wall. Captain Helike had no time to put away his sword, so he twisted his body and hit the headhunter with an elbow, which just hit the headhunter's chest steadily. The headhunter flew out from the city wall, and fell down to the bottom of the city with a scream. More headhunters behind him had climbed up from under the city wall, and the half-blood elf warriors stood up and pierced the headhunters' bodies with their spears. This scene in the silver mine of the Kaldam Mountains is repeated almost every day. Led by Captain Helike, the elf warriors of the rebel army always beat back the headhunters without any danger. This siege has lasted for more than half a month. The headhunters have to attack the city almost every day. Unfortunately, they met a group of rebels with extremely strong fighting will, and this rebel army also has a steady supply of materials. This made the headhunters unable to break through the castle of the silver mine. Although the headhunters withdrew from the Ghost Crow Ridge in the south in waves, when passing by the silver mine castle, these headhunters also tried to attack the city, but without exception, all the headhunters failed to capture the castle from Captain Helike. Seeing that the headhunters were attacking the silver mine every day, Captain Helike knew that Roy's mine guards must have put too much pressure on them. There were headhunters withdrawing from Ghost Crow Ridge, so this group of headhunters attacked the silver mine castle so frequently. And because headhunters kept pouring in from the north of the Kaldam Mountains, the headhunters hoped to stabilize their defeat somewhere in the Kaldam Mountains. The two headhunter leaders had set their sights on the silver mine castle, and had always wanted to capture it. But they met Captain Helike, and the two sides were deadlocked for nearly 19 days. The headhunter leader failed to capture the silver mine, and the rebel soldiers could not rush out of the castle to intercept the headhunters, who were retreating to the north. As a result, a large number of headhunters, who withdrew from Ghost Crow Ridge, crossed the silver mine castle, and continued to flee to the north. Although the battle situation here was not as Captain Helike planned, the rebels and the mine guards formed a siege and completely blocked the headhunters in the southern part of the tundra. But because the rebels were like a nail stuck in the middle of the Kaldam Mountains, the headhunters wanted to survive. In addition to occupying the silver mine castle, they could only retreat to the north in a hurry. At the same time, the mine guards led by Roy had been chasing northward for hundreds of kilometers along the west side of the Kaldam Mountains, close to the flat area at the edge of the tundra, and the headhunters did not resist at all. A group of headhunters continued to retreat northward. The mine guards did not fight a decent battle along the way, and arrived at the Green Sun Lake in the middle of the tundra. It was only more than 50 kilometers away from the silver mine, where Captain Helike was located. Here, a large wetland surrounded a freshwater lake in the middle. The entire Green Sun Lake was like a magnificent emerald, inlaid on this tundra. Roy's mine guards occupied the Green Sun Lake, which meant that they would be able to cooperate with the rebels in the silver mines. The two sides could cooperate with each other, and eat up the headhunters in the middle of the Kaldam Mountains bit by bit. Although they failed to engage in large-scale battles with the headhunters, the mine guard scouts still frequently engaged in small-scale battles with the headhunters. At this time, the half-blood elf warriors already had a mature way of fighting, which allowed these half-blood elf warriors to grow rapidly. Looking down at Green Sun Lake from the sky, the lake looks like a green pea, with clear water and vast blue waves. Roy and the mine guards camped on the grass slope beside the lake, and the marching tents of 3,500 half-blood elf warriors were connected to a large area beside the lake. There are some small pools around Green Sun Lake, which are separated by large patches of moss. Roy was originally planning to go directly to the silver mine, join up with the rebels led by Captain Helike, and then go north together to hunt down the headhunters. But the day before the two sides met, Roy received a letter from the Silver Pegasus military in Padstow. When Roy opened the letter, he found that it was a handwritten letter from the Silver Moon Elf General of the Silver Pegasus military in Padstow. Roy, the mine owner, the Silver Pegasus military has received a very bad news. Some half-blood elf rebels, who originally settled in the town of Barrier, suddenly left the town 2 months ago. For a long time, the whereabouts of this half-blood elf rebel army has been unknown. However, recently some people heard that this rebel army appeared on the Pagisto Plateau, which made the already turbulent situation on the Pagisto Plateau even more chaotic. The military now requires you to report the situation of the rebel army to Padstow City, as much as possible while fighting against the headhunters of the plateau. The letter was a bit long, and the meaning was probably to let Roy monitor the actions of Captain Helic, and try not to provide any assistance to the rebel army. It would be best to make them unable to survive on the Padstow Plateau, leave the Padstow Plateau as soon as possible, and travel to other areas of the Partington Plain. Roy was really confused after reading this letter. It was obvious that Captain Helic opened up the advantageous situation on the Padstow Plateau, but the Silver Pegasus military was more wary of the half-blood elf rebels than those headhunters. Roy's face turned ugly after reading the letter. Although he did not intend to reveal the whereabouts of Captain Helic, the plan to reunite with Captain Helic had to be temporarily shelved. It was precisely because of this letter that Roy could not openly reunite with Captain Helic's half-blood elf rebels, and could only camp by the Green Sun Lake. Roy and Wood stood on a large rock by the lake, and the waves of the lake hit the rocks on the shore. Are they so blatantly suppressing the half-blood elves like this? Woods angrily scolded. Roy sighed helplessly and said, "They probably think I'm a half-elf. Even if I lived in the half-elf settlement before, I'm now working for the Silver Pegasus Legion. So if I have to choose between the Silver Moon Elf and the half-elf, I will definitely choose to stand on the side of the Silver Moon Elf. At least my mother is a Silver Moon Elf. That's why they sent me a letter like this." Wood's eyes widened, staring at Roy very seriously, and asked him, "Roy, what are you going to do about this?" Roy covered his face with a towel. Although the wind by the lake was a little cold, the sun was warm on his body. The place was filled with a strong set of water elements, so it was very enjoyable to bask in the sun here. For the military supplies sent by the military, all usage will be recorded in detail in the next period of time, and they will not be sent to the rebels. Of course, as for other supplies, whether Lation's caravan will be sent to the rebels is not something I can control," Roy said quietly, obviously changing his support for the rebels from the surface to covert support. It seems that this is the only way. Although Woods was a little indignant, he still accepted Roy's compromise. "Roy, the preparation of materials in Castletown is going very smoothly. The news that you won a victory in the Pagisto Plateau has spread all over Castletown. You don't know how lively Castletown has been in recent days. Many half-blood elves ran to the streets to celebrate this victory. I am raising life sap and magic potions in the black market. As long as they know that I am going to send this batch of materials to the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain, merchants will come to me on their own initiative." For the first time, I felt happy that I had done something right. These supplies will be the first batch of supplies to arrive at the Pagisto Plateau. When you receive this batch of supplies, the second and third batches of supplies should be on the way. Finally, I have to tell you one thing. Song of the Mountain Eagle is very popular in Castletown. I don't know how many Silver Moon elves have the idea of visiting the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain after hearing this song. Claire's letter was delivered to Roy by Lation himself. Along with the letter came a large amount of life tree sap and magic potions. According to Roy's request, these magic potions were mainly healing potions. In the tent, Roy used a dagger to pry open the square wooden box in front of him, opened the lid, and pushed aside the soft hay inside. There were indeed rows of glass bottles inside, and these glass bottles contained emerald green solutions. Lashanda brought back a total of 3 boxes of life tree sap and 7 boxes of healing potions this time, but in comparison, the healing potions seemed very ordinary. Roy called Kaka and little Eugene directly, and handed them a box of life sap and 2 boxes of healing potions. "You two go there in person, and you must hand over these 3 boxes of potions to Captain Helic." "Forget it, I go with you." It took the 2 griffins only more than half an hour to fly from Green Sun Lake to the silver mine. Roy sat behind Kaka and clearly felt that Kaka, the griffin, had grown a lot stronger these days. Captain Helic ran to the top of the city to greet Roy, and the first thing he said when they met was to ask Roy, "Didn't we agree to join together and attack the headhunters? Why are your mine guards still staying at Green Sun Lake?" Roy took out a map from his arms and spread it on the rocky ground of the city wall. He pointed to the arrows on the map and said, "The situation may change, so give me 3 days. My mine guards will chase from here. Heliki, you lead your people to chase north along the edge of Mount Caldeum. I will let the Griffin group and the assassin squad harass these plateau headhunters and make them run for their lives every night." Hearing what Roy said, Captain Heliki looked at Lucien carefully and then said to Roy, The mine guards are walking in the middle of the tundra, so be careful of the counterattack of the headhunters. Yes, we are fully prepared this time. Roy then took out 3 wooden boxes from his magic waste bag and continued to say to Captain Helicky, "These are life sap and healing potions. If any half-blood elf warriors are injured, these potions can help them recover quickly, and some more will be added later." Captain Helicky looked at the 3 wooden boxes and nodded vigorously. The next morning, the mine guard set out from the Green Sun Lake and continued to chase the group of headhunters who fled in panic to the north. Since the mine guard stayed at Green Sun Lake for a few days, most of the headhunters had almost all left the middle section of the Chaldean Mountains. Roy walked north for 3 consecutive days without encountering any headhunters. On the contrary, the Griffin group and the assassin team made continuous gains. During the period of chasing the headhunters, Captain Helicky took over 2 mines again. Unfortunately, the headhunters stationed in the mines had already evacuated. Before leaving, they smashed all the boxes, cabinets, doors, windows, sculptures, utensils, and other items that could be damaged in the 2 mines. A large number of bodies of half-blood elf miners and gray dwarf miners filled the mines. The 2 mines that Captain Helick took back were almost in ruins, and there was not a single surviving elf. Chapter 427. 2,000 half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guard team were equipped with the excellent standard weapons and armor of the Silver Pegasus Corps, and rode war horses with some Silver Pegasus bloodlines. Another 1,500 half-blood elf warriors, who had just joined the Mine Guard team, were also assigned excellent weapons and armor. Roy did not have so many military horses for the time being, so he could only distribute the argali seized from the headhunters to them. All these half-blood elf warriors had mounts, so they were extremely fast in the tundra. They followed the headhunters, and the Griffin Corps and the assassin squad intercepted and killed the headhunters along the way. The half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards, with excellent equipment and the cooperation of Captain Helick, drove the headhunters out of the Chaldean Mountains in one breath. Even Captain Helick did not expect that Roy's Mine Guards would grow so fast. In a valley in the north of the tundra, shouts of killing shook the sky. Countless headhunter bodies lay on the thick grass carpet here. The last batch of headhunters gritted their teeth and evacuated northward from the Northwind Canyon. These headhunters were covered in wounds. They abandoned almost all their supplies and fled to the north of the plateau. The half-blood elf warriors chased them on horseback, constantly harassing them from behind. The headhunters did not even dare to turn around to fight, and could only let the half-blood elf warriors kill the headhunters who fell behind. The Northwind Canyon is another passage from the Chaldean Mountains to the north of the plateau. It is also a very important strategic location, like the Tianpu Canyon in the Jiashi Mountains. Pushing aside the weeds on the hillside, Sabrina led a team of half-blood elf warriors to see a group of headhunters fleeing the Northwind Canyon in a panic. Once they escaped from the passage of the Northwind Canyon, the headhunters could quickly run into the mountains in the north of the plateau and hide their whereabouts. These half-blood elves walked very eagerly, and their steps were even a little flustered. There were only dozens of headhunters in the team, and one of them was the last headhunter leader August, who withdrew from the Chaldean Mountains. He was hiding in the team, showing an unwilling look on his face. In August's opinion, the fighting power of the half-blood elf warriors chasing behind them was very average. He kept cheering up the fleeing headhunters along the way. But the headhunters were already scared by the half-blood elf warriors behind them, and they were not willing to follow August to fight back. They just wanted to run faster. As long as they left the Northwind Canyon, they would be safe for the time being. These headhunters rushed up a grassy slope. The half-blood elf warriors hiding in the weeds stood up suddenly. Each half-blood elf warrior held a long sword in his hand and stabbed at the headhunters. The fleeing headhunters were obviously on guard. Even when they ran, they held the sword in their hands. For a while, the half-blood elf warriors and the headhunters were in a melee. Sabrina stood at the front of a group of half-blood elf warriors. She raised the Saruki long sword in her hand high. When she danced with the long sword in her hand, the sword shadows turned into a sword mountain, pressing towards the headhunters like a tidal wave. A total of 6 headhunters were forcibly drawn into the sword shadow by Sabrina. The swords in the hands of the headhunters were knocked away by Sabrina's sword shadow, and blood marks were left on their bodies. Several headhunters were determined to pounce on Sabrina and try to knock her to the ground, even though their swords would cause several wounds on their bodies. A layer of air waves burst out from Sabrina's body, knocking several headhunters away one after another. Sabrina rushed into the group of headhunters, and all the headhunters who approached her were injured. The headhunter leader August saw Sabrina on the grass slope and rushed to her without any hesitation. He took a big step and jumped high when he was still more than 10 meters away from Sabrina, and chopped down Sabrina's head with the sword in his hand. At the same time, a headhunter ancestor shadow appeared behind Aga's. The black patterns on Aga's body all exuded a dangerous aura, and those patterns seemed to come alive, and the shadow of the ancestor also became clearer. The shadow of the headhunter ancestor became extremely solid. The shadow of the ancestor flashed and came behind Sabrina. His hands turned into countless black ribbons, tightly wrapped around Sabrina's legs and hands, making Sabrina unable to struggle and resist at this moment. The headhunter leader August saw that his ancestor's phantom had successfully tied up Sabrina, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. But before he could chop down with the sword in his hand, Sabrina's body burst into a layer of brilliance. The black ribbons melted away in the brilliance, and Sabrina instantly regained her ability to move, and the Tsurugi sword in her hand stabbed Aga's back. August did not dodge or evade Sabrina's sword mountain, and chopped down the sword forcefully. The sword mountain in Sabrina's hand bloomed like a lotus, steadily holding the sword in August's hand. The headhunter leader August showed a hideous smile on his face. He chopped the sword in his hand on the lotus sword mountain that Sabrina had released. The sword immediately broke countless wounds, and even August's right arm was twisted into a bloody mess. August showed a hideous smile on his face as blood splashed. Sabrina was surprised to find that August held a dagger in his other hand. This extremely sharp dagger cut through Sabrina's heavy armor, and the entire dagger pierced Sabrina's lower abdomen. Sabrina's body swayed slightly, as if she was about to fall. But August's smile only lasted a few seconds, and the long sword in Sabrina's hand burst out with a sword light again, piercing August's forehead. The headhunter leader's body was lying straight on the grass, and there were dozens of headhunter confidants' bodies beside him. These headhunters were killed by the half-blood elf warriors. This team of dozens of headhunters was wiped out on this grass slope in just a quarter of an hour. Sabrina stuck the blood-stained Tsurugi sword into the grass, and sat on the ground. Although she was wearing exquisite heavy armor, she was still seriously injured in the chest and abdomen. Before the headhunter leader died, he used the war blade in his hand to cut a hole in Sabrina's ribs. If the wound was deeper, Sabrina might have been cut in the chest by the sharp blade. Now she was a little pale due to excessive blood loss. Roy wrapped his abdomen tightly with a hemostatic bandage and let her drink the sap of life and the healing potion. Under the effect of the holy light, his wounds recovered quickly. Behind Sabrina, there were some seriously injured half-elf warriors. They were injured when they surrounded and killed the headhunter leader. Roy squatted on the grass, treating the half-elf warriors, and said to Sabrina, "You should wait for us for a while. It's too late. If I didn't stop him at that time, he would have escaped." Sabrina stood up from the grass with difficulty, and some blood seeped out of the bandage. Chapter 428. In August 1407, the headhunters on the west line of the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain were forced to evacuate the Chaldean Mountains. Just 3 weeks later, the headhunters handed over the North Wind Canyon to the mine guards. At this point, the headhunters had all withdrawn to the north of the Pagisto Plateau. Roy led 4,000 half-blood elf warriors to occupy the North Wind Canyon. The mine guards have now expanded to 4 battalions of 1,000 people. In addition to a battalion led by Roy himself, Sabrina, Woods, and Mullen served as captains of the mine guards. Among the 4 battalions, the 1st battalion led by Sabrina is the strongest. Nearly half of the half-blood elves in the 1st Brigade are heavy swordsmen. As long as they break through the 1st level, they will become sword dancers like Sabrina. Sabrina led the 1st Brigade to fight in the North Wind Canyon for 2 days and 1 night, and directly chased the headhunters from the southern entrance of the canyon to the northern wilderness of Pagisto Plateau. Of course, during the entire battle, the Griffin Group and the Assassin Squad have been fully cooperating. Miss Tiffany has been protecting Sabrina from behind. Her ice shield has blocked countless short flying spears for Sabrina. Sabrina killed almost all the headhunters on the plateau with a dance of light, and killed 2 headhunter leaders in succession at the southern entrance of the North Wind Canyon. It was the death of these 2 headhunter leaders that caused the headhunters in the North Wind Canyon to be in chaos. The mine guards took advantage of the opportunity to enter, and Sabrina killed all the way through the entire North Wind Canyon with a Tsurugi sword. Captain Helic led 5,000 rebel soldiers and rushed to the North Wind Canyon along the edge of the Chaldean Mountains. Roy's mine guards had completely occupied the North Wind Canyon. According to incomplete statistics from various mines, the headhunters killed at least 10,000 half-blood elves in the Pagisto Plateau. These included 3 silver mines in the Chaldean Mountains and 2 black iron mines in the Kasir Mountains. There were nearly 2,000 half-elf slaves in the 3 silver mines, and more than 500 gray dwarf slaves, all of whom were killed in the mines by the plateau headhunters. These 3 silver mines were captured by the rebels led by Captain Helic. It was precisely because the 2 subsequent sieges slowed down the rebels' advance that Captain Helic arrived at the Northwind Canyon 5 days later than Roy. A team of half-elf warriors, all riding Argali, left from the northern entrance of Northwind Canyon and slowly entered the cold wilderness of the northern Pagisto Plateau. Captain Helic led the rebels to stay in Northwind Canyon for only 1 day before leaving in a hurry. In order to avoid being reported, Roy and Captain Helic did not even show up this time, and the rebels did not communicate with the mine guards. This group of rebels only borrowed a passage from Northwind Canyon to enter the northern part of the plateau. All the supplies provided to the rebels were directly allocated from Lation's pack team, and then transported directly by the Griffin group. They would hardly appear in the logistical accounts of the mine guards. The sky lit up with a hint of white, and the stars in the night sky retreated. Kaka rode a griffin, carrying Roy and catching up with Captain Helic from behind. He jumped off the griffin's back and strode towards Captain Helic. Captain Helic grabbed the reins of the Argali and stopped. In the wilderness north of the Northwind Canyon, in some places where the sun could not reach, you could see some unmelted snow. A layer of withered yellow grass grew close to the ground, and a touch of fresh green was just below the dry grass leaves. Roy stepped on the dry grass covered with thorns, walked to Captain Helic, and said to him, "Captain Helic, you don't have to rush into the wilderness in the north of the plateau. The mine guards can withdraw from the Northwind Canyon immediately. In addition, you can take over the 3 silver mines in the Caldam Mountains. With these 3 silver mines, you can use the resources in the mines to exchange for any materials you need. I believe that Lation's caravan will never refuse this deal." Captain Helic shook his head, smiled and said to Roy, "The Caldam Mountains are still too close to Padstow City. Now the Silver Pegasus Corps has to deal with the chaos in the Queen Ivany Islands, and can't take care of the Padstow Plateau for the time being. But once they deal with the Grey Dwarves in the Queen Ivany Islands, they will immediately turn around to deal with the affairs on the Partington Plain. I have been thinking about whether to live in the tundra on the Caldam Mountains for a while. Later, I felt that this place is still too close to Padstow City. It only takes about a day and a night for those Silver Pegasus warriors to fly from Padstow City to here. In addition, I think the Chaldea Mountains can be a good buffer zone. Both the Silver Pegasus Legion and our group of half-blood elf warriors probably hope that you can control this area. We don't trust the Silver Moon Elves if they leave it in their hands. Similarly, those Silver Moon Elves will definitely not let the half-blood elves control this place. So after thinking about it, I decided to give up the Chaldea Mountains and continue to move north. I didn't have this ability before. There was a shortage of food on the Pagisto Plateau, and it was actually quite difficult for the half-blood elves to move around freely on the plateau. Now with the elf biscuits, life tree sap and healing potion you provided, as well as some magic items necessary for travel, this road is not so difficult for us to travel. And we can continue to teach those plateau headhunters a lesson. They have killed so many of our compatriots, and now they are being chased by us all the way. It is impossible for them to just let it go. In addition, I have always been curious about what the ancestral land of Gazan in the north of the Pagisto Plateau is like. That place is actually quite mysterious for the half-blood elves on the Partington Plain. Many friends have talked to me about it, but unfortunately, I have never been able to give a correct answer. I want to go and see it. We will open up the situation in the north of the plateau. There should be some mines here. If we capture 2 of them, I will use the ore to exchange for the military supplies. Don't worry, with us in the northern wilderness, the headhunters will have no chance to reach the Northwind Canyon. Captain Helic took Roy to a grassy hill, and talked a lot in one breath. At the beginning, Captain Helic handed over the 2 black iron mines in the Jiashi Mountains to Roy. In fact, Roy owed Captain Helic a big favor. Unexpectedly, Captain Helic gave the entire Caldam Mountains to Roy again this time, and he led the rebel soldiers into the northern wilderness. Roy thought for a while, and then said seriously, "The mine guards will evacuate the Northwind Canyon in the next few days. We will go north from the Sky Falls Canyon and kill into the northern part of the plateau." Captain Helic patted Roy on the shoulder and said, "That's really possible. When we work together to clear out all the headhunters in the northern part of the plateau, as long as the time is right, I will continue to explore northward. At that time, I will use several mines in the northern part of the plateau to exchange with you for a batch of supplies for the long journey. That's no problem. I have the Griffin Corps support you at any time," Roy said. After that, Roy and Captain Helic stopped at the same time. A red sun rose from the horizon, shining on the vast wilderness. Helic looked at the northern part of the wilderness. There was still a lot of snow that had not completely melted in the shade between the mountains. The cold wind blew on his face, and the coldness was directly frozen to the bones. Roy rode on the griffin, and Kaka, who was sitting in front, patted the griffin's neck. The majestic griffin suddenly spread its wings, roared softly, jumped up, and flapped its wings several times in a row, and flew directly on the mound. Taking off is the most strenuous. Once it flies into the sky and spreads its wings to ride the wind, the griffin will become much easier. Kaka hugged the griffin, turned to look at Roy, and asked curiously, "Where do they want to go?" Roy knew that Kaka was asking about Captain Helic and the rebels. In fact, it was not just Kaka. Many half-blood elves hoped that Captain Helic's rebels could join the Mine Guards. In this way, all these half-blood elf warriors would be cleansed. But they thought too simply. How could the military of the Silver Pegasus Corps accept these half-blood elf rebels? If they wanted to accept them, they would have accepted them during the peace talks 3 years ago, and they would not have waited until now. Roy set his eyes on Captain Helic riding an Argali. In the wilderness, the running Argali brought up a cloud of dust. Actually, where to go is not important to these half-blood elf warriors. They are just looking for freedom, Roy said with narrowed eyes. Captain Helic led 5,000 half-blood elf warriors to kill along the Chaldean mountains. The rebels captured 3 castles in total, but did not capture a single headhunter. Except for those who escaped, only some corpses were left of the headhunters who encountered the rebels. Captain Helic threw the corpses of the headhunters into the mine, filled them with a layer of sand, and even planted some seed buckthorn on the soil. The elves firmly believed that life was above everything else, but Captain Helic obviously did not think so. Under his leadership, this group of half-blood elf warriors almost never left prisoners, and all the headhunters they met were killed if they could. But the Mine Guards were different. Both Roy and Sabrina advocated not killing those headhunters who surrendered voluntarily. Although Mulin disagreed with this, the Mine Guards could not make much of a fuss. The defeat of the Plateau headhunters in the North Wind Canyon meant that they had completely lost the passage to the south of the Pagisto Plateau. At the same time, nearly 1,000 headhunters became prisoners of war, and are currently detained in a temporary prisoner of war camp in the North Wind Canyon. These headhunters were confiscated of their weapons and fur armor. In such cold weather, they only wore a piece of leather around their waists. When the north wind blew at night, all the headhunter captives had to huddle together to resist the cold wind. There were no wooden cages or tents. The half-blood elves simply drew a spot on a cliff and surrounded it with some stones. The headhunter prisoners were not shackled, so they could run away at any time if they wanted to. The half-blood elf warriors guarding outside the prisoner camp would not even look at them, but whether they could survive depended on their ability to escape and hide. Because there was a special group of hunters responsible for taking care of these headhunter prisoners, the escaped headhunter prisoners could be killed, which would make subsequent processing easier, and it would be easier to deal with than the living headhunters. Roy even personally made a set of management regulations for the headhunter prisoners, including providing 2 meals a day, and these headhunters need to do morning exercises in the morning, and practice some obedience training, etc. Roy wanted to send these prisoners to the mine, but before that, Roy planned to let them undergo a period of training in the prisoner camp and undergo a public trial. Every headhunter needs to be convicted and plead guilty, and then be tried. The final sentence is to enter the mine to participate in labor reform, and the term of labor reform will be the rest of their lives. Originally, Roy wanted to keep the 3 silver mines in the Chaldean mountains running normally, but when he went to the silver mines to see the actual situation, he deeply felt the feelings of the rebels, who did not want to take any prisoners. It was really miserable. The headhunters threw the bodies of the half-elf miners and the gray dwarf miners into the mines, and after blocking the entrances to the mines, they blocked the mines with waste and ore. When Roy came to the silver mines, he found that the piles of corpses in the mines had not been processed in time, but he could clearly smell the strong stench of corpses through the waste and ore. Even the castle was covered with bloodstains. A lot of blood was spilled on the walls, and after drying, it turned purple-black, making those rooms look like torture chambers in hell. We should bring those headhunter prisoners back, and let them see the crimes they committed. Wood said palely. He had vomited until there was almost nothing in his stomach. Then not only should they be reformed in the mine, but they should also confess twice a day, morning and evening. Roy covered his face with a handkerchief, walked out of the bloodstained castle, and said in silence for a moment, "Roy, the silver mine here cannot operate normally for the time being. Where are you going to send these headhunter prisoners?" Mu Lin, who was following behind, pursed his lips and asked unwillingly, "Don't think about it. I won't send them to the Spinel mine. There are obviously not enough miners in the Mithril mine at present, so they will all be sent to the Sedaso mountains." Roy directly cut off Mulin's last hope. The mine guards left the North Wind Canyon, and did not choose to go around the Chaldean mountains and reach the Sedaso Mountains via the Ghost Crow Ridge. Instead, they chose to take the road that Captain Heliki took a few days ago, crossing the Caldon Mountains and directly crossing the wilderness to the north of the Sedaso Mountains. Although this road is not easy to walk, fortunately there is a map drawn by Captain Heliki himself, and there are Griffin cavalrymen who are familiar with the terrain to lead the way in the air. Therefore, in mid-September, the 4,000 half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guard team completed the feat of crossing the Chaldean Mountains and crossing the wilderness, and arrived at the Sedaso North Mithril Mine. Chapter 429. When the half-blood elf warriors at the front of the team stepped into the gate of the North Mithril Mine, the tail of the team was still on the wilderness a few kilometers away. In addition to thousands of half-blood elf warriors wearing standard armor, Miss Jianning also saw a group of headhunter prisoners with chains tied to their hands and feet. When crossing the Chaldean Mountains, nearly 200 headhunter prisoners ended their sinful lives in various ways. These headhunter prisoners, who were able to reach the North Mithril Mine, were obviously much more honest. Roy's return to the North Mithril Mine was also very impressive. More than a month ago, Roy left the North Mithril Mine with 1,000 half-blood elf warriors. In a blink of an eye, he actually brought back 4,000 half-blood elf warriors. Although the Mine Guards were only a local army, and their activities were limited to the Pajisto Plateau, this was enough. Miss Jianning had already received the news from the Caldon Mountains. Roy led the Mine Guards in front of him, from the Ghost Crow Ridge all the way to the North Wind Canyon, and cleared all the headhunters on the western tundra. This time, he returned to the Sedaso Mountains, and also wanted to enter the northern part of the plateau from the Skyfall Canyon. Miss Channing stood on the city wall, one hand resting on the coal parapet, looking at Roy who was riding in the distance, with Sabrina, Woods, Moira, Miss Tiffany and others beside him. Miss Channing envied the unreserved trust between them. There was a trace of reluctance on her delicate face, and she gently wiped the corner of her lips with her little finger to make the lipstick on her lips look more natural. Although the weather was very cold, Channing wore a long skirt with a fluffy hem, a white fur shawl around her shoulders, and her golden curly hair was a little messy due to the north wind. Miss Jianning's mother arrived at the North Mithril Mine 10 days ago. She stayed there for only 1 week before leaving in a hurry and returning to the South Mithril Mine in the Sedaso Mountains. Before leaving, Miss Jianning's mother was still imparting some experience to Miss Jianning, mainly telling her not to miss any opportunity. Sometimes, whether you can get promoted can often be decided in just one night. Miss Jianning has always had a little pride in her heart, and she doesn't think her mother's words are correct. However, she had to admit that her mother was undoubtedly a winner, with a brilliant record in the war with her father's other lovers. The North Mithril Mine was well managed by Miss Jianning. Currently, 8 mithril ingots were smelted every day. Even if the half-blood elves were paid a salary, the mine was still profitable. If it were not for the constraints of the old magic furnace, Miss Jianning was confident that she could smelt 10 mithril ingots every day. However, these small achievements were like white foam formed by waves hitting the reefs, in the harsh words of her mother, which would be broken by the sea breeze. Channing Sidney, don't forget, you are just the daughter of a former mine owner. Once Roy Mine Owner is able to completely control the 2 mithril mines, you will become worthless. Just imagine how many half-blood elves will be hostile to you. Once you fall from the position of mine manager, you will be a sinner in the eyes of those half-blood elves. They will not let you go, nor will they let me and your 2 sisters go. The best outcome may be that our whole family will be sent to the court and spend the rest of our lives in a dark prison. Is there any difference between that and the miners in the mines? As the manager of 2 mithril mines, do you still have a chance to marry another elf? What do you think the half-blood elves on the Padstow Plateau think of the daughters of the Sidney family? I have inquired about it these days. Except for the dead, almost all the other mine owners have been sent to the city of Padstow. When Miss Channing's mother thought of these terrible things, she would burst into tears, and her whole body would twitch constantly. From that night, when the owner of the Sidney mine was shot to death by the Silver Pegasus warriors while fleeing, when she went from being the wife of the mine owner to a prisoner, the world in the eyes of Miss Channing's mother had completely collapsed. Miss Jianning became the manager of 2 mithril mines, which was the last straw for her. She wanted to grab that straw desperately to avoid falling into the abyss of hell. It was something that could be done by lying down, but this straw had some ideas of its own. This was also the reason why Jianning's mother went through the entire Sedaso Mountains to meet Jianning. Who would have thought that a young and unknown half-elf, in just half a year, used a nearly brilliant record to become the true controller of the Sedaso Mountains, the Jiashi Mountains, and the Caldon Mountains. Not only that, it is said that the Mine Guard team under his command has won the support of the half-blood elves on the entire Pajisto Plateau. Mine owner Roy is not only famous at present, but also firmly sits on the chair of the first mine owner on the Pagisto Plateau. It is not only the Silver Pegasus Corps that pushed him to this position, but also the half-blood elves on the entire Pagisto Plateau. Miss Jianning's sisters and relatives are still in the South Mithril Mine, and they all hope that Miss Jianning can make further progress. In this way, the two Mithril mines in the Sedaso Mountains may really be in the hands of Miss Jianning Sydney, which is what the old Sydney mine owner has been wanting to do for so many years, but has not done. In fact, Roy is quite satisfied with Miss Jianning. When the Plateau headhunters were approaching the city, she still organized half-blood elf warriors to resist those headhunters. And even at the most dangerous time, the North Mithril Mine did not stop the smelting of mithril ingots. Being able to manage such a mithril mine in such an orderly manner is a unique ability among the several mine managers promoted by Roy. This is also the only reason why Miss Jianning, as a family member of the former mine owner, was left in the mithril mine by Roy. At that time, Roy really couldn't find a suitable mine owner, and it's the same now. For 1,000 half-blood elf warriors couldn't all live in the castle of the North Mithril Mine. Miss Jianning has vacated the rooms in the castle to the maximum extent, so that more half-blood elf warriors can live in the castle. Unfortunately, a large area of white tents was still built outside the castle. During the time when Roy led the mine guards to leave the Jiashi Mountains, there were still some sporadic headhunter teams in the mountains around the North Mithril Mine. Now these headhunters saw that there were a large number of half-blood elf warriors stationed in the North Mithril Mine, and they were frightened and immediately went into the mountains of the Sedaso Mountains. Captain Teprado's Griffin group scouted the area near the North Mithril Mine before dark, and did not see a headhunter team of more than 5 people, so Roy did not send out an assassination team to clean up the headhunters in the nearby mountains. The map on the desk was filled with all kinds of annotations, symbols, and lines drawn by Roy. Roy was going to make a detailed marching plan for the mine guards from the North Mithril Mine to the Skyfall Canyon. He was learning to manage the army while forming the mine guards. When crossing the Castum Mountains, Roy deeply realized how important it was to make a detailed marching plan for an army of thousands of people. Fortunately, Roy was very familiar with this area, and there were 3 black iron mines along the way that could be used as supply points. Roy only needed to connect these points together, and a marching route map would appear on paper. Sabrina and Neelan were not there, and even Moira did not come over. Everyone was taking the time to rest. The mine guards would set out from the North Mithril Mine tomorrow morning. The continuous accelerated marches these days were a test for all the elf warriors of the mine guards. The lamp in front of the table was not bright enough, so Roy stretched out a finger, and a sacred light ball appeared on his fingertips. The room suddenly became brighter, and Roy held a quill in his hand and drew another line on the map. The light left the shadows of his hand and quill on the map. His eyes fell on the edge of the wilderness. He pursed his lips and looked at this triangular area. This is the northern end of the Sedaso Mountains, and the starting point of the southern range of the Jiashi Mountains. It is also the eastern edge of the wilderness. Going west from the wilderness, you can reach the Kaldum Mountains. If there is a heart on the Pagisto Plateau, this point is undoubtedly the center of the Pagisto Plateau. Roy hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but circle this point. He didn't know why he did this. Someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Roy looked up and saw Jianning coming in with a cup of steaming fruit tea. She was wearing a low-cut long skirt. He couldn't understand why her round shoulders and white and tender skin were exposed in such cold weather. Under the light, she even had a pearly luster. Miss Jianning was a half-blood elf beauty, especially with the temperament of a noble lady. This waist-hugging long skirt was also very special. In Roy's opinion, it was like the colorful paper wrapped around flowers in a flower shop. So in the center of the colored paper, you can always see different beautiful scenery. Just like the 2 tempting apples covered with water droplets in the basket, they may be supported on top, and when you bend over, the 2 apples can easily roll out of the basket. She walked slowly to Roy, and under Roy's surprised eyes, she sat down opposite Roy, spreading the hem of her long skirt, like a blooming yellow rose. 2 cups of warm fruit tea were placed on the table, but no one would pay attention to it at this time. Are those headhunter captives going to stay? Just when Roy felt a little embarrassed, Miss Jianning asked casually, and she even omitted the word boss. I plan to lock them up for a while to make them understand that only labor can maintain the dignity of normal miners. When they can deeply understand the meaning of this sentence, let them go into the mine to mine. Of course, the management needs to be appropriately strict. Roy expressed his thoughts, but the appetite of the Northern Mithril Mine was simply not enough to eat 800 headhunter captives. So Roy hesitated for a moment and added, I will leave some half-blood elf warriors to help you complete this task. How about it, if this task is handed over to you? Do you want to try it? The moment before, Miss Qianning was still thinking about how to make the atmosphere more ambiguous. But now she straightened her waist, and her eyes showed the expression of a shrewd manager. Her blue eyes kept thinking, and besides hesitation and uneasiness, there was also expectation and excitement. Roy saw the layer of things in Qianning's eyes. She was born to be a manager. The North Mithril Mine and the South Mithril Mine will be temporarily handed over to Miss Qianning for management. Not only that, the 800 headhunter prisoners will also be handed over to Miss Qianning, asking her to find a way to smooth out the edges of these prisoners. Boss, I want to try. Miss Qianning's tone was full of challenges and expectations for unknown things. After the mist in her eyes disappeared, they became sparkling under the shining of the sacred light. Captain Helike led 5,000 rebel soldiers from the North Wind Canyon into the northern wilderness. In front of them, there were some mounds everywhere in the wilderness, with snow still remaining. There are often some small groups of beasts on these wilderness hills, most of which are low-level magic beasts, such as wind wolves and red hyenas. The value of their fur is not high, but they are very vigilant and gather in groups. When they see a large number of half-blood elf warriors appear, they immediately tuck their tails and run away. After entering this wilderness, it is already difficult for the half-blood elf warriors to find edible berries in the wild. But Captain Helike did not care. This time, when entering the northern wilderness, each half-blood elf warrior carried a month's supply of elf biscuits. They didn't even conduct a detailed investigation of the southern area of the northern wilderness, but went straight north and climbed over dozens of large and small mounds, like a sharp knife stabbing into the headhunter group. In fact, the plateau headhunter tribes in the northern wilderness also had a lot of suffering. In order to avoid competing for living resources, the headhunter groups lived in scattered areas in the northern wilderness. Another more important thing is that the most elite warriors among these headhunters were almost all killed in the Jiashi Mountains and the Kaldam Mountains. In the two battles, Captain Helike and Roy killed 70% of these headhunters, and some were captured. In fact, not many headhunters escaped back to the northern wilderness, and many of them were from the same tribe. So when the rebels marched northward in the northern wilderness, straight into the wilderness, these headhunters were unable to respond for a while. This group of rebels rushed directly to the outside of a headhunter group. Captain Helike launched a tentative attack and easily flattened this group of only more than 100 headhunters. The battle was simple, and no valuable loot was captured. It was just a little difficult to bury the bodies and burn down the huts of the community. When the first thick column of smoke rose in the northern wilderness, the rebel army led by Captain Helike had already officially announced to the headhunters in the northern wilderness, "The half-blood elves have come in." Chapter 430. The snow on the top of the Jiashi Mountains never melts all year round. After a long period of precipitation, a glacier hundreds of kilometers long is formed on the top of the mountain. The most obvious feature of the mountains in the Jiashi Mountains is that the top of the mountain is covered with snow. Only halfway up the mountain can you see a touch of green, and at the foot of the mountain, the grass and trees are reborn. Most of these forests are coniferous forests. In addition to red pine and yellow pine, hundreds of meters high fir can be seen everywhere. The Tianpu Canyon is located in the middle of the Jiashi Mountains. This mountain crack slowly expands with the changes in the Earth's crust and gradually forms a canyon. The vegetation in this canyon is different from that in the Jiashi Mountains. Many low shrubs that can only grow in the southern part of the plateau can also survive in the Tianpu Canyon. The snowmelt water flowing from all parts of the Jiashi Mountains almost all converges in the Tianpu Canyon, and forms a giant waterfall of 1 kilometer in the middle of the canyon. Tianpu Canyon got its name from this. There is an extremely cold river in the entire canyon. Even in the hot summer, the water in this river is icy cold. There is always a layer of light mist in the canyon. Occasionally, the cold wind blowing from the north of the wilderness will freeze the mist into tiny ice particles. No matter where it floats, it will become gravel-like ice crystals attached to the surface. Almost all the headhunters on the plateau enter the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains through the Tianpu Canyon. From here, you can go west along the wilderness or go south along the Sedeso Mountains to reach the southern part of the Pajisto Plateau. It can be said that the Tianpu Canyon is the first main road from the hinterland of the Pajisto Plateau to the north of the plateau. Originally, this place was occupied by headhunters. Now Roy has built a wall at the southern entrance of the Tianpu Canyon, and a team of half-blood elf warriors are stationed here. The mine guards passed through 3 mines in the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains, and successfully arrived at the southern entrance of the Tianpu Gorge. Roy asked the half-blood elf warriors of the mine guards to camp here, because the climate in the northern part of the plateau was very bad at this time. The Tianpu Gorge had been blowing north winds for more than a month. The cold winds froze the mist in the Tianpu Gorge into fine ice particles. Under the strong north wind, These ice particles hit the face like iron sand. The mine guards needed to wait for a good day before trying to cross the Tianpu Gorge. Before that, the mine guards will be stationed at the southern entrance of the Tianpu Canyon. There are still some headhunters in the Tianpu Canyon. They have long been accustomed to this extreme environment, but the half-blood elf warriors can't. Roy is not in a hurry about when he can cross the Tianpu Canyon. The 8 mines he currently controls have begun to slowly resume normal production, and the headhunters who tried to rush into the southern part of the plateau have been driven back to the northern part of the plateau. So this time his mine guards took advantage of the situation to enter the northern part of the plateau, and also wanted to see how to put an end to the arrogance of the headhunters on the plateau, and let them get to know the half-blood elves again. According to the information left by Captain Berkeley, there are 5 magic crystal mines in the north of the Pagisto Plateau, but at that time, the Silver Pegasus Legion wanted to attack the ancestral land of the headhunters in one fell swoop, and did not have time to recapture these magic crystal mines. The mine guards entered the northern part of the plateau. In addition to further squeezing the living space of the headhunters, they also wanted to occupy these crystal mines. Another caravan came from a distance. This caravan was composed entirely of horses. Hundreds of horses carrying supplies stopped outside the camp. A half-blood elf leader handed a letter to Mulin and chatted with Mulin for a few words. It was obvious that he was an old acquaintance of Mulin. Then Mulin took the half-blood elf to see Roy. The main supplies brought by the caravan this time were food, half of which were dried fish transported from Castletown City, and the rest were fresh breadfruit. This caravan was rented by Lation from the carriage and horse shop in Padstow City, and the leader was also a half-blood elf brought by Lation from the half-blood elf gathering place. Nowadays, the mine guard team is famous in the Partington Plain, and many half-blood elves come here because of their reputation. The tents in the camp at the south entrance of Tianpu Canyon almost occupied the entire hillside. Many half-blood elf warriors came in and out of the camp, and the Silver Moon elves were almost invisible among the officers. The half-blood elves in the pack team were very excited when they saw the scene. "I've heard that you guys did a great job on the Pagisto Plateau. I didn't expect that there are so many people in this mine guard team. We have to deal with those vicious headhunters," the half-blood elf warrior of the mine guard team said to the half-blood elves in the pack team, with a sense of pride on his face. When Roy received the pack team leader, he also asked about Lation's recent situation. The pack team leader told Roy that Lation should currently raise supplies in the fortress town. All kinds of supplies on the Pagisto Plateau are being consumed rapidly. As the town closest to the Pagisto Plateau, raising supplies from the fortress town and transporting them to the plateau is undoubtedly the most cost-effective way to save transportation costs. Since the portal of the Partington Plain was blocked, the business in the Partington Plain has also suffered the most serious blow. Now Lation plans to rebuild the trade route from Padstow City to Barrier Town, and then from Barrier Town to the south of Padstow. A few days ago, Lation told Roy about this idea. Roy was very supportive. A gust of wind blew, and a piece of white smoke blew out from the Skyfall Canyon. The smoke composed of snow particles changed various shapes in the wind. With this batch of food, Roy was almost ready in terms of materials. As long as he waited for good weather, he would lead the mine guard team through the Tianpu Canyon. The canyon was filled with ice fog, and a team of assassins was heading north along the edge of the glacier. Moira was in the assassin team, with a black scarf covering her face, and a layer of white snow crystals covering her body and face. Thick fog rose from the glacier and condensed into ice in a blink of an eye. The assassin team also appeared and disappeared in this thick fog. The leader of the team was Vice Captain Tennyson. When they entered the Skyfall Canyon, Vice Captain Tennyson taught the Dark Moon Elf warriors in the team how to hide in the fog. Moira secretly thanked that she had come along this time, otherwise she might have missed this hiding technique. She wrapped the stabbing saber with a bandage to prevent the fog from condensing in the gap of the scabbard of the stabbing saber, which would easily freeze the stabbing saber and the scabbard together. They chased a group of headhunters, and walked all the way here. The roar of the waterfall not far away covered some of the sounds, and even the glacier at her feet became a little restless. Moira wondered whether Miss Tiffany could swim in this glacier. The Dark Moon Elf warrior in front suddenly stopped, and Moira immediately crouched down and hid her body in the ice mist. A team of headhunters was like a frightened bird. They must have noticed something unusual, and they came out from a crack in the stone and fled north in a panic. Deputy Captain Tennyson would never pursue such a pursuit. His understanding of assassins is ambush, but he would never pursue. Deputy Captain Tennyson believes that a qualified assassin should hide his body at any time. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer headhunters active in Tianpu Canyon. Those headhunters probably know that a large group of half-blood elf warriors have come to the south of the canyon. In the past few days, the headhunters in Tianpu Canyon have been retreating to the north. When the assassin team just entered the canyon, they could still find some ambushed targets. But now, the group of headhunters have been scared out of their wits, and they will flee in panic as soon as they hear the slightest movement. Escaped again, this canyon is too cold, let's finish work early today, and tomorrow we will apply to enter the northern plateau wilderness, maybe there will be more headhunters there. Tennyson said a little disappointed. He stretched out his hand and pulled the scarf on his face, flicking off the frozen ice shell on it. All members of the assassination team turned and walked towards the southern exit. At the same time, in the northern wilderness of Northwind Canyon, a large number of rebel soldiers gathered in front of a magic crystal mine. Captain Helicky stood at the front of the team, squinting his eyes, and coldly looking at the half-blood elf swordsman standing on the top of the city. He cursed with a cold face. Braggly, we joined the rebels together to kill all the slave traders on the plain and rescue the half-blood elf slaves on the Partington Plain. But now you have run to the plateau and become a slave owner's running dog. The half-blood elf officer on the wall, who covered his face with a mask, remained silent. After Captain Helicky called out his name, he lifted the mask, revealing a face that Captain Helicky was very familiar with. Helicky, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Braggly, the half-elf officer on the city wall, responded expressionlessly. When the Silver Moon Elves negotiated with us in the fortress village, it was clear that they wanted to purge all of us rebel officers. If I hadn't left at that time, I would have been destined to be sent to the Inquisition. So you fled to the Pagisto Plateau. Captain Helicky turned his head away and didn't want to continue. The rebel soldiers behind him slowly approached the city wall. The army was approaching, and the sense of oppression before the battle spread from the battlefield in front of the castle. The private soldiers of the mine standing on the castle wall were trembling all over. There were too many half-blood elf soldiers under the wall, and they came here to hunt down the headhunters. The strength of these rebel soldiers was unquestionable, but the private soldiers of the mine on the wall did not want to sit and wait for death. As the low horn sounded among the rebel soldiers, the half-blood elf soldiers, like a tide, rushed towards the wall. Captain Helicky glanced at the sky. At this time, a loud and clear griffin cry sounded in the clouds. A few seconds later, 2 griffins broke through the clouds at the same time, wrapped in a light golden light shield, like a meteorite falling from the night sky, with a long tail, swooping towards the city wall. This was not the first time that the 2 griffin cavalrymen did this. In front of the wall of the silver mine in the Caldam Mountains, they cooperated with the rebel soldiers in this way. Iron Will. The 2 griffins crashed into the wall, and with 2 roars at the same time, 2 huge gaps were knocked out of the wall that was originally full of private soldiers from the mine. The rebel soldiers standing in the front row were wearing heavy armor and holding shields. They rushed into the gap in the city wall before the smoke had cleared. The 2 griffin cavalrymen struggled to fly into the sky under the desperate protection of the rebel soldiers. The rebel soldiers rushed into the magic crystal mine through the gap in the city wall. Braggly, who fell from the top of the city, looked at the Captain Helicky, who was walking towards him with a desperate look on his face, and refused to say a word. The defeat of the magic crystal mine was doomed at the beginning of the battle. The rebels did not kill all the private soldiers in the mine, like they did with the headhunters on the plateau. Instead, they confiscated their weapons and armor, and locked them up in the warehouse on the first floor of the mine. The mine owner and his family were trapped on the 4th floor of the castle. When the private soldiers in the mine were controlled by the rebels, the mine owner did not resist. Captain Helicky walked up the stairs to the 4th floor, wiping the blood off his sword with a handkerchief, while observing the various facilities in the castle. Seeing the mine owner and his family standing trembling in the corridor on the 4th floor, he strode over and said to the half-blood elf mine owner, "After I check the number of half-blood elf slaves in the mine, I will decide where you will go. If your hands are stained with the blood of more than 10 half-blood elf slaves, tonight will be your last meal. If you treat the half-blood elf slaves in the mine well, I will try to send you to the Padstow City Court of Justice, including your family. Before that, I announce to you that this magic crystal mine temporarily belongs to the half-blood elf rebels. In addition, I hope you can take the initiative to escape, which will save me a lot of unnecessary trouble," Captain Helicky said, and walked towards the city wall without looking back. Roy waited for only 4 days at the southern entrance of Tianpu Canyon, and then he waited for good weather. Only when he saw the north wind in the canyon subside, he led the 4,000 mine guards to quickly pass through Tianpu Canyon. After entering the wilderness in the north of the plateau, Roy did not rush to enter the north of the plateau, but camped at the north exit of Tianpu Canyon, where the mine guards will continue to rest. The Griffin group flew out of the camp and scouted the traces of the plateau headhunters around the camp. Unlike the overwhelming attack of Captain Helick, Roy led the mine guards into the northern plateau like a spring breeze, and did not expand outward quickly after entering the northern plateau. Outside the northern mountain pass of Tianpu Canyon is also a rolling hilly area, where a large number of monsters and headhunters live together. Roy climbed to the top of the mountain and could see far from here. He looked back at the Skyfall Canyon, which looked like a crack with white smoke constantly floating out. Kaka rode a griffin and landed beside him. Roy sat on the griffin, holding Kaka's shoulders with both hands, urging Kaka to take off quickly. Flying into the sky, the large hilly land in front of Roy turned into a huge map with colors. Roy even saw a group of headhunters hiding in a valley. Chapter 431. The mine guards were stationed at the southern entrance of the Skyfall Canyon. Roy was not in a hurry to enter the northern part of the plateau. He first sent the Griffin group to the northern part of the plateau for reconnaissance. Then he secretly entered the northern part of the plateau with the members of the Zakaram Adventure Group. Kaka brought a group of friends, carrying Roy, Woods, Sabrina, Moira, and Miss Tiffany to land in a remote valley. In this mountain range, groups of wind wolves can be seen everywhere. These wind wolves like to lie on the cliffs of the mountains. They will jump down from the cliffs when they see prey, slowly stay behind the prey, and wait for the best time to hunt. Wind wolves usually like to hunt in groups. When they see their prey, they will not pounce on it immediately. Instead, they will rely on their excellent endurance to follow behind their prey, waiting for the prey to show flaws and fatigue, and then they will attack in groups. So in the northern part of the plateau, although the wind wolves are only weak first-level monsters, they can defeat high-level monsters that are several times stronger than them. When these wind wolves set their sights on their prey, they will howl around and call for their companions around them. They jump down from the cliff, go around behind the prey, and just lick their lips and follow silently. When the prey noticed the wind wolves behind them, they were just a little anxious at first, but later they became nervous and panicked when they found that the wind wolves were gathering more and more. Many prey just knew how to run away desperately at this time. When they were exhausted, the wind wolves behind them would show their heads from behind and kill the prey in one fell swoop. Apparently, Roy and his half-blood elves were not on the wind wolves' menu. When the wind wolves saw Roy and his half-blood elves jumping off the griffin's back, they just looked at them from a distance. They had no intention of running away, nor did they intend to catch up. They completely ignored Roy and his group. Roy and Woods were a little nervous. They were a little worried about being besieged by the wolf pack and then exposed to the sight of the headhunters. So everyone jumped off the griffin and became cautious. Elves don't like wolf skins very much. Even the fur of wind wolves in Castletown is far less valuable than the fur of demon antelopes. The Zakaram Adventure Group entered the northern part of the plateau this time, not only to perform reconnaissance missions, but also as one of the few adventures outside the Zakaram Adventure Group in the past 6 months. After 2 months on the Pajisto Plateau, the team members have grown significantly. Except for Roy, who has not yet become a high priest, the rest of the team have successfully been promoted to the first level. Kaka and little Eugene told Roy the time when the griffins would come here again, as well as the contact method of the magic flare, and then rode the griffins into the sky. They will continue to fly north, trying to find the mysterious ancestral land of Gazan. There is a headhunter village ahead. Should we go over and take a look? After walking for a while in the valley, Woods finally got this information by communicating with some big trees in the forest. Well, let's go and take a look. I want to see the real life of the headhunters in the northern part of the plateau. Roy carefully pushed aside the weeds in front of him, trying to find a way through the woods. Although this forest area is a coniferous forest, it is full of weeds and shrubs. It is still difficult to walk through these weeds. Miss Tiffany doesn't like this kind of cold, dry and difficult forest. For a Naga mermaid, walking through the woods is like swimming in the water. Sabrina has half wood elf blood in her body, so she feels particularly at home when she walks into the forest. In fact, Woods is also a wood elf, but he doesn't show it. Do you have any ideas about these headhunter tribes? Miss Tiffany followed from behind and asked Roy, who was waiting in front. Roy asked everyone to sit down and rest for a while, and then said, well, this time, headhunters hunted half-blood elves on the Pajisto Plateau. At present, the half-blood elves have fought back. Even if these headhunters are driven back to the north of the plateau again, I think it is impossible to curb this momentum. They are born hunters, and hunting is actually a part of their lives. If they are defeated this time, they will come again next time. So I plan to see how these headhunters live. If possible, I want to gather these headhunter tribes together and manage them in a unified way, at least to get them out of this hunting life. Miss Tiffany didn't expect Roy to have such a plan. I thought you would drive these headhunters out of the Pajisto Plateau, but I didn't expect you to capture all the headhunters. Roy smiled and said, it's not that we want to capture them all, but just let them move to a suitable place to live. These are just my ideas, and I don't know if they can be realized. We will help you, Miss Tiffany said at the right time. Moira stood on a tall branch of a tree, observing the surrounding situation vigilantly. Those wind wolves seemed to know that Roy's adventure group was not easy to mess with, and they were too lazy to even follow the team. If Roy had not come to the headhunter tribe and seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined how difficult life those headhunters, who looked fierce and brutal, lived in the northern part of the plateau. The headhunters in the valley live in some very simple tree houses. The fir trees in the woods here are very tall. The headhunters dig holes in these big trees and live in them. These tree holes are only for sleeping. Except for sleeping, headhunters rarely stay in the tree holes. There is often an open space between several fir trees, where a bonfire is lit, and some burnt stones are circled around the fire. The headhunters are not afraid of wild animals in the mountains, so their homes are somewhat scattered in the woods. Often, a few big trees surround the bonfire, which is considered a small living circle. You could always see some female headhunters around the bonfire. Roy has always thought that there are only men in the headhunter community, and the women used to reproduce in the tribe are all snatched back from the indigenous tribes in the mountains. Now it seems that this is not the case. There are some young female headhunters responsible for guarding the bonfire. The women in the community mainly rely on gathering and hunting small animals for a living. They wear clothes made of animal skins, and they are barefoot in such cold weather, exposing a part of their calves. A dagger is tied to the calf. This dagger is similar to a skinning knife, and is mainly used to cut meat and skin. The fir tree house looks more like a tree hole where a bear lives. Roy and the adventure team just secretly observed outside the village. They did not intend to rush into the village. A female headhunter was lying on the ground next to the campfire, spreading a piece of animal skin on the ground. She was holding a scraper polished with stone in her hand, and scraping the grease side of the leather. She wanted to remove the grease from the leather. Two dirty children with drooling and snot were squatting beside them, wearing only hooded leather jackets. Some blackened wooden bowls can be seen next to the tree hole. It can be seen that these headhunters have a hard life. Perhaps the men in the tribe have gone out to fight, and there are only some women, old people, and children in the village. Their hunting skills are not strong, and there are not many small animals to catch in the woods. Looking at their pale and thin appearance, they must be hungry often. The adventure team did not disturb the headhunters' village. Roy just observed for a while, and then quietly left. When they returned along the original route, they happened to see a team of headhunters at the place agreed with Kaka. A team of young headhunters, carrying short flying spears on their backs and wore blades on their waists, forced a wind wolf under a big tree. The leader was an old headhunter, whose hair had turned gray, his skin looked a little loose, and his eyes were cloudy. However, his face was covered with black patterns, spreading from his neck to his chest and back. The old headhunter stood by silently, holding a short flying spear. The one facing the wind wolf was a young headhunter. There was no black pattern on his face. He held a war blade in his hand, crouched down and stared at the bared wind wolf. The wind wolf seemed very anxious, and roared in his throat. It couldn't escape. It was surrounded by a circle of young headhunters, and had no way to rush out. Roy found that there were no other wind wolves around. Maybe it was a lone wolf. Roy and the adventure team squatted in the grass on the mountain. Through the gaps in the woods, they could just see the whole process of the headhunters hunting. The young headhunter's fighting skills still needed to be improved, but he was very flexible, and his steps were very agile. Every time he jumped, he could avoid the bite of the wind wolf in a thrilling way. However, the sword in his hand stabbed the wind wolf's neck. When the young headhunter saw the sword in the wind wolf's neck, he rushed over and stretched out his hand to press the wind wolf to the ground. The wind wolf whimpered and turned its head to bite the young headhunter's wrist. The young headhunter had a short flying spear in his hand, and accurately inserted it into the wind wolf's mouth. A wind blade flew past the young headhunter's cheek and hit the tree, leaving a deep cut on the tree. Then the wind wolf and the young headhunter rolled together. With his strong body, the young headhunter finally cut the wind wolf's head with the blade in his hand and killed it. The old headhunter strode up, scolding the young headhunter in the language of headhunters, and drew a rune pattern on the young headhunter's face with his finger dipped in the blood flowing from the wind wolf's neck. He looked solemn, as if he was holding some kind of ceremony. Although the young headhunter was exhausted, he knelt in front of the old headhunter with great satisfaction, letting him draw patterns on his face with wolf blood. Then the old headhunter took out some herbs, and kept chewing them. After chewing them, he spit them into his palms, and smeared the dark green sticky paste on the young headhunter's face. Finally, the old headhunter actually took out a long needle, and carefully pierced the young headhunter's face. It should be the tattoo of those mysterious patterns, which looks more like a coming-of-age ceremony. Not only Roy was very curious, but the other members of the adventure team were also very curious. Are they tattooing their faces? Moira whispered to Sabrina beside her. Sabrina nodded. A string of words no one could understand came from a big tree, and then a short flying spear flew out of the tree. Sabrina was the most vigilant, and immediately drew out the Sirluki sword to knock the short flying spear away. But this sword seemed to have touched a hornet's nest, and the figures of young headhunters appeared on other big trees around. All the young headhunters held short flying spears in their hands, half crouched on the big trees, and looked at this side, with a covetous look. The headhunters in the clearing heard the shouts, and immediately stopped their activities, and ran over quickly. Roy found that there were at least 20 young headhunters squatting on the trees around him, and almost everyone was holding a short flying spear. 6 other headhunters ran over from the clearing. The old headhunter walked in front. His face was full of wrinkles, but he was still quite agile. He stopped more than 20 meters away from Roy and asked in a strange tone of Elvish, "Where are you from?" Roy walked out of the bushes, stood in front of the adventure group, and said to the old headhunter, "We are half-blood elves who came here from the southern plateau." Before Roy finished speaking, the old headhunter had already translated Roy's words into the native language. All the young headhunters, whether on the tree or under the tree, cheered, and it looked like they were having a celebration. All the young headhunters not only cheered, but also kept looking at Roy and his group. A young headhunter cheered. "They are half-blood elves. They are pigs? They don't look like pigs. Their clothes are beautiful. There are a group of half-blood elves here. Come and grab them." Roy couldn't understand them, but it was obvious that these young headhunters were very excited. Some young headhunters had already gathered around, holding war blades and short spears in their hands, and almost at the same time, they threw their short spears at Roy and his men. The old headhunter held a sword in his hand and stood guard. The young headhunter rushed up next. A quarter of an hour later, the clearing in the forest was full of young headhunters' bodies. Even the old headhunter's throat had a bloody hole, and blood was all over the ground. He sat dying beside a big tree, looking up at the sky with weak eyes. This battle was a bit inexplicable, and even made Roy laugh and cry. Although he won the battle, Roy didn't want to fight at all. The headhunters were more excited to see them than to see the wind wolves. They rushed up for no apparent reason, and then fell to the ground under Sabrina's sword and Woods's bare paw. No one could resist their attacks. When the young headhunters realized that something was wrong, it was too late to withdraw from the battle. Until Roy and his group left the woods full of corpses, the 2 seriously injured young headhunters were still complaining. "These pigs are so powerful, we didn't learn their skills well." Chapter 432. Roy found that these young headhunters were not very smart. They were very brave in battle, but the braver and more fearless they were, the faster they died. The clearing in the forest was full of corpses of young headhunters. When the old headhunter was dying, his cloudy eyes could only look up at the sky. Only he knew that these young people had heard too many glorious deeds of their fathers, so they were a little blindly arrogant about their abilities. They called the half-blood elves in the southern part of the plateau pigs, because the headhunters in the village thought that catching a half-blood elf was as easy as catching a wild boar. But now retribution has finally come. These half-blood elves look very young, but each of them has special skills. The old headhunter looked into the distance helplessly. He wanted to remind other headhunters in the village, but now he could do nothing but wait to die. The blood slowly flowed out of his body. He felt a little cold. The sky in front of him was also rapidly darkening, and his body's perception was also weakening a little bit. He knew he was about to die. He wanted to shout one last time to see if there were any surviving tribesmen around him, but he couldn't even make a sound. Long ago, he warned the headhunters in the village, but they ignored his warnings in order to get the reward from the mine owner. Later, the headhunters found that the headhunters living in the southern part of the plateau were not so scary, and they didn't even know how to fight back. At the beginning, the headhunters were very careful not to catch half-blood elves, but later they found that half-blood elves seemed very easy to catch, and then the news spread quickly. In recent years, the adult headhunters in the village have caught many half-blood elves, and they sell them to the mine. The old headhunter knew that the half-blood elves would never let this matter deteriorate. Sure enough, 2 months ago, an elven army appeared on the plateau. They rode silver flying horses and rushed to the ancestral land of Gazan in one breath, and almost captured the ancestral land of the headhunters. No one expected that the group of silver moon elf warriors would quickly evacuate the Pagisto Plateau overnight. So the headhunters living in the north of the plateau gathered together, and many headhunters stood up and proposed to launch a revenge action against the headhunters in the south of the plateau. This matter was approved by all the headhunters. The old headhunter could not recall anything, his pupils began to dilate, and even his breathing had stopped. Roy was unable to obtain any information from these headhunters. The battle just now made everyone in the adventure group full of blood. When Kaka and little Eugene came with their companions to pick up the adventure group, the Griffin seemed very restless. "Roy, what's wrong with you? Did you get into trouble just now?" Kaka saw Roy was covered in blood, Sabrina, and Woods were not much better, so he asked with concern. "I met a group of young headhunters, and had a fight with them in the woods, and then it became like this." Roy looked down at the blood-spattered magic pattern structure on his body, and said helplessly, "Did you go to the headhunter village to investigate?" The Griffin jumped into the air with all 4 legs at the same time, and the wings flapped twice, and took off. Kaka hugged the Griffin's neck, and turned to Roy and asked, "I've been there. Their village is very simple. Almost all headhunters are used to living in tree holes, and lighting a bonfire in the open space in the forest." Roy introduced to Kaka what he saw and heard in the headhunter village. The life of these headhunters seems to be very backward. Kaka couldn't help but sigh. Every time the Griffin flapped its wings, its head would stretch forward. Flying at low altitude consumed some energy, so it was eager to rise into the wind layer. As the Griffin rose rapidly, Roy could see the entire outline of the mountain again. "Well, that's it," Roy replied. Roy figured out that there were no headhunters lurking at the north entrance of the Tianpu Gorge, so he asked the mine guards to leave the temporary camp at the south entrance and pass through the Tianpu Gorge. The mine guards set up camp on a grassy slope outside the north entrance of the Tianpu Gorge. The half-blood elf warriors set up nearly 500 tents on this slope. All the half-blood elf warriors were ready for battle, but Roy did not issue any battle orders. Except for the Griffin Corps, who had to go out every day to gather intelligence, the half-blood elf warriors of the mine guard team were almost doing some basic training in the camp every day, and the battle plan had not been issued yet. The half-blood elf warriors in the entire camp were guessing what Boss Roy wanted to do. In fact, Roy had been waiting for news from Captain Helic these days. He did not lead the mine guard team into the wilderness of the northern plateau to clean up the headhunter villages in the mountains, because he did not want the half-blood elf warriors to kill too much. Now the young headhunters in the headhunter villages are a little too blindly confident and regard the half-blood elves as pigs. Once the mine guards appeared on the northern plateau at this time, those young headhunters would definitely fight to the death, which was not what Roy wanted to see. So he waited silently, and it was estimated that it would not be long before the news of Captain Helic's battles in the northern plateau would spread here. In any case, these young headhunters must be awe-inspiring. Roy was prepared to try his best to reduce the killing. Obviously, the headhunters who escaped from the Tianpu Canyon did not tell the news of the defeat to the villages in the northern plateau. Most of the headhunter communities were still in the dark. Only those headhunter villages where headhunters had escaped from the Tianpu Gorge and returned home learned the inside story. They were actually the first group of headhunters to move from the northern part of the plateau to the ancestral land of Gazan. At the beginning, there were very few villages evacuating northward. Until the wilderness in the western part of the northern part of the plateau, many headhunter villages migrated northward. Captain Helic led a group of rebel soldiers, riding Argali and rushing around in the wilderness. Almost every day, they had to clear out some headhunter villages, making the northwest area of the plateau a mess. A large number of young headhunters gradually realized that the half-blood elf warriors were so terrifying. The half-blood elf warriors rushed all the way. The young headhunters fled in all directions, and the news of the headhunters' defeat in the Jiaxi Mountains and the Kaldam Mountains began to spread in the northern part of the plateau. A large number of headhunters wanted to seek refuge in the ancestral land of Gazan. Although the mine guards at the camp on the north slope of Tianpu Canyon did not participate in the battle, the headhunter villages in the surrounding mountains were retreating northward. The headhunters in many villages had already fled. Woods didn't understand why Roy always kept his troops in place and let the headhunters in the surrounding mountains retreat northward. In fact, there were many doubts in the military camp. The elf warriors of the mine guards were rubbing their hands in the camp, hoping that Roy could take them to fight the headhunters. Letters of request for battle were sent to Roy, but they always fell into the sea without any response. That afternoon, Woods followed the half-blood elf warrior to complete the training content, and then came to Roy's tent. Seeing that Roy was still drawing some incomprehensible lines on the map, Woods asked curiously, "Roy, what are you doing? When can we go out to eliminate the headhunters in the surrounding villages?" After Woods sat down, he asked. Roy put down the quill in his hand, gently rubbed his sore shoulders, and patiently explained to Woods, "If they don't escape, once our mine guards kill them, many headhunters will be injured and surrender. If we capture them, I may have to build a new prisoner of war camp, and then I will need half-blood elf warriors to guard them. The number of these half-blood elf warriors in my hands is very limited. How can I spare manpower to manage the prisoner of war camp? It's better to let them go. In this way, we can follow their footprints and find other headhunters. As long as we keep chasing them north, we can follow their footsteps to find the land of the ancestors of Gazan. Woods didn't expect Roy to have such an idea. This idea does make sense, Woods said to Roy. Padstow City, Silver Pegasus Corps Military Conference Room. The war in Queen Uni Islands may continue for a while. As we expected, after those Grey Dwarf bandits occupied the outer islands of Queen Uni Islands, they began to build fortifications on the islands and dig holes underground. When they completely occupied these outer deserted islands, the Silver Pegasus warriors would not pose any threat to them, and the subsequent battles would become more and more difficult to fight. An officer took a document and introduced the battle situation of Queen Uni Islands to everyone in the conference room. The chief of logistics sat in the main seat of the conference room. He waited until the officer finished speaking before slowly opening his eyes and asking, "What military supplies are lacking there at the moment?" "Nothing is lacking for the time being, except for the priests of the Moon Temple. If those priests can fight with the army, the battle for the island may be easier," the officer continued to explain. The chief logistics officer nodded, then turned to ask another officer, "What is the situation on the Pagisto Plateau?" Currently, Roy's mine guards have entered the northern part of the plateau through the Tianpu Gorge, and the headhunter villages in the northern part of the plateau have migrated northward on a large scale. The officer stood up and explained. The chief logistics officer thought that Roy had only taken back a few mines that were occupied by the headhunters, but the actual situation was not. "So, his mine guards have already entered the northern part of the plateau?" "That's about it," the officer said cautiously. "So what do those people on the Pagisto Plateau want in terms of military supplies?" the chief logistics officer asked after a moment's silence. "Not yet. In addition to standard military supplies, they only applied for some military supplies that are easily damaged in battle. Food and medicine have never been supplied by us," the officer from the logistics department explained. The chief logistics officer nodded and did not ask any more questions. At this moment, Roy was leading the mine guards to a mine in the north of the plateau. Under the investigation of the Griffin Regiment, the Griffin Cavalry found a total of 11 mines in the north of the plateau, and the sizes of these mines were different. The smaller mines were just a hole dug close to the rock wall. In front of the hole was only a row of dilapidated stone houses. The ore was also piled on the mountainside. These ores needed to be screened again. As the headhunters in the villages near the mountains evacuated one after another, these mines were exposed to the mine guards. This time, Roy led the mine guards to the outside of a mine, and saw that there was only a low wall outside the mine, and 2 rows of stone houses were built inside. The Griffin group passed on the news to Roy that the owner of this small mine did not leave with the headhunters. This mine was built very secretly. It was built in a valley on the north slope of a mountain. If you look from the bottom of the hillside or from a distance, you will never see this mine on the hillside. However, the Griffin group's vision in the sky becomes very wide, and they immediately found the mine not far from the north entrance of Tianpu Canyon. When Roy and the half-blood elf warriors stood outside the mine owner hiding inside the mine could no longer sit still. He led a team of private soldiers in the mine and tremblingly opened the gate of the wall. The mine owner seemed to be a half-blood elf, and the private soldiers behind him also looked extremely ugly. It was hard to tell how old the mine owner was. He should be an adult half-blood elf, wearing a good magic pattern suit. When Roy saw him coming out of the yard, he took a step forward and said to him coldly, "My name is Roy. I was ordered to take over this mine. The private soldiers in your mine need to be disbanded on the spot. In addition, you must cooperate with me to take over this mine. If there are half-blood elf miners in the mine, you will be sent to the Padstow City Court for trial." The mine owner did not want to resist. He looked back at the private army behind him. The more than 30 elf warriors seemed weak. At least 1,000 half-blood elf warriors stood behind Roy. Some half-blood elf warriors walked out from behind Roy and tied up the private army warriors and the mine owner with ropes. Then Roy stepped into the mine. This mine on the hillside was built on a platform he had opened up. The entire platform was surrounded by a rock wall. There was a row of stone houses on the east and west sides of the yard, and an open space in the middle. The entrance to the mine was on the rock wall behind the open space. A group of half-elf miners were pushing a mine cart to transport ore from the mine to the outside. They saw a group of half-elf warriors rushing in from outside, and they all stopped their work and looked towards the gate. Roy walked straight into the mine. He ignored the ore on the ground and walked towards the half-elf miners. When he came to them, he said, "I am Roy. I was ordered to take over this mine. How many half-elf miners do you have here? Chapter 433. The owner of the mine, Jerome, is a half-blood elf. He has lived in the Partington Plain for nearly 200 years. He was once a member of an adventure group called the Impression Tree. When he was young, he went on adventures in the Partington Plain and traveled to many places. As the members of the adventure group gradually left the team and new members joined, Jerome had different ideas from the new members, so he later left the Impression Tree adventure group. He traveled to many places in Partington, caught fishmen in the Sun Island Bay, hunted dragonflies in the Black Swamp, lived in the Griffin Barrier Mountains for a while, and later worked as a magic herb merchant on the Pagisto Plateau. It was also by chance that he learned that the Pagisto Plateau was actually a natural rich ore group, so he planned to open a mine. At first, he wanted to open a silver mine in the Caldam Mountains, but later he learned that Lord Alvis had a stake in the 3 silver mines, and would never allow outsiders to go to the Caldam Mountains to share the oil and water here. The owner of the Jerome mine had no choice but to go north, and finally found an iron ore vein in the north of the plateau. The most important thing is that this area should belong to the sphere of influence of the headhunters of the plateau. Lord Alvis's influence does not extend to this area, so to create a mine in this area, as long as the surrounding headhunters can be dealt with. The iron mine owned by the owner of the Jerome mine is actually an agreement he reached with the local headhunter tribe. Every year, he will provide a dagger and a war blade for the young headhunters who participate in the adult hunting ceremony. It is such a simple condition that allows the owner of the Jerome mine to have an iron mine in the valley here. As for the elven slaves, other mine owners also bought and sold them casually, and the largest seller in the Partington Plain was Lord Alvis. When something becomes a habit, people no longer bother about whether it is right or wrong. Like other mine owners, he transported the iron ingots to Padstow for sale. The largest trading house there was also owned by Lord Alvis. When they sold the iron ingots, elves would sell them elven slaves. Mine owner Jerome clearly remembered that he first bought half-blood elven slaves in Padstow. Later, Lord Alvis had an accident. Not only did the supply of half-blood elf slaves stop, but also the sales channels of metal ingots were cut off. The mine owners heard that Lord Alvis was sent to the Buenos Aires tribunal and would be tried with the highest penalty, so they were scared and huddled in the mines. They dared not have any contact with Padstow City, fearing that they would be implicated. They just hoped that this matter would pass quickly. But they didn't expect that the Silver Pegasus Legion would ban the Partington Plain for more than 4 years. The iron ingots produced in the mines had no sales channels, but the mines still had to be maintained. Almost all the mine owners in the Padstow Plateau were caught in a dilemma. At this time, some mine owners did not dare to go to Padstow City to trade, so they made some deals with the headhunters in the north of the plateau. As a result, these mines were able to barely maintain their operations. Jerome mine owner had bought some half-blood elf slaves, but these elf slaves were bought from Padstow City, and these half-blood elf miners actually lived a very stable life in the mines. He had never purchased half-blood elf slaves from the headhunters. At most, he exchanged some war blades and spear tips for the right to collect in the mountains. They could collect berries and magical herbs at will in the mountains around the mine. A few months ago, the Silver Pegasus Legion entered the northern part of the plateau and listed his iron mine as one of the mines waiting to be taken over. However, before they could take over, the Silver Moon Elf warriors hurriedly evacuated from here. Later, a large group of headhunters ran to his mine and extorted some war blades. Fortunately, after so many years, he was very familiar with the chief of the headhunter tribe nearby. With the chief's intercession, the owner of the Jerome mine did not suffer much loss. Then, it was heard that many headhunters ran to the southern part of the plateau and launched a series of revenge actions against the half-blood elves there. In fact, Jerome also thought about what he should do in this matter to help those half-blood elves. But before he could figure it out, the headhunters were defeated again. This time, the half-blood elves in the southern part of the plateau rushed to the northern part of the plateau in one breath, and they were still under the banner of liberating the half-blood elf miners. In fact, he also thought about whether he should escape from the mine as a mine owner who had bought and sold half-blood elf slaves, and whether he should resist the half-blood elf army. He was very entangled these days. If he resisted, he would probably be killed by those half-blood elf warriors. Escape. Where else can his family escape to? Once he leaves this iron mine and loses his identity as a mine owner, he will be no different from other half-elves. In the eyes of the headhunters, he will lose his last bit of value. At that time, he may be a half-elf slave in the eyes of the headhunters. So when Roy led the mine guards to the mine owner Jerome chose to surrender. At this moment, he looked at the half-elf miner standing opposite Roy with a nervous face, fearing that he would say something unpleasant and anger the young half-elf officer opposite. The owner of the Jerome mine finally realized a sentence. It is really unpleasant to let your fate be in the hands of others. We have 70 half-elf miners here. Currently, all the miners are working in the mine. We are responsible for transporting the mine ore outside, and then screening the ore here. Poor ore can only be used to build walls, and only rich ore can be put into the furnace for smelting. The half-elf miner who spoke was called Little Cooper. When he stood in front of Roy and answered questions, he seemed neither humble nor arrogant and well-organized. "What's your name?" Roy suddenly asked. "They call me Little Cooper, sir." Little Cooper continued to answer. Roy saw that although the half-elf miner was wearing ragged linen clothes, his hands and feet were not shackled, and there was no supervisor following them. It seemed that these miners were in good spirits, and had not suffered any special abuse. Roy did not see any grey dwarves or dark moon elves in the mine, so he asked, "Are there any grey dwarves or dark moon elves in your mine?" "No, we are all from Padstow, and have lived here for a long time," Little Cooper said. "Huh?" The owner of the Jerome mine, who was standing aside, felt that the breath that was pent up in his chest had finally been released. Little Cooper did not say anything unpleasant, and was obviously doing his best to protect him, which made him a little moved. Roy glanced at the owner of the Jerome mine calmly. He was worried that this Little Cooper looked like a miner, but was actually a confidant of the owner of the Jerome mine. Roy was a little surprised by what Little Cooper said. There were no grey dwarves or dark moon elves in this small iron mine, and there were no half-blood elf slaves bought from headhunters. There were only half-blood elf slaves bought from Padstow City. He knew what Lord Alvis had done, and he also knew that Lord Alvis was the largest slave trader in the entire Partington Plain. Luo did not continue to ask other miners, but asked Little Cooper to take him around the mine. At this moment, the iron mine had been shut down. After the half-blood elf warriors entered the mine, they asked the half-blood elf miners to call out the other half-blood elf miners in the mine. Roy followed Little Cooper into the stone house where they lived. Little Cooper lived in the row of stone houses on the east side. Roy walked into the stone house, and found that there were some partitions made of ore. There were only 2 half-blood elf miners living in one room. Many of their personal belongings were still in the room. Roy even saw recorders and simple organ, as well as some messy stone sculptures. Apparently, these half-blood elf miners had some time for themselves, and some spare time besides working. Roy came to the dining hall of the half-blood elf miners again. The only food on the table was some red berries. This kind of berries is very common on the Pagisto Plateau. Mullen and the others usually eat this kind of berries. There is also a tool room next to the dining hall, which is piled with a large number of pickaxes and stone hammers, some of which are waiting to be repaired, and some have been repaired. A half-blood elf is repairing these tools in the room. So he casually asked the half-blood elf, "Does the mine owner require you to repair a certain number of tools every day to meet the standard?" That's not the case. Some tools are badly damaged, so it's hard to repair them. Some tools can be repaired simply by replacing the wooden handle, so it's impossible to judge how much work has been done by quantity, the half-blood elf said, and looked down on Roy in a subtle way. Roy went to the row of stone houses to the west, and found that the owner of the Jerome mine also lived in such a stone house. But his room was more private and more exquisite, that's all. After this round, Roy had a good impression of the owner of the Jerome mine. Roy felt that the mine owner did not seem to be so harsh in treating the half-blood elf slaves. Although the life of the half-blood elves here was not so good, it was not very bad either. At least, it was countless times better than that of the Spinel mine. Moreover, the half-blood elf miners heard that the army of the Silver Pegasus Legion was coming again, and that this iron mine would be handed over soon. Some of the half-blood elf miners actually had some resistance, even though they knew they were free. Even if we are free, there are headhunters everywhere here. Where can we go after leaving the mine? This is probably a common problem among the half-blood elf miners. They are not residents of the Padstow Plateau, and they don't want to go back to Padstow City. They even say they have nowhere to go. They are also worried that the new mine owner is not as good as the Jerome mine. After walking out of the mine, Roy suddenly had an idea. That is, after occupying so many mines, he is in urgent need of some professional mine managers. Seeing that the Jerome mine owner has a good status in the hearts of the half-blood elf miners, he wants to communicate with him. "What's your name?" Roy asked the half-elf mine owner standing in front of the only small furnace in the mine. "Jerome." Jerome answered. "Can you tell me how long you have been running this iron mine?" Roy looked at the small furnace in front of him. It looked like the one used to smelt iron ingots in a blacksmith's workshop. It couldn't smelt a large amount of iron ore. Obviously, the efficiency of this iron mine should not be very good, which means that there is no need to pay the half-elf miners. Otherwise, just paying the half-elf miners weekly wages would cause the iron mine to collapse instantly. The owner of the Jerome mine saw Roy staring at the small furnace, but he didn't tie him up. Instead, he asked him how long he had been running the iron mine. He felt that Roy didn't seem to have any hostility towards him, nor did he hate him. He was far from the hostility in the eyes of the half-blood elf warriors around him. The owner of the Jerome mine had no choice but to talk about some of his experiences in running the mine. He knew what Roy wanted to hear, and he tried not to talk about the trade of half-blood elf slaves. When he occasionally talked about those things, he just simply passed them by. Roy nodded repeatedly, and then said to the owner of the Jerome mine, "This mine will belong to the Silver Pegasus Legion in the future, and I will be the owner of this mine. Due to my limited energy, I can't manage this mine. Now, I think I can give you a certain amount of trust. I want to hire you to manage this mine. Of course, I will leave you 10% of the shares of the mine." The Jerome mine was also very speechless when Roy said this. "They robbed my mine and asked me to continue to manage it. It really looks like the style of the Silver Moon Elves. But on second thought, it seems that there is nothing wrong with this, as if I don't have to be sent to the Inquisition." Thinking of this, the owner of the Jerome mine felt relieved. Hearing Roy say that he could still keep 10% of the shares, the owner of the Jerome mine tried hard not to smile. Then Roy continued, "Of course, there will definitely be no half-blood elf miners in the future. All half-blood elf miners are free again. I will be responsible for solving the problems of miners in the mine and the sales of the iron ingots. You just need to manage this mine well. You don't need to be so pessimistic or feel that you are at a disadvantage. You can think of this as an annexation, that is, the larger mine on the Pagisto Plateau has annexed your small iron mine. I can bring vitality to this mine. In the future, this mine will also invest more resources. The scale of this iron mine will gradually expand, and I have a trade license from the Partington Plain. You must understand this, and the iron mine will not worry about the sales of iron ingots in the future. I will also invest in a larger magic furnace to refine iron ingots. Oh, by the way, what needs to be solved urgently now is to release all the half-blood elf miners in the mine, and find a group of new miners to replace them." After saying this, Roy walked up and patted the Jerome mine owner on the shoulder, smiling and saying to him, "Maybe you can't figure it out now, but you will slowly understand in the future that what you are giving up now may not be the real loss." The Jerome mine owner glanced at Roy and just muttered in his heart, "I understand it very well." Chapter 434. Is there any other choice? Jerome mine owner asked himself this question in his heart. The answer is no. Refusing means that he and his family will be sent to the court in Padstow City. Instead of that, it is better to stay in this iron mine honestly. I promise you, Roy mine owner. Jerome mine owner hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. Roy stood beside the furnace as big as an earthen stove, looking at some iron ore burning in the red coke, smiled at Jerome mine owner lightly, and said gently, "You can call me Boss Roy like them. This is probably the most dilapidated mine on the Pagisto Plateau, and perhaps also the cleanest mine on the entire plateau. It just so happens that the owner of the Jerome mine is a smart half-elf, so Roy easily recruited the owner of the Jerome mine under his command." At this time, all the half-elf miners in the mine were summoned to the mine yard. Everyone saw that the yard was full of half-elf warriors, and heard these half-elf warriors say that they were now free, and they all cheered with joy. When they heard that the headhunters in the north of the plateau were driven back to the ancestral land of Gazan in the mountains in the northernmost part of the plateau, many half-blood elf miners became excited. Many half-blood elf miners asked the half-blood elf warriors about the situation in the Pagisto Plateau, and the situation in the city of Padstow. When they heard that Lord Alvis was sent to the trial in Buena City, the largest slave trading gang in the Partington Plain was declared completely destroyed, and the city of Padstow has now become the largest gathering place for half-blood elves in the Partington Plain. Some half-blood elf miners want to return to the city of Padstow from the Pagisto Plateau. Of course, for these half-blood elf miners, such a long journey must be full of difficulties and obstacles. Some miners heard that there were many half-blood elves living in the southern part of the plateau, and they immediately expressed their desire to live there for a while. Some miners were actually used to this kind of mining life and wanted to stay in the mine to continue mining. However, almost no half-blood elf miners stood up to accuse the owner of the Jerome mine. The reason was not that the owner of the Jerome mine was so good to them, but that the owner of the Jerome mine often set an example by entering the mine cave almost every day to check the situation inside the mine cave, and occasionally eating and living with the half-blood elf miners in the mine cave, which won the trust of the half-blood elf miners. This iron mine does not have the black iron veins like the Jiashi Mountains under the mountain range, and does not produce magic black iron. It can only dig out the most common iron ore. The smelted iron ingots can be used to make weapons. If magic metals are not mixed in, it is impossible to forge high-quality magic weapons. However, according to the owner of the Jerome mine, this iron mine has produced more valuable magic iron ore, but the output is very rare. The owner of the Jerome mine has been operating this mine for more than 100 years, and has only dug out 3 pieces of magic iron ore in total. If it weren't for these 3 pieces of magic iron ore, this iron mine would have collapsed long ago. After occupying this dilapidated iron mine, Roy did not stay there. The mine guards continued to advance eastward along this mountain vein. Before leaving, the owner of the Jerome mine handed Roy a parchment scroll. This was a small map that only drew the mountain where the iron mine was located. In addition to the mine of the owner of the Jerome mine, if you continue to go east, you can encounter 3 similar iron mines. According to the description of the owner of the Jerome mine, the operating conditions of these iron mines are similar to his mine, and they are about to collapse. There was nothing that could be done about it. The Silver Pegasus Legion blocked the portal to the Partington Plain and restricted trade in the Partington Plain. No matter how many metal ingots these mine owners produced, if there was no merchant to buy them, these metal ingots would just be a pile of scrap metal. According to the names on the list, Roy went to search one mine after another. Sure enough, these mine owners were similar to the Jerome mine owner. Perhaps because life in the north was difficult, they didn't treat the half-elf miners that badly. Of course, almost all mine owners have some contact with the headhunter tribe near the mine. They will regularly send some ironware to the headhunter tribe to maintain the relationship between them. It's not very close, but it's not bad. After all, they are making a living on someone else's territory. The mine will provide these headhunter tribes with ironware, arrowheads, war blades, skinning knives, some are finished products, and sometimes some iron ingots. The headhunters are not good at forging, but the most basic repair of weapons. After so many years, they have finally learned some. However, when these headhunter tribes heard that the half-blood elves had occupied the northern part of the plateau, they hurried to the ancestral land of Gazan to avoid disaster. Roy waited in the Skyfall Canyon, and in return, he successfully recovered most of the eastern half of the northern part of the plateau without much effort. He took over 4 iron mines without much effort, but although these iron mines looked ordinary, the mine owners were not as pure as the Jerome mine owner, and did not have the same prestige as the Jerome mine owner among the half-blood elf miners. So Roy did not give the 3 mine owners a chance to talk, but sent them directly back to the Court of Justice in Padstow. Taking the opportunity to send the 3 mine owners back to the Court of Justice, Roy also transported most of the iron ingots accumulated in the 4 mines for many years, accompanied by a group of half-blood elf miners who yearned for the life of the people in Padstow. Roy's promise to them was that if they followed the caravan honestly, they would reach Padstow. In addition to the 4 iron mines, there was a crisscrossing mountain range to the north, which was called Watchak by the headhunters, meaning that this mountain range was like the teeth of a wind wolf. In such a messy mountain area, there are actually 2 mithril mines that look quite large. It has to be said that the entire Pagisto Plateau is a densely populated mineral vein area. There is a mithril vein in the Sadasso Mountains, but I didn't expect that there are 2 mithril mines in the Watchak Mountains. The mine owners, who can occupy the mithril mines, can be said to be quite resourceful. These 2 mine owners built their mines like castles. In addition to the half-blood elf miners, there are also gray dwarves and dark moon elf miners. It seems that every mithril ingot is stained with the blood of the elf miners. When Roy led the mine guards to the first mine, the mine owner tried to organize a private army to resist. When Roy's Griffin group appeared above the mithril mine, the mine owner immediately made a decision to open the castle gate. All the headhunters in the Watchak Mountains left. Those who dared to stay also quickly fled northward under the joint attack of the Griffin group and the assassination team. These headhunters were far less experienced than those who entered the southern part of the plateau, and some of them were not even adults. The headhunters left because they still had the ancestral land of Gazan to take refuge. But the mithril mine here cannot be escaped, and there is no way to escape. The outer wall of the castle built around the mithril mine is not very high. The entire castle is built on the mountain, and many buildings are lined up on the steep hillside. The castle gate is very tall, and the mine owner wearing gorgeous noble clothes looks particularly small under the gate. He also wears the Windrunner hood that the Silver Moon elves like very much on his head, and a magic sword inlaid with 7 gems on his waist. His skin is as white as milk, and his face looks more delicate than some female elves, exuding a kind of femininity. He is different from Claire. Although Claire is handsome, she does not have this kind of feminine temperament. He also has some lip gloss on his lips, and some powder on his face. Seeing Roy walking in the front, followed by Sabrina and Woods, the mine owner raised his mouth and greeted Roy with a smile, flattering him. You must be Lord Roy, right? I am a beer, the mine owner of the Mithril mine in Mount Woolchak. The Silver Pegasus core stayed in my mine for nearly a month. At that time, an officer notified that a new mine owner would take over the Mithril mine. I didn't expect you to come at this time. Roy ignored his words and walked straight into the castle, followed by a team of half-elf warriors. Entering the castle gate, there was a street that sloped upwards, paved with stone slabs, with gentle slopes and steps. The square inside the castle gate was not very large. In the center of the square stood an elf statue that looked similar to the owner of the Abyll mine. Many textures on the stone statue were inlaid with gold, making the statue look lifelike. A team of less than 100 private soldiers from the mine were waiting in the square. Walking up the main road, you can reach the most magnificent building in the castle, but Roy didn't look at it for a second. He turned his head and asked the private soldier guarding the city gate, "Where is the Mithril mine?" The gate guard, wearing a set of full covering armor, like an iron barrel, was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously wanted to see the owner of the mine, Abyll, but when Roy stared at him, he felt a little nervous. He pointed to a small road on the west side of the castle and responded in a panic, "Over there." Roy said nothing more, turned around and walked towards the Mithril mine. Mulan stood out from the team of half-blood elf warriors, quickly took over the castle gate, and controlled the private army of the mine in the square at the castle gate. A team of half-blood elf warriors quickly ran up to the top of the city, and took over several arrow towers on the city wall. These were not the places Roy was concerned about. He walked along the west path for a while, and sure enough, he saw the furnace and warehouse in the west area of the castle, as well as the mine full of mithril ore. The metal solution kept flowing out of the furnace, and slowly flowed into different molds. The people working here were all Grey Dwarves, but their expressions were a little dull. When they saw Roy and his group coming in, they didn't react and continued to work silently beside the furnace. Roy continued to walk inside, and found the mine cave at a glance, following the mine carts. Two half-elf miners were surrounding a mine cart. The half-elf miner in front was pulling the mine cart with a rope, and pulling it forward with all his strength. The half-elf miner behind was also pushing the mine cart hard. The mine cart was not moving very fast. Roy walked forward a few steps, and found that the two half-elf miners looked pale and thin. This place is completely different from the 4 iron mines he had seen before. The previous mines were all dilapidated, and the half-elf miners in the mines were in good physical and mental condition, but this mine was built very grandly, but the miners in the mine were hungry and skinny. Roy's face turned cold instantly, and he strode forward, followed by Woods and Sabrina. He walked in front of the two half-elf miners, scaring them. They even looked around in panic, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that there was no supervisor. "How many half-blood elf slaves are there?" Roy asked the half-blood elf miner standing in front of the mine cart. At the most, there were more than 1,000. Many half-blood elves died of illness, and there was no replacement. Later, there were only about 500 left. Recently, some people have died inexplicably. The remaining half-blood elves may be less than 400. The half-blood elf miner said cautiously. "Besides the half-blood elf miners, are there any other miners in this mithril mine?" Roy asked while looking around. Woods had already walked into the mine, followed by a team of half-elf warriors. The half-elf miner replied, "There are some Grey Dwarves outside, who are mainly doing or screening and smelting, about 100 or so. There are also Dark Moon Elves inside, who are mainly mining with us. The number of Dark Moon Elf miners is even smaller, probably less than 100. After saying this, he asked Roy very vigilantly, "Who are you?" Roy thought for a moment and said, "We belong to the Silver Pegasus Corps guards at the Pagisto Plateau mine. This time we came to the Mithril mine at Mount Woolchak, and the first thing we did was to rescue all the elf miners here. Now I can announce to all the elf miners here that you have been freed. I'm not familiar with the situation here. Can you two pass this message into the mine?" The two half-blood elves seemed to be stunned by the pie in the sky, and asked in a trance, "Are you from the Silver Pegasus Corps guards at the Pagisto Plateau mine? We are free? Really? We can leave here at any time?" When they talked about the latter part, they seemed a little excited, and looked at Roy expectantly. Then Roy gave them a positive answer. "That's right." The two half-elf miners saw the half-elf warriors behind Roy, and some of them even smiled at them. The two half-elf miners felt blood rushing to their heads, and their bodies were a little uncontrollable, and kept shaking. One of the half-elf miners said loudly, "I go tell them." The other half-elf miner trotted behind the half-elf miner in front. "No wonder I didn't see the supervisor today." Chapter 435. Two half-elf miners trotted into the mine, and met half-elf miners, who were also pushing mine carts out of the mine. They talked about how everyone had regained their freedom. The two half-elf miners didn't believe it at all and questioned, "Barros, did they force you to say that?" "It's true, we are free," the two half-elf miners said anxiously. The half-elf miner pushing the minecart looked around cautiously and found that there was no sign of the supervisors around, so he said a little brazenly, "TSK, more than 2 months ago, those Silver Moon Elf warriors also told us the same thing, and what happened? They ran away, and we would be punished if we stayed." Another half-elf miner also echoed, "That's right, maybe it was sent by a bill to test us. Calm down, wait a little longer, observe carefully, it's always better to be careful." After hearing what their companions said, the two half-elf miners, who conveyed the information, immediately wavered. They hesitated whether to walk out of the mine, and pushed the mine cart parked in the backyard back. They were afraid of being seen by the half-elf warriors waiting outside the mine, so they gritted their teeth and said, "Anyway, there is a team of half-elf warriors outside, and our compatriots will not deceive us." The half-elf miner argued, "Are those half-elf warriors outside?" The two half-elf miners pushing the mine cart were a little surprised. "Yeah," an older half-elf miner said decisively, "Then let's go out and see what's going on." Just as the four half-elf miners were whispering at the entrance of the mine about whether to go out, Roy had already walked into a row of stone houses built next to the mine. It can be seen that this should be the dormitory of the half-elf miners. These stone houses are almost all built of waste ore, and the gaps between the ore are filled with grass mud. These stone houses only have doors, but no windows. The roof is covered with some wooden boards, and covered with a layer of moss. Walking into the dormitory, it is dark inside. There are also small rooms separated by small rooms, but there are no wooden doors. Standing at the door, you can see all the furnishings in the dormitory. Each dormitory is crowded with 6 bunk beds, with no extra space. The beds are covered with tattered linen sheets, and Roy did not see blankets on the bed. This is the northern part of the Pagisto Plateau. The temperature outside is very low, and the dormitory is also cold. There was a wooden food tray at the head of each wooden bed, and almost all of them were very clean. Roy only saw half a muffin in one of the food trays. He walked into the cold and gloomy room, picked up the half muffin from the food tray, and sniffed it. Roy found that in addition to a mixture of dried mushrooms and unknown blackberry dried berries, he could even see some sawdust. He broke the muffin with his hands, and it was not even as good as the mushroom cakes made by the gray dwarves in the mine shaft of the second mine. 12 half-elf miners actually lived in one room, and the food was so bad. No wonder the half-elf miners were so thin and haggard. Such a gorgeous castle was built, but the miners' residence was not even as good as the tree hole where the headhunters lived. Then Roy found that not every room was so shabby. After walking through 10 rooms, Roy saw a slightly better room. The room not only had a wooden door, but also a lock outside the door. Roy stood at the door and hesitated for a moment. The half-elf warrior following behind him took 2 steps forward and kicked the wooden door open. Boom! The wooden door fell apart. There was only a bed in the room. There was even a table on the other side of the wall. A lantern emitting a faint light was placed on the table. In addition, there was a water cup. A whip and a stick were hung on the innermost wall. There were not only sheets on the bed, but also an old blanket. There was also a pair of old boots under the bed. Roy saw that this should be the room of the supervisor or the leader of the miners, and had nothing to do with ordinary miners. Going further inside, it was still the same. Every 10 rooms, there would be a room for the supervisor, but at this time, there was no elf in the dormitory. Roy walked to the end of the stone house, and looked at the stone steps extending downward. He didn't expect that there would be a basement inside. There was a stench and moldy smell in the basement. Roy hesitated and didn't plan to go in. But just as he turned around, he heard a faint groan from inside. Roy frowned, took out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, and walked inside. A half-blood elf warrior holding a shield walked into the basement first. The half-blood elf behind him took out a torch from his pocket. Before he lit the torch, a faint light lit up on Roy's fingertips. Faint light illumination. Although this light could not be transmitted very far, it at least allowed Roy to see the steps under his feet clearly. Under the illumination of this faint light, the cold and gloomy atmosphere from the basement quickly dissipated. What appeared in front of Roy was not a basement for storing supplies, but a prison cell, which should be specially prepared for half-blood elf miners. The cells inside were separated by iron bars. The voice came from a half-blood elf hanging from the ceiling. He had disheveled hair and dried blood stains on his body. His head was drooping weakly, and he was wearing a blood-stained linen robe. After walking a few steps inside, he found that there were also several dying half-blood elves in the cage behind the iron fence. The blood on the floor of the cell had dried up, and the whole room was filled with the stench of blood. Under the illumination of the holy light, Roy could even see many resentful souls floating in the cell. They were just floating aimlessly in the basement, not awake, and were still unconscious. They were usually only attracted by resentment. It is estimated that many elf slaves must have died here. After the death of these elves, their souls did not return to the embrace of the moon goddess Elun, nor did they turn into elves in the fountain of life, which meant that they could not be reborn. Roy sighed. Although there were no hellish mines like the Spinel mines here, it was definitely not much better than the 3 Spinel mines in the southern part of the plateau. No wonder Captain Helix said he would never accept the 3 mines in the Chaldea Mountains. It was estimated that the miners in those 3 mines were not very good either. Roy skillfully drew a divine pattern in front of him with one hand. This divine art was taught to him by Jasper. At the beginning, Jasper expected Roy to learn this divine art and then go to some private jobs with him to earn some extra money. Who would have thought that Jasper had been lying in the cemetery in the western suburbs of Castletown for several years? A ball of holy light appeared in front of Roy. Roy was now the trainee priest. The holy light was as strong as a ball of white flame. The resentful spirits felt the harm brought by the white flames and unconsciously avoided the surroundings. Roy gently chanted a spell. Purification. The resentful spirits were burned by the white flames and turned into pure souls bit by bit. However, the suffering and resentment that the resentful spirits had suffered in their lifetime flashed before Roy's eyes like a fantasy movie. As the resentful spirits in the torture chamber gradually faded and disappeared, Roy felt as if a lot of negative emotions had accumulated in his body. He was a little crazy and quickly closed his eyes to relax himself. At this time, the half-blood elf warrior had rescued the half-blood elf hanging in the cell, and another half-blood elf opened the iron gate of the cell and helped the half-blood elf lying inside out. After leaving the cell, Roy even forgot to treat the injuries of the half-blood elves. He walked straight to the door at the end of the corridor. The iron door was locked. Roy looked at the half-blood elf warrior who followed him. The half-blood elf warrior immediately understood, but he did not draw his long sword. Instead, he pulled out a war blade from his bag and chopped at the iron lock without hesitation. This war blade should have been seized from the headhunter, and it should have been mixed with some magical black iron during forging, so it has very good strength and rigidity. The blade chopped on the iron lock, and a string of sparks flew out. The iron lock was cut off by the war blade. The half-blood elf warrior immediately pushed open the iron door, and this door actually connected to an independent small courtyard. In this courtyard surrounded by high walls, a large area of black thornwood was planted. Only this cold-resistant thornwood can grow wildly in the climate of the northern plateau. The vines of the thornwood are almost black, with only a few leaves on them. The vines are covered with black berries, which are the dried black berries that Roy saw in a muffin. This thornwood is slightly toxic, and the toxicity can be reduced to a minimum after drying. Although thornwood is cold-resistant, it likes fertile soil. Roy reached out to pick a black berry from the branch of the thornwood in front of him. Through the thorny vines, he suddenly saw a piece of white bone exposed from the soil. It should be a forearm bone, and it was an elf bone. The scene in front of him ignited Roy's anger again. It took the half-elf warrior some time to gather a large group of miners to the clean and tidy small square in front of the castle. There were dark moon elf miners, half-elf miners, and gray dwarf miners. They were dirty and smelly. These miners almost filled all the space in the small square, forming a large black mass. Almost all the half-elf miners were thin and haggard, and looked like they had skeletons under their clothes. The dark moon elf miners were in the same situation, even more miserable than the half-blood elves, because their ankles were locked with chains and stone balls. Several half-blood elf warriors were squatting at the edge of the small square, removing the chains from the feet of these dark moon elf miners. Roy walked into the small square with red eyes. He squinted his eyes, as much as possible, and walked to the high platform in front of a screen wall in the square without saying a word. Here, let me explain to you first, we are the Pagisto Plateau Mine Guards. The first purpose of coming to the Mithril Mine in Mount Vachak is to rescue all the elven miners. From now on, you are free. You can leave this mine at any time. Of course, if anyone feels that the wilderness in the north of the plateau is too dangerous, they can also leave with our pack team. You can go wherever you want. Those who want to leave can pick up a travel bag at the door of the warehouse later. This is the last little help I provide to you. My name is Roy, and I will be the owner of the Mithril Mine in Mount Vachak. This mine will continue to operate. If any of you want to stay and continue to work, we welcome you, but you must pass our physical examination. One more thing to add, the Grey Dwarf miners will not be free. You need to continue working in the mines. I'm done. When Roy said these words, His face was cold the whole time, but the more he said this, the more these half-blood elves and dark moon elf miners believed that this was true. The elf miners finally believed that everyone had regained their freedom. Happiness came a little suddenly, and even made everyone a little overwhelmed. Many elves stood in the small square and discussed this matter with their familiar companions. Some smart elves went directly to ask the half-blood elf warriors next to them, but no one dared to disturb Roy. Sabrina was taking a group of half-blood elf warriors to arrest the private army in the mine. Moira followed Vice Captain Tennyson into the castle to investigate the real situation inside the castle. With led a team of half-blood elf warriors to climb the city wall and quickly set up defenses in the mine. Everyone had their own duties and was very busy. A Bill mine owner stood in front of the castle steps with great trepidation. He had disarmed all the armed forces in the castle and surrendered voluntarily. So he thought that this Roy mine owner should be as kind to him as the Silver Moon Elf officer who came here last time, and the restrictions in all aspects were also extremely loose. When he saw Roy coming out of the tunnel on the other side of the mine and announcing in public in the small square that all the elf miners were free, he knew that this mithril mine must be lost. But he didn't think Roy would do anything to him. After all, he was a Silver Moon Elf. Seeing Roy coming up with a stern face, the owner of the Abyll mine thought that Roy must have not received any benefits. If he was allowed to open the warehouse and see the mithril ingots stored inside, he would probably have a smile on his face. Lord Roy. Before Abyll mine owner reminded Roy to go to the warehouse for a walk, Roy interrupted him rudely. Abyll mine owner, you have violated the slave trade crime of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and are suspected of abusing and killing elves. I have no right to deal with you, so someone will send you and your family back to the Padstow City Court tomorrow morning. You now have one night to make some preparations before your trip. Abyll stood there in a daze. His smile seemed a little stiff, and he was a little confused about how the man in front of him could convict himself of these serious crimes while talking, but he also knew that he could not argue at this time, lest the result become worse. Okay, I go back and prepare for the trip. The owner of the Alber mine lowered his head and said. In his heart, he cursed Roy, thinking that this half-elf mine owner was really ruthless. But the owner of the Alber mine thought that Roy gave him a night to prepare, and he felt a little relieved, thinking, finally, there is still a chance to make some arrangements. Chapter 436. The castle of the Mithril mine in Mount Bachak is like an exquisite mountain castle. The mine is located in the alley on the west side of the castle. However, the residence of the owner of the Abyll mine is located at the top of the entire castle. This house, which is like a hanging garden, is built on the top of the mountain. If you walk back to the courtyard from the city gate, you have to climb a long stone staircase. The owner of the Abyll mine returned to the gorgeous courtyard with a gloomy face. In the past, every time he returned to this exquisite courtyard, he would stand on the steps and look down at the entire mithril mine, but today, the owner of the Abyll mine was not in such a mood at all. He walked straight back to the hall of the main house alone. After the private army of the mine was disbanded by the mine owner Abyll, even the elf servants in the courtyard disappeared. The empty hall was cold and deserted. The mine owner Abyll glanced at his lover Olysis, who was waiting anxiously in the hall. Olysis was wearing a tight leather armor, showing his muscular figure. His eyes fell on the mine owner Abyll, and he quickly stood up and ran to the mine owner Abyll, holding the mine owner's arm, and said in a panic, Abyll, a group of half-blood elf warriors broke in here just now, and took away the elf servants at home without saying anything. Pushing Olysis aside, the owner of the Alber mine sat on the leather sofa. He no longer cared about these things. He was always struggling with one question in his mind. Should he be taken back to Padstow City to stand trial by the elf warriors arranged by the owner of the Roy mine, or should he flee the Wachak Mountain Mithril mine with his lover Olysis and the wealth he had accumulated over the years? In the past 100 years or so, the owner of the Alber mine has accumulated an astonishing amount of wealth in the establishment of this mithril mine. As long as he can bring this wealth back to the Elven continent, he can live comfortably even if he returns to Buenos Aires. But if he wanted to use this money to bribe the Silver Moon Elf noble jury in the trial, and hoped to avoid punishment, the wealth accumulated over the years would probably not be enough. The owner of the Abyll mine was still reluctant to give up this mithril mine. He spent almost half of his life here to build such a beautiful palace. At the beginning, he also made great efforts to deal with the chief of the local headhunter tribe. In addition to the supply of weapons such as war blades and spears, there were also several elven slaves lying in the tree holes of the chiefs of the 3 nearby tribes. The lifespan of headhunters is less than 100 years. These female elves have served several chieftains, and have a delicate status in the local headhunter tribe. Without these relationships, he would not have built such a beautiful castle palace. When Lord Alvis fell, the owner of the Abyll mine did not think that this incident would have much impact on him, because his network of relationships with the Silver Moon Elf nobles was not completely severed. But then, the Silver Pegasus Corps stationed in the Partington Plain had no intention of contacting him. After some inquiries, I learned that it was heard that the commander of the Swinburne Corps was one of the most staunch followers of the Silver Moon Elf King. He had made speeches in public more than once, expressing his intention to crack down on the slave trade on the Elf continent. Therefore, the owner of the Albar mine did not think of getting in touch with Earl Swinburne. He thought it would be best if he could hide on the Pagisto Plateau. If he couldn't hide, it would be okay even if he was escorted back to Buenos Aires by the Silver Pegasus Corps. He could then rely on his accumulated connections to help him. But he didn't expect that the Silver Pegasus Corps came and left in a hurry. To him, a descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobles, those officers were particularly polite. Thinking about it, he was a Silver Moon Elf after all. Even if he was sent to the Inquisition, he should be treated with some preferential treatment. That's why the owner of the Abyll mine hesitated between returning to Padstow and fleeing in the Partington Plain. He sat on the sofa alone in silence for a long time, and when he came to his senses, he found his lover Ulysses sitting beside him in panic. Ulysses, what do you think about us going back to Padstow? But then we will inevitably have to accept the trial of those old guys in the court. The owner of the Abyll mine frowned and said. Ulysses was so scared when he heard what Abyll said that his legs went weak. He had committed a crime in Padstow before, and was exiled to the Padstow Plateau. Abir, are we going back to Padstow? Ulysses asked in a panic. Abir mine owner nodded and said, yes, this Roy mine owner is going to send us back to Padstow tomorrow morning. Ulysses' arms trembled with fear, and he accused loudly, how can they do this? Don't they know that you are a Silver Moon Elf noble? Abir mine owner shook his head and said with a cold face, it's useless. When it comes to the sale of elf slaves, the laws of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom do not allow any room for negotiation. Ulysses asked even more anxiously, so, will you be sentenced? The owner of the Albar mine looked at Ulysses deeply, not understanding why he was so panicked. If you are lucky, you may be sentenced to a few fewer years. The owner of the Albar mine said. Can you not go back? Ulysses had a sad face, tears streaming down his handsome face. So, where can we go? The owner of the Albar mine stared at Ulysses and asked faintly. We can go anywhere. Just think of it as being exiled to the Partington Plain. It's better than being in a dark island prison. Ulysses panicked and blurted out what was in his mind. The owner of the Abyll mine suddenly stood up from the sofa and said loudly, no, I don't want to wander around the Partington Plain. We still have to go to Padstow City, but we shouldn't be escorted back. We should return to Padstow City as Silver Moon Elves who have been wandering outside for many years. If we can buy a teleportation pass on the black market, we may have a chance to return to the Elf continent to live. Seeing that even though he was terrified, Ulysses had never thought of abandoning him, the owner of the Albar mine smiled and whispered in Ulysses' ear, we can leave the Mithril mine tonight, take everything we can take, and hide in a secret place in the Wachak Mountains. Once we are out of the spotlight, we can go to Padstow City. Ulysses' heart was suddenly relieved, and he felt his strength returning to his body. He stood up with the owner of the Albar mine and asked him, can we escape? After all, they have Griffin cavalry. When I built this castle, I actually considered this aspect. After all, this is my territory, and it is easy to leave here. The owner of the Albar mine said confidently. Then how long will we hide in the mountains? Ulysses said with some concern. He didn't want to hide in the mountains forever. Wait until their army leaves, and then we will leave. The owner of the Albar mine said with a firm look. Roy knew that what he said in the afternoon would definitely make the owner of the Albar mine make a choice. If he had enough courage and could make up his mind to follow the half-elf warrior to Padstow City, Roy really would have no way to punish him. In fact, Roy hoped that the owner of the Abir mine would take the risk and choose another way. It must be said that the castle built on this mithril mine is indeed beautiful, and completely in line with the aesthetics of the Silver Moon Elves. It can be seen that the owner of the Abir mine must have devoted a lot of effort to this. This mithril mine is also managed in an orderly manner by the owner of the Abir mine. If it weren't for the fact that the elf miners were all skinny, and the dead elf miners were lying in a cemetery full of iron thorns, Roy would even think that the owner of the Abir mine was really a management talent. After taking a look at this magnificent castle that had absorbed the blood of countless elf miners to bloom, Roy had already sentenced the owner of the Abir mine to death in his heart. He was not going to send the owner of the Abir mine back to Padstow safely. If the owner of the Abir mine could take the initiative and quietly escape from the mithril mine, things would be much easier. Roy was waiting for news from Vice Captain Tennyson in the room. He didn't expect that an elf would come to inform him at this time. "Bring her to see me," Roy ordered Vitas, who was standing at the door. Not long after, the door was opened by Vitas again. A dark moon elf in maid clothes stood at the door, with a nervous expression. Roy looked at the dark moon elf. Her skin showed a very special dark blue color. Her skin color was darker than all the dark moon elves he had seen. Dark skin belongs to the noble bloodline in the dark moon elves. It is said to be related to blood inheritance. Among the elf women, it is rare to have a plain face like Neelan with light freckles on her face. Most elf women are born extremely beautiful. The history books of the elf dynasty record that angels created elves and gave them the perfect appearance of angels. Elves are born with magic affinity. The dark moon elf was very beautiful. She stood at the door and observed Roy without saying a word. "I am Roy. What's your name? What do you want to talk to me about?" Roy propped his left arm on the desk and motioned her to come closer to talk. The dark moon elf was a little nervous. She took only 2 steps forward and stopped. She said to Roy, "My name is Adia. I came to you this time to report the owner of the Albar mine." He was about to escape from the Mithril mine with his lover Alice. When the owner of the Albar mine built this castle, he left a secret passage. The entrance to the secret passage is in his bedroom. Roy tapped the table with his fingers and asked, "I'm curious, how did you know this?" "I overheard it. They thought all the elf servants had left their courtyard, but I didn't. When they were discussing this in the hall, I hid behind the flower pot in the corner." After saying this, Adia was probably worried that Roy wouldn't believe it, so she took the initiative to stand in the corner of the room, and her body kept fading in front of Roy until it finally merged with the air. Roy nodded. "Can you tell me what you want?" "My sister was given as a gift by the owner of the Abil mine to a headhunter chieftain. I want to rescue her," Adia said excitedly. She didn't expect that the young mine owner in front of her would give the reward for the information so readily. Roy frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Although I can't make any guarantees on this matter, I can be sure that my mine guards will definitely rush into the ancestral land of Gazan. If you can pass the test, you can join my assassin team. Of course, if you want to leave, I can provide you with weapons and armor. Of course, you can also take away some items you need. I'm not capable of going out on my own in the northern part of the plateau yet. I want to join your assassination team." Adia crossed her arms in front of her chest, put her hands on her shoulders, and saluted Roy. Roy didn't say much, just glanced at the left corner and said casually, "Moira, take her to see Captain Timothy." "Oh!" The air in the corner was slightly distorted, and Moira's figure emerged. Then she stared at Roy with clear eyes and asked curiously, "Roy, how did you find me?" Roy raised a finger, and a sacred halo appeared on the tip of his finger. The light spread in the room, instantly dispelling all the shadows. Moira didn't wait for Roy to say anything else, and quickly took Adia's hand and whispered, "Come with me, there are actually many dark moon elves in our mine guard team." After that, the two walked out of Roy's room quickly. Not long after, Deputy Captain Tennyson also hurried to see Roy. The two talked in the room, and then Deputy Captain Tennyson hurried away. It was completely dark, and the owner of the Abil mine sat up on the big bed in the bedroom. He took off his exquisite magic pattern cloth robe and put on the leather armor hanging on the wooden rack one by one. He could count the number of times he had worn this set of elegant wind magic pattern structure on one hand. As a descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobles, his archery skills were only good. He took down the light feather bow on the wall, put it on his back, and took down 2 magic daggers from the dagger rack on the table and inserted them on the outside of his thighs. The mine owner, who was originally aristocratic, suddenly turned into a Silver Moon Elf archer. His lover, Alice, changed into a set of heavy armor beside him, and carried 2 storm swords on his back. He was a level 17 sword dancer. Abil mine owner pulled out the treasure chest under the bed, took out 2 magic waist bags from it, and handed them to Alice, asking him to tie them around his waist, and then tied 2 for himself, and then moved the treasure chest to the side. As Abil mine owner turned the winch in an inconspicuous position beside the bed, the big bed actually split into a tunnel in the middle, and it was pitch black underneath. Alice wanted to pick up a trident candlestick from the table, but was pulled by the owner of the Albar mine. The two did not speak throughout the whole process. The owner of the Albar mine pulled out the dagger on his left leg and raised it above his head. The blade of the dagger was like a burning flame, emitting dark red flames in all directions, but it was not warm at all. The owner of the Albar mine took the lead and walked into this dusty passage. Chapter 437. This secret passage is very long, but the section inside the Mithril mine castle is very secret. Alice followed Abir, and walked down the steep steps for a long time. It felt like he had almost reached the belly of the hill where the castle was located, and then it stretched straight in one direction. Ulysses had completely lost his way in the secret passage, and didn't know where the exit was. This secret passage was built very secretly. In addition to a thick layer of dust accumulated inside, there were occasional mice slipping through the cracks in the rocks. The secret passage was not well ventilated, and it was stuffy and hot. Sweat flowed into the steel boots through the heavy armor. Not only the lining was soaked, but the feet in the boots were also sticky. The feeling was hard to describe. Ulysses, who had been living a pampered life for many years, felt that the strength in his body was rapidly draining away. But Abir had no intention of stopping to rest. Ulysses knew that even if he asked to rest for a while, Abir would not agree, so he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Ulysses didn't expect this secret passage to be so long. He estimated that he should have walked in the secret passage for a whole night, and he still hadn't found the exit. Abir was very careful when building the secret passage. Along the way, there were more than a dozen forks in the secret passage alone. Even if there were elf warriors catching up behind him, he had to keep making choices in this intricate secret passage. Just when Ulysses was completely lost, Abir stopped. He first made sure that there were no pursuers behind him, and then stood in front of a stone wall in the secret passage. He asked Ulysses to come to help, and the two of them pushed a huge stone on the stone wall together. A dog-hole-like passage appeared in the secret passage. Abir bent over and went in, and then motioned Ulysses to follow. This passage, which was not much wider than a dog hole, was a real ordeal for Ulysses, who was wearing heavy armor. Because his shoulders were too wide, his shoulder armor got stuck in the corner of the passage. If Abil hadn't turned around to help him unfasten the buckle of his breastplate and take off this heavy armor, he would probably have been stuck in the passage and starved to death. The exit of this passage was a crack in the rock wall. Abil hid at the edge of the crack and looked out. After making sure that there were no half-blood elf warriors on this hillside, he let out a long breath and leaned weakly against the side of the crack. He said to Ulysses, "Finally escaped. This time it was not easy. The shelter I built is 20 kilometers away from here. Let's hide here first, and go to the shelter after dark." While saying these words, Abir was not idle either. He led Ulysses to climb up along the narrow rock crevice. After climbing up the rock wall, the two hid on a high platform in the rock crevice. Then Abir took out 2 sleeping bags from his magic waist bag, and nailed 2 hooks on the rock wall with an iron rod. The two hung the sleeping bags on it, and then got into the sleeping bags, looking like silkworms hanging in the rock crevice. The whole escape process was very smooth, so smooth that Abir was a little suspicious whether the owner of the Roy mine was a fool. It was so easy to escape from the mithril mine of Mount Vachak. How boring. A team of assassins quietly emerged from the exit of the passage. They tracked all the way, and finally found this secret exit. It was very dark inside the crevice. They hid in the shadows. Even a skunk that slipped through the crevice could not find this team of Dark Moon Elf warriors. When Deputy Captain Tennyson emerged from the passage, Abir was hanging 2 sleeping bags with Ulysses high up in the crevice. The actions of the Abil mine owner shocked Fielding, the Dark Moon Elf warrior, who was following Vice Captain Tennyson. What on earth does this guy want to do? Why do you care so much? Everyone started to work. For mine owners who fled for fear of crime, the Silver Pegasus Legion has a precedent, and can directly execute them during the pursuit. Vice Captain Tennyson's voice was a little cold. As he spoke, Captain Tennyson was like a gecko, with his hands and feet propped on the rock wall of the crevice, climbing up silently. Deputy Captain Tennyson's body in the shadows became blurred. Unfortunately, it was not night, so his body could not be completely hidden. Deputy Captain Tennyson crawled to the sleeping bag, pulled out a dagger from his thigh, and stabbed it silently at a sleeping bag. Just when the dagger just touched the sleeping bag, a layer of light golden light shield suddenly appeared around the sleeping bag. Then the sleeping bag suddenly broke open, and the surprised Abir mine owner came out from it, and jumped directly onto the high platform next to the crevice. He held a flaming dagger in one hand, and a feather bow in the other, staring at Vice Captain Tennyson. At the same time, the sleeping bag where Ulysses was suddenly split open, and the strong Ulysses emerged from it with 2 swords in his hands, and the 2 storm swords were strangled towards Vice Captain Tennyson's neck. Ulysses's feet were propped on the stone walls on both sides of the crevice. In order to avoid this stranglehold, Vice Captain Tennyson slid down quickly. At this time, the mine owner Abir, who was standing on the crevice platform, pulled the feather bow to the full extent towards Vice Captain Tennyson, and a light magic feather arrow was shot out. But the next second, he didn't even have time to see if Vice Captain Tennyson was hit by an arrow, and he felt a cold dagger against his throat. The cold touch and sharp blade made his neck hurt. The owner of the Abil mine didn't even have the time to look back at the ambusher behind him, and his throat was cut by the dagger. He let go of the light feather bow and the dagger, and covered his neck with both hands, which was bleeding and couldn't say a word. He only felt that the source of power in his body was slowly disappearing, and the world in front of him was slowly becoming extremely blurry, and he couldn't breathe normally. Then the owner of the Abil mine knelt on one knee on the stone platform in the crevice, and the blood dyed the elegant wind magic pattern structure on his body blood red. Captain Timothy stood on the stone platform. He had just slashed the neck of the owner of the Abil mine, ending his sinful life. Alice's forced Vice Captain Tennyson back with a sword, and then he rushed towards Vice Captain Tennyson along the crack in the rock. Alice's was a sword dancer wearing full cover heavy armor. This kind of heavy armored sword dancer can completely restrain assassins to a certain extent. Vice Captain Tennyson was slashed back by Alice's sword, and Fielding and Cunnier of the assassin team came up from both sides of the crack. This time, the assassin team caught up with a total of 6 Dark Moon Elf warriors. If it was 2 months ago, this assassination team might not have any advantage over the Abil mine owner and Alice's. But after 2 months of training on the battlefield, the strength of the assassination team members has greatly improved. Although Alice's is very brave, as a sword dancer, he is trapped between the cracks in the rocks and can't perform any moves at all, especially the storm sword is very clumsy. The 2 assassins rushed over, breaking tendons and strangling throats. Alice's body slid down the cracks, and was trapped at the bottom of the cracks. The assassination team carried the bodies of the mine owner Abil and Alice's, and returned directly to the castle of the Mithril mine in Mount Vachak. The square at the gate of the castle was full of half-blood elves and Dark Moon Elf miners. They surrounded the Dark Moon Elf warriors of the assassination team in the center, and then saw the mine owner Abil, who was covered in blood and had a stiff body. Then, the whole square burst into a long-suppressed cheering and crying. These cheering and crying seemed to officially announce that the miners of the Mithril mine in Mount Vachak were completely free. The half-blood elf warriors of the mine guard team were very calm at this time. Some of them maintained order in the small square of the castle, and some half-blood elf warriors took some fruits from the mine warehouse and distributed them to the miners in the square. Just in front of the small door on the other side of the square, Tiffany's team led a team of half-blood elf warriors to check the bodies of some elf miners. Half-blood elves and Dark Moon elves who passed the physical examination can join the mine guard team. The elf mine of the Mithril mine in Mount Vachak specifically found Roy in the morning and asked him to join the mine guard team. That's why Roy made such an arrangement in the small square. According to the elf miners in the mine, joining the mine guards would make them feel safer, so many miners hoped to join the mine guards. The bodies of Abil mine owner and Alice's were placed in the middle of the square and buried in the half-blood elf cemetery on the west side of the castle in the afternoon. A Silver Moon elf mine owner in the northern part of Pagisto Plateau was killed by the mine guards on the way to escape while fleeing for fear of crime. This news soon spread to Padstow City, and the whole city of Padstow was shocked by it. On the contrary, the Silver Moon elf managers in Padstow City were silent at this time, and even the logistics chief of the Silver Pegasus Legion remained silent. Obviously, they didn't want to anger the half-blood elves living in the city at this time, when the public was excited. Not only that, the news of the killing of the Abil mine owner also spread to the mines in the Nicobar Mountains in the east of the plateau. This news finally made these mine owners understand one thing. That is, although the elf army shouted life is supreme, elves have no death penalty, the evil mine owners would actually be executed, but the method of execution was slightly different. There are 11 mines in the northern part of the plateau. 5 mines were discovered in the western area where Captain Heliki was located. All of these mines were attacked by the rebels led by Captain Heliki. And Captain Heliki did not take prisoners. All the mine owners and the private soldiers in the mines were executed in the mines. This was the case for the first 4 mines. The more they went to the back, the more fierce the resistance of the mine owners was. The rebels paid a great price for this, and the suppression process was also quite bloody, which was completely unlike the elves' approach. When they attacked the 5th mine, the mine owner fled directly when he heard that the rebels were approaching, which allowed the exhausted rebels to enter the rest period in advance. There are 6 mines in the East District where Roy is located, for iron mines and 2 mithril mines. It was not very difficult for Roy to occupy these mines. Because a large number of headhunters fled to the ancestral land of Gazan, the mine was isolated and helpless. Roy received the information from the owner of the first 4 iron mines easily because of Jerome. When it came to the 5th mithril mine in Mount Vachak, although the process was a bit tortuous, it was not very difficult. When he captured the 6th mithril mine, the mine owner also fled directly. During this period, Roy also captured more than 1,000 young headhunters in the northern part of the plateau. Roy sent these headhunters to 4 iron mines as miners. In November 1407, Roy occupied the northern part of the Pagisto Plateau in one fell swoop, and all the headhunters in the northern part of the plateau moved to the ancestral land of Gazan. When the Silver Pegasus Legion entered the northern part of the plateau, they only chased the headhunters' resistance army all the way, and did not make an effort to wipe out the headhunters in the northern part of the plateau. Therefore, even if they had a whole group of Silver Pegasus warriors, it was still very difficult to find the ancestral land of Gazan. Roy's combat strategy this time was completely different from that of the Silver Pegasus Legion. He directly drove away all the headhunter tribes in the northern part of the plateau, and forced them to flee northward. Captain Helike killed a large number of headhunters in the North Wind Canyon. The headhunters were afraid of the half-blood elf warriors, so the whole escape process was smooth. And the half-blood elf warriors in the rebel army also discovered one thing, that not all headhunters have superb hunting methods. Those headhunters with superb hunting methods basically went to the southern part of the plateau. They went to the south to hunt half-blood elves. At first, they met the cavalry vanguard of the Silver Pegasus Legion, and some of them were driven away and killed. Later, they met the Silver Pegasus warriors, and some of them were killed again. When the Silver Pegasus Legion evacuated the Pagisto Plateau, this group of headhunters launched a revenge operation against the half-blood elves in the southern part of the plateau. Almost all adult headhunters left the northern part of the plateau. Some headhunters died in the Jiaxi Mountains, and some headhunters died in the Kaldam Mountains. The last group of headhunters fled to the ancestral land of Gazan with their tribe. At this time, the headhunters who stayed in the northern part of the plateau, in addition to young people, were old people, and some women who could only use daggers and traps. Although these headhunters have certain combat power, they are not as good as those bloodthirsty headhunters, so the half-blood elf warriors can easily win every battle. So far, except for the northern edge of the Pagisto Plateau and the Nicobar Mountains in the east, Roy's mine guards have occupied the entire plateau. Among the mountains on the northern edge of the plateau, there is a place where the headhunters originated, the ancestral land of Gazan. This place has never been found by the elves. Captain Helike wrote to Roy, saying that he wanted to see the ancestral land of the headhunters. If it was possible, it would become a temporary base for the rebels. Roy naturally had no objection. The mine guards did not continue to march north, but chose to turn around and head to the Nicobar Mountains in the east of the plateau. The terrain of the eastern mountains is very complex, almost all of which are layers of mountains. Many headhunters live a hunting life here, which is a hard nut to crack. However, Roy has the Griffin group, so it becomes much easier to enter the mountains. Chapter 438. The mountain roads in the Wachak Mountains are rugged and uneven. The 4 iron mines originally belonged to the same vein, but this vein existed intermittently in the Wachak Mountains, so 4 iron mines were built in this mountain range. The iron mine owned by the owner of the Jerome mine is the shabbiest of the 4 iron mines. In the bleak cold wind, particles of ice and snow mixed in it, blowing on the visors of the half-blood elf warriors, would form a thin layer of ice on their hard visors. The carriage of the mine owner Jerome drove into the 4th iron mine, followed by 200 half-elf warriors and 100 headhunter prisoners. This time he came to the 4th iron mine to restore the mine to normal operation. The elven miners were free again, resulting in a shortage of miners in the mine, so Roy took out the headhunter prisoners he had captured recently to make up the number. The mine owner Jerome knew very well that once he became the manager of the 4 iron mines, even if he boarded Roy's warship and completely broke with the headhunters in the northern part of the plateau, if those headhunters came back again in the future, the first batch of people to be dealt with would be mine owners like him. This group of headhunter prisoners were all very young. They were captured by the elf warriors when they were fleeing northward. Now they were chained together, and their spirits were exhausted. The owner of the Jerome mine took these headhunters to the 4th iron mine, and then began to arrange the work in the mine, not wanting to delay for a moment. Roy led the 5,000 elf warriors of the mine guard to the eastern mountainous area with the most complex terrain on the Pagisto Plateau. All the Griffin cavalry of the Griffin Regiment were dispatched. They circled back and forth in the sky of the Nicobar Mountains, carefully searching for mines and headhunter communities hidden in the mountains. Of course, not all headhunter communities would be of their attention. The Griffin cavalry only pays attention to the headhunter tribes around the mines. Some of these mines had been occupied by the Silver Pegasus Legion more than 3 months ago, but after the Silver Pegasus Legion withdrew and the headhunters returned, they took these mines back. After several battles, there were only some miners left in these mines besides the mine owners. The news that the mine guards were heading towards the Nicobar Mountains was soon heard by the mine owners in the Nicobar Mountains. These mine owners heard that even the owner of the mithril mine of Abil in Mount Bachak was killed by this group of half-blood elf warriors, and they were so scared that they fled from the mines overnight with their belongings. In order to slow down the mine guards, and avoid being killed by the mine guards' elf warriors on the way, the mine owners not only kept the half-elf miners, but also recruited them into the mine guards in the mines. After the mine guards entered the Nicobar Mountains, they occupied all the mines with almost no effort. However, before leaving, the mine owners destroyed almost all the mines, and the furnaces in the mines were smashed into scrap copper and iron. These mine owners did not leave Roy anything valuable. Only a group of half-elf miners, who were about to starve to death, were left behind. As for the gray dwarf miners in the mine owners released them before leaving. Now these gray dwarfs have already gone into the mountains around the mine, and many headhunters have also fled into the mountains. The process of taking over the mines was very smooth, because these mine owners had completely destroyed the mines before leaving, so Roy did not think about restoring these mines to normal operation immediately. He just took in the half-elf miners, and temporarily abandoned the abandoned mines. Roy brought back nearly 3,000 half-blood elf miners from the Nicobar Mountains in the east, and temporarily settled them in 3 castles in the black iron mines of the Gaxi Mountains. The half-blood elves could choose to stay in the mines to mine, or take a travel bag to leave the Gaxi Mountains. It took Roy nearly a month to bring these 3,000 half-blood elf miners out of the Nicobar Mountains. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of December 1407. The war on the Pagisto Plateau had almost completely subsided, and the headhunters were now being suppressed by Captain Helik in the ancestral land of Gazan and struggling. It is rare to see groups of headhunters on the plateau. Roy is temporarily staying in the castle of the Black Iron Mine in Mount Edas. Sabrina, Moira, Woods, and Miss Tiffany are also in the castle here. As the mine guards grow stronger, Sabrina is no longer needed to train those half-blood elf warriors, nor is Woods needed to lead half-blood elf warriors to guard the city wall. Even Moira has not acted with the assassin team for a long time. After they followed Roy around the Nicobar Mountains, they returned to the castle at the North Black Iron Mine, and stayed there for a few days. Due to being away from the sea for a long time, Miss Tiffany had some minor skin symptoms these days. When she turned into an elf, she had some rashes on her body. Even soaking in the bathtub did not relieve the symptoms. Roy knew that she had been away from the sea for too long. These days, there were always many half-blood elf miners coming in and out of Roy's office. These half-blood elf miners came from various mines in the Nicobar Mountains. The reason why Roy went to find them was very simple. He wanted them to describe the appearance of the several escaped mine owners in the Nicobar Mountains. The most chaotic area at present is the Nicobar Mountains in the east of the plateau. In this mountain, there are not only monsters everywhere, but also some headhunters and gray dwarf bandits. Several other mines are also abandoned. Roy wants to make these mines operate again, which may cost a lot of time, manpower and material resources. The reason is that these mine owners created trouble. They fled the mines when they heard the news, turning the mines into a mess. And these mine owners sneaked away with a fortune. These days, Roy has been thinking about where they will go. In fact, the answer is very simple. Whether they want to stay in the Partington Plain or sneak back to the Elf Continent, they have to go to Padstow. So Roy has been busy dealing with various things on the Padstow Plateau these 2 days, and then he will take the portraits of these mine owners and return to Padstow to block them. The fire in the room was very strong, and the bathtub turned into a large bathtub. Even the water in the bathtub was warm. In order to cater to Miss Tiffany, Roy even sprinkled some salt in the pool. At this time, Miss Tiffany was still lying sick in the bathtub, and the huge tricolored fishtail had lost its former luster. Others also gathered by the bathtub, discussing the return date. They had left Castletown for more than half a year, and they had to go back this time no matter what. A gust of cold wind blew in, and the flames in the brazier at the door were blown fiercely. Wood stared at Roy with wide eyes and asked in surprise, "Are you saying you are going to Padstow?" Roy nodded and said, "Yes, I guess the mine owners in the Nicobar Mountains in the east of the plateau should have secretly fled back to Padstow. This time I plan to catch them all." Roy then changed the subject and said, "You guys should follow me back to Padstow. This semester is about to end, and the January vacation is coming. You have to return to Castletown to complete your studies and wait for the start of school." Woods hesitated for a moment, and seeing that Sabrina and Moira were unwilling to speak, he asked, "But what about the Padstow Plateau?" Roy spread his hands and said casually, "At present, the mine guards have controlled most of the Pagisto Plateau. Captain Helik helped me suppress the headhunters in the ancestral land of Gazan. In the future, except for the ancestral land of Gazan, the entire Pagisto Plateau will need to recuperate. I don't think there will be any war." Seeing that Woods wanted to refute, he quickly said, I will hire some professional managers to run these mines. He patted Woods on the shoulder and said, help me take good care of the Black Pearl. If that tree wants to survive, you need to take good care of it. Woods nodded. He knew that Roy was talking about the main mast on the Black Pearl. Woods had taken great pains to save it, and now he needed to take care of it. Roy looked at Sabrina again and said, Sabrina, you also have to help me run the trading company in Castletown. For a long time to come, it is estimated that a large amount of magic herbs, magic metal ingots, magic gems, and magic beast materials will be transported from the Partington Plain. I need you to help me take care of these materials, and also help me exchange them for various materials needed by the Partington Plain, and then try to transport them back. Claire can handle the unresolved matters. I want to transform these resources into real wealth, and use them to build the Partington Plain, which will become the home of the Half-Blood Elves. I hope you can help me do this. No problem, I promise you, Sabrina said very straightforwardly. Roy breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his head to look at Miss Tiffany. Miss Tiffany popped her head out of the pool, propped her hands on the edge of the bathtub, pointed at Moira, and said to Roy, Don't look at me like that, the person you need to convince is over there. Roy turned to look at Moira and comforted her. The battle here is almost over. You won't learn anything new if you stay here. Besides, the semester is over. If you leave the plateau and return to Castletown now, you can just catch up with the start of the new semester at the Elf Academy. You still need to go to school at the Elf Academy. Moira raised her head, her big eyes flickering with reluctance, and she pouted and muttered, I want to stay with you. Roy quickly touched her head, which made Moira's face slightly red, and even her neck was stained with a layer of light pink. Roy said, While you are young, you should learn more new knowledge. After I deal with the things on the Partington Plain, I will return to Castletown City. I have never thought of living on the Padstow Plateau. Then, we can go to school together every day. Moira felt that Roy was right, and she agreed in a daze. Before leaving, Roy arranged the things at the mine, and then took a griffin from the North Black Iron Mine and flew directly to Padstow City. This time, in addition to Kaka and little Eugene, there were other Griffin cavalrymen who came to help. Currently, the number of Griffin cavalrymen coming from the Sun Island Bay has increased to 273. In fact, not only the Griffin group is growing, but the assassin squad has also expanded to 500 people, and the half-blood elf warriors of the mine guards have increased to 8,000. Roy needs to manage 14 mines, and 3 mines in the Caldon Mountains and 4 mines in the Nicobar Mountains are closed. The miners in these mines add up to nearly 10,000. At present, the magic crystals found in various mines have almost been used up, and the batch of gems that Claire took away have almost been spent in Castletown. Roy needs to bring another batch of magic metals to Padstow City in exchange for a batch of magic crystals to keep these mines running. Establishing a sales channel for magic metals in Padstow City is something that Lation cannot do, and Roy needs to come forward in person. It only takes 3 days for the Griffins to fly from the North Black Iron Mine of Mount Edis to Padstow City. However, Roy did not let Kaka and the other Griffin cavalrymen get too close to Padstow. When they saw the vague shadow of Padstow from afar, Roy asked Kaka and little Eugene to put them down. This place is not too far from Padstow, and Roy and his men need to find a way to get there the rest of the way. Kaka will wait for Roy in the fortress town, and the rest of the Griffin cavalrymen will follow little Eugene back to the Padstow Plateau immediately. Roy said goodbye to Kaka, and then led the team to the square of Padstow. Coming down from the Padstow Plateau, the climate suddenly changed dramatically. Padstow is like spring all year round, surrounded by dense jungles, and the air here has become very humid. I don't know if it's because of the mood or the climate, but when Roy's team arrived at the outskirts of Padstow, Miss Tiffany's symptoms improved. In the jungle, there are already apple orchards managed by half-blood elves. The half-blood elves here are also very hospitable. When they saw Roy's team passing by the orchard, they took the initiative to come forward and invite them to eat apples. In addition to eating fresh apples, Roy's team also took a horse-drawn carriage carrying apples and slowly headed towards Padstow along the forest path. The half-blood elf coachman was also very talkative. When he heard that Roy and his team were an adventure group, he asked them if they had returned from the Padstow Plateau. Roy specifically said that they had returned from the Blackwater Swamp. The coachman chattered on and on. You should actually go to the Padstow Plateau to take a look. I heard that there are many half-blood elves living there, and now the half-blood elves there are fighting with the natives of the plateau. I heard that someone brought a group of half-blood elf warriors to rescue a lot of slaves. Chapter 439. The winter in Padstow is not cold. There are many rainy days in this season. The drizzle falls on the streets, washing the trees in the whole city clean. There are countless tree houses hidden among the dark green leaves. Roy clearly remembers that the most common things in this city are tree houses. The whole city is actually built on a gentle slope. This hillside is mostly covered with towering ancient trees. The half-blood elves do not have the ability to open up new space in the ancient trees, so they follow the ancient tradition and build some exquisite tree houses on the crowns of the ancient trees. These tree houses are big and small. The large tree house is like a villa hidden in the tree canopy, and the small tree house is like the fruits on the tree canopy. The roads in the forest are connected in all directions. It can be said that the roads in Padstow are the most unobstructed. The only drawback is that they are not very straight. In the open space under the trees, you can always see flower beds built with stones. These flower beds are full of various flowers, and the drizzling rain has not made these flowers wither. There are also some pools where there are flower beds, and occasionally you can see those artistic statues carved by elf artists. A wide road divides a forest into distinct areas. This city is the largest gathering place for half-blood elves. However, in recent years, due to the 4-year ban on the Partington Plain by the Silver Pegasus Corps, the once bustling commercial streets have now closed down one after another. Currently, almost all the trading companies that are still in business are related to the military. The living conditions of the half-blood elves are obviously not as good as before, but the chaos here has been completely eliminated. When Lord Alvis governed Padstow, although the city was prosperous, the whole city was in chaos, and the lower-class half-blood elves usually lived in confusion. The current city economy has declined significantly, but the lives of the half-blood elves have settled down. This is also one of the reasons why the half-blood elves on the Partington Plain have never protested when the Silver Pegasus Corps sealed the plain portal for nearly 4 years. There are abundant living resources here, and the half-blood elves live a slow-paced life. Even if it rains, Roy can still see half-blood elves holding big umbrellas, sitting on the street watching the rain and drinking tea. Half-blood elves have simple food needs. An expensive taro fruit can fill their stomachs, and a cheap breadfruit can also be eaten happily. Many places with orange tree plaques are daily grocery stores. The adventure team walked into the city of Padstow. Away from the economically backward Pagista Plateau, they suddenly came to the city of Padstow, and everyone was more or less excited. Even the drizzle did not dampen the impulse of several friends to stroll along the long street. The first thing Roy did when he arrived in Padstow was to report to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. As an officer of the Silver Pegasus Corps, Roy had to register at the military headquarters when he arrived in Padstow. The Silver Pegasus military headquarters was not far from the central square. Roy climbed up a giant tree along the spiral wooden staircase. The building on the tree was the headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Corps. After pushing open the wooden door of the reception room on the first floor, Roy walked into the room alone. A clerk was sitting in the reception room. He looked up at Roy's young and human-like face, then took the officer's certificate from Roy and looked at it for a long time. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't believe that the half-elf in front of him was actually Roy's boss on the Pagisto Plateau. Fortunately, this was not Roy's first visit to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters in Padstow. As the governor of the barrier town, Roy had to come to the military headquarters at least twice a year, mainly to lead people. Many restless half-blood elves committed crimes in the barrier town, and were almost all taken back to Padstow to be punished. Roy had to come to the military headquarters in person to lead them back to Padstow. The elf warriors in the guard group were very familiar with Roy, but unfortunately those elf warriors were not responsible for reception work. At present, the battle situation on the Pagisto Plateau had already been reported to Padstow. The elves living in the city all knew that there were many half-blood elves living on the Pagisto Plateau. These half-blood elves suffered from the cruelty of the plateau headhunters. Now, whether it was the elderly or the children playing in the water on the street, they all seemed to know something about the plateau headhunters. The clerk probably didn't feel comfortable asking Roy about his life on the plateau, and just watched him leave with admiration. After reporting to the military, Roy got another portal pass. The elf clerk here was very familiar with Roy. During the time he was applying for the portal pass, he asked him several questions in a row. Roy got the portal pass and left the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. He did not tell anyone this time that he returned to Padstow to investigate the group of mine owners who ran back from the Nicobar Mountains. The Silver Pegasus military headquarters was very close to the central square. Roy did not plan to let Moira, Sabrina, Woods and Miss Tiffany stay in Padstow for one night. He did not even go to the hotel. After exchanging the portal pass, he came to the portal of the central square. A large amount of military supplies were still stored in this square, which looked like they were ready to be shipped out of the Partington Plain. Seeing the square portal, a team of Silver Moon elves carrying wooden boxes lined up to walk in. Sent his friends to the portal gate, and gave the portal pass to the portal guard, who immediately made way. Roy hugged his friends one by one, and said goodbye. Take care. Miss Tiffany had a different opinion on Roy's words. In her opinion, passing through this portal was like going home. Moira was reluctant to leave, but she could only follow her sister Sabrina obediently. When Roy and Sabrina hugged, he could clearly feel the strong pressure on her chest. Sabrina was not wearing heavy armor, but a robe and a hooded cape. The rain kept falling on the stone slabs of the square along the cape. Give my regards to Miss Jillian and say I'm very sorry, Roy whispered to Sabrina. Okay, I tell her about the situation here. I believe she will understand. Sabrina responded with a smile. At the same time, Roy handed Moira a letter to Lady Belinda, hugged her and said, if Lady Belinda returns from her trip to Darnassus, please help me teach her this letter. Got it. Moira took the letter Roy handed over, and the depressed mood in her heart was slightly better. Watching his friends cut in line and enter the portal, and finally disappearing in the portal, Roy turned around and left the central square. Red Maple Leaf Tavern. In the city where elves live, this kind of tavern named after leaves is very common. Roy sent his friends back to Partington Island, and directly found a tavern near the central square. Pushing open the half-closed wooden door of the tavern, Roy saw several guests sitting in the tavern hall, and a strong smell of alcohol rushed into his nose. This kind of tavern is usually the base of the Thieves' Guild. No matter what kind of news it is, as long as you are willing to spend money, you can always get some clues in the tavern. A handsome half-elf bartender stood behind the bar, wiping the cups carefully. In front of Roy was a glass of orange wine with the lightest alcohol. He came into the tavern and ordered a drink, but he never spoke. A half-elf female elf wearing tight leather armor came up to Roy. She had a strong perfume smell on her body, her eyes were sharp, and her sexy lips blew into Roy's ear, saying in a teasing tone, "Human, it's rare to see humans on the Partington Plain. Just based on this, won't you buy me a drink?" Roy pushed 2 coolers to the bartender, signaling him to pour a glass of wine for the half-blood female elf. The bartender pushed a glass of orange wine, and stopped it steadily in front of the half-blood female elf. "I am a half-elf." Listening to Roy speaking fluent and pure elvish, the half-blood female elf's eyes changed slightly. She stopped twisting and turning, and sat up straight. The neckline of her tight leather armor was very low, and the cleavage was obviously squeezed out. Her skin was not white, but very shiny. Roy withdrew his gaze from her collar, and asked the half-blooded female elf, "Do you often drink here?" The half-blooded female elf took a sip of the lightly sweet orange wine and responded, "Yes, there is no other orange wine that can compare to this one. It's cheap and delicious." Roy smiled and said nothing else. He took out a stack of Kohler coins from the money pocket on his waist, about 30 or so, and pushed them all to the bartender. "I want to get some information. Is there any reliable elf who can introduce me?" The bartender lowered his head, kept 2 Kohlers from the pile, and pushed the rest to the half-blood female elf beside Roy, pointing at the half-blood female elf and saying to Roy, "If you want to find out any news, just go to her. She is well informed." When talking about business, the half-blood female elf sat up straight, and the frivolous expression on her face disappeared in an instant. She showed a disappointed expression on her face, took a sip of orange wine, and then asked Roy, "Tell me, what news do you want to find out?" Roy hesitated for a moment, but still said, "I want to find out some rich new faces who came to Padstow in the past 2 weeks." The two spoke in low voices, and Roy estimated that even the bartender might not be able to hear what he just said. The half-blood female elf's pupil shrank, and then she looked at Roy seriously and asked, "Are you a treasure hunter?" "You can think so, or you can think that I am a priest or a mine owner on the Pagisto Plateau. Either is fine," Roy said casually. The half-blood female elf didn't understand what Roy meant, and she took another sip of orange wine. She thought Roy was a hunter who specialized in robbing rich people, so he had to sell this kind of fat sheet news at a higher price. 1 piece of news for 1 magic crystal. Roy agreed without thinking, "Okay, but the information you give me must be worth it. This is a deposit. I will come here to sit again at this time tomorrow night." The half-blood female elf was stunned, not understanding what Roy wanted. Roy threw down a magic crystal, drank the last bit of orange wine in the glass, turned around and left the tavern. When the half-blood female elf chased him out, Roy had already walked away in the rain. The half-blood female elf held the magic crystal in her hand, walked back to the tavern, and sat down at the bar. "This guy is quite generous, and he doesn't worry that I will cheat him out of his money." He didn't even say much. His target is very clear, that is, the rich people among the outsiders. The half-blood female elf Dennis took the initiative to speak. The bartender wiped the wine glass carefully and said, "Dennis, do you think the magic crystal in the hand of this half-elf will be thrown away for nothing?" "You mean?" The half-blood female elf widened her eyes. The bartender put the magic crystal into the wine glass, and then gently shook the wine glass, and the magic crystal made a tinkling sound in the wine glass. He dared to throw out the magic crystal like this because he was definitely not worried that you would blackmail him with the magic crystal. You can check it out. There are not only one half-elves like him in Padstow, but you can definitely count them on one hand. With your ability, you can easily find out his background. The half-blood female elf Dennis licked her lips and nodded continuously. Roy spent a night in the hotel. The next day, Roy planned to rent a larger warehouse in Padstow. Since the portal of Padstow City is closed, the business in Padstow City has not been prosperous in recent years. Not only are the shops on the street closed, but also a large number of warehouses in the city are abandoned and unused, so the rental price of warehouses in the city is simply cabbage price. He didn't have time to wander around Padstow City. After finding out about a house rental trading company, he hurried to visit it in the morning. After entering this house rental trading company, Roy saw a half-blood elf waitress standing behind the front desk. She looked sweet and had a friendly smile. "What do you need?" "Rent a warehouse. If the price is right, it's not impossible to buy it," Roy said. "Please follow me." The elf waitress' eyes lit up and glanced at her companion. The companion saw that Roy was not an elf and did not argue with her. The half-blood elf waitress next to her said this, and indeed, she showed regret on her face. Roy ignored these, and he followed the half-blood elf waitress to a small table by the window and sat down. The elf waitress came quickly with a thick file book, then ran to bring Roy a cup of fruit tea, then sat opposite Roy and asked very patiently, "Guest, how big a warehouse do you need? What are your requirements for the area? What is the budget?" "I don't know how big a warehouse can be here. How is it generally calculated?" Roy asked back. The elf waitress checked the booklet and responded seriously. "The larger warehouses are about 1,200 square meters, close to the central square, and the monthly rent is 500 kola. There are also smaller warehouses with only about 100 square meters, close to the edge of Padstow City, and the monthly rent is only 45 kola. The rent of other warehouses is almost in this range." Chapter 440. Thinking that Laishan's caravan should be kept as low-key as possible, Roy said to the elf waitress, "The warehouse does not need to be in the city. It is best to be close to the city and as large as possible." The elf waitress quickly searched in the information booklet and soon found several houses. She showed the information to Roy. Roy chose a warehouse with 5 townhouses built together and said to the elf waitress, "How many warehouses here are built in townhouses? You can take a look here first. If the price is right, I want to rent them all." "Okay, the monthly rent for this kind of warehouse is 300 kola, and it will be settled annually," the elf waitress said. After discussing these, the house rental company sent a carriage to take the elf waitress and Roy to the warehouse. The elf waitress sat in the carriage, her thin lips slightly raised, looking out the window at the clearing after the rain, the sunlight shining through the gaps between the trees, forming beams of light in the open space in the forest, and she was in a good mood. After this order, she should get a bonus this month. All industries in Padstow were not doing well, and the housing rental trading company where she worked was not doing well either. Who would have thought that this young man who looked like a human would actually prepare to rent 5 warehouses at once? The elf waitress saw that the cup in front of Roy was empty, and quickly poured him a cup of fruit tea. Seeing Roy staring at her in surprise, the elf waitress quickly covered her lips with her hands to hide the pride on her face. Padstow was not a big city, and these warehouses were located in the southwest corner of the city. As the elf waitress had said, the 5 warehouses were connected side by side, all built with thick wooden boards, and painted with some light green paint on the outside. The elf waitress took out a bunch of keys and tried to open the warehouse door. There was a faint musty smell inside the warehouse. The warehouse was very clean, and there was a floor on the ground, which looked very dry and covered with dust. Roy mainly checked the beams and pillars in the warehouse. There were no signs of rot or insect infestation. The surrounding walls were also intact, and there was no sign of rain leakage on the ceiling. Roy nodded and walked out of the warehouse. Then Roy rented the 5-row warehouses together. 4 of them were fine, but the 5th warehouse was half full of miscellaneous items, and the house rental trading company needed someone to clean it out. Roy paid a full year's rent, a total of 36 magic crystals. The elf waitress' face was filled with joy, and she handed a contract to Roy. When he walked out of the house rental trading company, it was already afternoon, and then Roy took a carriage to the Union in Padstow City. The tree house where the union was located looked a bit old. Walking down the steps to the lobby on the first floor, there was a long row of counters in front of the hall. A group of young half-blood elf waitresses stood in front of the counters. There were many half-blood elves here, and everyone was queuing up to handle business. Roy appeared in the hall, and immediately attracted countless attention. This was the union of half-blood elves, but Roy was obviously not a half-blood elf. So many half-blood elves stared at him in surprise when they saw him come in. Roy walked straight to the front desk and lined up behind a half-blood elf. When it was his turn, even the half-blood elf waitress at the front desk whispered to him, "This is the Half-Blood Elf Guild in Padstow City. Is there anything I can do for you? I want to hire a few half-blood elves." "Is this where I recruit them?" Roy said. "Yes. What profession do you need to recruit?" The waitress asked stutteringly, then took out a piece of seaweed paper from under the counter and asked Roy to fill out a form. Roy came here to recruit several warehouse managers. He filled in the required occupations according to the form. The appointment was to be negotiated at the union the day after tomorrow. He paid a commission to the union and left the union in a hurry. This time he brought a batch of spinels and mithril ingots from the plateau. These high value-added magic materials are basically placed in the magic waste bag, and the warehouse rented by Roy will not store these materials. The 5-row warehouses are mainly used to store ordinary metal ingots. Among the mines on the Pagisto Plateau, the largest output is still ordinary iron ingots, tin ingots and silver ingots, etc. These metal ingots are cheap and can only be transported from the plateau little by Lation's pack team. After arriving in Padstow, they will be stored in the warehouse here. So after Roy arrived in Padstow, the first thing he did was to ask the fugitive mine owners in the Nicobar Mountains in the tavern, and the second thing was to rent a warehouse and recruit a warehouse manager. In the tavern, Dennis, wearing a dark green cloak, walked in from outside, walked straight to the bar, took off his cloak and hung it on the hanger, revealing his sexy tight leather armor, and sat down opposite the bartender very casually. The bartender poured her half a glass of orange wine and added half a glass of diluted life sap that had lost its color. Dennis drank the alcoholic life sap in one gulp, and his pale face quickly regained some color. "Have you found out?" Dennis nodded, his straight nose wrinkled, and it seemed that the process was not going smoothly. "What is his background?" The bartender came over and asked in a low voice. Dennis took 2 pieces of ice from the ice bucket beside him, put them in the glass, and poured himself another glass of orange wine. After drinking it all, he answered, "The background of the Silver Moon Elf military, and he came back from the Pagisto Plateau." The latter part of the sentence was obviously more serious. The bartender was stunned at this time, and obviously guessed Roy's background. He said unconfidently, "So he is asking about those rich people, not to kill fat sheep? The people he wants to find should be the mine owners who escaped from the Pagisto Plateau." Dennis scratched his hair and let out a long breath. The bartender didn't want to talk anymore. The half-blood female elf Dennis was still saying, "I guess." The bartender interrupted her. "Don't say anything, Dennis. Just pretend I didn't hear anything." "What a coward." Dennis muttered quietly and stopped talking. When Roy walked into the pub, there were already many drinkers in the pub. The room was full of strong alcohol smell. Roy avoided the 2 scantily dressed half-blood female elves and walked straight to the bar. The bartender pushed a glass of orange wine, and it just slid in front of Roy. Dennis, who was sitting at the side, turned around and said to Roy, "I treat you." After Dennis finished speaking, he pushed another note in front of Roy and continued, "At present, there is only this information. He just returned to Padstow 2 days ago, and bought a tree house in the 1st district of the city. It seems that he plans to live in Padstow for a while. He is currently looking for connections everywhere, and wants to buy a teleportation pass on the black market to sneak back to the elf continent." Roy took out a teleportation pass from his arms, put it casually on the bar, then took out a dagger and cut it in half, handed half to Dennis, and said, "Find a way to get the black market dealer to give this to him, and then arrange a meeting time, and then notify me. I only accept business to inquire about information, not other orders. I am not an iceworm who resells teleportation passes." Dennis refused without even looking at the half of the teleportation pass. Roy ignored what she said, lowered his head, untied the purse around his waist, and threw it on the counter in front of her. Roy gently untied the knot on the purse, and several magic crystals rolled out from the mouth of the purse, falling on the table with a crisp sound. Frightened, Dennis quickly covered the purse with both hands, and calmly put the magic crystals back into the purse. The pocket was not very big, but it could hold more than a dozen magic crystals. Seeing Roy's unquestionable expression, Dennis had to whisper and agree, "Okay, although this matter is a little troublesome, I accept it. Same time tomorrow, I wait for news here. Roy turned around and left the tavern after he finished speaking. He left very decisively, not worrying that Dennis would donate money and abscond. Seeing Roy's back disappear at the door of the tavern, the bartender, who was hiding on the other side of the bar, came back and exclaimed in front of Dennis, "TSK, TSK, if the source of the news was not quite reliable, who would dare to believe that he is the boss Roy who took over the entire Pagisto Plateau with the half-blood elves? I heard that there are many mines on the Pagisto Plateau." Dennis stared at the bag of money in his hand and nodded. Lord Alvis has kept Pagisto Plateau for so many years, and now Pagisto has changed hands? The bartender said again, with a tone full of envy. He didn't take Pagisto Plateau back from Alvis. He drove away the headhunters on the plateau and fought again and again to take Pagisto Plateau back. The eyes of the half-blood female elf Dennis flashed a little. It was already evening when Roy returned to the hotel. He had hardly eaten anything all day, just some fruit tea. Thinking that the hotel only had breadfruit for the night, he bought a bag of green apples on the roadside and walked into the hotel. The owner of the hotel bar signaled with his eyes that someone was waiting for him in the lounge area. Roy stopped and turned to look at the hotel lounge area. A Silver Moon Elf officer just stood up. He was wearing a uniform of a Silver Pegasus Corps civilian staff member, and was also a Silver Moon Elf. The two elf girls standing at the front desk immediately looked at him straight. The Silver Moon Elf officer walked up to Roy and took the initiative to salute him. "Sir Archon Roy. Hello, I am the adjutant of General Lucius. The general knows that you are in Padstow and wants to meet you. Roy is not only the governor of the town of Bastion, but also the mine owner of the Padstow Plateau and the captain of the mine guard. The governor of the town of Bastion is the most respectable title for Roy. General wants to see me when?" Roy asked with some surprise. Unless he needs to apply for military supplies, he does not need to contact the general of the logistics department of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Moreover, the logistics department has repeatedly blocked the military supplies shipped to the Pagisto Plateau in Padstow City. Roy did not have a good impression of General Lucius, and Roy guessed that the general probably did not have a good impression of him either. So Roy came to Padstow City this time, just to register at the military department, and did not take the initiative to visit the top leaders of the Legion. At present, the situation in the Pagisto Plateau is relatively stable, and various mines are gradually resuming operations. After the expansion of Latian's caravan, the transportation capacity has been greatly strengthened. The food supplied to the Pagisto Plateau is basically transported from the fortress town. As for other supplies, Roy actually planned to purchase them from Castletown. After all, he currently had a large number of metal ingots and gems, so he didn't need to look at the face of Lord General Lucius. In addition, Roy was promoted by Earl Swinburne. The supplies were not delivered to the Pagisto Plateau in the first place. It can be seen that Lord General Lucius is not a friend of Earl Swinburne. "Are you free tomorrow morning?" asked the Silver Moon Elf adjutant. Roy nodded and said yes. "The general will give you half an hour." After saying this, the Silver Moon Elf adjutant nodded to Roy, then turned and left gracefully. In the headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Corps in Padstow City, the Silver Moon Elf adjutant appeared outside the door of the top floor of the tree house. Knock, knock, knock. The Silver Moon Elf adjutant knocked on the door, and pushed it open and walked in. The slightly fat General Lucius was sitting on a recliner in front of the window, with a blanket covering his legs. He was squinting his eyes, and enjoying the massage of the Silver Moon Elf girl. Seeing that it was the Silver Moon Elf adjutant who came in, Chief Lucius raised his arm, and the Silver Moon Elf girl immediately stood up and leapt. "Have you seen the half-elf?" Chief Lucius asked. The Silver Moon Elf adjutant stood aside, nodded and said, "He looks very young, similar to what Helix described. It's hard to believe that he ate up all the mines on the plateau in one go." "Ah," Chief Lucius sighed. Although the military had been trying to block the military supplies sent to the Pagisto Plateau, it failed to stop the half-elf from fighting. Earl Swinburne was busy dealing with the chaos in the Queen Uni Islands. The Silver Pegasus Legion had already evacuated. But who would have thought that this young man, who was pushed to the position of mine owner by Earl Swinburne, was originally thought to be Earl Swinburne's white glove. But now it seems that this guy is simply a wind wolf, devouring the Pagisto Plateau with bones and flesh. The half-elf chosen by Swinburne was originally just a guy consultant in the Helix Cavalry Vanguard Regiment. Helix had always suppressed him in the Cavalry Regiment, and did not give him any chance. It was just that the Cavalry Vanguard Regiment failed to open up the situation on the Pagisto Plateau, which gave the Silver Pegasus Regiment the opportunity to enter the field. General Lucius continued. Although there were some troubles in the Queen Uni Islands, forcing the Silver Pegasus to leave early, our Legion failed to follow up in time. The main reason was that they wanted to use the plateau headhunters to clean up the half-blood elves on the plateau. In short, this time we were in a passive position, but this piece of cake can't be given away just like that. General Lucius stopped talking here. He stroked the soft golden hair on his head with his hand, and felt that he had lost a lot of hair again. Chapter 441. A silver moon elf clerk walked quickly through the corridor, with a pile of documents in his hands. With an anxious look on his face, and his military boots made a series of dull sounds on the oak floor. Entering the Padstow Silver Pegasus Corps headquarters, Roy felt that the entire headquarters was filled with a sense of urgency. Even the guards at the gate stood straight. Roy walked up the stairs, and saw a clerk in a civilian official uniform walking quickly in front of him without even looking at him. Roy continued to walk up the stairs. When he reached the 3rd floor, he was stopped by the Silver Moon Elf guards guarding the stairs. Even though Roy had the Silver Pegasus Corps nameplate, he couldn't pass. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long before he saw the adjutant of General Lucius coming down from the upstairs. When he saw Roy, he said to the Silver Moon Elf guards, "General Roy and General Lucius have an appointment." The Silver Moon Elf guards were familiar with the adjutant, so they stepped back half a step and moved aside to make way for the stairs. The adjutant gestured to Roy, asking him to go ahead. At almost the same time, in the office of Chief Lucius, Captain Hercules leaned back on the bench in the rest area, his body slightly relaxed, one hand stroking the smooth armrest. Chief Lucius was looking at a document he had just received. The war in Queen Uni Islands was intense, and the number of gray dwarf bandits gathered from the west coast of the Endless Sea was unprecedented. Gray dwarfs appeared on almost all the outer islands of Queen Uni Islands. Although these gray dwarfs cannot defeat the Silver Pegasus warriors in the sky, they are not afraid of the Silver Moon Elf infantry regiment that landed on the island. Although Earl Swinburne has defeated the main fleet of the gray dwarf robbers, the number of islands out of control is increasing. The Silver Pegasus Corps can only draw troops from the Partington Plain, but now on the Partington Plain, the Silver Pegasus Corps only has 2,000 defenders in Padstow City. Once the Silver Pegasus Corps withdraws all its garrisons from the Partington Plain, the Partington Plain will also face a situation of being out of control. After the cavalry vanguard of Captain Helix lost a battle on the Padstow Plateau, he was responsible for the City Guard mission in the Silver Pegasus Legion. With the care of General Lucius, Captain Helix's life is quite comfortable, but a conscription order from the Legion has been delivered to General Lucius. The letter suggests that General Lucius recruit new troops in Padstow City, and withdraw the Silver Guard stationed in the city to Partington Island. The battle situation in the Queen Uni Islands this time is a bit complicated. The higher-ups want to transfer the garrison in your hands to the islands in the southwest corner of the islands. Helix, what do you think about this? Chief Lucius asked. Captain Helix asked back, what will happen to Padstow after the guards leave here? A new army will be formed. Chief Lucius snorted, his tone a little dull. Then delay it as much as possible, until the new army is almost formed. Some things will have to be handed over. Captain Helix frowned and said. He didn't want to go to the Elf continent to fight. Chief Lucius saw that Captain Helix didn't want to go to the Queen of Winnie Islands to participate in the war, so he could only sigh and say, well, if you don't want to go, send your deputy out, and you will continue to take over as the head of the guard in Padstow. Captain Helix grinned, stood up from the bench, and said to Chief Lucius, then, thank you, Uncle Lucius. Captain Helix saluted, and said goodbye to Chief Lucius. Although Chief Lucius wanted to talk to Helix about the formation of the new army, Captain Helix had no interest in talking about this topic, and walked out. Roy met Captain Helix in the corridor on the top floor of the military headquarters. Seeing that he was in a very good mood, he hurried past in the corridor, and did not notice Roy at all. The adjutant could only stand beside Roy and whispered to him. The one just now was Lord Helix, the head of the Padstow City Guards, who is currently in charge of city defense. Roy nodded slightly and followed the adjutant to a beautiful door. The adjutant knocked on the door, turned around and made a waiting gesture to Roy, then walked into the door alone. Then the adjutant pushed the door open and invited Roy in. General Lucius sat behind an antique desk, which was piled with various documents. General Lucius had gained some weight, and he wore a soft lining, with his hair neatly combed. He exuded the aura of a superior. General, Governor Roy of the fortress town has arrived. The adjutant's voice sounded behind Roy. Roy walked straight into the room and saluted. General Lucius stood up and motioned for Roy to sit on the chair opposite. The Silver Moon Elf noble looked very bright, staring at Roy for a while, and then said, Roy, I heard that you defeated the Plateau headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau. That's a good job. Roy hurriedly said, thank you for the compliment from General Lucius. The victory of the battle on the Padstow Plateau was mainly due to the full support of the Silver Pegasus Legion behind the scenes. Seeing that Roy was not the kind of officer with a straightforward character, at least his words were very beautiful, General Lucius's smile became even stronger. "Did you encounter any troubles when you came down from the Padstow Plateau this time?" General Lucius asked with concern. "It's mainly because the supplies on the plateau are relatively scarce, almost everything is lacking. This time I came down from the plateau to build a trade route. You also know that there are many mines on the Padstow Plateau, which are rich in metal ingots and spinels. This time, I came to Padstow City mainly to exchange these metal ingots and gems for the supplies that are in short supply on the plateau, so that those abandoned mines can resume production as soon as possible." Roy talked to Chief Lucius. Roy had obtained permission from Earl Swinburne for all these things. After all, the Silver Pegasus Legion was eager to evacuate the Padstow Plateau and had limited support for Roy, so Earl Swinburne promised Roy that he could invest these resources in guarding and building the mines. Speaking of this, Roy could talk for a long time, mainly because he was responsible for many and complicated things. "Chief Lucius, if there is any trouble, it is mainly because after rescuing the half-elf miners, all mines are facing a shortage of miners. I hope the military can allocate some of the Grey Dwarf prisoners captured on the battlefield to us. Those Grey Dwarf bandits are born miners." Roy changed the topic and took the initiative to ask General Lucius. General Lucius said, "Before Berkeley left the Partington Plain, he told me about this once. I also fully support it. The military also agreed to transfer some of the Grey Dwarf prisoners to the Partington Plain. Now the logistics department is actively communicating with the prisoner of war camp. It is estimated that it will not take long for the first batch of Grey Dwarf prisoners to arrive in Padstow." Roy did not expect that General Lucius agreed so readily. Although it is not known whether the subsequent logistics group will actively promote the transfer of Grey Dwarf prisoners, as Chief Lucius said, at least the chief responded positively to this matter. Roy hurriedly said, "Thank you, Chief Lucius, for your support." Roy thought to himself that Chief Lucius did not seem to be so difficult to deal with. At this time, Chief Lucius crossed his hands together, his eyes fell on Roy's face, and said seriously, "Roy, this time we were able to drive the Highland headhunters to the ancestral land of Gazan and rescue a large number of half-blood elf miners. This matter caused a great response in Padstow City. This matter was done very well. However, a large number of the half-blood elf miners on the Padstow Plateau are former rebel fighters, so you have to be cautious here. You have to restrain these half-blood elf miners as much as possible and limit their concentration in Padstow, otherwise the public security in Padstow will be a big problem." Earl Swinburne, "I will try to reduce the number of caravans heading directly to Padstow to limit the large number of half-blood elf miners from concentrating in Padstow," Roy responded. He understood the concerns of General Lucius. That's good. The problem that General Lucius was most worried about was solved. So he asked Roy, "What kind of trade do you plan to do when you set up a trading company in Padstow this time?" "Primary magic herbs, low-level magic beast materials, gems, and metal ingots on the Padstow Plateau," Roy said frankly. Because the business of high-level magic herbs and magic beast materials is still in the hands of the Silver Pegasus Legion, Roy chose low-level magic materials, gems, and metal ingots. Chief Lucius saw that Roy did not cross the line, and he could not get involved in these businesses, so he naturally did not want to talk more. "Recently, a Silver Moon Elf revealed that you executed the Silver Moon Elf Abil on the Padstow Plateau. This matter is quite troublesome. Although this Abil is not a Silver Moon Elf noble, he is a descendant of a Silver Moon Elf noble, but the title did not fall on his head. You may be questioned by the inspection department recently, so you'd better make some preparations in advance." Chief Lucius planned to use this incident to do Roy a favor. Roy quickly explained the cause of death of the mine owner Abil, mainly emphasizing one reason. When escaping, he attacked the half-blood elf warrior who chased him from behind, and Abil died in the melee. Chief Lucius continued to say to Roy, "There is no problem with this, but you need to write a written report. Although this written report is just a formality, you should also be careful in the wording. This kind of small matter will be resolved soon." When General Lucius saw that Roy was not here for the position of the head of the Padstow City Guard, he was relieved. Roy's first meeting with General Lucius ended happily. Although General Lucius had tested him more than once during the conversation, Roy felt that this was normal and nothing serious. Roy came to the tavern again, walked to the bar, and greeted the bartender. The bartender turned around and took out a note from a cabinet, put it under the cup, and pushed it to Roy. Roy didn't rush to drink when he didn't see the half-blood female elf Dennis. He just moved his cup away and looked at the beautiful words on the note. It only had a vague transaction location written on it: Apple Orchard No. 3 on the east side of South City. The transaction time was actually written as early morning tonight. Dennis said she would personally keep an eye on that fat sheep. The bartender said to Roy. Roy nodded, held the note in his hand, drank the orange juice in the glass, and hurried out of the tavern. There was a noisy voice behind him. The mine owner must be eager to return to the elf continent, so he was so eager to buy the teleportation pass, even if it was cut in half by a knife. Walking on the street, the air was filled with a fresh smell after the rain. It was completely dark, and the forest path in Padstow was even darker. This time Roy did not hire a carriage, but walked to the southern city. This was the lowest part of Padstow, where many poor half-blood elves lived. At night, only this area did not have enough lights. Roy hurried to the number 3 orchard that Dennis mentioned. A half-blood elf came out from a bush and took Roy quietly into the orchard. I have an appointment with the owner of the Alva mine at midnight, and the location is in the clearing in the forest in front. The time has not come yet, so we may have to wait a while. I have agreed with him that each party can only send one person to trade. Dennis jumped down from a tree and said. She was wearing light leather armor and looked quite sexy. Seeing that Roy came alone, she asked Roy again, Boss Roy, do you need my help later? Roy stood under an apple tree, shook his head, and said calmly, I can do it myself. Dennis nodded and whispered to Roy, if you escape later, you may have to pay more for the information of the Alva mine owner. Roy glanced at Dennis. He didn't expect that this half-blood female elf was still in the mood to joke at this time. The clearing in the forest in front was about the size of a football field. It was pitch black at night, and you couldn't see far away, but when it was almost midnight, a crescent moon peeked out from the treetops, and the moonlight like snow fell down, making the clearing in the forest clearly visible. Roy held the Book of Judgment, wearing only a robe, and walked step by step to the center of the clearing in the forest. He stood there silently, chanting a prayer, looking like a devout believer praying to the moon goddess. Where is the other half of the teleportation pass? A hoarse voice came from Roy's side. Roy turned his head and looked, but he didn't see a single figure. However, Roy took out the half-parchment teleportation pass from his arms, raised it, and shook it vigorously. He looked around warily and asked the air, where are the remaining magic crystals? The voice sounded again from his right, unfold the teleportation pass, don't move. As Roy slowly unfolded half of the teleportation pass in his hand according to the voice, a bulging purse suddenly fell on the grass 10 meters away. Chapter 442. The owner of the Avel mine, who was hiding under the shadow cloak, was very nervous, especially when he saw that the trader who walked into the clearing in the forest was actually a human boy holding a copper-covered book. Countless voices in his heart told him to leave quickly. He squatted in the bushes and observed for a long time, and then walked in front of the human boy wearing the shadow cloak. He found that he really couldn't see him, so he was relieved. He bet that the human boy standing in the clearing in the forest must not be an assassin. In fact, the owner of the Avel mine was also full of vigilance about buying the teleportation pass on the black market. The other party was unwilling to complete the transaction directly on the black market, but was only willing to take out half of the teleportation pass. Next, they had to agree on the time and place of the transaction again, and required both parties to meet alone. Avel was even more worried that this might be a trap. But this is a ticket to the portal after all. If he wants to return to the elf continent to live, he must get such a ticket. Thinking that he still had a shadow cloak on him, the owner of the Alvar mine felt that he could take a risk. If he encountered danger, it would be no problem to slip away in the dark. He had such confidence. When the owner of the Alvar mine saw Roy unfold the other half of the teleportation pass in his hand, he immediately concluded that the other half of the teleportation pass was exactly what he needed. He threw the prepared money bag in front of Roy, and then carefully walked around Roy's side, wanting to take the teleportation pass from his hand, while Roy was picking up the money bag. But he didn't notice that a ball of light was floating above their heads. Although the light was a little weak, not much brighter than a firefly, it was precisely this ball of light that illuminated the Avel mine hidden in the darkness. He thought that the person who came to pick up the goods was a dark moon elf, but it turned out that he was wearing a cloak that exuded a magical aura. The blurry face gradually became clear in front of Roy, and he dared to stand beside him and reach out to touch the half of the teleportation pass. Roy grabbed the wrist of the Avel mine owner with his backhand, and the Avel mine owner turned his head and looked at Roy with horror. The two men were almost close together. The Avar mine owner wanted to retract his hand, but found that Roy was holding it tightly. He subconsciously screamed, "Can you see me?" Roy nodded and said calmly, "I came to Padstow from the plateau just to see what kind of tough guys you Nicobar mountain mine owners are. I didn't expect you to be a group of gray mice who are used to hiding in the ditch." The Avar mine owner reached out to touch the dagger inserted in his waist, and argued, "What Nicobar mountain mine owner? I don't understand what you are talking about. I am just an adventurer who wants to buy a teleportation pass. There must be some misunderstanding here." After the dagger was pulled out by the Avar mine owner, it stabbed towards Roy's ribs as fast as lightning, just like the tongue of a poisonous snake. With a click, the Avar mine owner felt that he had stabbed something hard and the dagger was blocked. He lowered his head slightly and took a look, only to find that what blocked his dagger was actually a thick copper book. The Avar mine owner's horrified face immediately squeezed out a flattering smile, and begged Roy, "Give me the other half of the teleportation pass, and I can pay you another reward, which is definitely more than what you earn now." After saying that, he suddenly broke free from Roy's restraints and stepped back a few steps. He did not run away immediately, but looked greedily at the half-transmission pass in Roy's hand. Roy stared at the Avar mine owner, but did not rush over. He stood there and said to the panicked Avar mine owner, "In fact, I have never understood why among so many mine owners, there is only one silver moon elf in the Mithril mine on Watchak in the north of the plateau, and all other mine owners are half-blood elves. It is precisely you mine owners who have become the main buyers of half-blood elf slaves. I come from the Pagisto Plateau. Maybe you have heard my name from other elves. The half-blood elves on the plateau like to call me Boss Roy." "You are? Boss Roy?" The owner of the Avar mine screamed. "Avar mine owner, don't think that the half-blood elf miners in the mine only mine every day. Before I left the plateau, a half-blood elf drew a picture for you with superb painting skills." After Roy finished speaking, he opened the Book of Judgment. Sure enough, there was a portrait sandwiched between the pages of the book, which was really similar to the half-blood elf in front of him. The owner of the Avar mine felt as if someone had hit him hard on the chest, and his heart suddenly stopped beating. If he could escape from the mine again, he swore that he would bury those half-elf miners in the mine no matter what. But now, he could only find a way to leave here first. Seeing that Boss Roy was holding half of the teleportation pass in his hand, the owner of the Avar mine gnashed his teeth in hatred. He wanted to smile at Roy again to make his expression more natural, but it was a pity that at this time it was like countless hands pulling his face, making his expression extremely distorted. He quickly pulled out a magic scroll from his magic waste bag. Elves are born with an affinity for magic, and many spells are created in ancient elven language. Although Avar mine master is not a magician, he can recite those simple spells to activate magic scrolls. As the short spell sounded, a huge flame immediately rose in front of Avar mine master. A 3-meter-tall fire elemental lord appeared in the flame, and the scorching flame rushed towards him. Roy squinted his eyes, and a holy light shone on the fire elemental lord. He could not feel any bursting fire element breath. It was indeed fake. Roy ignored the threatening fire elemental lord. He just silently opened the Book of Judgment. As a prayer came out of his mouth, a holy light hammer instantly flew out of the Book of Judgment. The small hammer made of golden light was even a little dazzling at night. It flew directly to the head of the Avar mine owner. Hammer of Judgment. The Avar mine owner felt a sharp pain in his forehead. In a trance, the world in front of him instantly lost its color. He found that he had floated out of his body that fell on his back. The Avar mine owner immediately looked at his hands, and then found that a nearly transparent spirit was floating in the air. The translucent hands kept changing, the joints extended little by little, the nails turned into sharp claws, and some protruding bone spurs grew on his arms. At the same time, his body also underwent a huge change. A huge bone cage appeared on his sternum, and only a few lumbar vertebrae were left in his abdomen. In the end, he turned into a demon. Ah! The owner of the Avar mine felt a sense of pleasure from being freed from the shackles, and a layer of magic flame surrounded his soul. This was the first time Roy had seen a half-blood elf who dedicated his soul to the devil. High Priest Reed once described this kind of situation in detail. Generally speaking, after the elves die, if there are priests of the Moon Temple by their side, they have the opportunity to be embraced by the Moon God. Of course, most elves will turn into elves without any consciousness and memory. These elves will float in the fountain of life, waiting for the next reincarnation. There are also a few elves who sacrificed their souls to the demons in hell before they died, and then they will become demons and fall into hell after they die. The soul of the Avar mine owner in front of him was constantly demonized, and black magic flames surrounded his body. The Avar mine owner kept howling in the magic flames. The first divine art Roy learned in the Statue of Liberty was the Twilight Illumination art, and the second divine art was Purification. At this time, Roy recited a prayer, and some holy light emanated from his body, and a holy light tree appeared behind him, with a huge umbrella-shaped canopy protecting Roy underneath. Divine patterns slowly formed under the tree. Our mine master seemed to sense the danger here, and he struggled to rush towards Roy. But he saw that the divine pattern in front of Roy was blooming with a lot of holy light, and a sacred beam of light fell from the sky, completely covering our mine master's body. The flame of holy light wrapped around his whole body. The burning black magic flame quickly weakened, and his soul body also stopped while gradually becoming demonic. Our mine master stopped howling, his soul looked at Roy, and then exploded in the air. Then a trace of remaining soul breath was released in the black magic flame, and gradually gathered into an almost completely transparent elf. The elf seemed to be blown away by a breeze, and soon disappeared in the vast night. Roy stood in the clearing in the forest holding the Book of Judgment. He had just purified a soul that was being demonized. The holy light tree behind him seemed to have attracted something. All the holy light particles floating in the clearing in the forest were attracted by some force, and kept spinning around the holy light tree. Roy was like standing in the center of a storm. A large amount of holy light particles turned into a torrent and poured into Roy's body. The entire sacred tree sprouted new branches under the nourishment of a large amount of holy light particles. The whole tree actually became thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Roy's body was also infused with a large amount of holy light particles. This is much more effective than absorbing the little bit of holy breath on the flower of light. Roy walked to the side of the owner of the Able Mine. The shadow cloak on his body was intact, including a complete set of magic pattern structure, and a magic waist bag tied around his waist. Obviously, the mine owner should carry most of his property with him. These things were quickly put into Roy's backpack, and he casually covered the face of the corpse with the portrait of the owner of the Avar mine. Roy turned around and walked out of the clearing in the forest holding the Book of Judgment. Dennis and her friends, who were hiding in the nearby woods, were still hiding behind the bushes in a daze. When they saw Roy coming, they all stood up. Roy threw a purse to Dennis and said to her, "Please inform me at any time if there is any news about other mine owners." The next morning, Roy came from his room to the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel, and heard half-blood elves whispering about the murder in Orchard Number 3. A half-blood elf died in Orchard Number 3 last night, and it was said that he was a mine owner. Roy didn't listen carefully. After breakfast, Roy walked out of the hotel. He still had to go to the Padstow Union to recruit several warehouse managers today. When he walked on the street, many half-blood elves were whispering and talking. Roy found that the whole city of Padstow seemed to be spreading this story. These half-blood elves didn't know the details of the inside story, nor did they know who killed the mine owner. They only knew that the mine owner had traded elf slaves on the Padstow Plateau. Some well-informed half-blood elves secretly asked their friends in the Thieves Guild, but this time the guys in the Thieves Guild chose to keep silent, and no one could explain it clearly. It was this topic that aroused heated discussion throughout the whole process that made the half-blood elves in Padstow understand one thing. The mine owners who escaped from the Padstow Plateau had sneaked into the city. Suddenly, everyone began to speculate who was the mine owner who ran down from the plateau. Some smart half-blood elves also summed up 3 conditions. Low-key, rich, and elves who are eager to leave the Partington Plain are all worthy of suspicion. Roy came to the Padstow Union and told a half-blood elf receptionist that he had made an appointment the day before yesterday and came to the union to recruit warehouse managers. The young half-blood elf receptionist heard that Roy was going to recruit half-blood elf warehouse managers this time, and immediately helped Roy get a meeting room, led Roy to the room, and brought Roy a pot of fruit tea. Then he went out to greet the half-blood elves waiting in line outside. Roy sat for a while, and then he heard a knock on the door outside the room, and then a half-blood elf young man walked in. The questions Roy asked were a bit random, mainly about the residences of these half-blood elves, how far away from the rented warehouse, and whether they could carry out the work of moving metal ingots. After all, these 5 warehouses are to store a large number of metal ingots, and the hired warehouse managers cannot move those metal ingots. After a round of interviews, Roy easily recruited 10 warehouse managers. As for the main person in charge of the warehouse, Roy wanted to wait until Lation dared to come with the caravan. He wanted to pick one from Lation's caravan. In the evening, Roy ran to the tavern again. This time Roy did not see Dennis. According to the bartender, Dennis was asking around in the city for information. There was no news about other mine owners, so Roy had to leave the tavern and return to the hotel room. After closing the wooden door, Roy took the time to count the things he had snatched back from the Avar mine owner. In that magic waste bag, there were not only 5 boxes of magic crystals, but also a large number of mithril ingots, which made Roy dumbfounded. Chapter 443. The city of Padstow is located in a spacious tree house near the Silver Moon Elves residential area. 5 mine owners from the Nicobar Mountains sat around a round table. Their faces were gloomy. It was obvious that the news of Avar's death was like a bolt from the blue to them. A candle was lit on the round table, and the flickering candlelight kept jumping in the eyes of several people. The room seemed unusually dull. There were several cups of fruit tea on the table, which changed from hot to cold, and then from hot to cold again. Avar is dead. It is said that he was killed when trading for a teleportation pass. A hole was smashed in the top of his head by a hammer. When he died, his guards were not with him. All the valuables on his body were searched away. When he was found, his face was covered with a parchment portrait with his name written on it. It should not be done by a merchant in the black market. A mine owner whose age could not be seen said. A young mine owner sitting next to him asked quickly, "Who do you think it was?" Another mine owner guessed, "Could it be a hunter coming down from the Pagisto Plateau, killing people for bounties?" "That's possible." The mine owner who could not be seen as young nodded in response. "Could it be the one on the plateau who did it?" A mine owner with a hoarse voice said. He was impatient, and even his voice was thin when he said this. He stared at the mine owner whose age was unknown. It was obvious that the mine owner whose age was unknown was the backbone of the group. The mine owner whose age was unknown responded, "There is no news about this for the time being, but I think there is a great possibility." Then he added, "The Thieves Guild in Padstow has chosen to remain silent. This matter is obviously related to them." The young mine owner said with some worry, "So, our channel for purchasing teleportation passes from the black market has been completely blocked. What should we do?" The mine owner's face turned pale with a hoarse voice. He was so anxious that his voice became hoarse these days. He heard that the channel for buying teleportation passes on the black market was also interrupted, so he immediately said, "I want to leave Padstow City and stay outside for a while." After saying that, he stood up from the round table and prepared to leave. The mine owner, whose age could not be seen, quickly comforted him. "Avar's matter has spread in Padstow City, making us passive now. Even if we choose to leave, we will probably be targeted by the adventure group at this time. I don't advocate leaving Padstow City at this time." The hoarse-voiced mine owner was a little excited. He walked quickly to the door and said as he walked, "But what can we do if we stay in the city? We will be found by them sooner or later. I can't control what you do, but I will leave Padstow tonight." The young mine owner wanted to run over and hold him back, shouting, "Carlos, calm down. Ignore him, let him go." The mine owner, whose age could not be seen, waved his hand to let him go. The mine owner walked out of the room smoothly, ran out of the tree house quickly, got into a carriage, and left the Silver Moon Elves' residential area at night. The room fell into silence. No one spoke for a long time. "Since you are willing to stay and plan to go to the Elf continent with me, then I will tell you my plan." The mine owner, whose age could not be seen, walked to the window, opened the edge of the curtain and looked out. It was pitch black, and he could not see far away. He sat down at the round table again, and said, "I have an old friend in Padstow. He is a broker. I have known him for many years, and have cooperated with him several times before. He is absolutely trustworthy. He can establish a relationship with the head of the Padstow City Guard. As long as we are willing to pay a sum of money, we can buy a teleportation pass from him. Although the price is a little expensive, it is safer. If everything goes well, there should be news in the next 2 days." The other 3 mine owners looked at him with joy. At this time, they were able to bribe the head of the Silver Pegasus military guard. Even if there was no teleportation pass, it would probably be no problem to pass through the teleportation gate, because guarding the teleportation gate was exactly his duty. The young mine owner said happily, "Uncle Alman, you still have a way. In that case, I will wait in the city. I just don't know how many magic crystals are needed for such a teleportation pass." A mine owner who had been silent asked curiously, 1,000 magic crystals per pass. Alman mine owner opened his mouth and quoted the price. The faces of the mine owners were a little ugly, and no one spoke. Although this price was a bit expensive, several mine owners could accept it. After this matter was settled, several mine owners also quickly dispersed from the tree house. In the dense forest at night, it was pitch dark. Dennis squatted behind a bush and saw a carriage parked in front of the tree house. A half-blood elf walked down from the carriage quickly, followed by 6 half-blood elf warriors wearing leather armor. These elves walked quickly into the tree house, but the carriage parked at the door did not leave. Not long after, another carriage stopped at the door of the tree house. Although all the windows were covered with curtains, there were still shadows walking around the windows. Dennis, who was squatting in the bushes opposite, frowned and whispered to his companion, "Oh no, they seem to want to slip away overnight." I have to inform the client of this news first. You stay here and watch." After saying that, he flashed out of the bushes and disappeared. Roy didn't expect Dennis to be so efficient. After investigating the information of the second mine owner, he actually ran to the hotel overnight to tell him the news. When Dennis came to the door, Roy was still awake. It looked like he had just entertained a few guests. There were still a few teacups left on the sofa in the living room. In fact, the reason why Roy was still awake so late was that Deputy Captain Tennyson led a team of assassins from the Padstow Plateau to the city of Padstow, and it was decided by Mullen, Timothy, and Toprado. If one of the three disagreed with this, Deputy Captain Tennyson would not have come to the city of Padstow. Dennis came in a hurry. She was worried that the mine owner would run away overnight. In that case, she might miss part of the reward, which would be a big loss for both her and Boss Roy. When Roy heard the news from Dennis, he quickly put on the magic pattern suit and followed Dennis out of the hotel without any hesitation. Boss Roy, he has no family with him, only a team of elf guards and 12 half-elf warriors. Dennis introduced the mine owner to Roy as they walked. Roy nodded slightly. He took Dennis to the backyard of the hotel, where there was a stable where the horses of the guests were kept. The groom was cutting grass in front of the stable and mixing soap beans into the grass. When he saw Roy walking quickly, he stood up and said attentively, "Boss Roy, are you going out so late? Please help me lead 2 horses out. It's really troublesome for you so late." Roy stuffed 2 collars into the groom's hand. The groom took Roy's money, and the last bit of unhappiness in his heart disappeared. He hurried into the stable and led out 2 white horses for Roy, and helped Roy put saddles on the 2 war horses. Dennis didn't think about why Roy kept 2 horses in the stable of the hotel. She felt that this was nothing strange for Roy. Roy and Dennis rode on their horses, left the hotel, and ran along the road towards the tree house where the mine owner was hiding. When Dennis took Roy to the tree house where the mine owner was hiding, the tree house had become dark, and even the surroundings became lifeless. There were still a few deep ruts in front of the tree house. A half-blood elf poked his head out of the bushes, smiled very obscenely, and said to Dennis, "Boss, they ran out of the city, over there. Our people are following." Dennis followed the direction pointed by his companion and rode with Roy to chase them. The 2 carriages, one in front and one behind, quickly left Padstow City in the night. They walked east along the main road. After leaving the city, the wide and flat road became not so easy to walk on. Especially since it had just rained in the past few days, this road with weeds on both sides became even more muddy. It was not until the carriage left the city of Padstow, and the tree house with a little light was getting farther and farther away in sight that Carlos, the mine owner, breathed a sigh of relief and felt that he had escaped from the dangerous area again. Sitting in the carriage, he thought about running around like a stray dog. This was not the life a mine owner should live. Suddenly, the carriage shook slightly, and then the coachman sitting in the front pulled the reins and stopped the carriage. Carlos, the mine owner, was a little nervous. He had been so nervous these days that his voice was hoarse. Seeing that the carriage had stopped, he quickly opened the window and peeked out. "Master, the road ahead is blocked by some branches and debris. I go and clean it up right away," the coachman said as he hurriedly jumped off the carriage and ran to the front of the road to move the branches that were blocking the road. The leaves of these branches were not wilted, and it was obvious that someone had just blocked the road, but there was no movement around. Carlos, the mine owner, jumped off the carriage in a panic. He first ran to the front of the road to check, and then made a quick decision to abandon the slow-moving carriage and escape from Padstow on horseback. There were only 4 horses in the 2 carriages. There were 13 half-blood elves, including Carlos, in the carriages of the 2 carriages. Carlos, the mine owner, rode on a horse, and there were only 3 half-blood elf guards left beside him. The 4 horses quickly crossed the obstacles on the road and fled all the way to the east. Seeing Roy riding a horse alone and chasing in the direction of Carlos's escape, Dennis hurriedly rode his horse to chase Roy and asked him, "Boss Roy, do you need our help?" Roy shook his head and said, "You helped me set up a roadblock to keep these 2 carriages here, that's enough, I take care of the rest." After that, he rode his horse and chased after him alone. Dennis watched Roy disappear in the dark forest road, and became even more curious about him. The night before, she saw Roy holding a copper book and killing the owner of the Able mine in the clearing in the number 3 apple orchard. This time he chased after him alone. "Dennis, what should we do?" the companion standing by asked Dennis. Dennis hesitated for a moment before saying, "We can just wait here." Roy walked into the dark forest, and a ball of holy light appeared above his head. This ball of holy light passed through the dense treetops and floated into the air. A dozen huge black shadows passed silently in the night sky, and a team of assassins appeared above Roy's head. Each of them rode on a griffin, and the griffin cavalry carried the assassin team and quickly caught up with Roy. Roy didn't bring them to Padstow at first because they were not familiar with Padstow. It would not be possible for them to investigate the mine owners in the city. Besides, they were Dark Moon elves, which would be easily noticed by other elves. But this time, when Vice Captain Tennyson led the assassination team to Padstow, he brought 12 griffin cavalrymen with him. In the dark night, he rode along the mountain road for more than 10 kilometers in one breath. Seeing that the horse under him was covered in sweat, the panting sound became heavier, and the pace became slower and slower. He knew that the horse could no longer run and needed to rest before continuing on the road. Carlos, the mine owner, did not pull the reins, but let the horse stop by the roadside. Then he told the 3 half-blood elf guards, "Let's rest here for a while." The 3 half-blood elf guards quickly jumped off the horse and loosened the saddle buckle on the horse's back to let the 4 horses rest. It was rare for the 4 horses to run so far in one breath. There was still a long way to go, and they didn't dare to tire the horses out all at once. Just as the 4 people were resting under the big tree, Carlos, the mine owner, heard a burst of horse neighing. When the 3 guards stood up and ran towards the 4 horses that were supposed to be tied to the trees actually ran wildly into the night, and the reins tied to the trees were cut off. Carlos, the already suspicious mine owner, turned pale with fear. He led the remaining 3 guards and ran towards the mountain on the left side of the road. Just as they crossed the mountain, the 3 guards who followed him also disappeared one after another. And they all disappeared silently, which frightened Carlos, the mine owner, so much so that his legs became weak, and he could only run desperately with his last breath. He kept running forward, and when he reached the top of the mountain, he saw a hint of dawn in the sky. This was the moment before dawn, and it was about to get light. There was no half-elf guard behind him, and the owner of the Carlos mine had not seen a single pursuer all night. Just when he ran to the top of the mountain, he saw the back of a person on a big rock. At this moment, the owner of the Carlos mine was exhausted. His legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and he could no longer move. Roy sat on a huge rock, with his back to the owner of the Carlos mine, and said to him, "If you just want to open a mine in the Nicobar Mountains, there is nothing wrong with that. The Silver Moon Kingdom has never restricted these. But you openly traded elf slaves on the Partington Plain, which violated the laws of the Silver Moon Kingdom. For your blatant killing and persecution of half-blood elf slaves and the destruction of the mine, I can only order your arrest." After saying that, Roy turned around, smiled coldly at him, and said, "Good morning, Carlos mine owner." Chapter 444. Roy sat on the boulder calmly, looking at the Carlos mine owner, who looked like a lost dog, and said casually, "I was thinking of sending you to the court in Padstow, but you resisted arrest. There is nothing I can do." The Carlos mine owner standing under the boulder was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. He stared at Roy with wide eyes, trying to make his voice sound smooth. "Resisted arrest, Ro? Boss Roy, don't make such a joke. How could I resist arrest? I am willing to accept the trial of the Inquisition." But Roy only smiled at him faintly. Before Carlos mine owner could finish his explanation, a dagger pierced his heart from behind. The magic pattern structure on his body could not even gather a shield. Carlos mine owner saw the tip of the knife emerging from his chest. His face suddenly fell into a deep despair. He even tried to look back, but when his head turned halfway, he did not see the assassin behind him. At this time, his body was no longer under his control. The soul of the Carlos mine owner floated out of his body. Because of the experience of assassinating the evil mine owner, Roy immediately used purification on the Carlos mine owner. A beam of holy light shone on the soul of the Carlos mine owner floating in the air, and the soul of the Carlos mine owner turned into a fairy and flew away. However, the Carlos mine owner did not sell his soul to the devil, and his soul did not become a demon after his death. This purification only allowed the soul of the Carlos mine owner to be cleansed in the holy light again, and he would not become a resentful spirit because of the resentment in his heart, nor did it cause the surrounding holy light to resonate. Since Roy discovered that purifying demons would greatly increase the holy light power in his body, he actually had some expectations for purifying souls. He had been at the level of 9th level priest for half a year. This time, the increase in holy power made him feel that the bottleneck seemed to be loosened a little bit, and the holy tree in his body also grew a lot, which made him more determined to purify the demons. Roy watched the elf transform from the soul of the Carlos mine owner fly away, feeling a little disappointed. After all, there are still a few elves who are willing to give their souls to demons. Deputy Captain Tennyson, who was standing behind Carlos' body, bent down and pulled out his dagger. He made a gesture to Roy and jumped onto the griffin waiting beside him. The griffin cavalry carried him into the quiet night sky. Roy simply jumped off the rock. He covered Carlos' face with the parchment with the portrait of Carlos the mine owner, and then wrapped his body tightly with the black magic pattern cloak on Carlos the mine owner. He tied Carlos the mine owner with one end of the rope and tied the other end to his saddle. He was dragged by the warhorse to the bottom of the mountain. Roy rode out of the dense forest on horseback, and a layer of light white mist had risen in the mountains. Dennis and his two companions were still waiting by the road. When they saw Roy riding a horse and dragging a corpse out of the dense forest, Dennis and his two companions looked at each other silently. Roy took out a purse from his body and threw it to Dennis. "Help me take him back to Padstow City, and don't forget to send my horse back to the hotel. If there is any news about other mine owners, remember to inform me in time." After saying that, he rode slowly along the road towards Padstow. Dennis saw Roy's back going away in the white mist, and he seemed to be emitting a layer of holy light. It's not strange to think about it. Boss Roy is a priest himself, a rare priest in the elf continent, Dennis said to himself in his heart. In the next 2 days, Roy asked the 10 warehouse managers he recruited to officially start working. The main thing is to organize these warehouses. Not only did they have to clean the warehouse from inside to outside, they also had to move out the useless sundries in the 5th warehouse, and use a horse-drawn carriage to throw them out of the city. These sundries should have been left by the previous tenant who rented the warehouse. According to the landlord, these sundries had been left in the warehouse for more than 4 years. They were all old furniture, doors and windows that were useless. If they were to build a tree house, these sundries might still be useful. Obviously Roy had no intention of building a tree house in Padstow, so these sundries had to be cleared out. Some cabinets that can still be used were sorted out by several warehouse managers and neatly placed in the corner of the warehouse, forming a small rest area. Roy has been waiting for Raysander's caravan. Deputy Captain Tennyson told him the day before yesterday that the caravan has reached the outskirts of Padstow and will arrive in Padstow in 1 or 2 days. But Roy has not seen Raysander yet. Due to Roy's generous reward, Dennis has been actively inquiring about the news of other mine owners these 2 days, and even found many families of other mine owners in Padstow Plateau in the city. However, the families of the mine owners were not included in Roy's target this time, so Dennis ignored them. Following the clue of Carlos the mine owner, Dennis finally found some clues. A member of the Thieves Guild revealed a piece of news to her that there were some new faces in the Silver Moon Elf residence in the city recently, and they were all half-blood elves who were very generous. Dennis quickly came out of the tavern with his men and went to the Silver Moon Elf residence to investigate the matter. If you want to know where the cleanest, tidiest and most beautiful place in Padstow is, it must be the living area of the Silver Moon Elves. Only the Silver Moon Elves have the strength to pave the stone road in the open space in the forest, build a large flower bed, and build fountains and sculptures at the street corners, making the entire living area look like a garden. The Silver Moon Elves living here are basically engaged in military and political work in Padstow. Some serve in the Silver Pegasus Corps, and some work in the Elder Council. It can be said that although more than 90% of the residents of the entire Padstow city are half-blood elves, the real managers of the city are the Silver Moon Elves. Generally, half-blood elves rarely come to this living area. Dennis and his companions also paid to find a job as a gardener, carrying flower shears and hand saws to sneak into the Silver Moon Elves' living area. After 2 days of investigation, Dennis discovered that the remaining mine owners from the Nicobar Mountains were indeed in Padstow, and were hiding in the Silver Moon Elves' residential area in the city. Even more terrifying, these mine owners seemed to have established a relationship with the Silver Moon Elves of the Silver Pegasus military, and they would go out every night to attend various social dances. Dennis threw the scissors on the flatbed truck, leaned against the side of the truck, and wiped the sweat off her face with a towel. The afterglow of the sunset dyed the entire forest golden. There was a carriage parked at the door of a tree house in the distance. She was sure that the tree house was inside. The companion bundled the trimmed branches and loaded them onto the flatbed truck, and gave Dennis a look. Dennis turned his head and looked in the direction his companion pointed, and saw an officer riding a warhorse with white flying feathers on its hooves rushing over from the stone road. The officer was followed by 4 Silver Moon Elf guards riding warhorses. Captain Helix is now in charge of the guard regiment of Padstow City, and is nominally the highest military commander in the city. Dennis put one hand on the branches of the flatbed truck, squinted his eyes, and looked at Captain Helix, and said casually, "Why is he here? I heard that our guard commander brought his lover to Padstow some time ago, and has been living in an apple orchard outside the city recently." The companions seem to know the whereabouts of these big shots in the city. In fact, their thieves guild relies on taverns everywhere, and usually makes a living by selling all kinds of latest news. Dennis's eyes moved away from Captain Helix, and continued to monitor the treehouse of the mine owner opposite. Their group of people will be finished soon, and the team responsible for night surveillance will come here in another identity to monitor the mine owner. Dennis was sure that the mine owner must live in this treehouse, so she would go to the tavern to provide the information to Boss Roy later. Dennis, look quickly, Captain Helix has gone to the target treehouse. The companion's low cry made Dennis' heart tremble slightly. Dennis looked up and saw Captain Helix dismounting in front of the treehouse, handing the reins to the waiter waiting at the door, and then walked into the treehouse with 4 silver moon elf guards. Seeing Captain Helix walk into the treehouse, we know that he is definitely not here to catch the mine owner, so what else can he do here? Thinking of this, Dennis felt that the pores all over her body were about to explode. What else is there to investigate? If the investigation goes on, the Thieves Guild in Padstow may be gone. The companion pulled Dennis's arm and said to her tremblingly, "Dennis, I think we should go to the Blackwater Swamp to hide. We leave tonight, but before we leave, I want to see how our Captain Helix has contacted several mine owners in the Nicobar Mountains." Dennis' pupil shrank, and he looked like a civet cat with its fur standing on end. When Lord Alvis sold slaves, it was to meet the needs of the mine owners on the Pagisto Plateau. Now Captain Helix seems to be on the same path as Lord Alvis, and standing behind him is the most elite Silver Pegasus Legion of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Dennis felt cold all over. It was time for the gardeners to finish their work for the day. Dennis and his companions were about to leave. Helix did not stay at the treehouse for too long. When he came out, he was followed by 4 half-elf merchants. They got into a carriage parked at the door of the treehouse, and then the carriage slowly drove away from the treehouse. Dennis and his companions also had to push the flatbed cart full of branches and leave from another direction. 2 night watchmen passed by Dennis with lanterns in hand. Dennis put a small note into the hand of one of the night watchmen and pushed the flatbed cart away. These 2 night watchmen were the night investigation team arranged by Dennis at the treehouse. After leaving the Silver Moon Elf residential area, Dennis did not go to the tavern to meet Roy because she did not know what to say after the meeting. In addition, the night investigation team here did not make a final confirmation. If the 4 mine owners were caught by the Padstow City Guard tonight and escorted to the Elf Elder Council's trial, then Dennis could only say with shame that she had misunderstood them. Dennis waited anxiously until midnight, when he received the news from the night investigation team. The 4 mine owners actually followed Captain Helix to visit Chief Lucius, and had a pleasant conversation with Chief Lucius. At the end of the dance, Chief Lucius even sent the 4 mine owners to the gate of the manor. "Let's go, we can't wait a moment. We leave Padstow now. We decide where to go on the way," Dennis said decisively. The companion beside him also said quickly, "I will go and tell them to withdraw. Let's go together." Then, Dennis and his companions packed their luggage at the residence. There were many guests in the tavern, and now it seemed that the topic of the whole tavern was talking about the 2 half-blood elf mine owners who died in Padstow City in the past 2 days. It is said that these 2 mine owners did a lot of evil things on the Padstow Plateau, so they were caught up and killed by their enemies at this time, and killing them was not enough. The identities of the 2 mine owners had to be disclosed. When the patrons in the pub thought that the mine owners had committed many evil deeds and finally got their due, they cheered. In this atmosphere, they had to drink a few more glasses. The bartender was just quietly wiping the glasses at the bar. He didn't want to get close to Roy. Ever since he heard about Roy's style of doing things from Dennis, he didn't want to have any contact with Roy anymore. Roy waited in the pub for half the night. Dennis had agreed with him that they would meet in the pub tonight. She had found out the information of a mine owner, and was doing the final step of confirmation, but she broke the appointment this time. Roy waited until it was completely dark, but did not see Dennis, so he settled the bill and left the tavern. He returned to the hotel, but did not see Dennis either. The next morning, when Roy was about to go out, he found a letter on the floor at the door. "Dear Boss Roy, when you see this letter, my companions and I have already embarked on an adventure to the Blackwater Swamp, or went to Sun Island Bay to see the sea. I have investigated the matter you entrusted me to investigate. Below are the addresses and other information of the other 4 mine owners in Padstow. Of course, I will give you a free piece of information at the end. These mine owners have close contacts with Captain Helix, and they also attended the ball held by General Lucius last night. The details of the ball are unknown." He tightly grasped the note in his hand, and then tore it to pieces. Roy adjusted his breathing, and tried to slow down his breathing. How could he not think that Dennis hid away because he heard this news? Chapter 445. There is a mountain range outside the western city of Padstow. The southeast slope of the mountain range faces the sun, and is a lush apple orchard. The northwest slope is in the shade, and has a cliff and a rocky belt, so it is a bit desolate. Vines, shrubs and fir trees are all over the north slope, and there is a fast-flowing river below the north slope. Therefore, although this place is not too far from Padstow, few elves come to this mountain range. When Lysander drove the caravan to deliver the magic herbs to Padstow, he was afraid that he would be discovered by the elf guards in the city, so he often took the caravan away from the rocks hidden in this mountain range. This time, Vice Captain Tennyson led a team of assassins to Padstow. Because of the Griffin cavalry, Vice Captain Tennyson did not live in the city, but hid in the rocky belt on the north slope with the Griffin cavalry. The Griffins hid in the dense forest during the day and only flew out at night. Roy was worried that these mine owners would return to Partington Island through the portal today, but when he went to the central square to take a look, he saw a large amount of supplies transported from Partington Island. Roy even went to ask the portal guard, "How long will it take to transport all the supplies?" The portal guard saw Roy showing a teleportation pass and responded to Roy, "This batch of goods can only be transported before tomorrow noon at the earliest, and no accidents can occur during this period, otherwise the transportation time may increase at any time, and this is the military supplies of the Silver Pegasus military. This is also the biggest disadvantage of the one-way portal. During the period when the portal is one way from Partington Island to Padstow City, no matter how big the problem is in Padstow City, it has to wait until the end of the transmission before it can be transported in the reverse direction. It seems that these mine owners will definitely not leave Padstow today." After confirming this news, Roy rode to the outskirts of Padstow. He had traded low-level magic herbs with Leishon many times near the mountains outside the West City, so he was very familiar with this road. Riding all the way here, he found that the apple orchards on the outskirts of Padstow were no longer full of fruits, and a large number of apples had been harvested. Bypassing the mountains, according to the contact method agreed with Deputy Captain Tennyson before, he easily contacted Deputy Captain Tennyson, who was hiding in the rubble. 12 griffins built a simple eagle's nest in the rocky belt, and were resting in the nest. The Griffin cavalry built a simple marching tent under the eagle's nest, and a group of people were sitting together chatting. Seeing Roy and Deputy Captain Tennyson walking in from outside, everyone stood up and greeted Roy. Roy had a high prestige in the Pagisto Plateau. Almost all the half-blood elves trusted him, including the elf hunters from the Sun Island Bay. It was because they brought griffins to join the Mine Guard team that Roy's Mine Guard team became extremely powerful. Of course, the Dark Moon Elves led by Timothy and Tennyson joined the Mine Guard team, which made this army have the sharpest spears. Deputy Captain Tennyson gathered the 11 Dark Moon Elf warriors together, and then asked Roy, "Boss, what mission will you assign us this time?" The reason why the mine owner Tennyson asked this was that he knew that Roy must have something urgent when he came during the day. Roy took out the other 4 portraits of the Nicobar Mountain mine owners from his magic waste bag, and said to Deputy Captain Tennyson, "The hiding places of the other 4 mine owners have been found in Padstow City, and I estimate that these mine owners will escape from Padstow City through the portal in the near future. We must take action immediately. I don't want to extend the battle line to Partington Island." After seeing the information about the 4 mine owners, Deputy Captain Tennyson didn't speak for a long time. Before leaving Padstow, Dennis had investigated the information very clearly, including the families and guards around the 4 mine owners, as well as the situation around the tree house, etc. In fact, these mine owners came to Padstow with a group of subordinates, and they were followed by a group of elf guards. It would be too easy for these Dark Moon Elf assassins to sneak into the treehouse, where they live quietly. Moreover, 2 mine owners have died recently, and the remaining 4 mine owners must strengthen their guards. Deputy Captain Tennyson was quite crazy when he acted, but he was an extremely cautious elf when planning the mission. He flipped through the 4 pages of intelligence, put 2 of them on top, and said to Roy frankly, "We don't have enough people this time, so it's impossible to assassinate these 4 mine owners at the same time. At most, we can split them into 2 assassination teams, and one of them needs you to lead it yourself. I suggest that you give priority to these 2. After Tennyson finished speaking, he handed the portrait in his hand to Roy. This was probably the best evaluation of Roy by Vice Captain Tennyson, who believed that Roy had the strength to be the captain of an assassination team. "Okay, I will lead an assassination team." Roy did not delay. At this time, of course, everyone needs to do their best. Seeing Roy readily agreed, Vice Captain Tennyson grinned. Roy found that he looked better when he had a stern face. "Then let's make the following action plan. According to my plan, We can deal with the two mine owners at the same time. After dealing with them, Padstow will definitely become very chaotic, and we can take advantage of the chaos and kill the other two mine owners along the way. When it comes to making assassination plans, it is obvious that Vice Captain Tennyson is quite professional. The assassination targets were determined. One was the owner of the Seagull's mine, who had 40 half-blood elf guards, and the other was the mine owner Agaria, who lived at the edge of the Silver Moon Elf living area. Obviously, in the eyes of Vice Captain Tennyson, the overall strength of these two mine owners was relatively weaker. Even if Roy ran over during the day, the time of action was set at night. Only at night can the Dark Moon Elves obtain the protection of the Moon God, and their concealment ability will be greatly improved. The Silver Moon Elf living area in Padstow City. For mine owners gathered in a spacious treehouse, arguing over how to collect a sum of money for General Lucius. The mine owner Alman, who had been leading the matter, tapped the table with his knuckles, attracting everyone's attention, and then asked, "What do you think about the magic crystals that General Lucius needs?" The other three mine owners looked at each other, and said nothing. Everyone has collected 4,000 magic crystals, and gave them to Captain Helix. This money is for buying a teleportation pass, but now, Captain Helix brought several mine owners to the ball of General Lucius. At the ball, the Chief Lucius had a private talk with them. The chief made it very clear that he hoped that the four mine owners could work together to raise a sum of money for the construction and maintenance of the portal before leaving the Partington Plain, a total of 10,000 magic crystals. If they could raise the money, he could arrange for his confidants to send the four mine owners to Partington Island and prepare a ship on Partington Island so that the mine owners could leave Partington immediately. If they couldn't raise the money, Chief Lucius didn't say what would happen if they couldn't raise the money, but the four mine owners knew that their fate would not be good. Now the two mine owners, Seagones and Agaria, complained about the Alman mine owner, saying openly and secretly that the leader Helix he contacted was not reliable at all. He took 4,000 magic crystals, but had no ability at all. This time, the opinions of the four mine owners were obviously not consistent. The young mine owner, who had always called the Alman mine owner uncle, said at this time, "I think no one should take advantage of each other at this time. Since everyone wants to leave the Partington Plain as soon as possible, and since we can spend some magic crystals to solve the problem, then let's share it equally." The owner of the Seagull's mine glared at the young mine owner and immediately said, "I don't know how much money you three have, but I can't afford such a large amount of magic crystals. Good fellow, you're asking us to gather 10,000 magic crystals right out of the blue. There are no magic crystals in our mine. Besides, even if your mine in recent years is smelted into metal ingots, it can't be sold. There are at least 50,000 silver ingots buried in my mine. If I can't take them away, I can only throw them into the abandoned mine. It has been a big expense to maintain the normal operation of the mine in recent years. I can't afford so many magic crystals at once." The owner of the Seagull's mine said a lot in one breath, and the owner of the Adolian mine, sitting next to him, immediately echoed, "I can't afford it either." The ageless owner of the Yarman mine sat in front of the round table with a calm face. He was not angry because of what the owner of the Seagull's mine said, but said calmly, "I admit. It is indeed me who caused this matter to be in this situation. If everyone shares it equally, each of us needs to collect another 2,500 magic crystals. Since the two of you can't take out your share of magic crystals, if the magic crystals are discounted by half, it will become 1,250 magic crystals. I want to know if you two can take it out. I can still do it." The owner of the Seagull's mine hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. The owner of the Agaria mine saw that he was the only one left, and although he was a little reluctant, he had to agree, and said reluctantly, "I can still do it." The owner of the Alman mine stood up, put his hands on the table, squinted his eyes, and said to everyone, "Tomorrow morning, the two of you will bring 1,250 magic crystals to meet here, and we will be responsible for finding a way to get the rest of the magic crystals." Alman mine owner, you are really powerful. The Seagull's mine owner immediately gave the Alman mine owner a thumbs up. Alman mine owner ignored him, and said calmly, "Remember, the transmission channel in the central square will be opened at noon tomorrow, so don't be late tomorrow morning." The other three mine owners agreed, "Got it. I won't be late." The mine owners all wanted to escape from Padstow. Since two mine owners died in succession, even the most humble night watchmen in the city are talking about this topic. At the ball last night, the four mine owners, introduced by Captain Helix, actually met the highest commander of the Silver Pegasus Corps stationed in the Partington Plain, General Lucius. So the matter became that they needed to pay General Lucius a portal construction and maintenance fee to leave the Partington Plain safely. Half of this money must be paid in Padstow City, and the other half will be paid to General Lucius's confidants when the mine owners arrive at Partington Island and board a prepared small sea ship. Obviously, the mine owners of Seagons and Agala did not want to pay this money. But when the owner of the almond mine suggested that they only need to pay half of the fee, the two mine owners agreed. After the owners of the Seagons and Agala left the tree house, the young mine owner turned back behind the curtain and asked the owner of the almond mine, "Uncle Almond, do we really have to pay for the magic crystals for them?" The owner of the almond mine walked to the young mine owner, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "How is it possible? We only need to pay half of the magic crystals this time. When we arrive at Partington Island, then, don't expect those silver moon elves to prepare a small boat for us to go out to sea. They have silver Pegasus warriors in the sky. Where can we escape to? Then what should we do?" The young mine owner finally understood the idea of the mine owner, Almond, who actually wanted to pay only half of the reward. The mine owner, Almond, lowered his voice and said, "On Partington Island, we can find other brokers who can contact the Naga Sea clan. As long as we contact the Naga Sea clan, we can rely on the power of the Naga Sea clan to sneak away, and the remaining reward does not need to be paid at all." The mine owner of Seagon brought a total of 40 elf guards to Padstow this time, as well as some family members, including his 3 wives, 2 lovers and 5 children. He rented a luxurious treehouse with 4 floors in the Silver Moon Elf living area, and 40 elf guards occupied the bottom 3 floors of the treehouse. The owner of the Seagons mine and his family lived on the 4th floor of the treehouse. This time, only the owner of the Seagons mine left the Partington Plain, and his family and guards had to stay in Padstow. Thinking about going to the elf continent alone and spending such a huge price, the owner of the Seagons mine couldn't get excited. In fact, in his opinion, even if he settled in Padstow, as long as he hid his identity, the Boss Roy on the plateau would not be able to find him. Even if Boss Roy found him, with his 40 half-blood elf guards, he was not completely powerless to fight back. Chapter 446. This is a giant oak tree that is more than 70 meters high. If converted into a building, it is equivalent to a skyscraper with nearly 20 floors. It is the best location in Padstow City. The Silver Moon Elves' living area is located here. The 4-story tree house on this big tree is located at the waist of the tree. Part of the tree house is exposed from the bushes and can enjoy the sunshine, but most of the tree house is hidden in the dense branches and leaves. This tree house made of wooden boards is full of the elves' pursuit of beauty. There is a long spiral staircase under the tree house. 2 half-elf guards stand on both sides of the lowest staircase. There are also 2 half-elf guards at the exit above the staircase. The rest of the half-elf guards live on the 1st to 3rd floors of the tree house. The top floor is where the owner of the Seagons mine and his family live. If you sneak into the tree house from the bottom, you need to rush through at least several checkpoints to reach the area where the owner of the Seagons mine is located. Deputy Captain Tennyson's assassination plan this time is very bold. He took 5 Dark Moon Elf warriors, and took advantage of the dark night and high winds to ride a griffin directly to the top of the oak tree. Several members of the assassination team hung down along the rope. The wind was a bit strong, and the rope swung wildly in the air. Deputy Captain Tennyson held the rope with one hand and kept looking down. After confirming that the big tree under him was the target tree house, he loosened the rope 10 meters away from the tree and pounced directly on the dense tree canopy. The other Dark Moon Elf warriors also pounced on the giant tree at the same time. The griffin in the night sky flapped its wings violently, and quickly rose into the sky. They did not need to help Deputy Captain Tennyson retreat, so they could return to the western suburbs of Padstow City at this time. After all, even if they wandered over Padstow City at night, it was very dangerous. The dense tree canopy was like a giant natural soft bed. The Dark Moon Elf warrior in tight leather armor pounced on the dense branches and leaves. The moment he touched the branches, he stretched his body immediately, put his hands on the thicker branches, and went into the dense branches and leaves. On the terrace on the 3rd floor of the tree house, 2 half-blood elf guards heard the sound of some branches breaking. They thought it was because the wind was too strong at night, and a branch of the big tree was blown off. Their eyes swept across the treetops, and did not find anything unusual. At this time, Deputy Captain Tennyson was already squatting on a horizontal branch, looking down at the tree house hidden in the tree canopy. Several Dark Moon Elves hid their bodies in the darkness, and slowly approached Captain Tennyson's position. Deputy Captain Tennyson waited until the team members arrived, then walked down along the trunk of the tree and reached the roof of the tree house. There were several parasols, and a row of lounge chairs on the terrace. Deputy Captain Tennyson easily crossed the wooden railing and stood quietly outside a bedroom. Through the gap in the curtains, it was clear to see 2 half-blood elf children and an adult elf woman lying on the wooden bed in the room. Vice Captain Tennyson, who was hiding in the dark, took a step back and walked to the window of another room. He saw a room with lights on. Behind the gauze curtains, a male elf hugged an elf woman and lay together on a big bed. Vice Captain Tennyson used a dagger to pry open the wooden bed. Two dark moon elf warriors propped up the window, and Vice Captain Tennyson quietly entered the room. Under the bright light, Vice Captain Tennyson's body appeared translucent. Only by standing in the shadow could he hide his body. The other 3 dark moon elves followed Vice Captain Tennyson into the room. The 4 dark moon elves quietly approached the bed from both sides. Vice Captain Tennyson went around the bedside. He even unfolded the portrait in his hand under the light, then gently lifted the curtain and carefully checked the appearance of the owner of the Seagone's mine. After confirming that the person lying on the bed was the owner of the Seagone's mine, he suddenly lifted his chin with one hand and cut his throat with a knife. Blood flowed out of the wound, and the owner of the Seagone's mine suddenly woke up from his sleep at this time. He opened his eyes and saw Deputy Captain Tennyson wiping a bloody dagger with a curtain. He only felt a sharp pain in his neck and a warm liquid flowing out of his body. He wanted to struggle and shout, but his hands and feet were controlled tightly, and he could only stare helplessly at the masked elf squatting at the head of the bed. When Deputy Captain Tennyson saw that the owner of the Seagone's mine woke up, he covered his face with the parchment portrait in his hand. Under the dim light, the half-elf woman in a gauze nightgown curled up, tried to close her eyes tightly and shivered, tears constantly flowing from the corners of her eyes. Deputy Captain Tennyson remained silent, waiting for the body of the owner of the Seagone's mine to completely soften, his heart to stop beating, and his hands and feet to become cold, before he stood up and walked quietly to the terrace outside with 3 dark moon elf warriors. He jumped down the terrace railing and disappeared into the vast night. Since leaving the Nicobar Mountains, Agaria has developed a drinking habit, and it is difficult to fall asleep without drinking a little every night. The mine he runs was not founded by him, but inherited from his father. When his father founded the mine, he told him that he couldn't keep doing this business forever, and he had to get out as soon as possible if there were any bad signs. Agala always remembered his father's words, but once he lived in such a comfort zone for too long, he didn't want to be an adventurer who lived in the open air, nor did he want to return to the Elven continent to be exploited by the Silver Moon Elves, so he continued to run the business like this. For years ago, Lord Aldous fell, and that incident did not affect the group of mine owners on their plateau, which made him feel a little lucky. When the Silver Pegasus Legion rushed into the Pagisto Plateau, they came in a hurry and left in a hurry, which made him feel a little more lucky again. When the Plateau Headhunters launched a revenge operation against the Half-Blood Elves, the owner of the Agaria mine did not care too much. Anyway, this matter would not involve the mine owner. But he couldn't understand what happened next. A guy named Boss Roy rose rapidly on the Pagisto Plateau. He not only drove the Plateau Headhunters back to the ancestral land of Dazan, but also began to recover all the mines on the plateau. By the time he wanted to get away, it was obviously too late. He couldn't sleep in bed, so he got up and walked to the closet, poured himself a glass of rum, thought for a while, and poured some sweet orange wine into the glass, and then drank it all in one gulp. He walked to the terrace. The wind was very strong at night, blowing on his body, making him feel trembling all over, and goosebumps gathered in every pore. It was a bit cold, and Agaria turned around and wanted to go to the room to get a thick coat. But when he turned around, he saw a human boy sitting on a recliner by the door with a calm face, and there was even a faint light on his head. Agaria glanced at Roy and stopped immediately. Then, a shadow of an elf patrol holding a bow and arrow suddenly appeared behind him. A faint light flashed at the ankles of the mine owner Agaria. His feather-light body suddenly jumped back and actually flipped over the railing 7 or 8 meters away and fell straight down the tree. The thin pajamas made him completely sober. The mine owner Agaria hugged his shoulders with both hands and put his legs together to make the falling speed reach the extreme. When Agaria's head was about to hit the ground, his body curled up completely. The moment his feet touched the ground, his body rolled forward several meters away. This is the edge of the Silver Moon Elf living area, close to the central avenue of Padstow City. There are no pedestrians on the street at midnight. The dark and cold street lights can still be seen among the flowers. The owner of the Agaria mine rushed to a bush. A figure rushed out from a bush on the left side of the owner of the Agaria mine. In the darkness, he was like a ball of black fog that was not clear. Only the dagger in his hand turned into a stream of light and stabbed at the back of Agaria. Agaria's body shrank into a ball again, avoiding the backstab of the dark moon elf warrior, and then rushed into a thorny rose bush to avoid this ambush. The Dark Moon elves hiding in other bushes immediately chased after the place where Agaria disappeared. Roy didn't expect that the Agaria mine owner was actually an elf patrolman. It can be seen that his best weapon should be the elf longbow. He jumped down from the terrace more than 30 meters high without blinking, and his posture perfectly buffered the force of falling, and he jumped into the bushes like a deer. Roy stood on the terrace and peeked down, only to find that his sight was blocked by the dense bushes, and he couldn't even see the figure of the Agaria mine owner. 6 Dark Moon elf assassins hiding in the shadows quickly surrounded the place where Agaria disappeared, and disappeared into the darkness in a blink of an eye. Deputy Captain Tennyson led 5 Dark Moon elf assassins to calmly leave the huge treehouse. They retreated along the forest path to the southwest corner of the Silver Moon elf living area, preparing to join the second assassination team led by Boss Roy. After running along the quiet forest path for a while, they saw a faint light flashing in the southwest corner. Deputy Captain Tennyson quickly changed the direction of his running, speeding up to the west to outflanking the bright spot, and the Dark Moon elves behind him also accelerated. They ran very scattered, like an invisible big hand quietly opening towards Agaria. Just over 800 meters away, Agaria emerged from the thorny rose bush in a state of embarrassment. He was only wearing a thin nightgown. In order to avoid the pursuers behind him, he dived into the thorny rose bush full of sharp thorns. When he emerged from the bush, his body was scratched by the sharp thorns of the thorny roses, and his thin nightgown was torn by the branches. Agaria felt a burning pain all over his body, and shivered when the cold wind blew. He didn't know how many pursuers were following him. He didn't dare to stop running forward for a moment, but he didn't dare to shout loudly. His identity, which could not see the light, attracted the patrol guards of the Silver Moon elf. Who knows what kind of trouble he might get into? He fled to the tree house of the owner of the Seagone's mine, hoping that the elf guards brought by the owner of the Seagone's mine could help him get rid of these pursuers. Chapter 447. Seeing a small magic flare light up over there, Vice Captain Tennyson felt a little strange. The assassination of the owner of the Agaria mine was led by Boss Roy. Since the location of the owner of the Agaria mine was close to the edge of the Silver Moon elf living area, and there were not many elf guards around him, it should have been smooth. But now, it seems that something happened over there, and the magic flare clearly pointed out the direction of the prey's escape. Vice Captain Tennyson hurriedly chased after it. Suddenly, an elf with only some messy strips of cloth on his body emerged from the dark bushes in front of him. Vice Captain Tennyson did not even look at the elf's face. His body instantly turned into smoke. When he appeared again, he had come to the left side of the owner of the Agaria mine. The dagger in his hand stabbed out like lightning. What the mine owner Tennyson didn't expect was that the seemingly fatal blow was actually dodged by Agaria, twisting his waist in the air. The mine owner Agaria was agile, and although he dodged it in a rather awkward way, and even his ribs were cut by Deputy Captain Tennyson, he avoided the vital part of his heart, and only cut the layer of skin outside the fat. Agaria looked down at the wound on his abdomen, and was so scared that he broke out in cold sweats. He was just a little bit away from being killed by this pursuer. Just as he stepped on the ground with one foot, and jumped up again, the disappeared gray fog condensed again from the left side of his body, and exploded instantly. The figure of Deputy Captain Tennyson appeared from the gray fog, and the dagger in his hand stabbed the back of the neck of the Agaria mine owner again. The Agaria mine owner also had an extra short sword in his hand, which accurately blocked the thrust. At this moment, the mine owner Tennyson realized that this mine owner was actually a strong man at the peak of the first transformation. If he relied on the advantage of the night, the Dark Moon elf assassin might not be able to get any advantage from him. Deputy Captain Tennyson's body turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared again, but the 5 Dark Moon elf assassins who followed him from behind had already surrounded him at the same time. They might not have the strength of Deputy Captain Tennyson, but the 5 Dark Moon elf assassins joined forces to attack, leaving the owner of the Agaria mine with no escape. He could only release his own momentum again, instantly increasing the strength of his feet, and leaping onto a horizontal branch 7 or 8 meters high, barely avoiding the combined attack of the Dark Moon elf assassins this time. He dodged and jumped on the tree several times, and then fled to the street side of the Silver Moon elf living area. The Silver Moon elf guards patrolling in the area not far away seemed to have heard the fighting here, and a series of whistles cut through the night sky. The owner of the Agaria mine stepped on the horizontal branches of the trees and jumped forward. At this moment, he wanted to jump directly into the arms of the Silver Moon elf guards, watching them rushing over. Deputy Captain Tennyson, who was chasing behind, saw it more clearly. Suddenly, a shadow of a night blade leopard appeared in the darkness behind Deputy Captain Tennyson. Then Deputy Captain Tennyson suddenly accelerated, his body suddenly disappeared, and then appeared behind the owner of the Agaria mine, stabbing the dagger from the back of Agaria. Agala felt a sharp pain in his back, so painful that he dared not breathe, and then he saw the tip of the knife coming out of his chest. His body fell from the horizontal branch uncontrollably. With a plop, he fell on the sidewalk of the Central Avenue. Deputy Captain Tennyson ran to the street, covered his face with the portrait of the owner of the Agala mine in his hand, and went into the dark bushes without looking back, disappearing on the spot with a group of Dark Moon elves. At this time, Roy also walked out of the Silver Moon elves' living area. He was standing under a street lamp across the street. The blue street lamp above his head actually emitted a warm light at this moment. He silently watched the owner of the Agaria mine lying across the street under the light. Under the care of the faint holy light, the soul of the owner of the Agaria mine floated out of his body, and was floating in the air in a daze. Seeing a team of Silver Moon elf guards rushing over to check on the condition of the owner of the Agaria mine, Roy walked over slowly holding a copper book. A Silver Moon elf guard wanted to step forward to stop them, but was pulled back by his companion, who whispered, "He's a priest. With him here, we don't have to go to the Moon Temple to ask for a priest. Besides, the dead person is a half-elf, and the priests of the Moon Temple may not come to deal with it. Let's not worry about it, just let him deal with it." Roy ignored the discussions of the Silver Moon elf guards, and walked straight to the side of the owner of the Agaria mine. He stood up straight, chanting a prayer, and a divine pattern appeared under Roy's feet. Then a beam of holy light fell, completely purifying the confused soul floating in the air. A fairy fluttering like a colorful butterfly quickly flew to the street corner. At the end of the Central Avenue, there was a pool of life spring water, and the fairy flew there. Then Roy glanced at the Silver Moon elf guards and turned away. When he saw a beam of sunlight shining into the room through the gap in the curtains, the owner of the almond mine woke up from his fear. He opened his bloodshot eyes, stood up, and walked down to the window, carefully opened the curtains, and let the sunlight shine into the room. The fighting sounds last night made him sit in this room all night. The elf guards heard that the mine owners of Seagons and Agala were assassinated in the Silver Moon elf settlement. What was even worse was that they had a parchment self-portrait and identity statement on their faces. Obviously, a mine owner who had traded elf slaves in Padstow was not worthy of sympathy. He didn't even dare to go out and take a look openly, for fear of being implicated. He waited in the room all night, thinking that the assassin would come to his door, but he waited in vain. He was a little exhausted, standing in front of the window, facing the dazzling sunlight and looking into the distance. There was a strong knock on the door behind him, and he responded weakly, and then he saw his young nephew Dalius walked in quickly and said, "Uncle Alman, the owners of the Seagons mine and the Agaria mine have been assassinated. Should we still act according to the original plan?" The original plan was that the 4 mine owners would collect 10,000 magic crystals, and the owners of the Seagons mine and the Agaria mine would each take 1,250 magic crystals, and the rest would be handled by the mine owner Alman. But now the first 5,000 magic crystals need to be shared by him and his nephew Dalius. Get the magic crystals ready. We will go to visit Captain Helix as soon as possible, and we must settle this matter quickly. We can leave Padstow City by noon, and we can't stay here for a moment. The owner of the mine, Alman, said decisively. "Okay, Uncle Alman." The owner of the mine, Dalius, was also frightened this time, as if he had lost the ability to think independently. The owner of the mine, Alman, immediately ordered his men to prepare a carriage and go to visit Captain Helix as soon as possible. This was also scheduled yesterday. Captain Helix had just walked out of his lover's house when he saw a carriage parked across the street. 2 half-blood elves walked out of the carriage. They were Alman and Dalius, uncle and nephew. They stood in front of the carriage and humbly bowed to Captain Helix. Although Captain Helix was a little impatient, he had already pocketed the benefits of others, so he could only bite the bullet and greet them. He asked impatiently, "Why did you come here so early?" The owner of the almond mine walked to the side of Captain Helix, forced a smile, and said, "We have collected enough magic crystals, so we want to hand them over to General Lucius as soon as possible." Captain Helix hid in his lover's house all night and didn't know what was happening in the Silver Moon Elves' living area. Seeing that the 2 mine owners were so proactive, he hesitated for a while before saying, "I still have to go to the guard group before I can take you to see General Lucius. You can go back and wait for me first. In fact, we don't have anything to do in the morning, so we can wait for you in the carriage." The owner of the almond mine bowed to Captain Helix and said respectfully, "As you wish." Captain Helix took the reins from the attendant, jumped on the horse, and headed straight for the guards. The owner of the almond mine quickly boarded the carriage, followed Captain Helix, and followed him to the guards' barracks. When Captain Helix arrived at the guards, he heard from his men that 2 more mine owners died last night, and one of them died in front of the Silver Moon Elf guards. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. No wonder the owner of the almond mine wanted to see him so early and followed him all the way to the guards in a carriage. Got it. Bury these 2 mine owners in the cemetery outside the city. Leave the rest to the Elf Elders Council's trial, Captain Helix ordered. Okay, Captain. The subordinates responded quickly. Captain Helix didn't expect the situation in Padstow to be so tense. There were countless eyes watching these mine owners in the dark. Thinking that the magic crystals he received were turned into some exquisite gifts for his lover, Captain Helix was a little flustered. He thought for a moment and stood up, saying to his trusted subordinates, "I'm going to the military to see General Lucius. If you have anything to say, come back and talk." After that, he walked out quickly. His trusted subordinates followed behind Captain Helix and hurriedly agreed, "Yes, Captain." Captain Helix rode out of the Guard Corps camp. The carriage of the owner of the Yarman mine was parked opposite the camp. Captain Helix approached the carriage and said in a low voice, "Follow me. After meeting the general, I will send you to the portal." When Yarman and Dahlias heard what Captain Helix said, they immediately felt relieved. Although Captain Helix was a little arrogant, he was still willing to keep his promise. Chapter 448. Captain Helix walked quickly through the corridor on the top floor and came to the door of General Lucius' office. He stood up and calmed his rapid breathing. Then he knocked on the door. He heard a response from inside, and Captain Helix pushed the door open and walked into the room. General Lucius frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Helix, what happened to the assassination in the park last night?" The Silver Moon Elf living area has always been considered the safest area in Padstow. 2 members of the Elf Elder Council asked him about the assassination last night, this morning, which made General Lucius very unhappy. After all, he was only the chief of the Legion Logistics Department, and was mainly responsible for the overall deployment and procurement of the Legion's military supplies. Lucius rarely asks about matters related to public security. Captain Helix immediately replied, "I just received the news this morning. I guess some assassins who ran down from the Pagisto Plateau killed 2 miners. I have buried the bodies of the 2 miners. The follow-up matters will be handled by the Inquisition." Lucius was very satisfied with Captain Helix's handling of the matter. Pushing the problem to the Elven Elders Council is good. However, Chief Lucius immediately realized something and felt a little uneasy. He quickly asked, "2 mine owners died? The mine owners on the Pagisto Plateau? They are 2 of the 4 mine owners you met at the ball the night before last, Seagons and Agaria." While explaining, Captain Helix took out a box from his magic waste bag and placed it directly in front of Chief Lucius. Captain Helix opened the box buckle, and the moment he opened the lid, the colorful magic crystals in the box immediately emitted a bright light. These magic crystals are of various types, with the majority being wind and earth attributed magic crystals. A large box full of magic crystals immediately attracted all his attention. Originally, Chief Lucius was still thinking about how to break away from the 4 mine owners. He pursed his lips and said, "Did those mine owners send this box of magic crystals? This is the maintenance fee for the portal construction paid by the mine owners Alman and Dahlias," Captain Helix said. Chief Lucius struggled for a while, and then he made up his mind and told Captain Helix, "Send them to Partington Island at noon, otherwise if something happens to them, we may be implicated." "Got it, Commander Lucius, I do it right away." Hearing Commander Lucius say this, Captain Helix's heart finally settled down. He calmly pushed a whole box of magic crystals under Commander Lucius's desk. Commander Lucius sat on a chair and said to Captain Helix kindly, "Helix, this matter must be handled with caution. Not only must we send them to Partington Island, but we must also find a ship to send them out of the port. I don't want them to reveal their identities on Partington Island. I will personally take people to handle this matter," Captain Helix promised. "No mistakes can be made. Send them away quickly," Captain Lucius ordered. To be honest, he didn't want to pay attention to these troubled mine owners. Seeing the full box of magic crystals under the table, he felt comfortable again. As the chief of the logistics department of the Silver Pegasus Corps, Lucius was arranged to the Partington Plain by the Corps' top brass, which in itself felt marginalized. Lucius also knew that he could not be re-elected as the chief, and being arranged to the Partington Plain was to allow him to leave the position in a dignified manner. In fact, this was not impossible. The climate in Padstow was pleasant. He occasionally lay on the rattan chair in the office, and basked in the sun through the window. This kind of life was also very comfortable. Now that he had received such a large amount of magic crystals, Chief Lucius felt that it was worth the risk. Captain Helix did not let the Alman and Dahlia's mine owners in the carriage wait for a long time. In fact, he was also worried that the carriage parked at the entrance of the military would be noticed by someone with ulterior motives. Once the half-blood elves discovered that the Silver Pegasus Legion had dealings with the mine owners on the Padstow Plateau, that would be the worst. When the Alman mine owner saw Captain Helix riding a horse in front and letting the carriage follow behind him, rushing all the way to the central square, he was slightly relieved. There were few carriages on the street. We met Silver Moon Elf guards several times along the way. Those elven guards would stop and salute Captain Helix, watching Captain Helix leave with the carriage. Along the way, no elf dared to ask. The owner of the Yarman mine closed his eyes. He didn't sleep last night, and he felt a little groggy. The young owner of the Dahlia's mine was observing the exquisiteness outside the window. Seeing that most of the shops on the street were closed, he couldn't help but whispered, "Padstow City is much more dilapidated than 5 years ago." Carriages loaded with goods drove out of the central square, crossed the central avenue, and arrived at the huge warehouse behind the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. According to Earl Swinburne's idea, the Partington Plain will become a logistics warehouse for the Silver Pegasus Corps, so a large amount of supplies will be transported to the Partington Plain at this time. The carriage stopped at the side of the road in the central square. Captain Helix did not let the two mine owners, Alman and Dahlias, get off the carriage, but asked them to wait patiently in the carriage, and rode his horse alone straight to the square. At this time, a large number of military supplies were still being transported out of the portal in the square. Various supplies were piled up in the central square, many of which were packed in wooden boxes and sealed with the Silver Pegasus Legion. The carriage stopped, and the owner of the Alman mine opened his eyes. The portal not far away was constantly emitting a magical halo. The space door was like a mirror, and the supplies transported from it would cause ripples in the portal. Although this is a one-way portal, in fact, every once in a while, the portal will go backwards for a while, so that the half-blood elf workers responsible for transporting materials can return to Partington Island. It's just that the service of teleporting to Partington Island is not open to the public. This time, Captain Helix went to the portal to communicate with the captain of the portal guard to see if Alman and Dahlias could be squeezed into these half-blood elf workers, so that they could leave the Partington Plain one step ahead. Dahlias was sitting in the carriage, feeling uneasy. He looked at the Silver Moon Elf guards around him, and whispered to the owner of the Alman mine, "Uncle Alman, do you think Captain Helix will sell us out?" The owner of the Alman mine leaned back on the leather seat in the carriage, and said casually, "Absolutely not. Since they have accepted our magic crystals, they are already on the same boat with us. Only by sending us out of the Partington Plain safely will they not have any trouble. Otherwise, once we are caught, the first thing we have to do is to tell them about their bribery." After saying this, the owner of the mine, Alman, turned his head and looked at Captain Helix in the central square. After hearing what the owner of the mine, Dahlias' face became better, and he picked up the teacup on the table and drank some water. With the active communication of Captain Helix, the captain of the portal guard agreed to Captain Helix's request and allowed him to put the two half-blood elves in. Captain Helix rode his horse to the carriage and waved to the owner of the Alman mine in the carriage, signaling him to get off quickly. The owners of the Alman mine and the Dahlias mine got off the carriage one after another. Captain Helix also jumped off the horse, threw the reins to the Silver Moon Elf warrior next to him, and personally led the owner of the Alman mine to the portal. At this time, there were only some flatbed carriages transporting supplies in the central square. The owner of the Alman mine looked at the huge portal so close, and his heart was beating like a drum. The young owner of the Dahlias mine next to him was also excited. Apparently, Captain Helix had communicated with the portal guard. They hurried to the portal, but no portal guard paid any attention. At this moment, a half-elf boy named Roy walked out from the portal. Roy's eyes fell on the owners of the Alman and Dahlias mines, and he shouted loudly from a distance of several meters, "Alman, Dahlias, I didn't expect to meet you here. According to the laws of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, you are suspected of engaging in the elf slave trade, so I am going to arrest you now." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the ears of the owner of the Alman mine. On the Padstow Plateau, it was heard that the owner of the mine, Roy, was a young half-elf. Now when the owner of the mine, Alman, saw Roy's face, he pointed at Roy and screamed, "Are you Boss Roy?" "Yes, it's me. I came to Padstow to arrest all of you miners in the Nicobar Mountains." Roy spoke loudly, almost attracting all the portal guards in front of the portal, as well as a large group of half-elf porters, all of whom cast curious eyes in this direction. The face of Captain Helix, who was standing next to the owner of the Alman mine, turned even more gloomy. He didn't expect that the matter would be exposed at the last step. Seeing the portal so close, Captain Helix wanted to push the owners of the Alman mine and the Dahlia's mine directly into the portal. Even if they were cut into countless flesh and blood by the space cracks in the portal, it would be better than standing here. Roy seemed not to see that the owners of the Almond mine and the Dahlia's mine were brought by Captain Helix. He loudly requested Captain Helix, "Captain Helix, you must not know that these two are the two mine owners in the Nicobar Mountains west of the Pagisto Plateau. They have traded elf slaves with Baron Albus. I want to send them to the trial of the Silver Moon Elf Elder Council. Can you help me catch them?" Chapter 449. Captain Helix was so angry that his eyes went dark, but he still took a step forward, put a hand on Roy's shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Is there any misunderstanding here? How could they be the mine owners of Padstow Plateau? I only know that they are merchants in Padstow City and visited General Lucius the day before yesterday. Did you recognize the wrong person?" Captain Helix felt that he had given Roy enough hints in his tone, and the half-elf boy should be able to understand some of his thoughts. Captain Helix was quite impressed by this half-elf boy. When he was the leader of the cavalry vanguard, Earl Swinburne had this half-elf sent to the cavalry regiment, under the pretext of being a plateau guide, but Captain Helix did not trust this half-elf at all and threw him into the reconnaissance brigade. Later, many things happened. Captain Helix returned to Padstow, and became the leader of the City Defense Guard regiment. And Roy turned into a mine owner on the Padstow Plateau. Looking at the half-elf boy with a somewhat immature face in front of him, Captain Helix instinctively revealed some of the arrogance and strength of the Silver Moon Elf, hoping that he could be more sensible. But Roy was very stubborn and said loudly, "How could it be a misunderstanding? I have a portrait brought from the Pagisto Plateau. They can recognize them just by looking at the portrait. If they are still mistaken, we can quickly investigate them as long as we send them to the Inquisition." After saying that, he raised the two parchment portraits. When the portal guards heard what Roy said, they immediately drew their swords and pointed them at Almond and Dahlias. The owner of the mine, Almond, did not move, but the young owner of the mine, Dahlias, was very nervous. He subconsciously drew his sword and held it across his body. The gate guards on the square immediately gathered around the mine owner, Dahlias. The half-blood elf workers retreated to the surroundings, leaving the space in front of the gate empty. Captain Helix squinted at the two pieces of parchment in Roy's hand. The texture of the parchment was exactly the same as the two pieces of blood-stained parchment on the desk of the guards' barracks. He didn't even need to see if there were any portraits on the parchment, because Captain Helix found that the 4 assassinations of half-blood elf mine owners in Padstow were probably instigated by Roy. He took out the portrait now, and Captain Helix felt a wave of despair in his heart. He turned around and pointed the long sword in his hand at Almond and Dahlias, and ordered the portal guard beside him, "Take them to the Court of Inquisition." In fact, he didn't need to order. The portal guard had already rushed up with a sword. When the mine owner Dahlia saw that Captain Helix not only did not help him escape from danger, but instead ordered the portal guards on both sides to rush up and capture him, he shouted angrily, "Helix, you!" When he shouted these words, Dahlia's mine owner was still holding a sword in his hand. Before Dahlia's mine owner could finish his words, Captain Helix suddenly rushed towards Dahlia's mine owner's sword, then he turned his wrist, and his sharp sword suddenly pierced into Dahlia's mine owner's chest, and then it passed through Dahlia's mine owner's neck, and immediately a trace of blood gushed out of Dahlia's mine owner's throat. Almond mine owner was so scared that he fell to the ground, but Captain Helix stepped forward and stabbed Almond mine owner to death with a sword. The blood of the two mine owners flowed in front of the portal in the central square. A group of portal guards rushed over and blocked Captain Helix behind them. These two mine owners openly resisted arrest, and Captain Helix killed them. Roy walked to the bodies of the two mine owners, speaking loudly while covering their faces with two parchment portraits. He then chanted a holy prayer, and two beams of holy light fell on the two mine owners, purifying their souls into elves, and then turned and left. Unfortunately, the scene Roy expected did not happen, and the souls of the two mine owners showed no signs of demonization. In the central square, Captain Helix, holding a blood-stained sword, stared blankly at the two mine owners lying in a pool of blood. The office of the Chief of Logistics on the top floor of the military headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Legion in Padstow City. It turns out that all this was planned by Roy behind the scenes. This guy chased down from the Pagisto Plateau, probably to punish these escaped mine owners. General Lucius closed his eyes, leaned his head against the back of the chair, and said with lingering fear. Fortunately, Helix acted decisively to silence Almond and Dahlias. "Helix, you were not careful enough in this matter. Fortunately, there were no loopholes in the end, otherwise it would be a big trouble," General Lucius said to Helix, and then his eyes fell on the table, which was a military order he had just received. After a pause, General Lucius said again, "Don't pay attention to the mine owners on the Pagisto Plateau for the time being. In the next period of time, you have to form a half-blood elf guard in Padstow. The Silver Moon Elf warriors in the city will be transferred to the Queen of Winnie Islands. General Lucius pointed to the large amount of military supplies ready to be stored in the backyard, and added, "This batch of military supplies is used to equip this new guard." Captain Helix immediately accepted the order. "Yes, General Lucius. Being able to form a new army in Padstow is better than going to the Queen of Winnie Islands to clear out the Grey Dwarf bandits." Then, Captain Helix began to look forward to the new army he personally formed, which would become the Guardian of Padstow. Just thinking about it made him feel very excited. He took the military order, which had not only the seal of the military but also the signature of Earl Swinburne, and walked out of Chief Lucius' office with his head held high. His first stop was to write a few recruitment notices and post them in the most eye-catching places in Padstow. The news that the city defense guards were recruiting half-blood elf warriors quickly spread throughout the city. Although the elves were discussing, Captain Helix only recruited more than 300 young half-blood elves willing to join the guard in a week. Such a small number of half-blood elves was far from enough to form a guard. It had been so long since the military's transfer order was issued, but the Silver Moon Elf Guard had not shown any signs of moving. This was obviously a dereliction of duty by Chief Lucius. So Chief Lucius could only call Chief Helix again and ask him about the formation of a new army. "What's going on? Didn't you explain the duties and salaries clearly? It's been so long, and you can't even gather a city defense guard regiment?" Captain Lucius' voice was a little hysterical, and he almost pointed at Captain Helix's nose and yelled at him, "Helix, are you capable of doing this?" Captain Heckless looked helpless at this time, and said to Chief Lucius, "The recruitment information has been posted on all the notice boards, but the half-blood elves in the city have remained indifferent. I don't understand why." Seeing the helpless look of Captain Helix, General Lucius thought for a moment before saying, "Perhaps when the riots occurred in Padstow, the half-blood elf rebels recruited all the young half-blood elves in the city. These damn rebels must not be allowed to revive no matter what. By the way, Helix, you must check these half-blood elves who have joined the army this time to see if they have any military experience in the past. Half-blood elves who have joined the rebels will not be accepted." Captain Helix thought that he could not recruit half-blood elf warriors without any requirements. If this clause was added, how long would it take to build this guard regiment? He did not dare to question General Lucius, but frowned more tightly. After thinking for a moment, he said to General Lucius, "There are not so many young half-blood elves in Padstow. How about we expand the scope of recruitment? I heard that there are a lot of young half-blood elves in the town of Bastion." These days, Roy has been busy with the warehouse in Padstow. He also took the time to write a few letters, one to Ms. Belinda, one to Moira and Sabrina, and the other to Claire, Woods, and Miss Tiffany. Roy asked them to hurry up and transport the prepared materials from Castletown to Padstow. The last letter was written to High Priest Reed. Roy didn't know whether High Priest Reed could receive this letter. In the letter, he mentioned the feeling when purifying the demonized soul. At that moment, the power of holy light in his body was not only improved, but also seemed to touch the door of the 10th level bottleneck. High Priest Reed entered the Dark Land. In addition to dark creatures, there should be some demons there. Roy wanted to ask High Priest Reed if he had ever purified demons, whether he had the same feelings as him, etc. Lysander came with a caravan. Roy had a trading license authorized by Earl Swinburne himself, so this time Lysander's caravan went directly into Padstow City and arrived at the townhouse rented by Roy. This time Lysander not only brought some ordinary metal ingots, but also some primary magic herbs and magic beast materials from the plateau. Everyone stored the caravan supplies in a warehouse, and Lysander took the caravan to the dense forest outside the city to rest. This time Lysander also brought his son Rambo with him. Roy said to Rambo, "Rambo, I hope you can stay in Padstow and help me manage the material warehouse here. A large amount of supplies will be shipped in the next few days. In the future, this will be a transit station, dedicated to storing various supplies shipped from the Padstow Plateau. Any supplies prepared for shipment to the Padstow Plateau will also be temporarily stored here." Chapter 450. Roy led Rambo along a quiet cobblestone road into a tavern. The tavern was very lively. Many half-blood elves were talking about the glorious deeds of Captain Helix. After all, he killed 2 mine owners with 1 sword in front of the central square. For a time, Captain Helix became a celebrity who resisted the elf slave trade. When the bartender saw Roy walking in with a half-blood elf, he immediately pushed a glass of orange wine to Roy, then smiled at Rambo and asked him, "Guest, what do you want to drink?" Roy took Rambo to sit at the bar and said to the bartender, "Give him a glass of orange wine." "Is there still no news about Dennis?" The bartender quickly poured a glass of orange wine and replied with a smile. The transportation to the Blackwater Swamp is inconvenient, and there are few adventure groups in the city, so there has been no news about Dennis recently. He added silently in his heart, I can't tell you even if there is. Then he turned and walked to the wine cabinet to wipe the wine glass. Rambo was not the first time to come to Padstow City, but it was the first time to come to the tavern. He was not used to the smell of alcohol in the tavern. He looked around like a dirt bag and was curious about everything, especially the row of oak barrels behind the bar. You will be staying in Padstow for a while this time. You have to learn to adapt to the life in the city. This pub is not only a place for gathering and drinking, but also a place with the most up-to-date information. You can come here to get any information you want. Some information is free, and some information costs money. Roy took a sip of wine and whispered to Rambo. At this time, Rambo was staring at the chest of a wheat-skinned half-elf woman. His eyes were a little straight because of the golden curly hair on his chest. He didn't know how much of what Roy said he heard. There are beautiful half-elf women on the Padstow Plateau, but none of them are wearing low-cut long skirts and dare to walk around on the wine table. Roy asked the bartender, who was standing by and wiping the cups, Are there any magic herb merchants in Padstow? I'm doing low-level magic herb business recently, and want to find some stable supply. The bartender threw the cup in his hand into the pool, took the initiative to get close to Roy, and introduced enthusiastically, Boss Roy, you come to the right person to ask me about this matter. Look at the elf drinking alone over there. His name is Augustus. He is a very famous herb merchant in Padstow. However, the portal of the Partington Plain has been closed in recent years, and business in various industries has become increasingly difficult. His magic herb business has also closed down. However, if you want to know about magic herbs on the Partington Plain, I would like to recommend Augustus to you. Roy turned his head in the direction of the bartender's finger, and saw the half-blood elf called Augustus by the bartender. He had silver-gray hair, and a little bit of silver moon elf blood. He was holding a silver wine glass, and drinking by himself at a small table in the corner. There was a bottle of rum on the table. Elves don't like this kind of strong liquor. Usually, it is used to add some flavor to orange wine in the bar. Although he was a little drunk, he still maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. Roy handed the bartender 5 kohlers as a reward for his news. Unexpectedly, the bartender pushed the kohlers back. The bartender said with a smile, This news is free. In fact, this matter is not a secret in the tavern. You can find out by asking any elf. I will call him for you. Augustus, come here and sit for a while, and have a drink. The bartender raised the glass in his hand, and shouted to Augustus, who was sitting in the corner. Augustus heard the bartender shout, raised his head, looked at Roy with his light blue eyes, held the glass, picked up the bottle of rum that had not been finished, and walked over. Other drinkers were still joking, Augustus, it seems like there's business coming. Augustus came over, and the bartender patted the shoulder of the half-elf drinker sitting next to Roy, and the guy immediately gave up his seat. Boss Roy, the mine owner of Padstow Plateau. Augustus, the magic herb merchant in Padstow City, Boss Roy wants to talk to you about the business of magic herbs. You two chat first. The bartender briefly introduced and left. Roy reached out his hand and shook Augustus's. Augustus looked at Roy seriously and said in disbelief, Excuse me, are you the boss Roy from Padstow Plateau? Roy nodded slightly, and then said directly, I have rented some warehouses in Padstow City. I am currently planning to purchase some primary magic herbs in Padstow City, and then transport them to the elf continent to sell. Do you have any way to get primary magic herbs, Mr. Augustus? Magic herbs can be found everywhere in the Partington Plain, but if you want to transport them back to the elven continent, you must have a trading license. Augustus said implicitly. Of course, this trading license only allows me to trade primary magic herbs. Roy patted the magic waste bag on his waist. Augustus' eyes lit up and said to Roy, On the Partington Plain, only the trading of primary magic herbs can form a bulk transaction. So, Roy smiled and looked at Augustus. Augustus extended his hand and said to Roy excitedly, I wish us a happy cooperation. I will show you a quotation immediately. Now the entire Partington Plain is under ban, so the price of these primary magic herbs is at least 40% lower than before. Just give me the quotation as soon as possible. This is Rambo, the current person in charge of the warehouse in Padstow City. You will probably communicate with each other in the future. Roy put one hand on Rambo's shoulder and diverted his attention. Roy, aren't those primary magic herbs on the plateau enough for your needs? Lumbo asked Roy curiously. Of course not. With these material transfer warehouses, we must expand our business. Cheers to our future cooperation. Roy raised the orange-yellow-orange wine in his hand. Lumbo was a little confused and couldn't figure out how big Roy's business was going to be, but Roy and Augustus had already raised their glasses, so he followed suit. This time, Rosander and Rambo, father and son, arrived in Padstow with a caravan of 1,000 Argali sheep. They not only brought a large number of black iron ingots, but also brought Roy the latest battle situation in the northern part of the plateau. Captain Helic led the rebel army of 5,000 half-elf warriors, and broke through the gate of the ancestral land of Gazan. Nearly 20,000 headhunters blocked the ancestral land. Headhunters from other places on the Padstow Plateau rushed to reinforce the ancestral land. This time, Latian came to Padstow City and brought a list of supplies from Captain Helic. However, this time Roy set up a plan to assassinate the 6 mine owners in the Nicobar Mountains, which was already very unpleasant with the logistics chief Lucius. Roy felt that if he submitted a material application now, it would probably be suppressed by the logistics department. After thinking about it, Roy decided to write another letter to Claire and ask him to purchase some supplies from Castletown City. While Roy was writing the letter, Rambo rushed in without even knocking on the door, and said to Roy excitedly, "The supplies from Castletown have arrived, Roy, the time you calculated is just right. The supplies from our plateau have just been delivered, and the supplies from Castletown City have also arrived one after another. The supplies from both sides can be exchanged, and no one needs to wait." Roy looked puzzled. He didn't have the ability to calculate time. This was just a coincidence. He rented this warehouse for the transfer of supplies. "Is Claire here?" Roy put down the quill in his hand and asked Rambo. At this time, a figure flashed out from behind Rambo. It was Claire in a noble dress. This guy was already very handsome, and wearing an elf noble dress, he looked even more extraordinary. But Claire was still the same. She put her arm around Roy's shoulders and said proudly, "I know that everywhere on the Pagisto Plateau needs to be rebuilt, so I thought about sending a batch of supplies before school starts. How about it? Are you surprised to see me?" "Claire, didn't you say you were going to hold a winter concert before school starts? I thought you were busy with the concert," Roy asked, moving Claire's arm away. The guy was full of perfume. Claire sat in Roy's seat and smiled proudly. "Hey, this winter concert was very successful. Our Eagle song almost spread to Buenos Aires." Roy was not ready to listen to him talking about the concert, and quickly interrupted him and asked, "So, what did you bring this time?" Claire didn't keep the secret and gave the answer directly. "The magic furnace, designed and built by the dwarves, is strong and durable. I don't know how long these things have been stored in the warehouse of Castletown. If I hadn't helped you find these magic furnaces, I wouldn't have known that there was a mine in the Malaga jungle a long time ago. There is also some life tree juice. Recently, I have bought out all the stocks on the black market in Castletown. This batch of life tree juice was purchased from Barrera City. Roy, you wrote to me and asked me to go to the Magic Guild to ask about magic pharmacists. Are you going to make magic potions?" "Yes, I have such a plan." Roy nodded. He didn't plan to hide this from Claire, and the alchemy laboratory needed to be built in Castletown. He planned to refine some primary magic herbs directly into magic potions, as long as they were the 3 best-selling ones, namely the primary healing potion, the lion potion, and the mental potion. "Originally, I wrote to you and asked you to get some arrowheads and armor pieces from Castletown, but it seems that it is too late." Roy pointed to the letter on the desk, with Claire's name written at the beginning. When Claire heard Roy say that he wanted to purchase arrowheads and armor plates from Castletown, she reminded him, "Arrowheads and armor plates. These military supplies are of course of better quality from the Silver Pegasus Legion. I've had some unpleasantness with General Lucius of the logistics department recently, I guess. It's not easy to apply," Roy said tactfully. He didn't say that he openly killed 6 Nicobar Mountains mine owners in Padstow City and blocked General Lucius's way to wealth. "I don't like that old guy either," Claire also muttered, thinking that he had a bad time in Padstow. "What should I do now?" Claire asked. "I can only bite the bullet and go to the military. At most I will be rejected, but he can't do anything to me," Roy said casually, scratching his head in distress. There were many carriages parked outside the warehouse, and a group of half-elf laborers were carrying some wooden boxes into the warehouse. Some carriages were carrying huge crucibles, which looked extremely heavy. If Lysander wanted to transport these things to the Pagisto Plateau, he might not be able to sleep at night. In order to apply for a batch of military supplies, Roy rode to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. A large number of military supplies were piled up in the backyard of the military headquarters, and many wooden boxes were piled outside the warehouse, piled up like a mountain. Roy had not received any list of supplies from the military headquarters in the past 2 days. He thought it must have been suppressed by General Lucius otherwise. The Pagisto Plateau was in urgent need of various military supplies, and the military headquarters was piled up like a mountain. How could they not send someone to notify him? Roy just stood in the hall, looked at the backyard for a few times, and then walked to the front desk. He needed to submit an application to the quartermaster. Before he could explain his purpose, a quartermaster came out from the stairs, holding a stack of reports. Seeing Roy at the front desk, he said with some surprise, "Roy, mine owner, I didn't expect you to be here. The military department issued a notice, and it happened to be sent to you." The quartermaster handed Roy a list of supplies, and said to him, "This is the list of supplies drawn up by the military department. If there is no objection, it will be distributed according to this quantity. If there is any objection, you can also apply to the military department for exchange." Roy came to the military headquarters to apply for military supplies, but he didn't expect that the quartermaster would take the initiative to hand him a list as soon as he came in. This surprised Roy a little. He took the list, and there were indeed boxes of fine steel arrowheads and armor pieces, as well as some elven swords and standard forest bows. These supplies were added to update the equipment of the mine guards, but these fine steel arrowheads and armor pieces still had to be provided to the half-blood elf army of Captain Helic. You must find it hard to imagine how difficult the conditions on the plateau are. With these military supplies, we can recruit more half-blood elves to resist the headhunters on the plateau. That's great. Roy stood in the hall on the first floor holding the parchment list and chatted casually with the quartermaster. "Can you give us more fine steel arrowheads? Our half-elf warriors are newly recruited and lack combat experience. I want to train them more." Roy smiled and said to the quartermaster, "I have the authority to add 2 more boxes. If it is not enough, you can submit a material application to the higher-ups. As long as you can explain the actual situation, it will definitely be approved," the quartermaster said to Roy. Roy nodded and thanked him repeatedly. Chapter 451. The quartermaster handed the list of supplies to Roy and hurriedly left the first floor hall. He still had to mail out other lists of supplies. Roy stood at the front desk of the hall, looking carefully at the list of supplies in his hand. Ms. Anna, assistant to Chief Lucius, came out of the mailroom with a pile of documents. The last time Roy went to see Chief Lucius, he saw her once in the outer room of Chief Lucius's office. Ms. Anna was a silver moon elf, and she looked very pleasing to the eye in her uniform. She stopped when she passed the front desk and said to Roy, "Roy, Chief Lucius is just looking for you." Roy put down the list of supplies, paused for a moment, and then said, "General wants to see me when—" If the list of supplies was not in his hand, he should be sitting on the bench in front of General Lucius's office, waiting in line for General Lucius to summon him. Ms. Anna put a strand of scattered golden hair behind her pointed ears, smiled charmingly at Roy and said, "If it's convenient, we can do it now." Roy was just standing in front of the bar at the reception desk, wondering why this batch of military supplies was sent out so quickly. Could it be that General Lucius had forgiven the past? Now it's finally clear that the chief is trying to ease the relationship between the two sides. Roy put the list of supplies into his magic waist bag and followed Ms. Anna upstairs. The way she walked up the stairs seemed like she could break her waist at any time. There were several clerks sitting on the bench outside the office of Chief Lucius. Ms. Anna motioned Roy to wait aside, then gently pushed the door and walked into the office. Roy nodded to the clerk sitting on the bench as a greeting. Before he could take out the list of supplies, he saw Captain Berkeley coming out of General Lucius' office. Roy was a little surprised. When Captain Berkeley left Pagisto City, he said that he would take the logistics group to Queen Uini Islands to participate in the war, mainly responsible for the transportation of logistics supplies. "Captain Berkeley, why are you here?" Roy stood up and greeted Captain Berkeley. When Captain Berkeley saw Roy, he put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Roy, you came at the right time. I just wanted to see you. Are you here to see General Lucius?" Captain Berkeley patted Roy on the shoulder and motioned him to go in first. "Then you go see the chief first. I wait for you over there. I have good news for you." He looked a little tired, but he was very happy to see Roy. Ms. Anna pushed the door open from the inside and said seriously, "Mine owner Roy, you can go in." Roy pushed the door open and walked in. Captain Lucius waved to him, motioning him to sit opposite him, and said to Ms. Anna outside the door, "Anna, please help me call Captain Helix over." Ms. Anna responded immediately, "Okay, Mr. General." Roy sat down opposite General Lucius and heard General Lucius say to him, "Recently, the situation in Queen Uini Islands has been a bit chaotic. The war has spread to the affiliated islands around the islands. The elven warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion are currently unable to take care of the marginal islands, so the Grey Dwarf bandits have a chance to breathe, which makes the war situation in the surrounding islands more complicated. The above means that they hope to transfer the Padstow City Guard to the front line. Hearing this, Roy's heart trembled. He thought that the war in Queen Uni Islands might not be as optimistic as Chief Lucius said, otherwise the military leaders would not have recruited the guards of Padstow City. If the Guard Regiment in Padstow City is transferred to Queen Uni Islands, then the city must form a new City Defense Guard Regiment. Roy didn't quite understand what the formation of a City Defense Guard Regiment had to do with him. While Chief Lucius was introducing the war in Queen Uni Islands to Roy, Captain Helix walked in, and his straight military uniform made him look particularly energetic. When he saw Roy, Captain Helix's eyes were a little complicated. He always felt that there was some inexplicable jealousy and hostility in his eyes. The newly formed City Defense Guard group has only recruited more than 500 half-blood elf warriors so far, and there is still a big gap. We are going to go to the barrier town to recruit half-blood elves. Considering that you are the governor of the barrier town, we want to hear your thoughts. Captain Lucius said. Are you going to the barrier town to recruit half-blood elves? Roy stared at the Helix group and asked. Helix nodded and said, there is indeed such a plan. Perhaps you two don't know enough about the barrier town. Please allow me to introduce the barrier town to you. Roy said to Chief Lucius and Captain Helix, at present, at least 20,000 half-blood elves live in the barrier town. The half-blood elf natives, who originally lived in the barrier village, are now less than 3,000. The largest part of the population in the barrier town should be the half-blood elf warriors, who stayed in the barrier town after the rebels were disbanded. This part of the half-blood elves is about 10,000 people, and currently accounts for at least half of the total population of the barrier town. Finally, there were half-blood elf hunters gathered from the villages around the town of Rampart. Lord Alvis had designated most of the woodland south of Padstow as private territory, which led to almost all the half-blood elves living in the woodlands moving to Rampart. There were probably several thousand of these half-blood elves. Captain Lucius and Captain Helix looked at each other. Originally, they were worried that there were remnants of the rebels among the half-blood elves in Padstow, but now it seemed that Rampart was simply a den of thieves for the rebels. There are at least 200,000 half-blood elves living in Padstow now. It shouldn't be too difficult to recruit a city defense guard. Roy saw that neither of them spoke, and then he said something. Captain Helix showed a sour face, obviously hurt by Roy's words. However, since Captain Helix wanted to go to the fortress town to recruit half-blood elf warriors, Roy certainly couldn't stop him. This time, Chief Lucius called Roy over, just for routine notification. Seeing that Chief Lucius had nothing else to say, Roy said goodbye and left the chief's office. Captain Berkeley was still waiting in the corridor. When Roy came out, the two friends hugged each other at the door of Chief Lucius' office. The two chatted as they walked downstairs. I heard that you did a good job on the Padstow Plateau, leading the mine guards to drive the Plateau headhunters back to their hometown. Captain Berkeley sighed when he talked about this. When we withdrew from the plateau, there were still many mines waiting to be taken over. Many guards in the mines received notices from above, and were eager to withdraw from the plateau. At that time, the situation on the plateau was in chaos. Later, I heard that the headhunters rushed out from the ancestral land of Dazan, and were ready to capture the entire Padstow Plateau. I was also worried at the time how many mines your mine guards could defend, and then I heard the good news from Padstow City and felt relieved. Captain Berkeley put his arm around Roy's shoulders and said, he still remembered the ferocity of those Highland headhunters. When the logistics regiment rushed from the first mine to the valley camp, they were ambushed by these Highland headhunters. Captain Berkeley was lucky that time and was able to survive. What's the situation in the Queen Uni Islands? Roy couldn't help but whispered. Let's go. Let's talk about it when we get to my place. Captain Berkeley took Roy back to his office on the second floor. Captain Berkeley belonged to the 2nd Material Transportation Group of the Logistics Department of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Their 2nd Material Transport Group also has an office area at the Silver Pegasus Military Headquarters in Padstow City. He is rarely here, and the 2 civilian staff members in the Material Transport Group are left at the military headquarters. Recently, Captain Berkeley has been running between the front battlefield and the logistics warehouse all day long with the Logistics Transport Group. Captain Berkeley opened the door and saw 2 female Silver Moon Elf clerks gathered at the desk and whispered about something. Roy heard. Captain Helix killed the 2 mine owners on the spot. When Captain Berkeley pushed the door, he coughed slightly, scaring the 2 female clerks to sit back in their seats immediately. Aw, Captain Berkeley, you're back. This is Roy, the mine owner, who is currently in charge of several mines on the Pagisto Plateau. Captain Berkeley formally introduced the two female clerks, turned around and smiled at Roy, Daisy and Kelly. The two clerks left behind by the second material transportation team are usually responsible for counting materials and transmitting information. When the two female clerks heard Roy's name, their eyes lit up, and they covered their mouths with their hands and said in surprise, "You are Boss Roy from Padstow? What's the matter? Is Roy so famous in the military?" Captain Berkeley asked curiously. "Not only in the military, but the whole city of Padstow has been spreading the glorious deeds of Boss Roy recently," the female clerk named Daisy said boldly, and looked at Roy quite actively after she finished speaking. "Boss Roy's deeds?" Captain Berkeley laughed and looked at Roy curiously. "Captain Berkeley, you just came to Padstow, so you don't know that he went to Padstow in person to punish the mine owners in the Nicobar Mountains, and even Captain Hercules was helping him," Daisy said very tactfully. "So there is such a thing. I thought he came to Padstow to apply for military supplies." Captain Berkeley is familiar with the situation of the Pagisto Plateau and knows what Roy needs most at the moment. "I came to Padstow to apply for a batch of military supplies. Of course, I also plan to find the mine owners who fled here. After all, they violated the laws of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom and traded elf slaves with the headhunters and slave traders on the plateau," Roy answered frankly. Chapter 452. The Silver Moon Elf civilian staff, who stayed at the military headquarters, were very well informed. Daisy, a cheerful Silver Moon Elf, saw that Roy was gentle, so she couldn't help asking him, "Boss Roy, I heard that you are planning to trade magic herbs in Padstow?" Some news must have reached the military headquarters, Roy thought. He nodded and said to Daisy, "Yeah, I have such an idea." Daisy sat on a chair, crossed her fingers, and elegantly rested her elbows on the armrests. She said to Roy in a tactful way, "Do you know about the magic herb trade in Partington? The 4th Foreign Trade Group of the Logistics Department of the Silver Pegasus Legion has been in charge of it in recent years. Your operation of a magic herb business may affect the interests of the Legion?" She was worried that Roy didn't know about this matter. If he traded magic herbs without authorization and was known by the Legion senior leaders, he would probably be punished. Roy could see that Captain Berkeley had a good relationship with the 2nd Material Transport Group and got along well with Daisy and Kelly, otherwise Miss Daisy would never have given such a kind reminder. Captain Berkeley knew something about Roy, but he stood aside and didn't help Roy explain. Roy could only say, "Regarding the magic herb trade, I submitted an application to Earl Swinburne and obtained a trading license a few months ago. Moreover, I only deal in low-level magic herbs, so the Legion's high-level magic herb trade will not be affected." Daisy and Kelly looked at each other again, their eyes twinkling with stars, as they looked at Roy. Obviously they were very interested in him. "The trading license signed by Earl Swinburne?" Daisy asked in surprise. She could confirm the truth of the rumor that Roy was a favorite of Earl Swinburne. Kelly on the side couldn't sit still, and hurried over to whisper to Roy, "Recently, there are some rumors about you in the military, mainly accusing you of privately reselling the magic metals in the mine, which damaged the interests of the military." Roy didn't expect that many things about him were already full of rumors in the Silver Pegasus Army in Padstow. He didn't want to explain, so he just let them say it. Seeing the two Silver Moon Elf ladies looking forward to it, Roy could only say, "This matter was also authorized by Earl Swinburne. When I was running these mines, Earl Swinburne agreed that half of the mine's output would be handed over to the Silver Pegasus Army, and the other half could be used at my disposal, mainly to maintain the normal operation and sustainable development of the mines. This is not a secret. I can testify to this, because I handed this letter to Roy personally." Captain Berkeley echoed. The two Silver Moon Elf ladies never thought that Earl Swinburne would give Roy so many preferential treatments. "We also heard that you control nearly 10,000 half-blood elf warriors on the Pagisto Plateau, but the military has only paid out 3 batches of military supplies in the past 6 months. Miss Kelly continued to say to Roy. Captain Berkeley didn't know about this. "What's going on, Roy?" Captain Berkeley asked Kelly in a low voice. Kelly only explained in a low voice. "Due to the inconvenience of transportation, the materials shipped from Padstow City to Padstow Plateau can only be kept in the warehouse here for a long time. Our records show that only 3 batches of military supplies were taken away by the caravan, and the destination was Padstow Plateau." Having said this, Captain Berkeley immediately found the key to the problem. He turned his head and said to Roy, "Does Chief Lucius have any misunderstandings about you?" "Well, there are still some." Roy rubbed his forehead. Roy suddenly felt that this matter was a little difficult to explain. Seeing that Roy was a little distressed, Captain Berkeley quickly pulled Roy to the window and asked him in a low voice, Do you need me to come forward? To ease the relationship between you and General Lucius? Not for the time being. I have already obtained this batch of military supplies. Roy smiled and took out a list of supplies from his magic waste bag. He shook it in his hand with a proud look on his face. Then he continued, "It just so happens that my caravan is currently outside the city of Padstow. Tomorrow, we can come to the warehouse here to collect military supplies, which just solves my urgent needs. Speaking of this, I came back this time to send you a batch of Grey Dwarf prisoners of war that I applied for before," Captain Berkeley said to Roy. Roy didn't expect that the top leaders of the Legion actually agreed with his expression. "Are you saying that the top leaders of the Legion agreed to use Grey Dwarf prisoners of war in my mine?" Roy asked Captain Berkeley. Captain Berkeley touched his nose and said awkwardly, "It's mainly because our prisoner camp is overcrowded. Now we need to send some Grey Dwarf prisoners out. Although there are some disputes about prisoners going to the mines to serve as laborers, we can only try to implement it for now." Speaking of the Queen Uni Islands, Captain Berkeley just hesitated in the corridor and refused to say anything. At this moment, Roy asked again, "By the way, Berkeley, what is the situation of the battle in the Queen Uni Islands?" Roy had studied the modern history of the elves, and knew that the Silver Moon Elves and the Nadasi tribe had fought tooth and nail for the Queen Ivani Islands. Although the Silver Moon Elves eventually gained sovereignty over the Queen Ivani Islands, the Nadasi tribe never really gave up this reef island. However, the ones currently fighting the Silver Moon Elves on the Queen Ivani Islands were the Grey Dwarf bandits known as the Sea Crickets. In theory, these bandit groups should not be worth mentioning in the eyes of the Silver Moon Elves' regular army. The expression on Captain Berkeley's face was a bit complicated, as if he had eaten a fly but couldn't spit it out. The situation in Queen Uni Islands is a bit complicated this time. I don't know where so many Grey Dwarf bandits came from. There are so many of them on every island, and they can dig tunnels all over the mountains. The main army is already exhausted from dealing with it, and the guards are frequently attacked by Grey Dwarf bandits on some marginal islands. The army leaders can only continue to send troops to Queen Uni Islands. Roy knew that the Silver Pegasus warriors in the army were strong, and the only weak one was the infantry guards. I didn't expect that they couldn't even beat the Grey Dwarf bandits. Has the Nadasi clan made any moves recently? Roy asked casually again. Captain Berkeley shook his head and said, "It's still in a wait-and-see state for the time being. After all, the armistice agreement in the Queen Uni Islands was signed less than 100 years ago." Roy was a little speechless. 100 years seemed nothing to the elves. "How many Grey Dwarf prisoners did you send this time?" "There are 1,000 in this batch." "Can they be eaten?" Captain Berkeley said with some concern. "No problem," Roy replied. Captain Berkeley was relieved a little. It was really troublesome to deal with these Grey Dwarf warriors. He told Roy, "Then you bring your men here tomorrow, and make sure to hand over these prisoners before I leave. I also need to pick up some military supplies from the warehouse here, and return to Partington Island tomorrow night. I originally wanted to set out with the Padstow Guards, but the new army here has not been formed, so this time we can't bring the Padstow Guards to the Queen of Winnie Islands." Captain Berkeley obviously hoped that Roy could take over the Grey Dwarf prisoners from him during his stay in Padstow. "I come over tomorrow morning to take over," Roy promised. Roy walked out of Captain Berkeley's office and hurriedly left the military headquarters. Claire was about to leave Padstow. He had to go back to Partington Island through the portal, and then take the island ship back to Castletown. If he delayed any further, he might not be able to catch up with the start of the Elf Academy. Among the supplies Claire brought this time, in addition to the 6 barrels of life tree juice, the 3 magic furnaces were also very precious. Among them, 3 huge magic crucibles with a diameter of more than 2 meters were considered the core components of the furnace. Claire used a boat to transport the 3 magic furnaces from Castletown to Partington Island, and then used a special cart to push the 3 magic furnaces to the central square of Padstow City. The biggest problem with the 3 magic furnaces was that they were too heavy. It was impossible to transport them to the Padstow Plateau by caravan alone. So Roy could only store the 3 magic furnaces in the warehouse. After sending Claire back to Partington Island, Roy brought Raysander's caravan to the warehouse behind the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, and showed the list of supplies signed by Chief Lucius, and collected some military supplies from the warehouse of the logistics department, finally filling up the cargo for Raysander's caravan. Lation's caravan will leave Padstow before dark. Roy then found Captain Berkeley, and received 1,000 Grey Dwarves with shackles on their feet from him. Roy found that these prisoners were all non-combat dwarves, many of whom were Grey Dwarf craftsmen selected by Captain Berkeley for Roy. There was no place to accommodate these Grey Dwarf prisoners in the city, so Roy only let them stay in the warehouse for one night. These gray dwarfs said that the warehouse was as smelly and stinky as a pigsty. As a last resort, Roy could only return to Padstow Plateau in advance. He personally led the 1,000 gray dwarf prisoners to leave Padstow City and walk to Padstow Plateau. Chapter 453. Outside the city of Padstow, the gray dwarf prisoners were waiting on the grass by the roadside in shackles, eating breakfast. In order to give these gray dwarf prisoners enough physical strength to walk to the Padstow Plateau, each of them was given an elf biscuit and 2 apples. The gray dwarves are strong and adaptable, and can survive tenaciously in any harsh environment. They are rare candidates for miners. In Roy's opinion, as long as the management system of the mine is improved, these gray dwarf prisoners will be much more useful than elf miners. Roy rode to the front of the team. The road from Padstow to Rampart Town is relatively easy to travel. This time, the Silver Pegasus Military Department arranged 60 Silver Moon Elf guards to send these gray dwarves to Rampart Town. The next section to Padstow Plateau will be completed by Roy's men. The Silver Moon Elf guards were waiting on the roadside. Captain Elvis was once a subordinate of Captain Berkeley. Before returning to Queen Uini Islands, Captain Berkeley specifically instructed Captain Elvis to escort these gray dwarf warriors to Rampart Town. A Silver Moon Elf guard soldier stood beside Captain Elvis and whispered, "Captain, it's almost time, we should set off." "Wait a little longer, this time we are only responsible for escorting the gray dwarf prisoners," Captain Elvis ordered. "The rainy season is over, and Padstow is getting hotter day by day. The jungle will become hot and stuffy at noon, and only the morning and evening are suitable for traveling." These Silver Moon Elf guard soldiers are used to the pampered life in Padstow. They are worried that if they set out too late, they will have to walk through the hot and stuffy jungle. Augustus learned this morning that Boss Roy was about to leave Padstow. The primary magic herb trading in Padstow was entirely in the hands of Rambo. Since they left in such a hurry, many transaction details had not yet been finalized. Augustus thought about it carefully and decided to catch up on horseback. Only after the price of the primary magic herb was finalized with Boss Roy could the subsequent transaction proceed normally. It was not easy to come across this opportunity, and Augustus did not want to miss it. When Augustus caught up with Roy's group of prisoners, he felt like his body was about to fall apart by the warhorse under his crotch. He had been living in Padstow for the past few years and rarely went out. He hadn't ridden a horse for a long time. "I have military duties this time and can't stay in Padstow any longer, so I'm in a hurry." Roy saw Augustus catching up with him along the forest path and explained to him, "Boss Roy, I think the price of the magic herb transaction should be determined now, so that the subsequent transactions can continue." Augustus rode up to Roy and said. Roy nodded. He turned around and waved to Captain Elvis, signaling that the team could continue to move forward. Then he pulled the reins of the warhorse and stopped in the shade of the roadside. Watching the gray dwarf prisoners climb out from under the shade of the trees, line up in 2 rows, and continue to walk forward, he retracted his gaze and said to Augustus beside him, "The Partington Plain is rich in magical herbs, but most of the high-level magical herbs grow deep in the Blackwater Swamp and in the monster forest north of Padstow City. For most half-blood elves, the danger index of those places is very high, but there are very few half-blood elf collectors who can really enter these dangerous areas. In fact, the original intention of purchasing these primary magic herbs is to allow those ordinary half-elves to make money without taking too much risk. Do you understand what I mean?" Augustus nodded, but he didn't understand why Roy said this. Roy continued, "I have a certain understanding of the forests around Padstow City. It may not be easy to find high-level magic herbs in this jungle, but primary magic herbs are scattered throughout the forest. Go south from here. As long as you reach the territory of the Glazed Beast, you can find primary magic herbs everywhere in the forest." Augustus was more familiar with the distribution of magic herbs in the Partington Plain than Roy. He thought that Roy said so much just to show that the primary magic herbs in the Partington Plain were very easy to collect, so that the price could be further reduced. In fact, the price he offered was already very low. Augustus was even losing money to clear out the stocks of several primary magic herbs that were not widely used. Roy continued, "As the owner of the mines on the Pagisto Plateau, as long as you manage these mines well, you can earn a lot of magic crystals. So for me, the business of primary magic herbs is dispensable." Augustus was almost certain that Boss Roy said so much just to lower the price, and he would lower it very hard. Roy glanced at Augustus, paused for a moment, and then said, "My original intention of talking to you about the business of primary magic herbs is not to make money from it. Now the economy in Padstow is depressed. Most of the trading companies have closed down, and it has been a long time since we have seen adventure groups from the Elf continent come here to adventure, and it is difficult for caravans from outside to enter the Partington Plain. This city is like a stagnant pool of water. More and more half-blood elves can only go into the jungle to collect magic potions and hunt magic beasts to maintain their lives in the city. In fact, most of the primary magic herbs cannot be sold in Padstow City, which forces them to take risks to collect those advanced magic herbs in order to survive. Roy paused when he said this. He looked at Augustus and said, "I have some of the mine resources in the Partington Plain, and I hope to help some half-blood elves in need." After saying that, Roy handed the magic herb quotation in his hand to Augustus. "The price of primary magic herbs on this quotation is even lower than the purchase price I paid on the Padstow Plateau. We trade in Padstow City. After deducting some transportation costs, you still have to make a little money from it. I'm afraid there won't be much left for the half-blood elf collectors." Augustus thought, "In fact, I'm losing money on some of them." Roy stuffed the quotation to Augustus and said, "So, I increased this price by 13% as your commission. I hope you can turn this magic herb quotation into your purchase price, and make sure to send this part of the profit to those half-blood elf collectors, so that the collectors can at least feel that they can make money even if they collect primary magic herbs." After saying that, Roy rode on horseback and followed the Grey Dwarf prisoners. He said as he walked, "If you can do this, go and deliver the prepared primary magic herbs to the warehouse in the city. But if I find out one day that you did not give this part of the profit to those collectors according to our verbal agreement, then the transaction between us will end. Boss Roy, I will do it." Augustus followed behind Roy and promised him. Roy turned around and waved to Augustus, indicating that he did not need to follow the team. The Grey Dwarf prisoners were shackled and walked slowly forward in 2 teams. Roy rode a horse and followed at the end of the team. Augustus squinted his eyes and watched the team gradually moving away on the forest path. He felt that he had not met such an interesting elf for a long time. Although Roy currently has 3 gem mines, 2 mithril mines, 3 black iron mines, and 4 iron mines in normal operation, the elves' demand for metals in the Elven continent is not high. Only high-quality spinel and magic mithril are best-selling products. Magic black iron and other common metal ingots are not very popular, at least in Castletown. This time when Roy came to Padstow, his biggest gain was from the 4 mine owners who escaped from the Nicobar Mountains. They escaped from the Padstow Plateau this time and brought out almost all the most valuable things in the mine, including high-level magic beast materials, high-level magic herbs, and a large number of magic crystals, which are hard currency wherever they go. Roy picked up the magic waste bags of the 4 mine owners. Among the seized items, the most difficult to estimate were the magic materials, and the easiest to count were the magic crystals. A large treasure chest could hold about 5,000 magic crystals. Roy searched out 24 boxes from the magic waste bags of the 4 mine owners. Roy has been wondering these days why the Padstow Plateau has not developed despite its rich mineral resources. The number of half-blood elves living on the plateau is estimated to be between 50,000 and 70,000. Since many half-blood elves live in seclusion in the deep forests, there is no accurate number. When he met Captain Berkeley this time, Roy asked this question. The answer given by Captain Berkeley was very simple. There is no tree of life on the Padstow Plateau. If the elves live in a certain place, there will most likely be a tree of life growing in that place. The expansion of the Silver Moon elves on the plain is mainly based on whether there is a tree of life in the depths of this plain. They will only choose to expand their territory in places with trees of life. Although the Padstow Plateau is rich in minerals, there is not a single tree of life on the entire plateau. Then this plateau is worthless to the Silver Moon elves. These Grey Dwarf prisoners of war all walk barefoot, and they are shackled on their ankles. When they walk, the chains drag on the ground and make a rattling sound. Some of the Grey Dwarves' ankles were rubbed by the shackles, so Roy would ask the Grey Dwarves to collect some hemostatic herbs in the forest, crush them, and apply them to the wounds. In this way, the ankle wounds would heal again after just one night's sleep. The Grey Dwarves were only about 1.5 meters tall, but they were very strong and had very large feet. They could run in the forest while dragging the shackles. These Grey Dwarves had no tents, and at night they would find a dry place under a tree, lie down and sleep, and in the morning, they would get up from the ground and continue on their way. Most of them could not understand Elvish, but they knew some simple gestures. But some of the Grey Dwarf prisoners could understand Elvish, so Roy couldn't help but run to talk to these Grey Dwarf prisoners, because he was very curious. The Queen of Winnie Islands were the territory of the Silver Moon elves, so why did these Grey Dwarf bandits want to rob the Silver Moon elves of these islands? Roy sat opposite a Grey Dwarf prisoner who looked a little old and handed him a dried mackerel. The old Grey Dwarf prisoner took it without hesitation, stuffed the dried mackerel into his mouth, and then chewed it hard a few times. He sat under the shade of the tree, leaning against the tree trunk, silently recovering his strength. After eating the dried mackerel, he didn't plan to ask for more, nor did he look at Roy opposite him, but closed his eyes without saying a word. "Where are you from?" Roy couldn't help asking. "Queen Uni Islands. Don't you know these?" The old grey dwarf muttered. "Why do you want to occupy the Queen of Winnie Islands? This archipelago has always belonged to the Silver Moon Elves," Roy said again. The old grey dwarf closed his mouth and ignored Roy. "Do you know where you are going?" Roy asked again. It was not easy to meet a grey dwarf who could speak Elven language, so of course he couldn't give up easily. The old grey dwarf opened his eyes and looked at Roy, but his mouth was still tightly closed. "The Pagisto Plateau has rich mines. If nothing unexpected happens, you may spend the rest of your life in the mines there. Of course, it is not ruled out that your companions will use some ransom to redeem you," Roy said casually. The old grey dwarf looked at Roy with some surprise, and asked with difficulty, "We are going to mine on the plateau?" He spoke almost word by word, and he probably only knew a few simple Elvish words. "We are going to mine mithril," Roy said. The old grey dwarf prisoner hesitated for a moment, but still nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. Perhaps he felt that it didn't matter if he said it. The old grey dwarf hesitated for a long time before saying in poor Elvish, "Our hometown was occupied by a group of dark creatures that came out of nowhere, and the entire island became a dead island. We escaped from there by boat and headed south to find a place to live. No matter where we went, people would drive us away, orcs, Naga Sea tribe elves." The old grey dwarf's lips trembled. "What kind of dark creature is it?" Roy asked curiously. Before the old grey dwarf could speak, Captain Elvis came out of the woods behind him, followed by several elf guards, who seemed to be patrolling everywhere. A monster covered with various tentacles, similar to a giant octopus. "Don't listen to their stories. These grey dwarf robbers have lived in this sea area for more than 100 years. They are like a group of locusts. They rush up wherever they go. They occupy what they can, rob what they can, and flee if they can't beat them. Whether it is the Naga Sea clan or the elves in the surrounding seas, they have all suffered from their looting." Chapter 454. When the old grey dwarf saw several Silver Moon elves coming over, and staring at him with a bad look, he immediately buried his head in his crotch and sat under the tree and stopped talking. Captain Elvis walked up to Roy and said with a sneer, "These grey dwarf bandits are the best at making up stories. If the dark creatures have entered the Elven continent for 100 years, how could they not be discovered by the outside world?" Roy did not speak. He knew that the grey dwarf bandits originally lived in the far north. It was said that to go from the Elven continent to the grey dwarf's hometown, one had to cross the entire orc tribe. After passing through this territory of glass beasts, we will reach the town of Barrier ahead. Mine owner Roy, the task assigned to us is just to escort you to the town of Barrier. You may need to walk the rest of the way by yourself. The road is long, so don't be deceived by these grey dwarf robbers. They look honest, but they are actually cunning and greedy," Captain Elvis reminded Roy, and then took a group of men to patrol other places. After Lord Elvis designated the area south of Padstow as his private territory, the only thing worth praising was that he built a forest road in the southern jungle. Walking south along this road, you can reach the town of Barrier. Roy clearly remembered that when he first came to this jungle, Instructor Nora led everyone to follow a caravan to the fortress village. The caravan walked and stopped in the jungle, and always stayed for half a day when passing by some elf villages. Now the tree houses in those villages are basically abandoned, and some are even occupied by wild beasts in the forest. The sun shines through the gaps between the trees, leaving some spots on the forest road. The rainy season here has ended. Although there is still a faint mist in the jungle in the morning and evening, it will not last until noon. This road is much easier to walk than before, but there are no caravans or adventure groups. The Griffin Fortress Mountains in the distance have become clear. The further south you go, the more majestic this mountain range will appear in the eyes of everyone. When they arrived at the Rampart town, the Rampart mountain range was like a high wall inserted into the clouds, completely separating the north and south of the Partington Plain. As the nominal governor of Rampart town, Roy had not cared about the town's affairs for more than half a year, but when he came back this time, he found that the town was well managed. Tree houses were built on the entire hillside, and the forest roads on the hillside were paved with a lot of slabs and stones. Each area was surrounded by a low wall of shrubs, and even some public pools could be seen at some major intersections. Compared with the dead city of Padstow, the town of Walled City is obviously more lively. Especially the children running through the woods, running through the streets in a flash, and I don't know if there are any children smuggled by Latian among them. Seeing Roy leading a group of grey dwarves with shackles on their feet into the town, some half-blood elves gathered from all directions. These half-blood elves knew Roy, and in the past 6 months, the name of Boss Roy would be heard dozens of times in their ears almost every day. The main reason why Walled Town can be so prosperous now is that Lation purchases a large amount of supplies from the town every month and transports them to the Padstow Plateau. From apples, oranges, breadfruit to cloth and sundries, Lation has become the largest businessman in the town of Bastion, and he has revitalized the economy of the town by himself. These materials were transported to the Padstow Plateau, which was inseparable from the hard work of Boss Roy on the Padstow Plateau. Everyone knows that Boss Roy has rescued all the half-blood elf slaves on the Padstow Plateau. For this reason, Captain Helic also took away 5,000 half-blood elf warriors from the town of Bastion. These half-blood elves had participated in the rebel army. They rioted in Padstow because the elf nobles in Padstow secretly traded half-blood elf slaves. Actually, reality is still very embarrassing. At that time, everyone only knew that the Silver Moon Elf Lord Alvis traded half-blood elf slaves, but they didn't know that many buyers hidden on the Pagisto Plateau were half-blood elf mine owners. Compared with those Silver Moon elves, who looked glamorous, but had twisted hearts, these half-blood elf mine owners, who killed their own kind, were obviously more heinous. So when Captain Helic raised his fist drunkenly in the tavern and loudly denounced those half-blood elf mine owners, who had no bottom line, all the half-blood elves in the tavern immediately became agitated, and later formed an army to conquer these mine owners on the Pagisto Plateau. At the beginning, the half-blood elves who stayed in the fortress town were still worried about the future of this army. They were originally the foundation of the rebel army, and now they have organized themselves. Once the Silver Pegasus Legion investigates, these half-blood elves will probably go to jail on Parham Island. But things did not go as the half-blood elves in the fortress town expected. Captain Helic led the war group not only without difficulty on the Pagisto Plateau, but also conquered several mines in succession, not only successfully rescued more than 2,000 half-blood elf miners, but also killed a large number of plateau natives. Recently, there have been frequent reports of Captain Helic coming from the Pagisto Plateau. Those reports all say that Captain Helic led half-blood elf warriors into the northern mountainous area of the plateau and drove a group of plateau natives into a valley. Recently, there have been many half-blood elves running down from the Pagisto Plateau, and they also talk about the hardships on the plateau. Sometimes it is like this: the half-blood elves living in the fortress town don't usually think that life is so good, and every day is just like that. But when they heard about the hard life of the half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau, they suddenly felt full of happiness. In fact, the plateau has its own advantages, but the half-blood elves in the fortress town cannot experience them. This time, Roy brought a large group of grey dwarf prisoners to the fortress town, and was immediately welcomed by the half-blood elves. Many half-blood elves ran out to watch these grey dwarf prisoners. Looking at their short stature, but with big feet and strong bodies, they couldn't help but cover their mouths with their hands and whispered. In fact, Lation's caravan set off a day earlier than Roy. The caravan stopped in the fortress town and prepared to transport some supplies to the Pagisto Plateau. Moreover, Lation was going to train some caravans in the fortress town. He encouraged the half-blood elves in the fortress town to organize their own caravans and then transport the goods to the Pagisto Plateau. This time, there were 12 small caravans ready to follow Lation's caravan to the Pagisto Plateau. This was a good start. Roy had seized more than 5,000 Argali sheep in the northern part of the plateau. Lation's caravan currently had more than 1,000 Argali sheep, and the rest could only be kept in captivity. Lation was going to bring a batch of Argali sheep to the fortress town to support these small caravans. Lation squeezed out of the crowd of half-blood elves, walked to Roy and said to him with a smile, "You arrived one day earlier than I expected, and the house is ready. Are you going to take these grey dwarf prisoners now? Well, let them have a good rest. 2 days later, we will continue to the camp at the foot of the Pagisto Plateau." Roy turned his head to look at the grey dwarf prisoners behind him, and said to Lysander. Roy divided this journey into 3 sections. The first section is from Padstow City to Rampart Town. This section is the easiest to walk, and you can rest in Rampart Town, and the supply of materials is relatively sufficient. The second section is from Rampart Town to the camp at the foot of the Pagisto Plateau. This section of the road requires passing through a jungle first, and then through a hill, which is not too difficult. The third section is from the southern foot of the Pagisto Plateau, through the steep foothills to the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau. This section of the road is not easy to walk, and the supply of materials is not so timely. The grey dwarf prisoners will probably suffer a bit. After hearing what Roy said, Lysander immediately shouted to the half-blood elves who were around him, Everyone, make way, leave us a way to pass. After that, he walked in front and walked along the forest path to the west side of the fortress town. This was originally where the rebels were stationed. At the beginning, the half-blood elf rebels built some row houses in this open space in the forest. After the peace talks, the half-blood elf warriors and the rebels gradually integrated into the life circle of the fortress town, and these row houses were slowly abandoned. Recently, Lation's caravan always purchases supplies in the fortress town, so this row of houses has been used again and turned into a warehouse. Lation's supplies are basically stored here. The person in charge of the warehouse is Wood's uncle. This reclusive druid once joined the half-blood elf rebels and fought to liberate the half-blood elf slaves. Later, the rebels retreated to the fortress town, and Uncle Woods lived in seclusion here. In order to prevent mountain torrents from destroying the warehouse during the rainy season, these row houses are all stilt houses, and the bottom is completely supported by pillars. Now the row houses have been cleaned up, and the Grey Dwarf prisoners will stay in the row houses for 2 nights. After Roy settled the Grey Dwarves, Captain Elvis said goodbye to Roy. Their Silver Moon Elf Guard squadron was not very popular in the fortress town, and was looked down upon by the half-blood elves everywhere. There was no way. The base of the half-blood elf rebels in the fortress town was too large. As long as the rebels and their relatives would not have any good face to these Silver Moon Elf warriors. Roy set Captain Elvis out of the fortress town, and stood outside the town. Roy said to Captain Elvis, "Thank you for your escort along the way, I wish you a safe journey home." Captain Elvis pulled the reins of the warhorse, waved to Roy, and then rushed into the forest road with a group of men on horseback. Chapter 455. There are some Silver Moon Elf officials in the town hall of Barrier Town, and they are the real managers of the town. The development and construction of the town are controlled by this group of Silver Moon Elves. Although Roy is the governor of Barrier Town, he is just a figurehead. In fact, he has no management authority, and he can't mobilize the half-blood elf guards of Barrier Town. The Grey Dwarf prisoners live in the townhouses of Barrier Town, and the town guards are responsible for guarding these Grey Dwarf prisoners. But once the Grey Dwarf prisoners left the fortress town, Roy had to recruit his own guards. The main purpose of resting in the fortress town for 2 days was to recruit such a team. Roy planned to recruit 200 half-blood elves and take them to the Pagisto Plateau. Roy had already written a recruitment notice in advance and posted it on the notice board at the crossroads of the town at night. The next morning, Roy and Kaka came to the crossroads of the town together and waited under the recruitment notice. This place is close to the Griffin Barrier Mountains, so many of the half-blood elves in the Barrier Town are magical herb collectors. Recently, some half-blood elves have opened some apple orchards around the town. In fact, Roy is still a little worried that he can't recruit half-blood elves. Captain Helix is recruiting guards in Padstow City. It took 3 days to recruit only more than 400 half-blood elves in such a large half-blood elf city. Roy and Kaka stood under the bulletin board, watching the pedestrians coming and going on the street. "Roy, can we recruit helpers standing here?" Kaka said with a guilty conscience. Roy also looked around and found that no half-blood elves were paying attention to this side. He wondered whether he should stop a few young half-blood elves on the street and ask them what they were thinking. Just as Roy was hesitating, 2 half-blood elf young men came to Roy and Kaka and asked them, "Are you planning to recruit half-blood elf guards here?" Roy agreed. Before Roy could explain, the half-elf stared at him and asked, "Are you Boss Roy?" "It's me." Roy nodded. "I want to join your guard, but I don't know if it's possible." The half-elf was a little excited and spoke a little fast. Roy asked him to stand up straight. Seeing that he had healthy limbs, flexible hands and feet, and spoke clearly and fluently, he said, "My half-elf guard lacks young half-elves like you." The half-elf young man was extremely happy after hearing this. He turned around and shouted to the other side of the street, "Come on, he is Boss Roy. I'm qualified. You can do it too." A group of half-elf young men rushed out from the street and soon surrounded the notice board. Everyone raised their hands to express their desire to join the guard team. Roy and Kaka were shocked by the sudden change and quickly registered these half-elf young men and checked their health. Roy found that the half-blood elves in the fortress town were very active. More and more half-blood elves gathered at the crossroads, which seriously affected the traffic at the intersection. In desperation, Roy could only take these half-blood elves to a clearing in the woods. In just one afternoon, Roy recruited 500 half-blood elves. Although there were still many half-blood elves who wanted to sign up, they thought that it was just a team escorting Grey Dwarf prisoners of war, and it was not easy to recruit too many half-blood elves, so they stopped in time. Roy asked these half-blood elves to disperse on the spot, go home to say goodbye to their families, pack their luggage, and report to the townhouse before dark. The half-blood elves then dispersed and ran to various parts of the town. Roy didn't expect that the recruitment work in the town of Bastion would be so easy. There are so many half-blood elves who want to go to the Pagisto Plateau to gain some experience. I thought I wouldn't be able to recruit anyone, but I didn't expect so many elves to sign up. When returning to the townhouse, Roy couldn't help but say to Kaka on the way, "There are probably many young half-blood elves who want to see the scenery of the Pagisto Plateau. Perhaps they are very envious of Captain Helix's deeds. I heard that many half-blood elves in the town of Bastion admire Captain Helix very much. They think that he is a hero among the half-blood elves because he can lead a group of half-blood elf warriors to adventure on the Pagisto Plateau," Kaka said with a beaming face. In fact, he is also a half-blood elf. In the town of Bastion, he can chat with other half-blood elves at will. In the past half-month, Kaka has been waiting for Roy in the fortress town. Now we have enough recruits. We will set off for the camp at the foot of the Pagisto Plateau tomorrow morning. Kaka, you will scout the way for us in the sky. If the road ahead is blocked, it is best to notify us in advance," Roy said to Kaka. "No problem." Kaka agreed very happily. The Grey Dwarf prisoners stayed in the row house for one night, and they basked in the sun in the open space outside the row house during the day. These Grey Dwarf prisoners may have suffered some hardships, so they behaved very honestly along the way, almost doing whatever was arranged, and no Grey Dwarf prisoner thought of escaping. Deputy Captain Tennyson and 11 Dark Moon elves mixed in the guard team, and did not wait for the Grey Dwarf prisoners to escape along the way. These row houses store a lot of supplies purchased by Lation. Due to the war some time ago, there was a serious shortage of food on the Pagisto Plateau, so Lation mainly transported food to the Pagisto Plateau. Among the supplies stored in the warehouse, there are some light leather armors, as well as the elven swords and spears that Claire sent from Castletown. These weapons were not transported to the Pagisto Plateau immediately, because the standard weapons supplied by the Silver Pegasus Corps were obviously better than those stored in the townhouse. This time, Roy recruited 500 half-blood elf warriors in the fortress town, and just used the military supplies in the townhouse warehouse, which was enough to equip these half-blood elves with a set of light armor, and each person was given a long sword and a long spear. In this way, a half-blood elf guard team of 500 people was formed in just half a day. The next morning, Lation's caravan and Roy's prisoner camp left the town of Walled City together. Lation also gave away 500 Argali from the caravan. The half-blood elf warriors rode on the Argali, holding sharp spears in their hands, forming a long team. Kaka and several Griffin cavalrymen also set out from Walled City. They flew to the camp at the foot of the Pagisto Plateau in advance. Along the way, Roy was discussing with Lation how to transport the heavy magic furnaces in Padstow City to the Pagisto Plateau. Because the crucibles of those magic furnaces were too heavy, the caravan could not carry them. Large carriages were needed to pull them, but this could only be pulled to the foot of the Pagisto Plateau. If you want to transport the furnaces to the plateau, you need to find another way. Kaka said that griffins could be used to transport these magic furnaces to the Pagisto Plateau, but the griffin group was not used to transport goods. Chapter 456. After crossing a rolling hilly area, the Grey Dwarf prisoners arrived at the temporary camp at the foot of the plateau. The temporary camp was built in the valley between two mountain ranges, right at the entrance to the Pagisto Plateau. Following the winding mountain road in the valley behind and heading north, you can reach the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau. A few months ago, the Silver Pegasus Legion evacuated from the Pagisto Plateau. In addition to leaving a valley camp on the plateau, they also left a camp in the valley at the entrance to the mountain. Silvermoon elves like comfortable living environments wherever they are, so even the temporary camps are built in a proper manner. After more than half a month of hiking, the Grey Dwarf prisoners arrived at the temporary camp here, and they still had to rest for 2 days before setting off. Along the way, the half-blood elves and the Grey Dwarf prisoners ate and lived together, and there was almost no difference except that the Grey Dwarf prisoners had shackles on their feet. These Grey Dwarfs have thick skin and strong bodies. Even if they walk on the mountain road with heavy shackles, they will not feel tired even if they walk for most of the day. These half-blood elves in the fortress town are not hostile to the Grey Dwarf prisoners. They even think it is pitiful for the Grey Dwarf prisoners to walk on the mountain road with shackles, so these Grey Dwarfs have almost no weight on them. These Grey Dwarf prisoners also seemed very honest, completely different from the Grey Dwarf slaves Roy found in the mine, and they did not have the bloodlust and cruelty in their eyes. When resting along the way, the half-blood elf warriors would take the initiative to hand over water bags to these Grey Dwarf prisoners, and occasionally they would get an apple. Many half-blood elves came to the foot of the Pagisto Plateau for the first time. The mountains here are rolling, and the higher peaks behind are almost blocked by the mountains in front. Therefore, it is far less majestic than the Griffin Barrier Mountains, and the top of the mountain is still some distance away from the clouds. The mountain vegetation here is still very dense, and a touch of light green extends far away. Standing on the platform in front of the barracks, looking at the rolling mountains behind, Roy turned his head and asked a half-blood elf warrior who was preparing for a trip. "The road behind will be difficult to walk. Do you regret coming here?" The half-blood elf warrior put down the wooden board in his hand, raised his head and smiled at Roy. "Why should I regret it? It's a rare opportunity to go to the Pajisto Plateau to take a look. It's actually pretty good. Life in the fortress town is good, but the repetitive work every day will make you feel bored. The fortress town is a huge cage, and I am the bird trapped in the cage." A young half-elf warrior took the opportunity to say, "I heard that Captain Helik is fighting with the natives in the north of the plateau. It would be great if I could go to the battlefield in the north of the plateau to take a look. I also want to see how fierce those natives are. I heard that they have black patterns on their faces, hold spears in their hands, ride argali, and can jump freely on the cliffs of the mountains." Everyone talked a lot about the plateau headhunters. Most of these stories were described by the half-blood elf miners, who ran down from the plateau. Now many of these miners have settled in the fortress town. The plateau headhunters they talked about were as cruel as the devils in hell. These half-blood elf warriors regarded Captain Helik as a hero, and wanted to go to the north of the plateau to see those plateau headhunters. In mid-February 1408, Roy led 1,000 gray dwarf prisoners to leave the temporary camp at the entrance to the mountain pass, and headed towards the Pajisto Plateau again. Because Latian's pack caravan followed along the way, and had sufficient supplies, the gray dwarf prisoners only needed to conquer this extremely steep mountain road. The road to the Pajisto Plateau was difficult to walk on. Most of the road was on the edge of the cliff. On one side was an icy rock wall, and rocks could roll down at any time. On the other side was a bottomless abyss. It became easy for the gray dwarf prisoners to escape from the team. They just needed to jump. The half-blood elf warriors who walked this road for the first time were all pale, but each of them rode an argali, which walked on the rugged mountain road as if it were flat ground. Roy didn't expect that these gray dwarf prisoners of war were also very accustomed to the mountain roads here, and every step was very steady. It was the mountain roads here that blocked the carriages of Padstow City and the caravans of the elves. If the merchants wanted to transport the supplies to the Padstow Plateau, in addition to putting them in magic waste bags, they could only use pack teams to carry the supplies up. Lysander rode a big sheep, holding the reins with one hand and the curved horns with the other hand. He turned around and said to Roy behind him, "It would be great if a highway could be built here. This road is simply too difficult to walk. It's better on sunny days now. If it's rainy, it's hard to find a place to shelter from the rain on this mountain road. The mountain road is wet and slippery, and you can't stop on this mountain road that is less than 1 meter wide. Otherwise, it will be more difficult at night. You can only bite the bullet and move forward. Occasionally, stones will roll down from your head, which is even more deadly." Roy looked down the cliff. The steep mountain wall was bare, and the valley floor was covered with rocks. This was his second time walking this mountain road. Although he had made sufficient mental preparations, he still felt desperate once he walked on this mountain road. This was a road with no end in sight. Each section of the road had a strict distance limit, and could only stop and rest at a platform rest area. "I heard that there is a magic airship created by goblins on the Roland continent that can fly directly into the clouds and fly from one place to another. This magic airship looks like a large sea ship with masts and sails on it, and its carrying capacity is also excellent," Lysander said with envy. "It would be great if Partington also had a magic airship, so we could directly transport those magic furnaces to the plateau." Roy was struggling with this all the way. The magic furnace that Claire brought him was too big, and he had been thinking about how to transport 3 sets of magic furnaces to the plateau. To be honest, this was a bit difficult. With Roy's current level of knowledge, the easiest thing he could think of was to make a hot air balloon, and then rely on wind power to blow the balloon to the Pajisto Plateau. But making a hot air balloon requires constant attempts. The high altitude of the Partington Plain exists in the wind flow layer, and if you are not careful, it is easy to rush into the turbulent air flow layer. The hurricane brought by the interlayer is likely to tear the hot air balloon to pieces, and Roy does not have time to do this for the time being. A griffin kept wandering along the rock wall. The griffin cavalry was giving them away in the sky, and the location of the griffin should be a platform rest area. Roy knew that this place was not far from the rest platform. When he arrived at the rest platform, Kaka and his griffin were already waiting there. Roy described the magic airship to Kaka, And Kaka said to Roy with great yearning, "If I have a chance, I will also go to Roland Continent to see it." After this period of time, the Grey Dwarf prisoners found that these half-blood elves were different from the previous Silver Moon elves. The half-blood elves did not have any hatred towards them. Even though they had to walk a long mountain road every day, the Grey Dwarf prisoners were never harassed by the half-blood elves, and the food they were given every day was not reduced. Gradually, the two sides also tried to communicate. Although they did not speak the same language, they could still say a few simple words with gestures. When the old dwarf craftsman was resting, he suggested to Roy, "If this mountain road is the only way to reach the Pagisto Plateau, then it should be repaired well. At least a row of iron rings should be nailed on the cliff, and then a chain should be put on. In this way, it will be easier to travel on this mountain road." The method is simple, but also very practical. Roy has so many mines in his hands, and it is relatively easy to make some iron rings and steel drills in any of them. After walking on this road for nearly half a month, the Grey Dwarf prisoners finally passed the most dangerous section of the mountain road and passed through a mountain covered with moss. The scenery in front of them immediately changed. The land here is flat and vast, and the clouds on the plateau are very low, which makes people feel a little depressed. These half-blood elf warriors riding Argali didn't care much. They rushed into the purple grass carpet, jumped off the Argali, and then ran on the soft tundra. A group of Grey Dwarf prisoners also sat down. They looked at the sky above their heads and the land in front of them. They knew clearly in their hearts that they would spend the rest of their lives here. Laishan's caravan walked at the back. The Argali carried a lot of supplies out of the valley. They stopped at the river 500 meters away. The Argali not only wanted to drink water, but also rest by the river. The half-blood elves in the caravan had to carry the supplies off the Argali and pile them together. The first stop for Roy's Grey Dwarf prisoner camp and Laishan's caravan was a valley camp built by the Silver Moon elves on the Pagisto Plateau. This is also an abandoned camp left by the Silver Pegasus Corps, but the buildings in the camp are still there. When the Silver Pegasus Corps withdrew, they did not demolish these temporary wooden houses. All along, these houses have been used by Laishan as warehouses to store some supplies. There are some half-blood elves living in the camp. They all followed Laishan out of the mountains. Roy brought the Grey Dwarf prisoners to the valley camp and found that the camp was very lively. There were at least hundreds of half-blood elves living here. Almost all the wooden houses were full of half-blood elves. The Grey Dwarf prisoners could not be placed in the wooden houses, so Roy could only build some tents in the camp. Why are there so many half-blood elves here? After Roy settled the Grey Dwarf prisoners, he ran over to ask Lysander secretly. "I just went to find out that many of the half-blood elves here are miners from the Nicobar Mountains. They were rescued by you from the mines in the Nicobar Mountains. After resting for a while in the north of the plateau, they began to head south. The half-blood elves living in the camp are almost all ready to follow the caravan to leave the Pagisto Plateau, so they are staying here in the valley camp temporarily." Laishan said to Roy, "This is what he just learned. The elf miners in the Nicobar Mountains want to live in the fortress town, and this place is to wait for Laishan's caravan to leave the plateau, so they can follow." Roy looked at the half-blood elf warrior riding the Argali behind him. The half-blood elves in the fortress town tried every means to live on the plateau, while the half-blood elf miners in the Nicobar Mountains wanted to leave the plateau as soon as possible. These Grey Dwarf prisoners did not stay in the 3 gem mines. They left the valley camp and walked to the mithril mines in the Sedaso Mountains. The 2 mithril mines in the Sedaso Mountains were managed by Qian Ning. Due to the lack of enough miners, the 2 mithril mines have been barely maintaining operation. This time, Roy brought 1,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners to the Sedasonan mithril mine. When they arrived at the southern mithril mine, Channing led a group of half-blood elf warriors to wait at the gate of the southern mithril mine castle. The castle gate was open, and the walls were full of half-blood elves wearing standard armor. Roy rode into the castle on horseback, and Channing walked forward in a delicate white gauze dress and held the reins for Roy. The 2 half-blood elves also brought a ladder covered with a red carpet and placed it on the side of the warhorse. Roy jumped off the horse, and immediately a half-blood elf maid handed him a warm towel to help. Qian Ning asked someone to take the half-blood elf warriors to the guest room of the castle to rest, and these Grey Dwarf prisoners were arranged in the shed of the mithril mine in the backyard. "I leave you 400 Grey Dwarf prisoners. Can you manage them?" The first thing Roy said after getting off the horse was to ask Qian Ning how many miners she needed. "Sure," Qian Ning answered confidently. Roy nodded. He liked Qian Ning's style of doing things. Roy did not stay at the castle, but followed Qian Ning directly to the mithril mine in the backyard. He said as he walked, "If the mine needs a half-blood elf guard, you can tell me at any time. The South Mithril Mine has a 200-man mine guard team that can handle the current situation." Chan Ning said. Roy walked to the magic furnace in the backyard, pointed at the furnace in front of him and asked Chan Ning, "Do you know how the owner of the Sine mine transported this bulky magic furnace to the plateau?" Chan Ning was slightly stunned, and then he thought, the only possibility for Roy to ask this question is that he has already obtained the magic furnace, but he has encountered a problem and cannot transport the magic furnace to the plateau. Xian Ning frowned and thought seriously, then said, "Father rarely talked about these things with us, but I have heard other people talk about the magic furnace before. It is said that in order to transport this furnace to the plateau, my father hired a transport team. Lobato, do you remember how my father transported this furnace?" Xian Ning then asked the old gray dwarf miner next to the furnace. The old gray dwarf miner named Lobato squeezed his wrinkled eyes hard, thought for a long time before saying, "The transport team hired by the owner of the Sine mine is not a transport team, but a group of half-elf adventurers. I don't know where they got a floating device. They asked a magician to operate the floating device to hang the furnace in the air, and then used a dozen argali to pull the magic furnace floating in the air, and successfully entered the Pajisto Plateau." Roy had never seen a floating device, but according to the description of the old gray dwarf miner, he roughly knew what it was. Chapter 457. Roy did not know about the floating device that the old gray dwarf miner mentioned. However, the magic furnace left in Padstow City will be transported to the temporary camp at the foot of the Padstow Plateau by Laishan's hired carriage, and then transported to the southern part of the plateau by Kaka and the Griffin Cavalry. After leaving 400 gray dwarf prisoners of war with Xian Ning, Roy stayed in the South Mithril Mine for only one night before setting off for the Jiaxi Mountains. After crossing the Sedeso Mountains and walking north along the edge of the wilderness for 3 days, Roy brought 600 gray dwarf prisoners of war to the South Black Iron Mine in the Jiaxi Mountains. The Black Iron Mine here has resumed production, but the furnace in the mine was smashed by the headhunters, and the half-elf miners can only dig out a large amount of black iron ore from the mine every day. Roy left 200 gray dwarf prisoners in the South Black Iron Mine, and sent another 400 gray dwarf prisoners to the other 2 black iron mines. Among the 3 black iron mines, only the furnace in the North Black Iron Mine was not destroyed, so Roy set up a forging workshop in this castle and mobilized all the gray dwarf craftsmen in the 3 black iron mines. When Roy arrived at the North Black Iron Mine, he could see a thick column of smoke rising from the mine from afar. The manager of the North Black Iron Mine was Walker, who was one of the first half-elf miners rescued by Roy. Later, he joined the mine guards. When Roy left the Pajisto Plateau, Walker became the manager of the North Black Iron Mine. According to Roy's request, Walker gathered nearly 100 gray dwarf craftsmen in the North Black Iron Mine and established a forging workshop. In addition to smelting iron ingots day and night, this black iron mine also has 20 forging tables in the forging workshop where gray dwarf craftsmen take turns forging iron day and night. After the iron ingots are smelted in the magic furnace, the gray dwarf craftsmen will immediately send them to the anvil at the forging station for repeated hammering without waiting for them to completely cool down. The gray dwarf craftsmen master the carbizing process of forging. They will sprinkle some carbon powder when repeatedly hammering the iron ingots. Finally, these gray dwarf craftsmen will hammer each iron ingot into a steel bar about 4 meters long and only as thick as a thumb according to Roy's requirements. Walker, the mine owner, carried out the task assigned by Roy almost to the letter. Accompanied by Walker, Roy led the last 200 gray dwarf prisoners into the North Black Iron Mine. These 200 gray dwarf prisoners were gray dwarf craftsmen with forging skills selected by Roy from 1,000 prisoners. They would work in the forging workshop when they entered the North Black Iron Mine. Of course, there could be liars among these 200 gray dwarf prisoners. Whether they could stay in the forging workshop would require some observation. 200 gray dwarf prisoners lined up to enter the Black Iron Mine behind the castle. As soon as they entered the mine yard through the narrow passage, they saw a large group of gray dwarf miners standing behind a row of furnaces. They were wearing leather aprons and standing in front of the hot anvils with square hammers, constantly hitting the iron ingots. The clanging sound continued in the whole forging workshop. A group of gray dwarf prisoners were stunned. They didn't expect that the forging workshop here was full of the rough style of the dwarves. They thought that life in the mine was just about mining day and night, but they didn't expect that there was such a large forging workshop waiting for them. Most of the space in the yard was built with rainproof sheds. These stoves were at the edge of the sheds. There was a chopping board next to each stove and a sink behind the stove. The shelves not far away were already full of steel bars. Roy didn't expect Walker to manage it well. During the time he left the Pajisto Plateau, the forging workshop had been making this kind of steel bars. The huge shelves were full of bundles of steel bars, and it looked like there were at least hundreds of bundles. On the other side is a mountain of black iron ore, and huge hammers are constantly hitting the black iron ore, making a rumbling sound. After these black iron ores are screened, they must be smashed into pieces the size of a fingernail by hammers before they can be poured into the furnace for calcination. The magic furnace here is very old, and has only 3 outlets. The black iron molten iron will flow out of the groove at the bottom of the furnace. The output is very rare, and only about 10 magic black iron ingots can be condensed every day. The ordinary molten iron flowing out of the groove in the middle of the furnace has a relatively large output. The smelted iron ingots will be immediately hooked away by the Grey Dwarf craftsman and dragged to the front of the anvil, waiting for the Grey Dwarf craftsman to forge them. At least hundreds of ordinary iron ingots can be produced every day. What flows out from the top of the furnace is waste slag. In the past, these waste slags would be directly dumped after cooling. But now, according to Roy's request, a heat-insulating diversion trough is connected to the top discharge port, which leads to the open space on the left side of the furnace. There are nearly 100 square molds on this open space. These slag lava flows into the square molds, and after condensation, they become square stones. There are oval hollows in the middle of the stones, which suddenly turn these stones into solid hollow bricks. The large amount of slag lava flowing out of the magic furnace every day turned into hollow bricks. In the past 2 months, the surrounding area of the entire black iron mine is almost full of these dark gray hollow bricks. Walker even wanted to use these hollow bricks to raise the surrounding walls. Roy returned to the North Black Iron Mine, and was quite satisfied with Walker's recent performance. Boss Roy, how do you plan to deal with these waste or materials? Now the mine yard can no longer hold them. I can only take some time every day to move these stones outside the castle. If there is no use for them for the time being, I will raise the mine walls a little higher, Walker said behind Roy. Roy paused and said, I will transport all these materials away in a few days. You just hold on here. The 200 Grey Dwarf prisoners I brought with me this time will stay in the forging workshop for a few days to observe, pick out those Grey Dwarfs who can't forge, and then arrange them to mine. The forging workshop needs to expand as much as possible, and I will continue to apply for Grey Dwarf prisoners from the Silver Pegasus Legion. Walker followed behind Roy and nodded in agreement. Roy came to the side of the magic furnace, watching the molten metal flowing out of the furnace, and asked the old Grey Dwarf craftsman next to the furnace, Can you understand the Elvish language? The old Grey Dwarf nodded and said, I understand. Then can you translate Elvish into Dwarven? Roy asked again. Not 2 difficult sentences should be possible, the old Grey Dwarf craftsman said, and he was obviously a little lacking in confidence when he said this. Then you can help me translate it. I have something to say to all the Grey Dwarf craftsmen. After Roy finished speaking to the old dwarf craftsman, he jumped onto an unloading platform next to the furnace, and then said to Walker, Walker, stop the forging workshop for a while, and all the Grey Dwarf craftsmen come here. Walker quickly gathered all the Grey Dwarf craftsmen in the forging workshop, and with the addition of 200 Grey Dwarf prisoners, the empty space in front of the magic furnace was filled up. After the forging workshop and the ram stopped, the entire black iron mine instantly became much quieter. Roy stood alone on the unloading platform, looking at the more than 300 Grey Dwarves in front of him, took a deep breath, and then said loudly, Everyone, you will live here for a long time in the future. This is a black iron mine, and your work is probably mining, smelting, and forging. Of course, what you do depends entirely on what you are good at. Under normal circumstances, you can rest after working 10 hours a day, and 2 meals will be provided every day. However, it is worth noting that there will be supervisors who will score you every day. Don't underestimate this score. Those who have excellent performance for 30 consecutive days will have the opportunity to be promoted to foreman. This score sheet will be closely related to your future life. These points can be exchanged for vacations and limited living supplies, such as a piece of clothing or a glass of rum. If the scores do not meet the passing standards for 3 consecutive days without any reason, you will receive the first warning and be lightly punished. If the scores do not meet the passing standards for 6 consecutive days without a written report, you will receive a second warning and all members of your team will be punished. If the scores do not meet the standards for 10 consecutive days, then you should be prepared to change jobs. I can tell you with certainty that the next job will definitely not be as easy as the first one. The Grey Dwarf craftsman here should explain the specific details to you. They should be used to it by now. In addition, let me talk about your benefits. If you work in the mine for 6 consecutive days, you will get 1 day off. And if you are willing to spend points, you can go out to the wilderness. It is worth noting that it is best to keep some points. Of course, these benefits are based on your honest work in the mine. For those prisoners who dare to escape from the Black Iron Mine privately, the punishment is also quite severe. I will not introduce it here. I just hope that you will not take risks. After Roy finished speaking, the old Grey Dwarf craftsman also finished translating these words. The Grey Dwarf craftsmen standing in the forging workshop below had already known this set of rules, and were not surprised at all by what Roy said. But the Grey Dwarf prisoners, who had just arrived here, were a little surprised. They didn't expect that there would be such benefits, and they could rest every few days. Many Grey Dwarf prisoners began to discuss privately. After staying in the North Black Iron Mine for just half a day, Roy left the North Mithril Mine with a team of 20 half-blood elves. Continued to head north to the Skyfall Canyon. He built a wall at the southern end of the Skyfall Canyon to block the headhunters in the northern part of the plateau. A 500-man mine guard team is currently stationed on this wall. Go through the foggy Skyfall Canyon and walk north along the glacier. After walking out of the Skyfall Canyon, it is the camp built by Roy in the north of the Pagisto Plateau. There are nearly 2,000 half-blood elf warriors of the mine guard team stationed here, and they can provide support to any area in the northern part of the plateau at any time. In addition to the 2,000 half-elf warriors stationed in the camp, it is also the largest material transfer station in the northern part of the plateau. Almost all the spoils collected from the northern part of the plateau are stored in this camp. When Roy came to the outside of the camp, he saw a large group of Argali on the grass slope opposite. It was initially estimated that there might be more than 2,000 of them. These Argali were all mounts seized from the headhunters of the plateau. They are most suitable for forming a plateau pack team. Walking into the camp without even a wooden fence, the abandoned weapons pile at the entrance of the camp is particularly conspicuous. A large number of rusty battle blades are piled together in a mess, and there are also a large number of short flying spears. The mine guards also confiscated some magic supplies from the headhunter tribe in the north of the plateau. However, the largest number of people in the camp were not these, but the captives of the headhunters in the plateau. There were almost no young and strong headhunters among these captives. Almost all of them were old headhunters, women and children, etc. They set up a tent in the camp, and all the headhunters squeezed in front of the tent. The old people sat in the middle, and the women sat in the corner with their children. There were about 3,000 headhunter captives. What made Roy laugh and cry was that most of the headhunter captives were picked up by the half-blood elf warriors when they patrolled in the north of the plateau. Only a small number of headhunter captives were captured by half-elf warriors in battles with local tribal headhunters. Many headhunter tribes fell behind due to various accidents during the large-scale migration, and these headhunters who fell behind were almost all elderly people and children who were not physically fit for long-distance travel. Once these headhunters fell behind, they immediately faced survival issues. Because once they left the tribe, they would not be able to survive in the harsh environment of the northern plateau. Just as these headhunters fell on the frozen tundra and waited to die, the half-blood elf warriors of the mine guard passed by on Argali. As long as the headhunters were still alive, the half-blood elf warriors would pick them up. They have been doing this for more than a month, so there are a large number of headhunters gathered in the camp. In addition, Captain Heliki also wrote a letter to Roy. He also captured a group of headhunters at the entrance of the ancestral land of the half-blood elf war group. In his letter, he asked Roy, "Can these headhunter prisoners be exchanged for some military supplies urgently needed on the battlefield?" Now, this batch of supplies has been delivered to Captain Helik by the Griffin Corps, and the headhunters are being escorted by a group of half-elf warriors and are heading to the camp. Roy came to the camp in the north of the Skyfall Canyon to prepare to receive these headhunters. When he walked into the camp and saw the old, young, sick and disabled headhunters, Roy had a headache. The physical strength of these headhunters may not be able to pass through the Skyfall Canyon and reach the southern part of the Jiashi Mountains. Thinking of this, Roy set his sights on the group of Argali on the grass slope opposite the camp. Chapter 458. After the mine guards occupied the northern part of the Pagisto Plateau, Mulin had been guarding the camp. This tundra was full of headhunter tribes, and the mine guards needed to slowly clear the mountains one by one. Even with the assistance of the Griffin group, this task required patience. She came behind Roy in standard armor and asked him, "Do you want to take these headhunters to the wilderness?" Roy turned his head to look at Mulin, and then looked at the headhunters in the camp. Now this camp was like a refugee camp. Roy nodded and said, "Well, I plan to build a prisoner of war concentration camp by the Tolai River in the wilderness, and detain these headhunters there, so that it will be easier to manage." He paused and said, "We can't kill all the headhunters, and of course we can't drive them out of the Pagisto Plateau and let them fend for themselves, and we can't divide them into an area and let them develop slowly. I thought that the wilderness is rich in resources, As long as we build a prisoner of war camp next to the wilderness, those resources will be enough to feed these headhunters. Mullen stared at Roy, who had a young human face. Mullen felt that he was not like an elf at all. Elves like to live a comfortable life, but Roy was different. He always had many bold ideas and dared to try them. Those ideas were full of creativity. When the situation in the Jiaxi Mountains was not yet completely clear, he dared to lead the half-blood elf warriors to capture the Tianpu Gorge. After the mine guards entered the northern part of the plateau, they drove countless headhunter tribes to the ancestral land of Gazan, and then moved to the Nicobar Mountains. The mine guards seem to have made great achievements, but in fact, they have no achievements worth showing off. Now they are planning to build a concentration camp by the Tolai River in the wilderness, and according to the news from the North Black Iron Mine, Roy has already started preparations more than a month ago. Just now, the Griffin cavalry reported to Mullen that Captain Helike sent a large number of headhunter prisoners from the battlefield in the north, and these prisoners are about to arrive at the camp. Roy came to the camp in the north of Tianpu Canyon at this time, most likely to deal with these headhunter prisoners. There were too many headhunters in the camp, and all kinds of conflicts and contradictions occurred every day. Mullen had long been confused by these old, young, sick and disabled headhunters. Now that Roy had finally arrived, he wanted to see how Roy would solve the problem. I didn't expect that Roy would actually want to build a prisoner of war camp in the heart of the Pajisto Plateau. At this time, a half-blood elf warrior riding an argali appeared on the northern mountain range. He held the reins with one hand and looked towards the camp, then raised one hand. A moment later, a large group of half-blood elf warriors riding argali appeared beside him. Seeing their dusty appearance, we knew they had come from afar. Then, teams of headhunters with ropes tied to their bodies appeared on the mountain. Many headhunters had no leather clothes and were only wrapped in rags. They looked exhausted. They lined up in long rows and were tied together with leather ropes. "They are coming!" Mu Lin pointed at the headhunter prisoners in the distance and said to Roy. Roy stood at the entrance of the camp and looked at the half-blood elf warrior walking in front with a calm face. He should be the leader of this team. After seeing Roy, he immediately rode his argali to Roy and saluted respectfully. "Adele meets Boss Roy. Captain Helike sent me to bring you some headhunter prisoners and asked me to send you his regards." Roy nodded. "What is the situation in the ancestral land of Gazan? Is Captain Helike okay? What difficulties do you have over there?" Roy asked. The half-blood elf Adele waved his hand behind him, signaling the half-blood elf warriors behind him to bring the headhunter prisoners over. Mullen walked towards the half-blood elf warriors. She was responsible for arranging these half-blood elf warriors and headhunter prisoners. At this time, Adair said, "The northern part of the plateau is a large snow-capped mountain with complex terrain. The land of the ancestors of Gazan is in a hot spring valley deep in the snow-capped mountains. There is only one entrance to the hot spring valley, and there are almost snow-capped mountains all around. We trapped these headhunters inside, but we couldn't capture the Gazan Valley. We currently occupied the slope west of the valley entrance and set up a camp there. The biggest difficulty for us at the moment is the lack of cold-proof supplies and magic potions. To suppress the headhunters in the ancestral land of Gazan, a large number of arrows are consumed every day, and these supplies are very expensive." Roy said, "According to the flight time, these supplies should have been transported to the ancestral land of Gazan." The half-blood elf Adair's eyes lit up and said with surprise, "Really? That's great. Before I came, Captain Helike asked me to confirm with you again, will you still accept headhunter prisoners of war next?" Adair asked Roy impatiently. "Well, I want as many headhunter prisoners as you want, and I can charge you per head for each prisoner. After all, it's not easy for you to fight on the front line. Besides, you can tell Captain Helike that I want to buy 3 mines in the Chaldean Mountains. This money can be converted into any materials as long as I can get them." Roy walked Adair into the camp and talked as they walked. Adair didn't know what to say for a moment. It was just as Captain Helike said. No matter what concessions he made, Boss Roy would find a way to make up for it. Captain Adair escorted back a total of 1,500 headhunter prisoners this time. These prisoners were almost all captured on the battlefield in the ancestral land of Gazan. Before this, Captain Helike led the half-blood elf warriors to fight in the northern part of the Pajisto Plateau, and almost never left any prisoners. Because their half-blood elf army had no logistics team and reserve army, they had no ability or energy to deal with these prisoners. It was during the previous battles, both large and small, that these half-blood elf warriors almost refused to accept the surrender of the headhunters, which frightened the headhunters who had fled to the ancestral land of Gazan. In the face of death, these violent headhunters were also extremely vulnerable. So as long as they were defeated, These headhunters would quickly express their willingness to surrender to the half-blood elf warriors. The captured headhunters were escorted to the north camp of Tianpu Canyon. After Roy received these headhunter prisoners, he did not stay in the north camp. He continued to lead these headhunter prisoners, as well as the more than 3,000 headhunters in the camp, the old, young, sick and disabled, and 3,000 Argali, through the Tianpu Canyon and returned to the Jiaxi Mountains. The Griffin cavalry of the Griffin Corps kept circling back and forth in the sky. More than 3,400 old, young, sick and disabled headhunters, with the weakest physical strength walked at the front of the team. Although they gritted their teeth and insisted on moving forward, a large number of headhunters still fell behind every day because they could not walk. Whenever there were headhunters who fell behind, Roy would arrange for the group of headhunter prisoners, who followed behind, to carry them forward. At the end were 3,000 Argali. The team passed through the glacier trail in the Tianpu Canyon, and passed the towering wall on the south side of the canyon. The southern mountains of the Jiaxi Mountains immediately appeared in sight. It took 4 days for the headhunters to follow a path along the edge of the mountain to the castle of the North Black Iron Mine. The headhunters were not qualified to enter the castle, and could only build a temporary camp on the hillside outside the castle. Due to the lack of tents, only some old and weak headhunters were qualified to live in tents, and the rest of the headhunters could only sleep on the grass. In the southern part of the Jiaxi Mountains, the climate here was much better, and the biting cold wind was no longer felt. A group of headhunters huddled together to keep each other warm. Walker invited Roy into the castle. Roy walked in front and asked Walker, "Are all the transport racks ready?" Walker followed behind Roy and answered, "They are all ready." "Come on, take me to see." Roy immediately walked towards the mine behind the castle. This time Walker did not lead Roy into the mine yard, but walked out of the side door of the castle. Just next to the stable outside the castle, 3,000 Argali were in a large sheepfold. A dozen half-elf warriors were hanging shelves on the hooks on both sides of the saddle, and then tried to load the stones into the shelves on both sides. One shelf could barely carry 3 hollow stones, and the 2 sides added up to 6. Roy walked over to observe. The shelf was just the right size, and seemed very light and strong, just right for transporting these stones. "Boss Roy, do you think the shelf is what you want?" Walker asked. "Not bad, yes, this is what I want." Roy picked up a shelf, placed it in front of him and looked at it for a long time before speaking. When the half-blood elves heard what Roy said, they immediately became excited and moved all the shelves in the forging workshop out. The headhunter prisoners rested on the hillside outside the castle of the North Black Iron Mine for one night. The next morning, the half-blood elves in the North Black Iron Mine got up early again and hung these simple shelves made of iron bars on the saddles on both sides of the Argali. These shelves could just be firmly stuck on the hooks on both sides of the saddle. The shelves were not filled with valuable materials, but rather square hollow stones of regular shape. A large caravan of 3,000 Argali sheep loaded up the stones, and left the North Black Iron Mine first, marching south along the path at the foot of the mountain. Roy led 5,000 headhunter prisoners behind the Argali team, which extended more than 10 kilometers southward on the mountain road. The North Black Iron Mine was only more than 100 kilometers away from the northern part of the wilderness, and the group of headhunters walked for 3 days before reaching the northern edge of the wilderness. Standing on the hillside and looking south, you can see a large area of lush grassland, and a large group of one-horned bison and wild yellow sheep returning to the northern part of the wilderness. They almost all migrate back and forth along the Tolai River on the wilderness, and go wherever there is lush grass and water. The place Roy chose to build a prisoner of war concentration camp is located on a river beach at a bend in the Tolai River. The Tolai River turns here, and the snow mountain water melted from the snow peaks flows south. The terrain of this river beach is higher, and even if a mountain torrent breaks out in the future, it will flood this mound. Currently, the Tolai River is in the dry season, and the water level of the riverbed is very low, with a large area of the riverbed exposed. 3,000 Argali sheep transporting stones came to the river, and all the stones were unloaded around the mound. Roy planned to build a stone foundation for a wall around the mound first, and now drew the outline of the concentration camp, so that the headhunters could build a temporary residence inside. After arranging these, he brought a group of half-blood elves to the edge of the mound, and used ropes to circle a rough outline on the edge of the mound. When the headhunters came here, they didn't even build a temporary residence, but started digging a deep trench on the edge of the mound. Because it was close to the river, the solid soil layer seemed very moist, and even some water seeped out. Roy jumped into the excavated trench and checked the seepage. The women, children and old people of those headhunters also arrived here one after another. They built the simplest cowhide huts in the camp. At least 10 headhunters could squeeze into one hut. In just 1 week, the outline of the outer wall of the prisoner of war concentration camp was built. Nearly 100 cowhide huts were built on the mound. The elderly and children could stay in the huts. The women of those headhunters also needed to work here. Their main task was to dig drainage ditches that extended all the way to the Tolai River. It was more than a month later when Razander's caravan arrived at the wilderness concentration camp. This time, Razander finally transported the 3 magic furnaces in Padstow City to the plateau. Kaka led a group of Griffin cavalrymen to lift these magic furnaces from the foot of the mountain to the south of the plateau. Then Razander temporarily built a large carriage and transported the 3 magic furnaces to the Sedaso Mountains one after another. According to Roy's plan, the magic furnaces in the 2 mithril mines in the north and south of the Sedaso Mountains must be replaced, and the 2 replaced magic furnaces and the 3rd large magic furnace will be sent to the Black Iron Mine. After Lysander transported the magic furnace, he helped Roy transport thousands of steel bars from the North Black Iron Mine to the camp on the concentration campsite. On the concentration campsite, 3,000 Argali took turns transporting hollow stones. The walls of the concentration camp had taken shape. There was a circular arrow tower every 100 meters. From the outside, the mess inside the walls could no longer be seen. When he saw Roy again, Lysander found that Roy was carrying a roll of rope to measure on the construction site. The construction site was full of headhunter prisoners working hard. They worked very hard. There were some cowhide shacks inside the wall. Some old headhunters sat in front of the bonfire. There was a big iron pot on the bonfire. The thick soup in the iron pot kept boiling. Some smoked meat was hung in front of some cowhide shacks. Seeing Lysander coming over, Roy pointed to the enclosed mound with some pride and said, "It won't be long before a plateau city will rise here." Chapter 459. A group of Argali carrying heavy stones came from the Jiashi Mountains. They moved forward silently on the winding path at the foot of the mountain, and a half-blood elf followed every few hundred meters. Standing on the mound, you can clearly see the caravan stretching for dozens of kilometers, which looks very spectacular. Laishan looked at the trench in front of him for a long time in silence. This trench has surrounded the entire mound. He estimated that the trench may be several kilometers long, which means that Roy is going to build a prisoner of war concentration camp with a wall of several kilometers long on the banks of the Tolai River. "Roy, are you sure you are building a prisoner of war concentration camp here?" Laishan was a little confused as to what Roy was planning to do by spending so much manpower and resources here. Roy, Laishan, and Kaka stood side by side at the highest point of the mound, looking down, and the entire wall was in full view. In fact, Roy had not planned to build such a large city at first, but when the stones from the Black Iron Mine were continuously transported here, Roy found that he needed to build a dam along the Tolai River to prevent the river from rising during the rainy season and flooding the low-lying areas of the prisoner of war concentration camp. So a dam extending along the Tolai River became the first thing to be built. The Tolai River made a big turn here and flowed straight to the south, and this mound was embraced by the Tolai River, similar to a small peninsula. When the headhunter prisoners were forced to carry tools and dig foundation trenches along the mound, Roy found that it would be better to extend this embankment to completely surround the mound. The headhunter prisoners dug foundation trenches every day. As for the bricklayers who built the wall, Roy transferred a group of gray dwarf craftsmen from the North Black Iron Mine. Since the wall was built with square hollow bricks, the wall was built very quickly. The city walls in front of us have already taken shape. Roy smiled and pointed to the area in the corner of the northern slope of the hill and said, "In fact, the prisoner concentration camp is only the area in that corner. I plan to build some townhouses there first. We can't always live in those simple cowhide tents." The ground over there has been leveled by the headhunters, and the outlines of various buildings are even drawn on the level ground with light gray stone powder. Roy took Razander a few steps forward and pointed to the west side of the sunny slope of the mound and said, "I plan to build a market here. Those caravans entering the plateau from Padstow City should come to the market here to trade. A barracks will be built on the west side, close to the prisoner concentration camp. A row of warehouses will be built there to store various materials shipped back from the northern part of the plateau. Some commercial streets will be developed in the area around the market, and the surrounding areas will gradually become the living area of the half-blood elves. In the near future, this will become a town of half-blood elves. I think only by building houses first can we attract half-blood elves. Headhunter prisoners of war will also be centralized here. Those old, young, sick, and disabled will stay here to live, and those adult headhunters will be sent to various mines to mine." Roy took Laishan and Kaka back to the outside of his tent. He built a shed here, where he often sat to modify the plan. Laishan looked at the messy parchments on the table. Some of the parchments were very messy, but he could find some familiar places from these complex lines. So you actually have such a plan. When Leishan said this, he couldn't figure out whether he was moved or shocked, or maybe both. Roy asked Leishan to sit down, looked at the chaotic construction site under his feet, and said to Leishan, "A large amount of living supplies are needed here. You alone can't transport all the supplies to the plateau, so we have to attract caravans and leave some profits to these merchants. Only when supplies and currency begin to circulate, this place will develop quickly. As long as we transport these minerals from the plateau, we will be able to obtain continuous financial support, and this place will become better and better." Lashanda asked hesitantly, "Are you going to let the half-blood elves settle here?" "Of course, if they are willing." Roy paused for a moment before saying, "I think some people would be willing to live here. This place is located in the central area of the Pajisto Plateau, close to the wilderness, with the Sedeso Mountains to the south and the Cassi Mountains to the north. It has a unique geographical location. If I have the chance, I have thought about continuing to explore the north." A half-blood elf came to find Lysander. There was something wrong with the caravan, and he needed to deal with it. Lysander hurriedly left with the half-blood elf. Kaka, who had been silent, said to Roy at this time, "Roy, the situation in the Pajisto Plateau has stabilized now. Have you ever thought about going to the Sun Island Bay to take a look? The half-blood elves living there often have to fight with the fishmen on the beach. We have always wanted to drive those fishmen out of the Sun Island Bay, but there are more and more fishmen. Their reproduction ability is really strong, and they are all good swimmers. Every time we go to the bay to fish, we have to take great risks." In fact, Chief Teprado also mentioned these things to Roy, but the situation on the Pajisto Plateau had not yet stabilized. Roy asked Chief Teprado to wait a little longer, to deal with the headhunters on the plateau first, and then deal with the fishmen in the Sun Island Bay. Now Kaka mentioned this matter again, and it was obvious that the elf warriors of the Griffin group were a little homesick. Roy thought about it seriously and said, "Okay, wait until I get things done in the prisoner of war concentration camp. I mean, build their camp and arrange some people to manage it. After everything is on track, we will go to the Sun Island Bay to take a look. In fact, with your current strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to defeat that group of fishmen, right? Well, as long as we let the Griffin Corps return to Sun Island Bay, we will be able to drive away those fishmen," Kaka said confidently. At present, Roy has equipped the Griffin Corps with sophisticated standard weapons, and its strength has far surpassed the fishmen in Sun Island Bay. However, if the Griffin Corps wants to return to Sun Island Bay, Roy needs to agree. And Kaka also wants to take Roy to the seaside of Partington Plain. At the Silver Pegasus military headquarters in Padstow City, Captain Helix left the chief's office with a dark face. He had just been severely scolded by General Lucius, and was in a very bad mood. Even when he walked, his eyes were always on his boots. General Lucius sat on the soft sofa with a tired face, rubbing his brows with his fingers. This time, the Silver Pegasus Legion failed to recruit the Padstow City Guard. Captain Helix failed to form a new half-blood elf guard as scheduled, so the current guard composed of Silver Moon Elf warriors could not support the battlefield of Queenawini Islands at all. Padstow, a city with hundreds of thousands of half-blood elves, can't even form a half-blood elf guard. Lucius couldn't help but cover his face with his hands whenever he thought of this. Hercules even went to the town of Walled City to recruit half-blood elf guards. The recruitment information was posted on the notice board, and immediately a young half-blood elf asked him, "Sir, you are recruiting half-blood elf guards here, so what are your requirements for us?" As a Silver Moon elf with a sense of superiority, Hercules has never looked down on these half-blood elves. In response to the question from the young half-blood elves, Hercules also raised his chin and said loudly to all the half-blood elves, "Any half-blood elves who have had contact with the rebels will not be able to join the guard." It was this sentence that made his trip to the fortress town come to nothing. It took Captain Hercules nearly a month to recruit more than 800 half-blood elf warriors, which was far from forming a half-blood elf guard regiment. The Queenawini Islands had been waiting for a long time for the support of Padstow City, and the top leaders of the Legion sent an urgent notice. After waiting for another 2 weeks, they still didn't receive the volunteer regiment from Padstow City, and then sent a letter of accountability. The letter questioned Chief Lucius, asking why the Padstow City Guard regiment had been unable to reach the Queenawini Islands. Chief Lucius knew that he probably couldn't get an A in this year's job assessment. Although the situation in Padstow City was a mess, the overall situation in the Partington Plain was very good. The main achievements were basically on the Pajisto Plateau. Since the mines on the plateau continuously transported back some spinel ore and mithril ingots, the economic situation of the Silver Pegasus Corps, which had been fighting continuously, was very stable. The military supplies and resources were continuously transported to the front battlefield, which allowed the dozen large islands in the central area of the Queen of Winnie Islands to stabilize the war situation. But the interest groups in the Partington Plain were in a completely divided state. The relationship between the Silver Pegasus military department in Padstow City and the owner of the Roy mine was not close, and there was even some resentment between the two sides. Now the Padstow City Guard Corps can only give up the recruitment and stay in Padstow City. However, Roy has formed a half-blood elf mine guard team with more than 10,000 elf warriors on the Padstow Plateau, which is equivalent to eating the biggest piece of cake in the Partington Plain. As the governor of the barrier town and the mine owner of the Padstow Plateau, Roy is currently the most powerful officer in the Partington Plain. 2 letters were placed side by side on the desk of Chief Lucius. One letter was a letter reporting that Roy, the mine owner, killed a Bill, a descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobles in the Partington Plain. The other letter was the second conscription order from the Silver Pegasus Legion, and this letter was to be sent to the owner of Roy Mine. Although General Lucius did not open the letter, he could guess that this letter must be about conscripting Roy to lead the mine guards to the battlefield of Queen of Winnie Islands. General Lucius had already made a comment on the first report letter, and was ready to hand it over to Earl Swinburne. Now he frowned and thought for a long time, and decided to put the report letter back in the drawer for the time being. Then he knocked the bell on the table with a small silver hammer, and Assistant Miss Anna pushed the door open and walked in. "Anna, go to the mail room and ask them to send this letter out." General Lucius picked up the conscription order and handed it to Miss Anna, who was swaying, and said seriously, "Okay, General." Miss Anna saw that General Lucius seemed a little unhappy, and was worried that she would be implicated, so she quickly reached out to take the letter and turned away from the General's office. The Pagisto Plateau is about to usher in the rainy season at the end of April. The main part of the river bank of the Plateau City has already been built. Now we are waiting for the arrival of the rainy season to see whether the rising river water will affect the wall. In fact, Roy has added several auxiliary support walls on the inner side of the wall, and built several stone embankments extending into the river. These stone embankments can reduce the flow rate of the river, and ensure that the city wall will not collapse under the scouring of floods. In addition, the Headhunters Prisoner of War concentration camp has also been built. During this period, Captain Helicki escorted headhunters to the Prisoner of War camp 3 times, and a total of nearly 5,000 headhunters were sent. Almost all of these headhunters were arranged in various mines. Roy only left less than 2,000 headhunters in the Plateau City, and there were nearly 4,000 old, young, sick and disabled headhunters living in the concentration camp. This group of headhunters also consumed a lot of materials. Unlike elves, headhunters eat meat. Just to eat food every day, they need to hunt 5 one-horned bison in the wilderness. The wilderness is a vast grassland, where large herds of bison live. In the past, this place was the natural canteen for headhunters. The caravans that Latian brought to the plateau have now arrived at the Padstow Plateau for the second time. They brought some supplies from the city of Padstow, mainly hemp rope, saltpeter, sea salt, dried fish and other goods. In order to ensure that these merchants will continue to do business, Roy's purchase price has enough profit margin. It is these caravans that have brought some vitality here. Many half-blood elves also heard that they could find work in the Prisoner of War concentration camp on the Tolai River, so they gathered from all directions. Now there are not only more than 6,000 headhunters in the Prisoner of War concentration camp, but also thousands of half-blood elves gathered here. Although there is just an outer wall here, a small market has also been formed. Some half-blood elves will bring magic herbs and magic beast materials to the market to sell. If the price is right, merchants will buy these goods and transport them back to Padstow City for sale. The war in the north of the plateau has not ended yet, and Neeling can only watch from the north camp of Tianpu Canyon. The Griffin group also failed to find a chance to return to the Sun Island Bay to clean up those fishmen. At this time, Roy received a conscription order from the Silver Pegasus military department, which specified that he should take 5,000 half-blood elf warriors to the Queen of Winnie Islands to participate in the war. Chapter 460. There are a total of 15 rows of dormitories in the Prisoner of War concentration camp. Each row of dormitories is more than 150 meters long, and all the houses are built with dark gray hollow square bricks. When the dwarf craftsmen built these houses, they did not build these dormitories into tube houses with large bunk beds according to Roy's construction drawings, but built them into independent dormitories with separate rooms. Because it is a Prisoner of War concentration camp, the corridors outside the rooms are connected, and the windows are only equipped with iron bars. These rooms have no privacy, and you can see everything in the room from the window. These rooms seemed very narrow, with only 2 double-bed wooden beds placed against the wall, which could accommodate 4 headhunter prisoners. The 150-meter-long row house was partitioned into 100 dormitories by the dwarf craftsman. In Roy's opinion, it was not an exaggeration to call these dormitories prison cells. Such a row of dormitories could just accommodate 400 headhunter prisoners, and the entire prisoner concentration camp was crowded with more than 6,000 headhunters. There was also a 3-meter-high wall outside the concentration camp, with sharp iron thorns on the top of the wall, and guard platforms were built in the 4 corners to monitor these headhunter prisoners. There are only 3,000 adult laborers in the prisoner of war camp, including 1,000 female headhunters, and the rest are old people and children. In the prisoner of war camp regulations formulated by Roy, the elderly, children and patients can be exempted from labor. These headhunters can only drink some wild vegetable and mushroom soup every morning, and these ingredients are collected by female headhunters from the wilderness. The food at night is more abundant, usually groceries and stewed meat. The most common thing in the wilderness is a large herd of bison. Although the half-blood elves will not hunt one-horned bison, they don't mind the headhunters hunting these one-horned bison. In the eyes of the elves, this is a natural law. So in order to ease the transportation pressure of Lation's caravan, Roy allowed the headhunters to hunt one-horned bison in the wilderness. Almost every day, dinner was grocery stew. The headhunters didn't know how to use spices, and didn't even add much salt, so the taste of grocery stew was hard to describe. Every evening when the meat was cooked in the prisoner of war camp, a strong smell of dirt would emanate from the area around the camp. Finally, Roy couldn't stand the smell of the cooked meat, so he found the cooks in charge of cooking the meat and taught them how to add shallots, rosemary, and sea salt to the soup pot to improve the flavor of the grocery stew. Many headhunters had never tasted salt in their lives, and suddenly they were late for this salty stew in the prisoner of war concentration camp, and the taste buds in their mouths were suddenly opened by the broth. Every evening at dinner time, the prisoner of war concentration camp would become extremely lively. Whether it was the elderly, children, or those middle-aged headhunters, they all held round plates in their hands and lined up in front of the cooking pot. Next to these cooking pots, you can see some buffalo bones that have been boiled to a white color, piled up on the side. Next to each large iron pot, there will be 4 cooks who work hard to cut the cooked offal and beef into thumb-sized pieces, and throw them all into a wooden basin. The cook in charge of distributing the food stands next to the large iron pot, first scoops up a spoonful of minced meat, and puts it into a round plate, then uses a wooden spoon to scoop out the milky white soup from the soup pot and pour it on it. Those headhunters holding the round plates carefully hold the plates, walk to a place where there is no one, and carefully taste the large plate of delicious food. For many middle-aged headhunters, doing hard labor outside the concentration camp every day is not hard at all. It is nothing more than some moving and lifting work. Moving stones is not that difficult, and it is much easier than hunting monsters on the plateau. However, this kind of collective life in the concentration camp is something they have never enjoyed before. For example, they never have to think about what to eat every day, or they don't need to make hunting plans, nor do they need to take any risks. As long as they work honestly, they can eat hot and delicious food every day, and live in a stone house that is sheltered from wind and rain. The wooden beds were covered with a layer of rawhide, which was soft and dry to lie on, much more stable than their hunting life in the headhunter tribe. During this period, Roy almost made these headhunters develop a habit of getting up at dawn to eat breakfast, then going to the construction site to work, and returning to the concentration camp to eat a delicious dinner when it was almost dark, and then going back to the dormitory to have a good sleep. The plateau headhunters have even become accustomed to this kind of life. Roy received the conscription order from the military and began to make some preparations before departure. After all, he was going to lead a group of half-blood elf warriors to the battlefield, and it was the Queen Uni Islands of the elf continent, and the battlefield was not on the Partington Plain. Roy believed that the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guard had the right to refuse to go to the Queen Uni Islands. So, this time Roy let the half-blood elf warriors decide for themselves, and all half-blood elves must voluntarily join the reinforcements. Roy had already told the half-blood elf warriors summoned to the prisoner of war concentration camp the details of this conscription order 3 days ago, and asked them to think carefully about it. Today is the day to confirm the list of travelers before departure. A large number of half-blood elf warriors gathered on the grass south of the city wall. The wind was a bit strong, blowing the Tolai River with ripples. Roy stood on a flatbed truck and said loudly to the half-blood elf warriors in front of him, "Now I will confirm the list of half-blood elf warriors who are willing to follow me to the Queen Islands. The confirmed warriors must pack their luggage before dawn tomorrow and set off with me to Padstow City." Many of the half-blood elf warriors in front of them were hesitant, and they didn't know how to choose. Some half-blood elf warriors simply looked at Roy directly. At this time, a half-blood elf warrior in the crowd suddenly asked loudly, "Boss Roy, can we know how you decided?" Roy answered without hesitation, "Of course. The Silver Pegasus Corps is currently encountering unprecedented troubles in the Queen Islands of Awini, so the superiors summoned us to go to the Queen Islands to participate in the war. Many outer islands are currently occupied by Grey Dwarf bandits. In my opinion, it will be very dangerous to fight there. But it is undeniable that as a member of the Silver Pegasus Legion, I will absolutely obey the Legion's dispatch when the Legion encounters difficulties." Although Roy did not say much, his words were very contagious. The half-blood elf warriors looked at each other, and then a half-blood elf shouted loudly, "So as a member of the Mine Guard team, we also have a regular number of the Silver Pegasus Legion, so I also want to join the battle." More half-blood elf warriors echoed, "Count me in." I joined too. The scene became very exciting. Roy had not expected so many half-blood elf warriors to respond to his call. This time he planned to bring 5,000 half-blood elf warriors. Initially, he thought that he might not be able to recruit so many volunteers. But as a large number of half-blood elves lined up to sign up, Roy soon found that there were many more half-blood elf warriors willing to go to the Queen Awini Islands than expected. However, the 5,000 half-blood elf warriors drawn from the Pagisto Plateau were already the limit of the Mine Guard team. After all, Roy currently controls 14 mines in normal production in such a large Pagisto Plateau. The war in the north of the plateau has not yet ended. Whether it is the development and construction of the mines and the prisoner of war concentration camp, or the control over the entire Pagisto Plateau, he cannot mobilize more half-blood elf warriors to leave the plateau. Originally, Mulan was in the northern camp of Tianpu Canyon, monitoring the movements of some headhunter teams on the northern tundra. Now Roy can only transfer Mulan to the prisoner of war concentration camp and let her manage the headhunter prisoners in the concentration camp. "I really want to follow you to the Queen Awini Islands." Mulan stood behind Roy and complained to him in a low voice. "After I leave, this place will be handed over to you. These walls can be built slowly. When the rainy season comes, we will try to test the strength of this section of the embankment, and then discuss whether to increase the height of the wall. As for these headhunters, they can be managed according to the current concentration camp system." Roy turned to Mulan and said, "I will help you keep an eye on these headhunters, and the rest will proceed step by step." Mulan agreed. The first half of the sentence was said seriously, but the second half was a bit perfunctory. Before the sky was completely bright, Roy led 5,000 half-elf warriors to leave the prisoner of war concentration camp. They will go south along the Sadasso Mountains, walk down the plateau from the south, and then turn directly to Padstow City. This time Roy did not bring the Griffin Regiment, but brought a 500-man assassin team, with Captain Timothy and Deputy Captain Tennyson accompanying them. Roy had never expected that the Mine Guards could actually leave the Pagisto Plateau. Originally, the Silver Pegasus military restricted the Mine Guards from leaving the Pagisto Plateau, but this ban had apparently become invalid. When the team passed in front of the North Mithril Mine Castle, Miss Qian Ning stood on the top of the city wall and watched Roy go away. The North and South Mithril Mine had completed the upgrade and transformation of the magic furnace, and the new magic furnace had been put into normal use. The 3 magic furnaces that Claire brought back were all good stuff. After they were put into normal operation at the Mithril Mine, the daily output of Mithril ingots produced by the Mithril Mine doubled, and it was not the maximum capacity. Qian Ning did have some unique ideas for mine management. Roy did not stay at the North Mithril Mine, but went directly through the mountain road in front of the mine and rushed to the South Mithril Mine. It took 5,000 half-blood elves a full month to ride on Argali to arrive at Padstow City. Roy didn't even stay outside Padstow. He got a portal pass from the Silver Pegasus military headquarters that day, and also received a batch of military supplies from the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. Then he left the Partington Plain through the portal in the central square. Just as the half-blood elf warriors lined up to enter the portal, a large number of half-blood elves gathered around the central square. When everyone heard that a half-blood elf army coming down from the plateau was passing through the portal and heading to the elf continent, they all ran out of their homes to watch the excitement. When they saw a half-blood elf army wearing standard armor and walking in neat rows passing through the portal, someone started a round of applause around the square. "Come on!" Someone in the crowd shouted this. "Go and drive those Grey Dwarf bandits out, and it's better to drive them back to their hometown." Another elf shouted immediately. "We are waiting for the news of your victory in Padstow." These half-blood elf warriors arrived at Partington Island with the blessings of the half-blood elves in Padstow City, and the central square of Partington Island was also filled with a large number of military supplies. The half-blood elf warriors walked out of the portal, and were immediately led to the street outside the square by the portal guards. The town of Partington Island has not changed at all. It is still in the belly of the mountain, and all kinds of buildings fill the whole town. As the half-blood elf warriors came out one after another, the streets of this town could not accommodate so many half-blood elf warriors. Roy took the half-blood elf warriors to the pier. The beach here was still relatively empty. Looking at the clear and blue endless sea, countless half-blood elf warriors cheered. Many half-blood elves have not seen the sea for many years. A group of half-blood elf warriors stood on the beach, ran happily, and then lay on the warm and soft sand. Today, Partington Island has become a transit station for the Silver Pegasus Legion. Not only is a large amount of military supplies stored in the island town, but a portion is also stored in the city of Padstow in the Partington Plain. Therefore, the Silver Pegasus Legion sailboats are moored at the island dock for a long time. But Roy brought a total of 5,000 half-blood elf warriors this time, and the ships currently moored on the island simply cannot transport so many half-blood elf warriors. So Roy can only wait for the logistics department to mobilize ships everywhere. Roy waited on Partington Island for a whole day. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that the rear department of the Silver Pegasus Legion mobilized enough sailboats to transport the 5,000 half-blood elf warriors brought by Roy to the sea. Due to the rush of time, the ships mobilized by the logistics department of the Legion were all kinds of medium-sized sailboats. Roy stood at the bow, smelling the familiar sea breeze, with many inexplicable emotions in his heart. He looked at the Parham Island prison in the distance, and could only see a vague black shadow on the sea. 20 sailboats sailed eastward against the wind and waves. After sailing for a whole day and night, the captain of the sailboat quietly told Roy that the fleet was about to reach the outskirts of the Queenawinny Islands. It was so far into the sea. No wonder the Naga-Sea clan fought with the Silver Moon Elves for this island. This place is indeed quite far from the Elven continent. If the Elven army wants to control this island, it will probably take a lot of resources. The half-blood Elven warriors, who haven't been on a ship for a long time, have a lot of seasickness symptoms. Many elves lie listlessly in the cabin. When they hear that they are about to reach the Queenawinny Islands, they immediately get up from their beds full of energy. Chapter 461. A group of huge sea beasts appeared from the left side of the fleet, sailing side by side with the Silver Moon Elf fleet. The half-blood elf warriors curiously lay on the edge of the ship, watching the wonders in the sea. Those sea beasts swam much faster than the sailboat, and each sea beast was larger than the killer whale. Roy stood on the control panel behind the sailboat, discussing the techniques of sailing and steering with the captain. He also had a ship in the port of Castletown City. If he wanted to start that ship, these sailing skills were particularly important to Roy. Although this is a medium-sized sailing ship, it is the most common shuttle-shaped sailing ship for the Silver Moon Elves. Although this ship is much smaller than the Black Pearl, Roy is very serious in learning. Seeing that Roy is so eager to learn, the Silver Moon Elf captain explained the method of controlling the steering wheel in great detail. At this time, there was a cry of surprise from the half-blood elves on the deck. As another sailor rushed to the deck in panic, the captain noticed the sea beasts that appeared on the right side of the ship. When he saw those sea beasts for the first time, the captain had not yet reacted. When he saw the sea beasts clearly, his face turned pale instantly, and he immediately pulled the big bell on the ship. Dang dang dang. The bell rang rapidly, and the captain hurriedly shouted to Roy, "Don't stand here stupidly. Hide in the cabin quickly. The one who can scare these black sheaths like this must be a deep-sea monster." Before the captain finished speaking, a dull humming sound rushed up from the bottom of the sea. The sound repeatedly resonated with the hull. Roy felt that his whole body was attacked by this low sound wave, and his heart beat violently. The captain pointed at the door of the cabin and urged Roy again, "Hide in quickly." Roy immediately rushed to the deck and shouted to the half-blood elves who were admiring the wonders of sea beasts on the deck, "Everyone, hurry back to the cabin." Roy's words were still very effective. No matter how reluctant the half-blood elf warriors were, no one dared to openly raise objections. Everyone returned to the cabin. The sailors stood on the deck as if they were facing a great enemy, and Roy walked into the cabin. His cabin was located next to the captain's room, and was one of the best rooms on the entire ship. The room had a window that could see the sea. Just as he walked back to the room, he saw a huge wave suddenly rising on the calm sea surface. This huge wave rushed up to the sky for nearly 100 meters. In the clear sea water, there was a giant sea beast. It rushed to the sky with a large amount of sea water. When its body emerged from the sea water, it was accompanied by a bursting sound. The huge body suddenly jumped out of the sea. The sea beast was actually 200 meters long, with mottled skin covered with barnacles and seaweed. The front half of its body was obviously a shark, but its tail was covered with countless tentacles like a giant squid. Its body drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and when it hit the sea surface splashed 100 meters high, accompanied by huge waves. The sea beast opened its huge mouth and bit a black-sheet sea beast, and its body smashed into the sea like a cannonball. The huge waves it created rushed towards the fleet, causing the half-blood elves in the cabin to scream in fear. The huge waves hit the sailboats, causing them to tilt to one side on the sea. The captain, who was holding the steering wheel tightly, shouted to the sailors, "Lower the sails quickly, lower the sails." The captain's hands were not idle either, and he quickly turned the steering wheel to let the sailboat face the huge waves. The sailors on the ship were obviously very experienced. There was a rope tied to the railing of the side of the ship around their waists. No matter how the sailboats rose and fell under the impact of the huge waves, the sailors would not be thrown out of the ship. They lowered the sails against the wind and waves, and the boat quickly adjusted itself and was pushed forward by the waves. This deep-sea monster had no intention of attacking the fleet. It just rushed out to eat a black-sheath beast and returned to the deep sea. It just passed by the fleet, and the sailboats in the fleet almost capsized. When everything calmed down, Roy returned to the control panel. At this time, the captain took off his wet clothes in front of the control panel and changed into dry clothes. He wiped his wet hair with a towel and said to Roy, "This is a Morado beast. They are relatively docile and never attack passing ships. But they are huge. Even if they raise huge waves on the sea, our sailboats cannot resist them." "Do sea beasts often appear in this sea area?" Roy asked curiously. "No," the captain replied. When the sea surface returned to calm, the fleet filled the sails again and headed towards the main island of the Queen Ibni Islands. Roy looked at the two coral reef islands in the distance, and the captain introduced them to Roy. "Those islands are some coral reef islands. They are on the edge of the Queen Ibni Islands, and it is more than half a day's journey from the main island. We have to be careful here. There are often gray dwarf pirate ships in this area. Their ships are bigger and stronger than ours, and they like to run rampant in the sea." The captain kept complaining about the gray dwarf robbers, and Roy stood aside and listened quietly. Although the two coral reef islands were not much bigger than oranges in his eyes, let alone the gray dwarfs on the islands, even the trees on the islands looked only a vague dark green. He had a hunch that there must be gray dwarf robbers hiding on the island. After entering the sea area, the fleet sailed cautiously. Almost every ship had a lookout on the main mast lookout. But the captain did not worry for too long, because patrolling Silver Pegasus Knights appeared in the sky. Although there was only one Silver Pegasus team, Roy could see that the captain breathed a sigh of relief and sent a signal to the sky. Two Silver Pegasus Knights fell from the sky and landed on the deck on Silver Pegasus. The captain asked the first mate to control the rudder, and he ran quickly to greet the two Silver Pegasus Knights on the deck. When the Silver Pegasus Knight saw the captain and Roy coming together, he asked them some questions. After Roy and the captain answered, he asked Roy to show his identity badge. The Silver Pegasus warrior then said, "Just follow me below. I will show you the way in the sky. Try to avoid the warships of the gray dwarf robbers." Roy thought the last sentence of the Silver Pegasus Knight was quite pleasant to hear. With the Silver Pegasus Knight leading the way in the sky, the captain was not so cautious. He immediately ordered the sailors to raise all the sails and let the sailboat go at full speed. The Queen Ibni Islands have a large coral reef group, and the seawater is not too deep even in places where there are no islands. Under the sunlight, Roy could clearly see the large coral reefs on the seabed. As the fleet got closer and closer to the main island of Queen Ibni Islands became larger and larger in Roy's eyes. There was a mountain on the main island. On the hillside of the mountain, a tree of life stood out among the trees. The shape of Queen Ibni Island looked like a crown on the map, and the mountain could be regarded as the jewel on the crown. There was a bay on Queen Ibni Island that could avoid storms. The Silver Moon Elves built a port pier here. Now there were dozens of sailboats moored in the harbor. Many Silver Pegasus Knights can be seen coming in and out in the sky. On the island, elves can be seen building gardens, fountains, tree houses, etc. It is obvious that this island should have a small city. Wherever there is a tree of life, elves will basically build a city. When the sailboat entered the main island, many elves gathered at the port dock. Almost all of them were Silver Moon Elves. Roy and a group of mixed-blood elves stood on the deck of the sailboat, looking at the bustling port dock, and kept waving to the elves on the dock. Then, the adjutant beside Earl Swinburne boarded the ship and said to Roy when he saw him, "Roy, Earl Swinburne wants to see you. Please come with me. Half-blood elf warriors, please stay on board. You may go to the Key West Islands to guard several islands there, so in order to avoid a lack of personnel when gathering, it is best for the warriors not to get off the ship. He exuded the noble temperament of the Silver Moon Elf nobles, and was reluctantly polite when speaking to Roy. He didn't even take a second look at the other elves on the ship, even those ordinary Silver Moon Elf sailors and captains. Roy nodded, tidied up his magic pattern structure, and followed the Silver Moon Elf adjutant off the ship. Many Silver Moon Elf warriors gathered at the dock, and there were noisy sounds everywhere. Some elves were boarding, some were disembarking, and some were carrying supplies. The scene was very lively, and even a little chaotic. As expected, there was a small town on Queen Uni Island, with tree houses built everywhere. The Tree of Life was also very large, with a huge umbrella-shaped canopy that could cover at least a kilometer in radius. The Silver Moon Elf adjutant took Roy out of the dock, and took Roy to a carriage parked on the side of the road. The gorgeous carriage drove along a smooth road towards the town. The busy streets were lined with shops, and many exquisite goods were displayed in these shops. Silver Moon Elf warriors could be seen everywhere, and some Silver Moon Elf adventure groups and mercenary teams could also be seen. The headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Corps was built next to the Tree of Life. The carriage stopped in front of this exquisite building, and the Silver Moon Elf adjutant immediately got off the car and strode in with Roy. The adjutant took Roy to a combat command room. In the center of this room was a huge square pool, and in the pool was a miniature of the entire Queen Uni Islands, and even other small islands around were clearly displayed. This square pool even clearly depicts the seabed topography of the surrounding sea area. A group of Silver Moon Elf staff officers were discussing tactical issues seriously around the pool, and Earl Swinburne was surrounded in the middle. He saw his adjutant and Roy coming in, so he separated from the group of staff officers and greeted Roy. "I didn't expect that we would meet on the Queen Ivany Islands." Earl Swinburne patted Roy on the shoulder, took him to the side of the pool, pointed to a miniature of an island in the pool, and said to Roy, "This is our Queen Ivany Islands. Almost all the islands are shown. It has been almost 10 months since we left the Partington Plain. During this time, the Silver Pegasus Corps has been fighting these Grey Dwarf bandits on the Queen Uni Islands. We thought we would soon drive these Grey Dwarves out of the islands, but the current situation is that although the Grey Dwarf bandits dare not approach the main island area, their presence is almost everywhere in all the outer islands. Obviously, they want to take root in these islands. This is unacceptable to us," Earl Swinburne continued. "Speaking of which, Queen Uni Island is like the biggest springboard for us to enter the endless sea. It has a natural sheltered harbor that is most suitable for mooring ships. At the same time, the island is rich in resources. We can't give it up. So we can only find a way to drive these Grey Dwarves away. The problem is, if we fight with the Grey Dwarf bandits for each island, the current military strength of the Legion will be seriously insufficient. Originally, I wanted to transfer the guards of Padstow City back to make up for the shortage of manpower here. But Lucius couldn't handle this, so I can only ask you to bring the mine guards here. The dock is a bit messy. Today, reinforcements arrived at Queen's Island. The dock can no longer accommodate more elf warriors. I have to ask your elf warriors to stay on the ship temporarily." Earl Swinburne explained the reason. "My Lord Earl, where do you need my guards to be stationed?" Roy's eyes fell on the many islands in the pool. Earl Swinburne picked up a baton and pointed to a reef island closer to Parham Island and said, "The West Key Islands. The reef islands are very small, and there are more than a dozen scattered islands. Recently, the Silver Pegasus Cavalry found traces of Grey Dwarf bandits on this island. You should go there to clean up those Grey Dwarf bandits who sneak into the island. If you encounter a large number of Grey Dwarf bandits, you can release flares and wait for the support of the Silver Pegasus Legion." Earl Swinburne introduced to Roy. Roy asked, "Okay, when do we set off?" "The sooner the better," Earl Swinburne said. Then he asked, "I heard that your mine guards drove the headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau back to the ancestral land of Gazan?" Roy shook his head and answered truthfully, "I just recovered all the mines on the plateau. There were others who drove the headhunters back to the ancestral land of Gazan. They were some half-blood elves who were oppressed on the plateau, and some half-blood elves who left the fortress town. They formed a battle group together, and killed those headhunters on the plateau all the way. When I came down from the plateau, I heard that they wanted to occupy the ancestral land of Gazan as their base." Earl Swinburne did not show any surprise, and obviously knew some inside information. "Will the situation there be affected if you leave the Pagisto Plateau now?" Earl Swinburne asked again. "There will be no problem in the short term," Roy said. Chapter 462. Earl Swinburne pointed to the Western Key Islands in the pool and told Roy, "This is the rear of the Queen Owini Islands. There are some Silver Moon elves living on the island. When you go to the island, your main responsibility is to maintain local law and order, clear the Grey Dwarves on the island, And do not conflict with the Silver Moon elves on the island. Berkeley will be responsible for logistics. This time, I will equip the Half-Blood Elf Combat Regiment you brought with the armaments of the Legion Light Cavalry, and upgrade the Mine Guards to the Pagisto Plateau Local Garrison Regiment. As he spoke, Earl Swinburne took out a regimental badge from a wooden box, and put it on Roy's chest. This meant that Roy was officially promoted to the head of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Earl Swinburne patted Roy on the shoulder and said, "This time the Grey Dwarf robbers are coming aggressively. Their fleet will always land on the island at night. You should be careful in the Key West Islands." "Yes, Lord Swinburne." Roy saluted Earl Swinburne and said. When Roy walked out of the combat command room, he found that there was a group of officers waiting to see Earl Swinburne outside. These officers were all Silver Moon elves, but they did not show any surprise or doubt when they saw Roy coming out of the combat command room. The Silver Pegasus military department on Queen Uini Island seemed extremely busy, and clerks could always be seen running with documents in the corridor. After meeting Earl Swinburne, Roy planned to return to the dock and take a boat to Key West. As he walked down the wooden stairs, he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Roy, why are you here?" Roy stopped and turned around to see Miss Christine, who was wearing a set of light green vine armor and carrying an elven war bow on her back, standing on the staircase landing, leaning down to look down, with a pair of beautiful big eyes with a faint smile, and she looked very playful with her lips pursed. A beam of light shone in from the glass window behind her, passing through the side of her face, illuminating her pointed ears, and the extremely fine blood vessels on them were clearly visible. "Miss Christine, I didn't expect to see you here." Roy was a little surprised to see Miss Christine here. When he left Castleton City last year, he heard that Miss Christine was preparing to travel around the elf continent. Miss Christine glanced at the several clerks who were secretly peeking at this place by the stairs, walked straight to Roy, pointed to a terrace at the end of the corridor, and said, "Let's go, let's sit over there." Roy followed Miss Christine to the terrace on this floor. There were several tables on the terrace, and around these tables, there were some chairs placed in a messy manner. Several Silver Moon elf officers were sitting together and chatting. When they saw Miss Christine coming to the terrace, followed by a half-elf, they all stood up and gave up the terrace. Miss Christine supported the terrace fence with both hands, and her eyes fell on the street across the street. She said to Roy, "Aren't you managing the mine on the Pagisto Plateau? Why did you suddenly come to Queen Uini Island?" "Earl Swinburne sent a conscription order, so I brought 5,000 half-blood elves here." "But didn't you say you were going to travel around the elf continent? Why did you come to Queen Uini Island?" Roy found a chair and sat down comfortably. Miss Christine smiled and said, "We had already arrived in Buenos Aires. I heard that a war broke out on Queen Uini Island, so I just came back. We have fought with the Naga Sea tribe countless times over these islands. This time, there are so many Grey Dwarf bandits participating in the fight for the islands. Of course, I have to come back to help." Miss Christine sat on the railing, and a breeze blew through the woods, making her long silver hair flutter in the wind. "So you have joined the Silver Pegasus Legion?" Roy asked. "I am now Knight Christine of the 5th Battle Group of the Silver Pegasus," Miss Christine said very proudly. Roy didn't expect that Miss Christine had become a Silver Pegasus Knight. Hearing her say this, Roy looked at Miss Christine with some envy. Miss Christine asked curiously, "Roy, have you received the mission to garrison the outer islands?" Roy nodded and said, "Yes." "Where?" Miss Christine asked curiously. Roy answered truthfully, "In the Key West Islands." Miss Christine actually took out a finely made sea map from her magic waist bag. When she looked at the Key West Islands, she said to Roy, "That is the island closest to the elf continent in the entire Queen Uini Islands. Now they are also stationing guards?" "Well, it is said that the traces of the Grey Dwarf bandits were found." Miss Christine wanted to say something, but she heard an elf calling her name in the corridor below the terrace. "Christine, we should go." Miss Christine responded quickly, turned around and said to Roy, "My companion called me. I have to go out for patrol mission. I will go to Key West to see you if I have the chance." "Okay." Roy waved goodbye to Miss Christine. Miss Christine turned around and jumped from the terrace railing into the garden on the first floor. When Roy walked to the terrace railing, Miss Christine had disappeared in the corridor. When he walked out of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters, he saw Captain Berkeley waiting in front of the carriage that Roy had taken when he came, and waved to Roy vigorously. Roy ran over and hugged Captain Berkeley. Captain Berkeley pulled Roy into the carriage and said to him, "Let's talk while we walk." The carriage turned around and drove straight to the port dock. In the carriage, Captain Berkeley sat opposite Roy and said to him, "This time, the Earl asked me to go to the dock warehouse to pick up 5,000 sets of metal light armor and give them to you. You come with me to pick up this batch of armaments. Roy nodded. I need to send the replaced weapons back to the port warehouse. Captain Berkeley continued. Oh, by the way, have the 1,000 gray dwarf prisoners arrived at the Pagisto Plateau? Roy said. I set up a blacksmith workshop at the North Black Iron Mine, and now those gray dwarf prisoners are almost all working in the blacksmith workshop. I saw your latest material application form, and those materials can be shipped to the Partington Plain within a week. Captain Berkeley said again. The situation on the Pagisto Plateau is relatively stable now. I plan to build a prisoner of war camp on the edge of the wilderness to detain the headhunters on the plateau, Roy said to Captain Berkeley. Roy lowered his voice and asked Captain Berkeley, the Silver Pegasus Corps is one of the most powerful corps in the Elven continent. Why did it take so long to fight the Grey Dwarf bandits this time? There was a noise coming from the busy street market outside the window. Captain Berkeley said to Roy, these Grey Dwarf bandits are very cunning. Their main fleet has stayed in the waters of the Queen Ivany Islands for more than half a year. Until now, the two sides have only had small-scale exploratory battles. Because the fleet is equipped with dwarf heavy crossbows, the Silver Pegasus Knights cannot get close to those warships, and can only stay on the Queen's Island. In addition, every time the Grey Dwarf bandits planned to seize an island, it was almost always at night, and there was a thick fog on the sea. The Silver Pegasus Knights could not fight the Grey Dwarf bandits in the foggy night. The Grey Dwarf bandits always took the opportunity to capture the islands around the Queen Ivany Islands. At this time, the Silver Pegasus Corps could not leave the Queen's Island. When the Elven warriors cleared the Grey Dwarf bandits, who sneaked into the island, these Grey Dwarf bandits would secretly hide in the caves or holes on the island. We have been doing this for more than half a year, so this time, Earl Swinburne made up his mind to mobilize a group of guards to garrison these islands. After hearing Captain Berkeley's introduction, Roy had a certain understanding of the war situation here. The war situation here was a bit chaotic. Several main islands of Queen Ivany Islands were occupied by the Silver Pegasus Corps, but these Silver Pegasus Knights could not take care of the Silver Pegasus in the marginal areas. A large number of Grey Dwarf bandits infiltrated Queen Ivany Islands, and they were obviously determined to fight the Silver Moon Elf warriors to the end. The carriage arrived at the port dock, where there were Silver Moon Elf warriors everywhere. Some of them sat in the shade on the roadside and chatted. We suspect that the Nagasea clan of the Endless Sea and the Grey Dwarves are colluding with each other, and want to occupy the waters near the Queen Ivany Islands, Captain Berkeley whispered. In front of the port warehouse, Captain Berkeley showed the warehouse manager the list of supplies, and then entered the warehouse to check the light cavalry armor inside. These silver light cavalry armors are the standard armor equipped by the Silver Pegasus Corps for the cavalry. These brand new armors are all shining with silver luster. Captain Berkeley and a group of logistics personnel moved the light cavalry armor in the warehouse to Roy's ship. The whole staff's change of clothes lasted until the evening, and then some food was loaded on these sailboats. Captain Berkeley and a group of his men left the port dock. Facing the sunset, the fleet raised its sails and left the harbor dock. The half-blood elf warriors on the ship were still in an excited state. None of the half-blood elf warriors expected that after arriving at the Queen Ivany Islands, although they could not get off the ship to stroll around the lively island, they got a set of high-level light cavalry armor. Fortunately, this trip was not in vain. The fleet sailed with the wind for most of the night before arriving at the Western Keys, the westernmost island of the Queen Ivany Islands. Because it was at night, no one could see the appearance of the docked island clearly. And they did not get off the ship, so all the half-blood elves spent the night on the sailboat. The next morning, a red sun jumped up from the sea level, and the entire island appeared clearly in front of everyone. Roy found that the fleet took everyone to an island that they passed by on the way here. Standing on the deck at that time, Roy could only see the pirates vaguely. Now the fleet has docked at the small dock of the island. This medium-sized sailboat has a shallow draft and can be docked at this small dock. And this coral reef island, completely covered by jungle, is surrounded by a circle of white sandy beaches. The whole island is in the shape of a P. The dock is built on the navel of the P. This is a dock built with logs, which is very simple. The island is not very big, and its length is probably no more than 1 kilometer. Roy brought 5,000 half-blood elf warriors with him. Such a small island could not accommodate so many half-blood elf warriors. It was impossible for all 20 sailboats to dock at this island pier. This is one of the islands in the Key West Islands, so Roy only arranged for half-blood elf warriors on one ship to be stationed on this island. The rest of the ships need to go to other surrounding islands. Earl Swinburne said that there are still some Silver Moon elves living on the Key West Islands. So far, Roy has not found any elves living on the island. Roy walked out of the dock, pointed at the coconut trees more than 30 meters high next to the dense forest, and said to the half-blood elf warrior who followed him down, "You build a sentry post here. Although this island is not very big, it is the gateway to the Key West Islands. The fleet of the Grey Dwarf robbers will enter the waters of the Key West Islands. This will definitely be the first place to discover them. Don't rush to set up the tent later. Search around the island to see if there are any traces left by the Grey Dwarf robbers. The jungle on the island is full of weeds and vines. If you want to enter the jungle, you need to use a hatchet to clear the way." Roy did not stay on this island any longer. He boarded the ship again at the island dock, and the fleet sailed towards the interior of the Key West Islands. An hour later, 3 closely connected islands suddenly appeared in Roy's sight. The 3 islands are connected together because the exposed beach connects the 3 islands when the tide is low. But once the tide rises, the 3 islands are immediately separated by the sea. Roy stood on the deck and saw some tree houses built in the woods of these 3 islands. It is obvious that some elves live there. Seeing a fleet anchored in the sea, a group of Silver Moon elves walked out of the jungle and stood on the dock, curiously looking at the sailboats. Roy asked the captain to dock the sailboat at the dock. He swiftly crossed the side of the ship, jumped directly onto the dock, and slowly walked towards the group of Silver Moon elves. At this time, an old elf with a cane in his hand on the dock looked up at Roy. "Where are you from?" He looked very old, but his whole body seemed full of strength, and his eyes were so sharp that they seemed to be able to penetrate the soul. Roy said hurriedly, "We came from the main island of Queen Winnie Island. Following the order of Earl Swinburne, we will be stationed on this island for a period of time in the future to prevent the Grey Dwarfs from attacking the island. This is really good news. Are you a half-elf?" The old elf came up and asked, and then looked at the group of half-elf warriors following Roy. "Have you found any traces of Grey Dwarfs on the island so far?" Roy asked the old elf. The old elf shook his head slightly and said to Roy, "No traces of Grey Dwarf bandits have been found yet." Chapter 463. When the Silver Moon elves on the island saw a team of half-blood elf warriors coming out of the boat, their smiles immediately faded, and everyone gathered together to discuss in a low voice. The old Silver Moon elf pondered for a moment before saying to Roy, "There have been no guests on the island for many years. We have become accustomed to this quiet life. Since you have been ordered to come here and plan to live on the island for a while, you can set up camp on the beach and in the jungle on the west side, but your warriors cannot break into our living area and disturb our lives at will." Roy was slightly startled. He didn't expect the old Silver Moon elf to say that. It was obvious that the half-blood elf army he brought was to defend against the Grey Dwarf bandits, but the Silver Moon elves on these islands didn't buy it at all. For a moment, Roy even thought about taking these half-blood elf warriors on the dock back on board and settling down on other islands in the Key West Islands. However, as the leader of the half-blood elf guard, once he made such an impulsive decision, it would inevitably cause conflicts between the Silver Moon elves and the half-blood elves. He didn't want to have a quarrel with the Silver Moon elves here as soon as he arrived at the Key West Islands. "Okay," Roy agreed, and did not continue chatting with the old Silver Moon elf. He walked down the dock and came to the beach covered with white sand. The area the old Silver Moon elf pointed to was a large jungle on the south slope of the main peak of the island. You could vaguely see wooden houses hidden in the treetops. For medium-sized sailboats were docked at the dock, and teams of half-blood elves got off the boats. Everyone looked at the island with great curiosity. Roy led the half-blood elf warriors to the woodland on the west side of the island. Compared to the narrow cabin of a sailboat, the elves still prefer to live in the woods. Since they have to stay in the Key West Islands for a while, Roy doesn't want the half-blood elves to live on the ship all the time. This time Roy came from the headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Legion, and it was Captain Berkeley who was responsible for the allocation of military supplies. In addition to the light cavalry armor, the half-blood elf warriors also supplemented tents, hammocks, sleeping bags, and water bottles with a full set of portable individual military equipment. The Key West Islands are rich in fish resources, and there are fruits that the elves like on the island, so there is not much pressure on logistics supply. Seeing Roy lead a team of half-blood elf warriors to the island, some of the Silver Moon elves on the island were shocked as if they had eaten a fly. The West Key Islands are located in the northwest corner of the Queen Winnie Islands and consist of 38 reef islands. The 3 largest reef islands are located in the center of the archipelago. The middle reef island has an area of about 10 square kilometers. There is a solitary peak several hundred meters high on the island, and dense jungle covers the entire reef island. Only this island has a few hundred Silver Moon elves living on it. The other reef islands are very small, and there are not many Silver Moon elves on the island. Some reef islands, with a diameter of only 100 meters were even covered with only some vegetation. Roy stationed 1,000 Half-Blood Elf warriors on the main island of the West Key Islands, and another 4,000 Half-Blood Elf warriors were distributed on the other 20 islands where Silver Moon Elves lived. Roy did not arrange garrisons on those islands where no Silver Moon Elves lived. Only during the daily routine patrols would the Half-Blood Elf warriors take the Flying Fish sailboat to those uninhabited desert islands to check if there were any traces of Grey Dwarf bandits on the islands. In the past, these reconnaissance missions were assigned to the Griffin group, and the Half-Blood Elf warriors were not very good at them. Roy built a temporary camp on the main island of the West Key Islands. The Half-Blood Elf warriors tied hammocks to suitable trees, and then surrounded the hammocks with single-person marching tents to build some simple tree houses. It can be seen that the Silver Moon Elves on the island are somewhat repulsive to these Half-Blood Elf warriors, so Roy reminded the Half-Blood Elf warriors that if they have nothing to do on the island, they should try not to hang out in the Silver Moon Elf village. Roy walked to the dock. 2 medium-sized sailboats were docked at the dock. The 2 captains were lying on the deck of the ship's tower and chatting, while several crew members were scrubbing the deck carefully. The seawater here is very clear. Through the clear seawater, you can see the sea fish swimming freely. It is said that this is the best place for the Silver Moon Elves to observe the movements of the Nagasi clan. Seeing Roy walk onto the dock, the 2 captains stood up and greeted Roy from the tower. "Captain Roy, are we going out to sea again today?" Captain Sadas asked Roy. "Captain Sadas, if it's convenient, can you please take me around the sea?" Roy stood on the dock and looked up at the easygoing Captain Sadas and asked. "Of course, I'm happy to serve you." Captain Sadas quickly asked the crew to lower the ladder. Roy boarded the sailboat. The crew had untied the rope tied to the dock pillar, and hoisted the anchor, raised the half sail, and pushed the long oars deep into the sea, rowing the medium-sized sailboat out of the port. After the sailboat left the port, the sail gradually swelled, and the speed slowly increased. Captain Sadas kept giving orders, and adjusting the angle of the sail to let the sailboat move forward in the sea. After the sailboat moved away from the 3 main islands, the outlines of the 3 main islands gradually became clear in Roy's eyes. At this time, Roy came under the main mast, and climbed up to the lookout hill carefully, with the simple ladder on the mast. When sailing in the sea, every time it hits the wave, the bow will rise up suddenly, and standing on the deck will feel very bumpy, but this feeling is far less profound than standing on the lookout tower of the main mast. Every time the hull shook, it was transmitted to the lookout on the main mast, and it swung wildly and irregularly. Only those sailors with rich sailing experience and agility could serve as lookouts. Roy had just climbed onto the lookout when the sailboat encountered a huge wave. The lookout shook violently, and he was almost thrown off the platform. When the ship stabilized a little, Roy held the main mast tightly with one hand, and took out a map of the Key West Islands from his magic waist bag with the other hand. This sea chart was obtained from the Silver Pegasus Military Department. It is said that it perfectly reproduces the locations of the various islands in the Key West Islands. Roy took out the sea chart in order to observe the Key West Islands. Since he led the Half-Blood Elf Guard to be stationed here, Roy was ready to do some homework and remember the terrain of the nearby sea area. After the sailboat circled around the 3 main islands, it headed straight for several reef islands in the north. Almost all of the reef islands in the north were stationed with Half-Blood Elf warriors. It was the first night the Half-Blood Elf warriors spent on the island. Roy wanted to know the situation of the Half-Blood Elf warriors on other islands. These reef islands seem almost connected from the map. But if you go there by sailing, it actually takes a long time to sail in the sea. Roy's inspection was a bit hasty this time, so he didn't plan to land on the island. He just wanted to watch from a distance on the sailing boat. When the medium-sized sailing boat passed the first island in the northern area, Roy happened to see a Half-Blood Elf warrior sticking half of his body out from the top of the tree canopy on the top of the boat. He saluted Roy. The island was still far away from the medium-sized sailing boat, and Roy could only see the vague figure of the Half-Blood Elf warrior. When passing by several other islands, Roy also saw Half-Blood Elf warriors sticking their heads out from several sentries. When passing by an island, Roy also saw some Half-Blood Elf warriors fishing on the beach. The sailboat just circled the northern area, and it took almost half a day. Seeing that the Half-Blood Elf warriors on each island had set up guard posts, Roy was relieved. These islands are not like land. So many Half-Blood Elf warriors are separated on various islands, and it is not easy for them to support each other. Roy stayed on the sailboat for a whole day. When he returned to the dock, it was already dark. In addition to 2 medium-sized sailing boats, there were also several flying fish boats moored at the dock. These small fishing boats, with super fast speeds, were the favorite boats of the Silver Moon Elves. Two Silver Moon elves walked down from the flying fish boats, holding a few bright red sea fish in their hands. They looked very happy, and were talking and laughing all the way. When they saw Roy walking down from the sailboat alone, they looked at him curiously. Perhaps because Roy was not a half-blood elf, the Silver Moon elf holding a string of sea fish in his hand greeted Roy. "Are you the half-elf leader who just came to the island? Are you also from the Silver Pegasus army?" Roy nodded, and then explained, "We are the guards on the Partington Plain. Most of the elves living on that plain are half-blood elves, so the guards are also half-blood elf warriors. This time, a large number of gray dwarf bandits were found in the Queen Uini Islands, so we were recruited here." He didn't want to explain at first, but after thinking about it, he still hoped that the two Silver Moon elves could spread what he said. These half-blood elf warriors of his came to the island to garrison and help the Silver Moon elves resist the gray dwarf bandits, so there was no reason for them to be looked down upon by the Silver Moon elves when they lived on the island. "Are you going to garrison on the island?" the Silver Moon elf said in surprise. Roy nodded again. "That's what I told you. You are here to help us." The two half-blood elves were naturally very happy to hear Roy say this. They pointed to the Silver Moon elf village on the hillside and said to Roy enthusiastically, "We live right over there. You can come to the village when you have time. Of course, it's best to go at night. I can treat you to a drink then." As he spoke, the Silver Moon elf shook the sea fish in his hand. Roy smiled and waved to the two half-blood elves, then walked towards the camp alone. Since the main island of the Key West Islands is too large, Roy asked the half-blood elf warriors to patrol along the coast. Just as the old Silver Moon elf said, there was no trace of the gray dwarf bandits on this island. Perhaps the half-blood elves were too tired during the boat trip, and the camp soon became quiet on the second night. Roy thought about it, and felt that he still needed to go around the village. At least, he could get some information about the gray dwarf bandits from the Silver Moon elf villagers. After entering the Silver Moon elf village, Roy found that this place was really different. The roads in the village were well planned. Although it was dark, there was fluorescence on both sides of the roads, which made the village shrouded in a cold glow. These dozens of tree houses were built on the south slope of the isolated peak. The terrain at the foot of the mountain was relatively flat, and the vegetation here was dense, so these tree houses were not tightly squeezed together. Only those thick trees would build some exquisite tree houses. Roy came to a clearing in the forest in the elf village. Opposite to him was a tavern. These taverns were built under big trees. There were only a few drinkers in the tavern. Everyone was sipping wine very quietly. And there were actually many stone sculptures around this square. The Silver Moon elves love art and music. Roy stood in front of a statue. The statue was carved of a flying fish boat following the waves. The waves pushed the flying fishing boat into the sky. This stone sculpture is called Treading Waves. I created it 2 years ago. A familiar voice came from behind Roy. Roy turned around and found that it was the Silver Moon elf he had seen at the dock in the evening. He was standing behind him with a proud look on his face. "Not bad, the work is very powerful." Influenced by Ms. Belinda, Roy had a keen eye for sculpture appreciation. The Silver Moon elf didn't expect that Roy also knew about sculpture, and immediately became interested. He said to Roy, "Are you interested in going in for a drink?" There was no choice in the tavern, only the fruit wine brewed by the tavern owner. It was said that it was picked from a unique fruit on the island. The fruit grew on the catalpa tree. Even if it was ripe, it felt like chewing sawdust when eaten in the mouth. It was sour and difficult to swallow, but the fruit wine brewed from it had a unique woody fragrance. Silver Moon elf and Roy ordered 2 glasses of fruit wine, and sat down at a table in the corner. "I heard that the situation in Queen Uini Islands is very chaotic, but the West Key Islands have never felt that kind of tense atmosphere." Silver Moon elf stopped talking here, patted his forehead, laughed at himself and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Rossetti, and I am currently studying sculpture." After speaking, he stretched out his white and slender hand. Roy stretched out his hand and shook it, and then said, "My name is Roy, and I am currently studying island garrison." The two clinked their glasses and drank a little wine. At present, the gray dwarf bandits have spread to most of the outer reef islands. They are coming fiercely this time. Several islands south of the reef island have been occupied by the gray dwarf bandits, so Earl Swinburne sent us here. Roy sat on the chair, and did not deliberately lower his voice when speaking. He always wanted to pass on this information. "Then we have to be careful here." Rossetti took a sip of wine in an elegant posture. Sure enough, Roy's words also attracted the attention of other Silver Moon elves. One Silver Moon elf held a wine glass and said, "In recent years, there have always been traces of gray dwarf bandits in Queen Uini Islands. They are very cunning and often try to land on the island. We always drive them away. If they dare to land on the island secretly this time, we have plenty of ways to drive them out. Chapter 464. The proud Silver Moon Elves would never admit that these gray dwarf bandits would cause them any trouble, just as they have always claimed to be descendants of the elven royal family. After drinking a little wine, Roy, accompanied by Rossetti, walked around the village where the tree houses were scattered. The Silver Moon Elves have very strict requirements for the living environment. They not only build some unique tree houses, but also carefully decorate the open space in the forest, some flower beds with beautiful flowers, and pools with clear mountain springs, and even lay some irregular stone slabs on the forest road. After these are combined together, the village is as beautiful as a painting. The cold moonlight shines through the dense branches and leaves, and falls into the forest. The quiet and cold village suddenly gives people a sense of tranquility. Roy had to admire these Silver Moon Elves for really knowing how to enjoy themselves. On such a beautiful coral reef island, there was such a beautiful mountain village. Rossetti drank some fruit wine, and was obviously a little drunk. He wore bloomers and a white shirt, with his chest open, and walked on the forest path. He said to Roy, "Only by living on this island and feeling the quiet beauty of the island at night can you gain some insights in your heart. This is the source of my creation. Look at the sea in the distance. The sun gives color to everything, and also blinds our eyes. Only in the dark, everything is real. At this time, the sea is deep and beautiful." This seemingly unremarkable sculptor turned out to be a poet. If Ms. Belinda were here, she might appreciate him as a Silver Moon Elf. But Roy just walked quietly on the forest path, silently memorizing the way to the village, so that in case of an emergency, the half-blood elf guards could not rush into the village in time for rescue. When Roy returned to the garrison camp, he also patrolled around the beach. The sentries hiding in the bushes stood up and saluted Roy. Roy could only wave his hands repeatedly, signaling them to continue the night watch, and then returned to the camp tent and fell asleep in the hammock. In the first half of the night sky of the Shiju Islands was still bright and starry, and the moonlight like a beam of light could be seen in the clearings in the woods of the small island. In the second half of the night, the weather suddenly turned cold, and a large area of thick fog rose on the sea surface. The fog first spread on the sea surface, and then slowly spread to the islands. Soon, the Shiju Islands were shrouded in a thick fog. There was no wind on the sea surface, and large ships appeared silently in the waters of the Shiju Islands. However, because there was no sea breeze, the sails of these ships could not be inflated. Only a few meters long oars stretched out from the oar rooms on both sides of the ship. Under the concerted calls of the Grey Dwarf crew, the huge oars moved the sea surface, and the ships moved forward silently. Dozens of three-masted sailing ships passed through the sea fog. Almost all of them were large sea ships like the Black Pearl. The bow was full of Grey Dwarf bandits ready to go. These Grey Dwarf bandits were all wearing metal armor, horn helmets on their heads, and holding a double-edged battle axe tied with a chain in their hands. These three-masted sailing ships were full of murderous aura. In such a thick fog, the Grey Dwarf captain could not identify the direction at sea at all, and could only let the three-masted sailing ship drift forward. Behind the thick black fog, a huge black shadow gradually appeared. A Grey Dwarf bandit ran to the bow and reported to the bandit leader standing on the copper ram, "Captain, those Janna said they will arrive at the Key West Island soon. Their escort mission is over. It's up to us next." The Grey Dwarf captain stretched his stiff neck, turned around and said to the Grey Dwarf robbers on the deck, "Everyone, it's time for us to perform. Our main task this time is to surprise attack the main island of the West Key Islands. After landing, we will first kill all the Silver Moon Elves who dare to resist, and then take back everything we can use in the village." A group of Grey Dwarf robbers agreed loudly, and the other three-masted sailing ships did the same. 3 ships approached the main island dock quietly, and other ships dived into other islands. This time, the Grey Dwarf robbers did not intend to lurk on the island. They just wanted to make a harassment and explore the strength of the West Key Islands. Recently, the Silver Pegasus Legion has been increasing the guards on the Queen of Winnie Islands, which made the Grey Dwarf robbers hiding on the sea dare not act rashly for a while. This time, the Grey Dwarf fleet also bypassed the main island group of Queen of Winnie Islands, wanting to enter the western suburbs islands, causing chaos here and further dispersing the military strength of the Silver Pegasus Legion. So when the tide was high, several Janna sirens filled the sea with fog, and then the Janna Sea tribe served as navigators to guide the Grey Dwarf robbers in the direction of travel. 3 large three-masted sailing ships quietly approached the main island dock of the Western Reef Islands. As the hull shook slightly, the Grey Dwarf captain looked at the port dock dozens of meters away, and knew that the ship could only stop here. A large group of black shadows retreated towards the deep sea. The gray dwarf captain took the lead in arranging the weapons on his back, and then slid into the sea by grabbing a rope. The gray dwarf robbers on the deck followed suit, quickly sliding into the sea along the ropes, and then swimming to the dock. A large group of gray dwarf robbers only showed their heads on the sea. At this time, their big beards and metal armor weapons on their bodies became the biggest burden on their bodies. Their hands and feet had to keep kicking the water to keep their heads above the sea. However, the distance they needed to swim across was not too far, and these gray dwarf bandits were famous for their strong stamina and good swimming skills. Soon, these gray dwarf bandits arrived at the dock under the cover of fog. The dock was empty, except for a few flying fish boats as expected, and 3 medium-sized sailing ships were moored at the edge of the dock. Dozens of gray dwarf warriors surrounded these sailing ships. Just when the gray dwarf warriors were about to touch the stern of the sailing ship, they suddenly heard a loud shout from the deck of the sailing ship. "There are people in the sea. No one is allowed to approach the ship, otherwise they will be shot." But the shadows on the sea were not moved at all, and they continued to slowly approach the medium-sized sailing ship. When the shadows surrounded the sailing ship, heads emerged from the water one after another, and they actually climbed up from the side of the sailing ship with their strong hands. The sailors on duty on the medium-sized sailing ship immediately issued an alarm, and then everyone ran to the warehouse to get weapons. At this time, the captain of the Silver Moon Elf also ran out of the captain's room, holding a saber in his hand, standing on the side of the ship, looking at the gray dwarf robbers who kept climbing up with a serious expression. As the alarm bell on the mast was violently struck, the Silver Moon Elf sailors standing on the edge of the ship began to shoot arrows at the gray dwarf robbers, who were constantly climbing up. However, these gray dwarf robbers wore extremely solid horn helmets on their heads, and their shoulder armor was also a fully forged full-cover armor. Unless they were hit with stones, it would be difficult to injure these gray dwarf robbers with ordinary arrows. The captain of the Silver Moon Elf also stood at the bow, watching the strong gray dwarf robbers climb up the sailboat little by little. The sailors drew their elven swords and fought with the gray dwarf bandits, who rushed onto the deck first. However, more and more gray dwarf bandits climbed onto the ship, and the Silver Moon Elf sailors could not resist their fierce attack. The Silver Moon Elf captain did not hesitate at all. He blew a whistle and led the sailors on the ship to fight and retreat, letting the 3 medium-sized sailboats go. Roy was awakened by a deafening alarm bell. He curled up in the hammock. When he woke up, it was still pitch black around him. He heard shouts of killing coming from the dock. Roy was a little confused at first, and then he remembered that he was in the temporary camp on the main island of the Key West Islands. He quickly got out of the tent and jumped down from the tree. A group of half-blood elf warriors also got out of the tent and stood in the clearing in the forest with a dazed look on their faces. This was only the second night since they came to the Key West Islands. They encountered a war so soon, and everyone was not even prepared. However, these half-blood elf warriors had also experienced several battles on the Pagisto Plateau. Their opponents were those extremely fierce plateau headhunters. When they heard the shouting and killing, they were a little confused and immediately calmed down. Everyone quickly put on their light cavalry armor, took out their weapons, and assembled into a square formation. All the half-blood elf warriors formed a square formation in squadrons. Roy had already put on his magic pattern structure and cast a faint illumination spell, allowing him to appear under the faint holy light. "Everyone, don't be chaotic, form a square formation and follow me. Those gray dwarf bandits are currently at the dock." After saying that, Roy held the Book of Judgment in one hand and the Holy Scepter in the other, and rushed out of the woods and ran towards the beach dock not far away. These half-blood elf warriors were veterans, who had suffered on the Pagisto Plateau and killed headhunters. Many half-blood elves had even mined in the mines with the gray dwarves, so they were more familiar with the gray dwarf robbers. Roy walked at the front of the team, and all the half-blood elf warriors followed quickly with their weapons. When Roy arrived at the dock, the 3 captains had already withdrawn from the sailboat with the sailors. They had retreated to the outside of the dock under the pressure of the gray dwarf robbers. The night was filled with fog. There were only sounds of fighting in the distance, but nothing could be seen. Only when I got closer did I see the Silver Moon Elf sailors being pushed back by the gray dwarf bandits. There was a ray of light just above Roy's head. Roy waved the sacred scepter in his hand and shouted, "Half-blood elf guards, attack!" Amid the fog, a phalanx wearing silver armor rushed onto the dock. The half-blood elf warriors in the front held iris shields and elven swords, and slashed at the gray dwarf bandits in front. The gray dwarf bandit was wearing dwarf chain mail, a horned helmet on his head, and holding a double axe in his hand. He was also extremely fierce. The two sides collided violently, and there was a sound of killing. Roy was covered with a layer of bright glow in the black fog, which was very eye-catching. A dozen gray dwarf bandits surrounded Roy, but they overlooked one thing. A flash of light flashed in the darkness, and the gray dwarf bandit suddenly covered his neck with his hand. A stream of blood spurted out through his fingers. The gray dwarf bandit made a gurgling sound in his throat, and then fell on the dock. Before the other gray dwarf bandits could react to what was happening, another of their companions had his throat cut and fell limply into a pool of blood. Roy held the Book of Judgment in his hand, and the magic pattern structure on his body was emitting a stream of light and colors. Various magic effects were bestowed on him. He rushed directly to the dock, and the scepter in his hand exuded a sacred aura, and smashed it hard at a gray dwarf bandit. The gray dwarf bandit raised his axe to parry, and the scepter hit the double-edged giant axe, which immediately stirred up holy light. The strong gray dwarf felt an unmatched force transmitted from the giant axe to his arm. He kneeled forward and knelt on the wooden planks of the dock in an instant. The thick wooden planks were immediately shattered by his knees. The half-blood elf warriors saw Roy knock the gray dwarf bandits to the dock, and they also rushed to the dock, holding their shields against the gray dwarf bandits. The half-blood elf warriors in the square array held Paglio's spears, and stabbed the gray dwarf bandits in the air. Obviously, these half-blood elf warriors and the Silver Moon elf guards used the same fighting style, but when they rushed over, the gray dwarf bandits just couldn't stop them. The fighting skills and armaments were the same, the only difference was that these half-blood elf warriors were more courageous, and they dared to fight the gray dwarf bandits in close combat despite being injured. And these gray dwarf bandits wore heavy full-covering dwarf chain mail, which could block the long swords in the hands of the half-blood elves, but they also sacrificed flexibility, especially since they swam from the sea. Their bodies were wet, and the linen shirts were tightly wrapped around their bodies, making it very inconvenient for them to move. Moreover, the gray dwarf bandits, who landed on the island this time, have not yet completely landed. The gray dwarf bandits in front were blocked on the dock, and some were swimming in the sea. The half-blood elf warriors rushed up in a square formation, and had the advantage for a while. It was with these advantages that the half-blood elf warriors forced the gray dwarf bandits, who boarded the dock, back into the sea. Some gray dwarf bandits fell into the water on the dock, and some gray dwarf bandits fell completely on the dock. The shouts and screams on the battlefield were deafening. The battle lasted until morning. At daybreak, the gray dwarf bandits evacuated from the island in a panic. Countless gray dwarf bandits fled back to the ship with injuries, and then disappeared on the sea with the fog, leaving only corpses on the dock. Roy stood on the dock exhausted, with a large group of captured gray dwarf bandits squatting in front of him. Some uninjured half-blood elf warriors had already started cleaning up the battlefield, and some half-blood elf warriors carried the wounded back to the camp. Only the bodies of gray dwarf bandits and some half-blood elf warriors who died in battle were left on the dock. Chapter 465. Under the oak tree in the forest cemetery, a row of half-blood elf warriors lay on the leaves of red hibiscus. A group of half-blood elf warriors were digging a pit under the tree. Dead elves were always buried under some big trees. They were nourished by the sap of life when they were alive, and their bodies would return to the embrace of the Son of Nature after death. In the battle with the gray dwarf bandits last night, a total of 74 half-blood elf warriors fell on the dock. These gray dwarf bandits, wearing full-coverage dwarf chain mail, are quite powerful. Even though they were outnumbered and were beaten back by the half-blood elf warriors at the dock, some gray dwarf bandits still took away many of the half-blood elf warriors' precious lives by their counterattack before their death. Roy took the lead in moving the bodies of the half-blood elf warriors to the forest cemetery on the island. The Silver Moon elves on the island also knew about the battle last night. They spontaneously came to the forest cemetery to attend the funeral and bid farewell to these half-blood elf warriors. Several Silver Moon elf residents even played sad sacred hymns with organ and recorder under a fir tree. The old Silver Moon elf, who looked down on the half-blood elves, was also standing in the crowd. Everyone looked solemn and silently watched the half-blood elves digging graves under the trees. The Silver Moon elf residents broke off some red hibiscus spikes and placed them at the feet of the half-blood elves who died in the battle. In this night battle, the number of gray dwarf bandits killed was 7 times the number of half-blood elves who died. The half-blood elves cleaned up the battlefield and found a total of 531 bodies of gray dwarf bandits on the battlefield near the dock. In addition, there were 364 gray dwarf prisoners imprisoned in temporary wooden cages. In this night battle on the island, the half-blood elf warriors had an advantage in armaments. After the half-blood elf warriors formed a square formation, they dealt a fatal blow to the Grey Dwarf bandits, who had just crawled out of the sea. In addition, it was another battle in the dark night fog. The assassin team, following Roy, was simply a soul harvester in the dark night. In this battle, at least 300 Grey Dwarf bandits died at the hands of the Dark Moon Elf warriors of the assassin team. The dock was in a mess. The wooden boards of the entire dock were stained with blood. Many wooden frames collapsed due to the fight. Fortunately, the two medium-sized sailing ships anchored at the dock were preserved in this battle. Only the flying fish boats turned into ashes when the Grey Dwarf bandits retreated. Although the two medium-sized sailing ships were damaged to a certain extent and needed to be repaired, they were still able to sail on the sea. The injured half-blood elf warriors were sent back to the temporary camp on the main island. This time, Roy only used holy light to treat the injured and dying half-blood elf warriors. As long as the wounded could be cured by healing potions, 2 bottles of secondary life potion and a cup of diluted life tree sap were distributed. After attending the funeral of the half-blood elf warrior on the island, Roy took a half-blood elf squadron and boarded a medium-sized sailing ship to other islands in the western suburbs islands to check the war. The other 20 islands where half-blood elf warriors were stationed all encountered fierce battles of varying degrees last night. The battles on some islands were very fierce, and the Grey Dwarf bandits were even surrounded and killed on the beach by the half-blood elf warriors. Some Grey Dwarf bandits discovered that there were half-blood elf warriors on the island and immediately turned around and fled back to the fleet. The half-elf warriors also suffered heavy casualties in the night raid by the Grey Dwarves. Although more Grey Dwarves died in the battle, Roy could finally understand the anxiety in Earl Swinburne's heart. Unexpectedly, on the second night after arriving at the Key West Islands, they would encounter a night raid by the Grey Dwarves. These Grey Dwarves came in the fog and left with the fog. The Silver Pegasus cavalry could not gain any advantage at night. When daybreak came, the ships of these Grey Dwarves gathered together in the sea far away from the Queen of Winnie Islands. These ships were equipped with sky-shooting crossbows, and even these Silver Pegasus knights did not dare to get too close. The Key West Islands belong to the outer edge of the Queen of Winnie Islands, and the Silver Pegasus knights cannot take care of this area at all. The appearance of the fleet of the Grey Dwarf robbers near this reef island is definitely a big trouble for Roy. Although the half-blood elf warriors took advantage of the first battle and easily repelled the Grey Dwarf robbers, it was because the Grey Dwarf robbers did not realize that a large number of half-blood elf guards would be arranged on the Key West Islands. The Grey Dwarf robbers rashly attacked the island here and suffered heavy losses. When they come back again, it may not be so easy to deal with them. Roy took a boat to check the battle situation this time, and also brought the group of Silver Moon elves living on other reef islands back to the main island, leaving only the half-blood elf warriors to retreat into the jungle. According to Roy's instructions, in the next few nights, if they encounter Grey Dwarf bandits landing on the island again, the half-blood elf warriors should try to avoid fighting with them near the beach. Roy believes that half-blood elves should not fight with Grey Dwarf bandits in open areas. Even if they have advantages in armaments and terrain, they will suffer some unnecessary losses. The elves' battlefield should be in the jungle. The half-blood elf warriors wearing light cavalry armor can run freely in the woods, but the Grey Dwarf bandits wearing full-covered chainmail cannot. They are born with short legs and cannot freely cross the overgrown bushes. In the next few nights, heavy fog appeared on the sea. The Grey Dwarf bandits did not disappoint Roy. Every night, the sailboats would arrive as scheduled with the fog. However, the half-blood elf warriors retreated to the jungle of the reef island according to Roy's instructions, and the Grey Dwarf bandits could only bite the bullet and enter the jungle. After several days of fierce fighting, the Grey Dwarf bandits in the waters near the West Key Islands were the first to be unable to withstand the huge casualties. Unfortunately, the West Key Islands could not be conquered for a long time, so the surviving Grey Dwarf bandits evacuated the waters of the West Key Islands on a sea ship. Under the harsh environment of the island, the half-elf warriors won many victories in jungle warfare, which made the Grey Dwarf bandits lose confidence in fighting for the Key West Islands. The battle lasted for a whole week before the Grey Dwarf bandits evacuated from the Key West Islands. A medium-sized sailing ship was speeding on the sea, with its sails bulging, and the sailing speed was very fast. Roy stood on the observation deck above the main mast, holding the mast with one hand and looking into the distance. A fleet on the sea in the distance was forced by a group of Silver Pegasus warriors to quickly flee to the southwest. Chapter 466. As the fleet of the Grey Dwarf bandits left the waters around the Key West Islands, it was officially announced that the half-blood elf guard led by Roy had won the small-scale naval battle in the Key West Islands. The Silver Moon Elves on the main island were gradually accepting the half-blood elf warriors living in the woods in the western suburbs. They began to send some island fruits to Roy's camp, and sometimes some sea fish. The old Silver Moon Elf even came to the camp in person to formally invite Roy and the half-blood elf warriors to live in the village. Roy felt that the western suburbs forest was closer to the beach and the pier, and that he and the local Silver Moon Elf residents would not disturb each other, so it would be less likely to cause other conflicts. So he decisively rejected the old elf's invitation. The old Silver Moon Elf brought a lot of coconuts and oranges produced on the island to the temporary camp this time. He patted Roy on the shoulder and said to him with emotion, "Thanks to you on the island this time, we were able to stop the invasion of those gray dwarf bandits. I'm sorry for what I said before. Thank you, and these young elf warriors this time." It was not easy for an old Silver Moon Elf to put down his status and say such a thing. Roy did not dwell on this matter, and quickly said very modestly, "Since we have joined the Silver Pegasus Legion, protecting everyone is our mission and responsibility." Hearing Roy say this, the old Silver Moon Elf was even more moved, and his eyes were full of admiration for Roy. "Captain Roy, if you have time, you can come to the village and chat with us old guys." Before the old Silver Moon Elf left, he extended a warm invitation to Roy. When the other Silver Moon Elves looked at Roy, their eyes were full of respect, and they obviously recognized the ability of this half-elf leader. "The guard team may have to stay in the Key West Islands for a while, so we will inevitably disturb everyone." Roy sent the old Silver Moon Elf to the outside of the temporary camp, watched him leave with a group of Silver Moon Elves, and then turned back to the camp. The war in the Key West Islands has temporarily subsided, but he has endless things to do every day. In recent days, the most important thing is to use holy light to heal the wounded half-elf warriors. Roy constantly releases holy light to the wounded in the camp every day. Although this set of divine runes and prayers is a bit cumbersome, it is repeated hundreds of times every day. This allows him to easily release holy light even if he draws divine runes with his eyes closed and uses divine power. The temporary camp now not only has 1,000 half-elf warriors stationed, but also the wounded sent from the surrounding islands. This time, the half-blood elf guards fought with the gray dwarf bandits on the islands of the Key West Islands for nearly a week. At least 500 half-blood elves died on the surrounding islands, and nearly 1,000 half-blood elves were injured. Most of the injured half-blood elves were sent back to the main island of the Key West Islands by medium-sized sailboats. The temporary camp here has better treatment conditions, mainly because of Roy's holy light. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as you don't die on the battlefield, you have a high chance of being revived by Roy if you are sent to the temporary camp. In the evening, the half-blood elves in the temporary camp came to the beach, including some half-blood elves warriors who were slightly injured. In just a week, some of their friends died in battle. The half-blood elf warriors in the temporary camp were a little depressed. When they were in the Pagisto Plateau, they didn't expect the battle in the Queen Uni Islands to be so fierce. This battle made many half-blood elf warriors want to retreat. At this time, it was impossible for everyone to return to the Pagisto Plateau. A dull and anxious mood continued to grow in the hearts of the half-blood elf warriors. Roy felt that the atmosphere in the camp was a little off these past 2 days, and everyone was a little depressed. That's why he prepared a bonfire party on the beach. A bonfire was lit on the Silver Beach. Roy took some half-blood elf warriors to catch some sea fish near the reef beach by the sea. In addition to the sea fish sent by the Silver Moon Elves in the village, Roy asked the half-blood elf warriors to string the sea fish together with tree sticks and stick them diagonally next to the bonfire to slowly roast them. Waves of heat rushed to the sea fish, and a fragrance spread out immediately. The banana leaves spread on the sand were piled with fruits. The injured half-blood elf warriors also sat on the reefs nearby, and everyone looked at Roy curiously as he directed these half-blood elves to grill fish. These half-blood elf warriors from the Pagisto Plateau rarely eat such fresh sea fish, so they were full of expectations for the grilled fish next to the campfire. After Roy explained how to grill fish to several half-blood elf warriors, he picked up some shells on the sand nearby, then walked to the campfire and placed these large and small shells on the sand. While arranging the shells, he introduced them to the curious half-elf warriors. This shell represents the main island of the Queen Uni Islands. These are the islands around it. This is the West Key Islands where we are. This is Parham Island. This is Partington Island. And as for this huge reef, you can think of it as the Elf Continent. Yes, that's about it. Roy spent a lot of time carefully arranging the distribution of these islands on the beach. In recent years, the Silver Pegasus Corps has been responsible for garrisoning the Queen Ivany Islands. They don't want this reef island to fall into the hands of other tribes, because it is a strategic fortress for the Elven continent. No matter who occupies it, It will pose a certain threat to the Elven continent, such as the Grey Dwarf bandits, who are currently preparing to occupy the Queen Ivany Islands. Roy stood next to the simple sand table and talked to the mixed blood elf warriors around him. Everyone has come here from the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain to fight against those brutal Grey Dwarf bandits. I think some people must be complaining in their hearts. What is the point of coming here? Doing such a dangerous thing? Even if we die here, will anyone still remember us? I am standing here now to tell you the significance of guarding the Queen Ivany Islands. This is the Queen Islands, this is the West Key Islands, and this is Parham Island. When we were on Partington Island, we could see Parham Island, so if we connected them into a line, we can clearly see that if the Grey Dwarf bandits occupied the Queen Ivany Islands, they would inevitably extend their tentacles to Parham Island and Partington Island. Once they take over Partington Island, the Partington Plain may fall into the hands of the Grey Dwarf bandits. Have you ever thought about what the consequences would be if the Grey Dwarf bandits occupied Partington Island? So we come here to guard the Key West Islands, not only to protect the elves living on this reef island, but also to protect our own home. Roy's words made the half-blood elves around him fall into deep contemplation. Seeing that the Grey Dwarf bandits were born with brute force, and were brave and good at fighting, everyone actually had some retreat in their hearts. But now that Roy introduced this area in detail, the half-blood elf warriors discovered that defending the Queen Ivany Islands was actually defending the Partington Plain. Every half-blood elf warrior's heart was filled with fighting spirit, and their eyes were brighter. Everyone began to discuss privately, changing the dull atmosphere of the past 2 days. At this time, Roy couldn't help but think of Sabrina again. If she danced a morale dance here, the fighting spirit of these half-blood elf warriors might be rekindled. Then a melodious organ sound came. On the beach in the evening, the sunset, the waves and the beach, everything is so beautiful. In fact, it was not the half-blood elf warriors stationed on the reef islands, nor Roy stationed on the main island, but the Silver Pegasus Regiment in the sky that repelled the Grey Dwarf bandits. Upon learning that the West Key Islands were attacked by the Grey Dwarf bandits, the military on the Queen Ivany Islands responded quickly, and soon dispatched a Silver Pegasus Regiment. If the Silver Pegasus Regiment had not arrived in time this time, I am afraid that the fleet of the Grey Dwarf bandits would have stayed in the waters of the West Key Islands for a while longer. At the same time, the casualties of the guards may continue to increase, and the situation will further deteriorate. Roy guessed that without the full support of Earl Swinburne, the Silver Pegasus Corps would not have been able to arrive so quickly. From the appearance of this Silver Pegasus Corps, to the Silver Pegasus Knights, and the fleet of the Grey Dwarf robbers fighting back and forth in the nearby waters, and finally the fleet of the Grey Dwarf robbers left the waters of the West Key Islands, this process took only 2 days. Of course, those Grey Dwarf robbers did not retreat completely, they just wanted to continue to harass other islands around the Queen Islands. The Queen Ivany Islands are large in themselves, and with the surrounding islands, even if the Silver Pegasus wants to go around the periphery of the Queen Ivany Islands, it may take more than 2 days. So the current 5 Silver Pegasus regiments are just a drop in the bucket for the worsening situation of the entire Queen Ivany Islands. These Silver Pegasus Knights cannot completely defeat the fleet of the Grey Dwarf bandits. If you want to deal with these Grey Dwarf bandits, you must deploy guards on these islands, where the Silver Moon Elves live. The island defense battle completely eliminated the estrangement between the Silver Moon Elves and the Half-Blood Elves on the island. It was said that many injured warriors lived in the temporary camp, and the Silver Moon Elves on the island also sent some magic herbs to prepare ointments. Roy tried to use it, and he didn't expect that the ointment prepared by these magic herbs would have a significant effect on wound healing. The next morning, Vitas walked quickly to Roy and whispered to him, "Boss, there is a Silver Pegasus Knight lady outside the camp, saying that she wants to see you." Roy put down the bandage in his hand, turned around and walked towards the camp gate. He didn't know many Silver Pegasus Knights, and the only female knight was Miss Christine. As expected, when he arrived at the gate, he saw Miss Christine wearing a gorgeous mithril armor, holding the reins of the Silver Pegasus with one hand, and touching the neck of the Silver Pegasus with the other hand, constantly comforting it. Miss Christine heard a series of footsteps, turned around, and saw Roy running out of the camp in a hurry, and smiled at him. Miss Christine was full of vitality under the sun, and the sea breeze blew her long hair, making it dance in the wind. "Miss Christine, why is it you?" Roy was a little surprised. Although Miss Christine had said she would come to visit Roy when they met in the Queen Ivany Islands, Roy thought Miss Christine was just talking casually, and he didn't expect to meet again so soon. Miss Christine asked Roy with a faint smile on her face, "Don't you know that it was our 5th Silver Pegasus Regiment that drove away the Grey Dwarf bandits in the waters near the West Key Islands?" Roy said a little embarrassedly, Sorry, I really don't know that." Miss Christine gave Roy a big eye roll. Do you want to walk around the camp? Roy invited Miss Christine to enter the temporary camp. Miss Christine led the silver Pegasus with snow-white wings tucked on its back, gathered her messy long hair, and then looked at the silver beach not far away and said, "Come with me to the beach for a walk. The situation on Talon Island is also quite tense. The 5th Regiment has already rushed there. I am absent for half a day this time, and I came here to see your situation." "Okay." Roy hurriedly followed. "We have chased this gray dwarf fleet to the outside of the waters of Queen Islands. Unfortunately, we can't completely eliminate them. It is estimated that they will come here to attack various islands in a short time. You must be careful," Miss Christine whispered. Recently, she has been following the 5th Regiment to put out fires in the waters around Queen Islands, and she is very familiar with the habits of these gray dwarf robbers. "So, you have been following the 5th Silver Pegasus Regiment and fighting in this sea recently?" Roy couldn't help asking. Miss Christine stood on the beach, loosened the reins of the Silver Pegasus, let it run back and forth on the beach, turned her head, and said to Roy, "Not really. We have 4 days off every month, and occasionally we can go back to Castletown to rest. In fact, it's not very far to fly there. We can have a chance to go to Castletown for a vacation every month, which is really good," Roy exclaimed in admiration, very envious. "If the situation in Key West is stable, you can also take some time to go back to Castletown to rest for a few days," Miss Christine said. The two chatted casually on the beach, and it felt like time passed quickly. Miss Christine only took half a day off, and soon rode the snow-white silver Pegasus towards Talon Island. Chapter 467. Looking at the direction where Miss Christine left, there were a few faint clouds floating in the blue sky. Roy was indeed a little homesick. This time he was away from home for more than a year. When he left home, he thought he was just using the vacation to lead the Silver Moon Elf warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion to familiarize them with the Pagisto Plateau as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, it was the plateau they evacuated in the end, leaving Roy on the plateau. He first reorganized the gem mine on the plateau, and then led the half-blood elf warriors to resist the headhunters on the plateau. In fact, Roy didn't expect the headhunters to be so vulnerable. This time he brought the half-elf warriors to the Queen Islands, and encountered the tough gray dwarf bandits again. This is the Endless Sea. The 3-masted sailing ships that the gray dwarf bandits ride on are much larger than the medium-sized sailing ships of the elves. Although they are not as fast as the medium-sized sailing ships, these 3-masted sailing ships are loaded with many sky-shooting crossbows, and they are not afraid of the harassment of the Silver Pegasus Knights in the sky. These 3-masted sailing ships can store a large amount of supplies, so these gray dwarf bandits use the ships as their homes. This time, the battle for the Queen Islands is also the same. If they can't win, they will sail away. Whenever there was fog at sea, these gray dwarf bandits would hide in the fog and try to fight for some outlying islands. The half-blood elf warriors he brought had always lived on the plateau, and were not good at naval battles, so Roy could only arrange the half-blood elf warriors on the small islands of the Key West Islands. The half-blood elf warriors could rely on the woods on the small islands to fight jungle battles with the gray dwarf bandits. This time, there were about 1,000 injured elf warriors recovering in the temporary camp on the main island of the Key West Islands. Roy could not take a vacation and return to Castletown at this time. Roy conducted a survey in the camp, and found that at least half of the half-blood elf warriors in the camp could not swim. So Roy arranged for the half-blood elf warriors to do physical training on the beach these days, and also to learn to swim and use flying fish boats. These half-blood elf warriors have strong learning ability, and can swim 2 laps in the sea almost for the first time. However, Roy requires the half-blood elves to be able to float in the sea for several days and nights without any external assistance without drowning. This requires the half-blood elves to do swimming training every day to improve their affinity with water elements. Operating a flying fish boat is not easy either. This shuttle-shaped boat is very similar to a kayak. It can only carry 3 elf warriors at most. There are cicada wing-like paddle wings on both sides of the boat. Normally, ordinary paddles can be used to paddle forward on the sea, but as long as there is wind, the paddle wings can be opened to follow the wind. This kind of flexible small fishing boat is usually used by elves to fish, and it can sail faster than a medium-sized sailing ship in the sea. Roy hopes that all the half-blood elf warriors in the guard group can learn to drive this kind of small boat. Although all the flying fish boats on the main island were destroyed in the battle, there are shipbuilding craftsmen among the Silver Moon elves on the main island. In just 2 days, 10 brand new flying fish boats appeared on the dock. In fact, Roy's skill in driving a flying fish boat is also quite good. He learned it from Duke, the owner of the grocery store in Castletown Port. There are coral reefs everywhere. You can clearly see the fish hiding in the coral reefs when you paddle in the sea. A week later, the rear group of the supply group led by Captain Berkeley arrived at Key West. In addition to the normal supply, he also brought Roy a large number of flying feather arrows, fishing nets and traps, etc., which were all Roy's extra requests. 5 medium-sized sailing ships full of cargo were moored at the dock, and Captain Berkeley directed his men to carry the supplies from the ships. Seeing Roy rushing to the dock, Captain Berkeley walked over quickly and said to Roy with a smile, "I heard that you won a victory in Key West. Well done, Roy." Roy smiled and did not continue the topic, but said to Captain Berkeley, "Captain Berkeley, you came just in time." The two walked from the dock to the temporary camp. Just outside the woods of the temporary camp, there were dozens of wooden cages filled with gray dwarf bandits with shackles on their feet. Roy pointed at the gray dwarf prisoners and said to Captain Berkeley, "Take these gray dwarf prisoners away. There are no extra resources on the island to feed them." Captain Berkeley nodded and agreed. "Well, I came here this time for this matter." Through these cages, Roy led Captain Berkeley into the temporary camp, where a group of half-blood elf warriors were still practicing swordsmanship in the open space in the forest. Roy led Captain Berkeley to a tree, where there was a wooden table and several chairs, and a sea chart on the table, which clearly marked the distribution of the Key West Islands, and also the deployment of troops on each island. Captain Berkeley looked up at the hammock built on the tree in the woods, and took out a parchment scroll from his arms, and handed it to Roy. "What is this?" Roy asked after taking it in his hand. Captain Berkeley smiled and replied, "This is the official number of the Pagisto Half-Blood Elf Guard. With the official number, the Guard will be an extra staff combat regiment of the Silver Pegasus Legion. You can design a battle flag for the Guard according to your own ideas. Congratulations, Captain Roy." Roy unfolded the parchment scroll, and it clearly read the words Pagisto Half-Blood Elf Guard. Then, under this line of handwriting, there were several red stamps. Roy thought the words on the stamp should be ancient Elven language, because he didn't recognize any of them. Roy thought that the Guard regiment had already had an official number when he went to Queen Uini Island last time. He didn't expect that there was such a parchment scroll. Roy knew that Captain Berkeley came from other islands, so he asked him, "How is the battle situation on other islands?" Captain Berkeley smiled bitterly when he heard Roy's question. "The 5th Silver Pegasus Regiment left so quickly. What do you think will happen?" Roy didn't expect that the reinforcements arrived at Queen Uini Islands one after another, and the situation here was still not optimistic. Come to think of it, there is really no good solution. This group of islands is too big. This time, Talon Island was captured by the Grey Dwarf Bandits. When the 5th Silver Pegasus Regiment rushed over, the Grey Dwarf Bandits had already driven more than 300 Silver Moon Elves on the island to the beach and chopped off their necks. When saying these words, Captain Berkeley's face was a little ugly. Roy did not expect these Grey Dwarf Bandits to massacre the Silver Moon Elves on the island. It seems that these Grey Dwarf Bandits are determined to fight to the death with the Silver Moon Elves on the island. This is also the situation that the Silver Moon Elves are most reluctant to see. Elves respect life more than the Grey Dwarves, but they are also more afraid of death. Captain Berkeley continued, "At present, the Grey Dwarf robber fleet has occupied more than a dozen islands in the eastern part of the Queen Uini Islands, and is building fortifications and bunkers on the islands. Although the Silver Pegasus Regiment is strong, the 5 regiments can't take care of all the islands. I didn't expect that they would occupy the eastern outer islands of the Queen Uini Islands so quickly." Roy thought that the Grey Dwarf robber fleet was able to break into the West Key Islands, which was probably related to this. Captain Berkeley continued, "The Grey Dwarfs raid the islands in the fog every time. Once they occupy the islands, they will kill all the elves on the islands." Roy thought, "Fortunately, the Grey Dwarfs did not capture the islands here, otherwise the situation here might be even worse. For the half-blood elves on the Key West Islands, the danger is always there. During this period, the Grey Dwarfs have been active frequently. As long as there is fog on the sea, the Grey Dwarfs will suddenly appear. Although the Key West Islands are the farthest from the eastern islands, they cannot be taken lightly." On the Pagisto Plateau, Roy led the half-blood elf warriors to defeat the headhunters. Now, he had to lead this group of half-blood elf warriors to garrison in the Key West Islands. Roy felt a headache when he thought of those fierce and cruel Grey Dwarf bandits. Captain Berkeley hurried over, unloaded the supplies, took away the Grey Dwarf prisoners, and left overnight. The supply fleet still had to go to other islands for supply. Roy stood on the dock and just saw off Captain Berkeley. When he turned around, he saw the old Silver Moon Elf standing at the edge of the dock where wooden boxes were piled up, squinting at him. Thinking that the old Silver Moon Elf might be looking for him, Roy strode over. The old Silver Moon Elf glanced at the dock that had not been completely repaired, and said to Roy, "Grey Dwarf bandits come here every year, but the scale of those Grey Dwarf bandits is far less than this time. As long as they dare to dock, we will pick up weapons, and wait for them at the dock. Those Grey Dwarf bandits will generally not get off the boat and fight us when they see that there are many people on our island. The situation this year is a little different. There are too many Grey Dwarf bandits." The old Silver Moon Elf looked at Roy and asked him, "Are you curious? Why did we leave the Elven continent and live on a remote island?" Roy didn't really think about it. What's so strange about living on such a beautiful island? But since the old Silver Moon Elf asked this, Roy nodded to cooperate with him. "Come with me." After the old Silver Moon Elf finished speaking, he hunched over and walked up the hillside along the forest path with a cane. He walked slowly, and Roy followed behind. He didn't know where the old Silver Moon Elf was going to take him. He walked up the hillside, first through the village where the Silver Moon Elves lived, and then walked up along the path in the dense forest for a while, until the forest path under his feet was completely blocked by a dense forest and bushes, and Roy found that there was no road ahead. The old Silver Moon Elf approached the thorny bushes, and took a step towards the bushes with an expressionless face. Under Roy's surprised eyes, the dense thorny vines in front of him actually shrank to the left and right, and then a winding forest path appeared in front of Roy again. The old Silver Moon Elf stepped onto the path, and continued to walk up the hillside. Roy followed the old Silver Moon Elf, and looked around curiously. He had a very strange feeling at this time. He suddenly felt that the trees around him seemed to be breathing. In fact, this is not surprising. Many plant-based monsters can do this, so Roy thought that there might be a plant-based monster hidden in the forest. He looked around with some vigilance, but after walking for a while, he didn't find anything. Just when Roy couldn't help but want to ask the old Silver Moon Elf why he was led here, a tree several hundred meters tall suddenly appeared in this dense forest. It was tightly squeezed with the surrounding trees. Roy found that the tree was a bit ridiculously large. Its trunk diameter might exceed 100 meters. The old bark was like a stone wall, but a blurry face grew on the trunk. When Roy tried to approach, the entire crown of the tree was shaking violently. At this time, the old Silver Moon Elf beside him had stopped, but Roy couldn't help but keep walking forward. Roy felt an inexplicable call in his heart. The old Silver Moon Elf leaned on his cane and said to Roy, "The wise ancient tree Cenarius is calling you. You can come closer and communicate with him." Roy looked up at the towering ancient tree in front of him. It was only then that he realized that the big tree in front of him was actually an ancient tree of wisdom. No wonder a group of Silver Moon Elves were willing to settle here. Roy had seen a book about these ancient trees in the library opposite the Elf Academy. It is said that the ancient tree of wisdom will accumulate a lot of knowledge over a long period of time, and all of its knowledge is engraved in its annual rings. This ancient tree of wisdom has not completely transformed its face, so he cannot speak yet. Roy bravely walked forward and placed one hand on the trunk, and suddenly a majestic and warm spiritual power completely enveloped him. It made him feel like he was immersed in a bottomless abyss, and the inexplicable power surging from all directions seemed to tear him to pieces in an instant. Just when Roy was full of trepidation, a pure breath of life came over and established a spiritual connection with him. "Child, I can feel the divine power in your body, but it is completely different from other priests I have seen. Those priests all pray to the gods to obtain divine power, but you absorb the holy light particles around you. So when there is no blessing from the gods, you still master the power of the holy light." Roy raised his head and asked the ancient tree of wisdom, "Then do you know what path I want to take?" "Your path is different from those priests. Let me think about it." The wise old tree paused for a moment before saying to Roy, "I don't know what the road is like. I'm just a tree. I've never seen other elves walk this road, so I can't give you any answers. You have to find it yourself. But I can see some shadows of the future through the wheel of fortune. Child, you don't belong to the elf world. When you have wings, you will leave this continent." Chapter 468. Although the words of the wise ancient tree Cenarius were a bit cryptic, Roy still grasped something from them. Roy wanted to ask the wise ancient tree what the wheel of fate was, and what it looked like to have a pair of wings growing behind him, but he asked all these questions at once, and the wise ancient tree suddenly stopped responding. It became like an ordinary tree at this time. Roy could not sense the spiritual connection released from it, and the surroundings suddenly became silent. Without the spiritual connection, Roy could not sense the existence of the wise ancient tree. He took his hand off the trunk of the ancient tree of wisdom, then stepped back a few steps, and looked up at the towering ancient tree. He felt that what he had just experienced might have been an illusion. The old Silver Moon Elf, who had been standing behind him, walked slowly behind Roy and said softly, "Let's go. Lord Cenarius has fallen asleep again, and we don't know when he will wake up next time." Roy was a little stunned. He didn't expect that the ancient tree of war could fall asleep while talking. "Does Lord Cenarius always fall into deep sleep?" Roy asked curiously. The old silver moon elf nodded and said, "Yes, it often happens, and once he falls asleep, he often wakes up after more than a month, sometimes for several months or even years." Roy looked up at the towering ancient tree. The umbrella-shaped treetop almost completely covered the top of the mountain. "I remember when I was young, the Queen Uini group was the territory of the Elf Kingdom. There were 12 ancient trees of wisdom, and 103 ancient trees of war on the island. This has always been the frontline battlefield for the Elf Kingdom to resist the Naga Sea clan," the old silver moon elf said to Roy. Later, as the influence of the Elven Kingdom gradually weakened, the Elven continent, which was split into 3 kingdoms, had less and less control over the Queen Ivani Islands. The Naga Sea tribe took the opportunity to take back the Queen Ivani Islands, so there were wars here all year round. The endless war on the island caused many ancient trees of wisdom and war to die. Now, of the 12 ancient trees of wisdom in the Queen Ivani Islands, only Lord Cenarius himself remains. There are only 6 ancient war trees left on the islands, 2 of which are on the main island of Queen Ivani Islands. Therefore, it is impossible for the Grey Dwarf bandits to capture Queen Ivani Island. They can only occupy the outer islands. This is the rear area of Queen Ivani Islands. We didn't expect those Grey Dwarf bandits to dare to come here." The old silver moon elf said a lot to Roy, and then turned around and walked back through the forest path. Roy guessed that the reason why the wise ancient tree Cenarius was willing to meet him was probably to thank him. The wood elves should have a closer relationship with plants. Roy and the old silver moon elf walked down the mountain along the forest path. When they passed by the path, the forest path behind them slowly disappeared and turned into a weedy forest again. After walking out of the range of the wise ancient tree, Roy returned to the silver moon elf village. From here, you can clearly see the harbor pier. Roy was thinking randomly along the way, what kind of path should I find to make myself grow while walking? In this year, Roy has made rapid progress. When he first arrived at the Pagisto Plateau, he was only a 5th level priest, but now Roy is only 1 step away from being promoted to a 1st level great priest. He has already realized the potential, and what he needs now is an opportunity to be promoted to a 1st level strongman. Roy found that only when he purified the dead souls, dark creatures, and demons could he feel his power increase significantly. But it is difficult to find dead souls, dark creatures, and demons in the elf continent. Then Roy remembered the letter from High Priest Reed. Perhaps going to the Dark Land to find dark creatures could quickly improve his strength. Every day, Roy led the half-blood elf warriors of the guard to patrol the jungle, train on the beach, and lay traps in the dense forest. After all, we have to be wary of the Grey Dwarf bandits coming back. As the number of half-blood elf wounded in the temporary camp decreased, Roy's free time gradually increased. In April, in the Key West Islands, almost all the half-blood elf warriors learned to swim and operate flying fish boats. During this period, Roy never found time to return to Castletown City. After entering May, the situation in the Queen Uini Islands became more serious. There were battles almost every day in the eastern waters of the islands. The Silver Pegasus Corps had almost put all its troops into it, but the Grey Dwarf bandits continued to devour the outer islands of the Queen Uini Islands. The cloud-piercing crossbows on the Grey Dwarf bandits' fleet had a strong deterrent effect on the Silver Pegasus Knights, and they did not have much advantage on the main battlefield. The rainy season is about to begin, and the island is getting more and more foggy. During this period, the elf army from other regions has entered the outer islands of the Queen Islands. The sky is overcast, and the cold and wet sea breeze pushes the waves to hit the dock continuously. In this weather, fishing boats can only dock at the dock. It is like the sky rendered by ink and water, and it may rain at any time. The wind and waves on the sea are very strong. But at this time, a faint mist suddenly appeared on the sea surface. The mist was not blown away by the sea breeze, but became thicker and thicker. By the afternoon, the fog had completely enveloped the island. Roy stood on the dock and could not see the situation at sea. Under the blowing of the sea breeze, the rolling fog quickly wet his clothes. Roy felt wet all over, and the ends of his hair were constantly wet with dew. When the fog blocked everyone's vision, the island looked like a claustrophobic space. Roy had a bad premonition. At this time, although the half-blood elf warriors in the temporary camp were hiding in tents, all of them were fully armed. A 3-masted sailing ship broke through the fog and poked its head out of the sea. A group of Grey Dwarf bandits jumped off the ship one after another. This time, they were obviously more prepared. Some simple rafts appeared on the sea. The Grey Dwarf bandits climbed onto the raft from the sea one after another. The Grey Dwarf bandits sitting on the edge of the raft paddled hard and began to charge towards the dock. A strong wind blew away some of the fog around the dock. A Grey Dwarf bandit leader wore a crown on his head, held a hammer in his hand, and had a dwarf chain shield tied to his other arm. He was wearing a set of golden full-covered dwarf chain armor, standing on the front raft, leading a group of Grey Dwarf bandits, and rushed towards the main island dock of the Key West Islands. As a leader of the Grey Dwarf bandits, Redbeard Miles has 11 three-masted sailing ships, which is not the strongest among the Grey Dwarf pirates, but his fleet is very famous. On the west coast of the Endless Sea, there is almost no Grey Dwarf bandit who has not heard of the name of Redbeard Miles. This reputation is accumulated through naval battles. In the past 10 years, he has intercepted more than 30 human merchant ships in the waters east of the Queen Islands. Those merchant ships that came from the Roland continent across the ocean were intercepted by Redbeard Miles as soon as they touched the edge of the Queen Islands. It is precisely because of the interception of so many merchant ships that Miles' strength has expanded greatly in recent years. This time he joined the naval battle of Queen Islands, and also wanted to share a few islands in this naval battle. The Grey Dwarf bandits actually had no intention of capturing the main island of Queen Islands, they just wanted to occupy those peripheral islands. However, the Silver Pegasus Legion stationed on Queen Islands was unwilling to give up those uninhabited islands. As long as the Grey Dwarf bandits appeared in the waters near Queen Islands, they would be ruthlessly attacked by the Silver Pegasus Legion. In the past 10 years, at least 20 pirate groups have been completely defeated by the Silver Pegasus Legion. Even Captain Johnny Ralph fell into the hands of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Unfortunately, the Grey Dwarf bandits in this sea area are as numerous as locusts. In order to completely defeat the arrogance of the Silver Pegasus Legion, dozens of pirate groups formed an alliance, hoping to pin the Silver Pegasus Legion on the Queen Islands on the main island and force them to give up those outer islands. It would be best if they could compromise with these Grey Dwarf bandits. For such a goal, Redbeard Miles joined this pirate alliance. He drew the Key West Islands this time, and the fleet came to the sea area, which was considered to be entering the rear of the Queen Islands. This time when he came to the Key West Islands, he did not arrange the fleet to attack other islands in a dispersed manner, but instead put all the troops on the main island of the Key West Islands. These Grey Dwarf robbers wearing heavy armor sat on the raft, and approached the dock not far ahead. After we occupy the dock, your team will quickly seize the fishing boats and medium-sized sailing boats on the dock, and use the boats on the dock to transport our soldiers to the dock as soon as possible. Redbeard Miles assigned tasks to his captains. Follow me, your combat teams. Don't rush out of the dock. We must capture the dock. Everyone must gather at the dock and then attack the island. Redbeard Miles stared with his eyes, as big as copper bells, and said in a muffled voice, "There are elves stationed on this island, so we will have a fierce battle later. For our island, we have to fight these elves this time." Just as Redbeard Miles was encouraging the Grey Dwarf bandits, Roy also sounded the alarm on the dock. There were more than a dozen flying fish boats moored at the dock, in addition to 3 medium-sized sailing ships. The last time the Grey Dwarf bandits attacked the island, they destroyed almost all the flying fish boats, even a medium-sized sailing ship. So the alarm bells on the dock rang. Although the sea was covered with fog, the medium-sized sailing ships still raised their sails in the foggy weather. As the anchor left the sea, the 3 medium-sized sailing ships moved almost in order. The sailing route of these sailing ships was to circle along the edge of the island, and they did not sail into the foggy sea. The other dozen flying fish boats were also used for training by the half-blood elf warriors of the guard group recently. Everyone did not want to be destroyed by those Grey Dwarf bandits again. A team of half-blood elf warriors rushed to the dock quickly, and dragged these flying fish boats ashore one after another. A group of half-blood elf warriors lined up on the dock, all holding longbows. As soon as some Grey Dwarf bandits appeared in the fog, the half-blood elf warriors shot the arrows in their hands. At this time, a sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air was immediately heard on the dock where thick fog was surging. After shooting several rounds in a row, it was discovered that the Grey Dwarf bandits were approaching the dock. A row of Grey Dwarf bandits held up dwarf chain shields in front of them, blocking these dense arrows for their companions. Redbeard Miles saw the pier in front of him approaching, and he jumped from the raft and jumped onto the pier. 2 half-blood elf warriors were pulling their longbows to the full, shooting 2 feather arrows at his throat and chest. The 2 feather arrows almost brought out a white air wave and flew towards Redbeard Miles. Miles raised his shield almost as a conditioned reflex. With 2 bangs, He blocked the 2 arrows shot at him. But then some more arrows flew over, hitting his full-cover heavy armor with a ping-pong sound. Red-Beard Miles clenched the hammer in his hand and rushed towards the half-blood elves, who were constantly shooting arrows. Those half-blood elf warriors didn't even say hello, but turned around and ran out of the dock with their longbows on their backs. The elves' arrows couldn't penetrate the heavy armor, and it was foggy now, so the archers couldn't aim accurately, so the few rounds of scattered arrows barely hurt the Grey Dwarf robbers. Roy saw a strong Grey Dwarf in black armor jump onto the dock, and these Grey Dwarf robbers didn't immediately charge at the half-blood elf warriors. At this time, the half-blood elf archers had already withdrawn from the dock in an orderly manner. Roy held the chain of the Book of Judgment, waved his hand behind him, and said, "The battle team begins to prepare." A group of half-blood elf warriors emerged from behind Roy and formed a square formation. The sharp spears exposed in the square formation were aimed at the Grey Dwarf robbers rushing over from the dock. When Roy saw Miles the Red-Beard, he was immediately attracted by his big beard that had turned into a small braid. He was not wearing a horn helmet on his head, but a metal crown. Roy knew that he must be a Grey Dwarf leader. Roy went forward holding the Book of Judgment. The half-elf warriors behind him followed him immediately, fearing that something might happen to Roy. A divine pattern appeared under Roy's feet, and then a beam of light appeared in the fog. This beam of light immediately attracted the red-bearded Miles. Miles looked at Roy. He saw a human priest holding a copper book, standing on the dock, followed by a group of half-elf warriors, and was slightly startled. At this moment, a beam of light enveloped the human priest, and then the copper book suddenly opened, and a small hammer infused with holy light flew out of the book, and then disappeared in an instant. When red-bearded Miles saw the silver hammer, it had already hit his heart. His dwarf chainmail had a hole as big as an egg, and half of the silver hammer was inserted into the hole, and the tip of the hammer was deeply inserted into his heart. Chapter 469. Red-beard Miles lowered his head, and glanced at the holy light hammer stuck in his chest. At this moment, the holy light hammer had turned into a little bit of holy light, and began to dissipate rapidly in Miles' chest, but a large amount of red blood was gushing out of the blood hole in his chest. The severe pain even made him unable to breathe, and his body lost all strength in an instant. He felt that all the muscles in his body began to spasm, and he coughed violently twice, and a lot of blood spurted out of his mouth. Miles could feel his vitality fading away rapidly. The iron barrel-like armor on his body seemed like paper in front of the holy light hammer. He had lived for more than 300 years, and experienced countless separations and deaths, but this time it was his turn. He seemed to see the bloody door leading to the underworld. His hands had been stained with blood over the years. He could no longer remember how many elves, nagas, and humans he had killed. Miles felt that he was destined to go to hell after his death. He had never faced death before, and always thought that death was just another kind of rebirth. But now, his heart suddenly surged with endless fear, regret, and reluctance. He had experienced countless storms in his life, but he didn't expect to capsize in the Key West Islands. He had begun to lose control of his body, and fell backwards on his back. At this moment, he saw the gray sky and many confidants surrounding him, constantly shouting his name. He couldn't even make any response. His body slammed into the stone road in front of the dock. The violent vibration made his soul swing out of his body. The next moment, Miles, who was floating in the air, felt that a space crack appeared beside him. A big hand covered with bone spurs stretched out from the crack and grabbed him. The big hand seemed to have some kind of suction force, and actually sucked his soul floating in the air. Through the space crack, he seemed to see a piece of barren land burning with endless flames, rivers of lava dividing the land into pieces, and countless demons wandering everywhere on this land. He was so scared that he wanted to scream, but he found that he couldn't make any sound. His soul was also changing. 2 sharp horns appeared on his forehead, his face began to twist, and his feet turned into cow hooves. He was slowly turning into a demon in hell, and the big hand covered with bone spurs reached out and grabbed his wrist. He struggled hard to break free from the big hand. Then he was surprised to find that the big hand didn't want to pull him into the fiery hell at all. The big hand was burning with blue flames, but it was struggling to break free from the crack. The owner of the big hand wanted to crawl out from inside. The big hand grabbed Miles' arm, and the blue fire quickly spread to his body. Miles felt as if his light body was injected with some kind of power, and he felt the power again, which made Miles couldn't help but roar towards the gray sky. But the next moment, Miles saw a beam of light falling from the sky, covering his body. Under the illumination of the holy light, the blue flames melted instantly, and even the big hand holding Miles' sole arm was constantly emitting thick black smoke. The big hand seemed to be in intense pain and kept shaking, but it was unwilling to retract its hand into the space crack. Until the whole arm was melted by the Holy Spirit's light, a roar of unwillingness seemed to come out from the space crack. Miles felt that his body full of chaotic power was like a deflated ball, shrinking instantly. His soul became empty and transparent, and the space cracks around him were slowly closing. Miles was still thinking about swimming towards the space cracks, but was pulled up to the sky by an invisible force. The world in his eyes lost all its colors, and a staircase covered with red spider lilies and bones appeared under his feet. This was the way to the world of the dead. At this time, Miles was constantly pulled by some force, and disappeared on the road of bones covered with red spider lilies. After Roy cast the Hammer of Judgment, he cast the purification spell on Miles, who was beginning to demonize. After he purified Miles' soul, the holy light around his body once again turned into a huge magic vortex, which was continuously injected into the sacred tree that appeared behind him with his body as the center. The sacred tree was also growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roy felt that his body was filled with the power of holy light. He was just a little bit away from being promoted to the first-level high priest. His body seemed like a balloon that had expanded to its limit. As long as a little more holy light power was added, his body would be burst. At that time, he might have become a first-level high priest. But at this moment, the sacred particles around him seemed to have completely disappeared, and the magic vortex filled with sacred aura also disappeared. Roy felt as if there was only a thin layer of window paper left to pierce, but he really couldn't pierce it. At this moment, his hands and feet were dyed golden by the sacred aura, and the textures on the sacred scepter in his hand and the Book of Judgment were filled with golden glow. A group of gray dwarf bandits rushed out from the dock on the opposite side. Seeing their leader, Redbeard Miles, lying on the stone road, the blood almost dyed his body red. Everyone was dumbfounded. "The leader is dead, the leader is dead," some gray dwarf bandits shouted in horror. The gray dwarf bandits slowed down, and a group of Redbeard Miles's confidants surrounded the body, and found that Miles' pupils had turned white. A Redbeard's confidant suddenly stood up, and shouted to the bewildered gray dwarf bandits on the dock, "Let's avenge the leader. Everyone follow us and rush up to seize the main island of West Reef." This roar immediately awakened the surrounding gray dwarf bandits. Everyone's eyes fell on the gray dwarf bandit. The gray dwarf bandit gritted his teeth and raised the war hammer in his hand above his head, then looked at the half-blood elf warrior who retreated outside the dock. Gray dwarves kept jumping from the raft to the dock. At this time, the entire dock was crowded with gray dwarves. There was no telling how many gray dwarves were hiding in the rolling fog. On the dock, these gray dwarves turned into a large black mass. Someone led the charge in front, and the gray dwarf bandits behind immediately followed. Countless gray dwarf bandits rushed to the square formation that the half-blood elf warriors had just assembled outside the dock, and suddenly the shields collided with each other, and the metal friction sound was particularly harsh. The gray dwarf bandits were obviously much stronger than the half-blood elves, but the half-blood elf warriors formed a square formation, and the two sides collided with each other. The half-blood elf warriors at the back used their shoulders to support the backs of their companions in front. Everyone worked together to resist the collision, and the spearmen in the fourth row would thrust their spears out from the gaps in the square formation. The gray dwarf bandits did not form a formation, they just relied on their strong bodies to charge forward. The gray dwarf bandits in the front did not break through the formation of the half-blood elf warriors. They did not even have a chance to breathe. The gray dwarf bandits behind followed one after another, pushing the gray dwarf bandits in front onto the shields of the half-blood elf warriors like pies. The gray dwarf bandits that collided with each other suddenly became a mess. Some of them even stepped on the bodies of their companions in front and rushed into the formation of the half-blood elf warriors. The hammers in the hands of the gray dwarf bandits hit the light cavalry armor of the half-blood elf warriors, and the half-blood elf warriors would retreat again and again. The dwarves are good at using square hammers, and they are completely desperate when fighting. Even if Redbeard Miles died in the battle, it did not affect the morale of the gray dwarf bandits. Instead, they became more ferocious and forced the half-blood elf warriors to retreat again and again. Roy was sandwiched in the half-blood elf warriors' phalanx, and was dragged back by the phalanx. Although Roy then killed 3 more gray dwarf bandits with his sacred hammer, this did not affect the battle situation at all. After the half-blood elf warriors in the front row were exhausted, they would retreat together, and the half-blood elf warriors in the second row would take the opportunity to push forward. A large number of gray dwarf bandits rushed out from the dock and quickly joined the battlefield. Roy found that there were many more gray dwarf bandits landing on the island this time than last time. In the thick fog, countless gray dwarf warriors rushed out. The half-blood elf warriors' phalanx could not stop the gray dwarf bandits that were rushing in like a tide. Everyone could only fight and retreat on the dock under Roy's leadership, and then retreated into the dense forest behind them. The gray dwarf bandits followed the footsteps of the half-blood elf warriors and rushed into the jungle. A group of elven archers standing on the branches of the trees immediately stood up, and hundreds of half-blood elves simultaneously shot a rain of arrows, giving these gray dwarf bandits a head-on blow. There was only a crisp clanging sound in the jungle, and most of the feather arrows hit the full-covering chain mail on the gray dwarf bandits. The feather arrows could not penetrate the chain mail, and fell to the ground one after another. Only some feather arrows that happened to hit the gaps in the armor were hung on the gray dwarf bandits. The half-blood elf archers, who were ambushing in the jungle, were unable to stop the gray dwarf bandits from attacking. They jumped down from the trees, and hid behind them to launch a new round of horizontal shooting at the gray dwarf bandits. As they got closer, some of the gray dwarf bandits were shot in the neck and fell in the open space in the forest. The gray dwarf bandits rushed into the dense forest covered with weeds. The traps that Roy had set up in the dense forest a few days ago were constantly triggered. Although they were wearing iron boots, the ankles of the boots were connected with leather. The gray dwarf bandits stepped on the animal trap, which was just clamped on the gray dwarf's ankle. During the pursuit, many more gray dwarfs fell into traps in the dense forest. Roy led the half-elf warriors to fight and retreating towards the West Island. The main island of the West Key Islands is 3 islands connected together. When the tide is low, a large area of beach will be exposed between the 3 islands. The vegetation on the West Island is lush. Roy wanted to deal with these gray dwarf bandits on the West Island, so he deliberately led the gray dwarf bandits there. No race is better at jungle warfare than elves, and the gray dwarf bandits are definitely not good at it. The gray dwarf bandits chased the half-blood elf warrior like crazy. Many of them were injured during their pursuit. If Redbeard Miles was still alive, he would definitely bring the red-eyed gray dwarf bandits back to the ship. But now the body of Redbeard Miles is cold, and no one can stand up to restrain these gray dwarf bandits. Roy's plan to lure the enemy deep into the island was perfectly implemented, and he successfully led a large group of gray dwarf bandits to the island on the west side of the main island. At dusk, Roy hid behind a bush and saw a group of gray dwarf bandits crossing the beach and rushing into the dense forest of West Island. He breathed a sigh of relief. The half-blood elf warriors of the Guard Regiment had already scattered in the dense forest of West Island. The jungle war led by the half-blood elves also quickly kicked off on the West Island side. Roy turned to Captain Timothy and Deputy Captain Tennyson, who were following behind him, and said, "Let's go and take a look at the dock." A group of Dark Moon Elf warriors followed Roy through the beach covered in fog and quickly returned to the dock of the main island. Not all the gray dwarf bandits followed the half-blood elf warriors to the West Island. There were still a small group of half-blood elf warriors roaming around the main island, and some gray dwarf bandits even ran into the Silver Moon Elf village. There were also many gray dwarf bandits gathered on the dock. Roy sneaked back with the Dark Moon Elf warriors just to clear out these gray dwarf bandits on the dock. The already dilapidated dock was destroyed by the gray dwarf bandits, and they could only set up some sampans to go deep into the sea. The body of Miles, the Redbeard, was still lying on the pile of wood at the dock, and there were many dead gray dwarf bandits lying with Miles, the Redbeard. Roy led the Dark Moon Elf warriors to hide behind a black reef at the edge of the beach, where there were more than a dozen flying fish boats. The Dark Moon Elf warriors sat on the flying fish boats, and in the mist at dusk, they approached the dock. There was a row of rafts docked at the dock, and it was these rafts that transported the gray dwarf bandits from the ship to the dock. Those ships had a deep draft, and this sea area was full of coral reefs. The gray dwarf bandits' 3-masted sailboats could not enter, so they could only use rafts to transport the gray dwarf bandits. This time Roy's target was the rafts parked next to the dock. The Dark Moon Elf warriors disappeared in the mist, then flipped into the sea one by one and swam secretly towards the dock. They swam to the side of the rafts and pierced them with daggers. Then they dived into the water and left quietly. The gray dwarf bandits guarding the shore didn't notice that the rafts were slowly suffocating. When the Dark Moon Elf warriors returned to the flying fish boats, Roy led the 17 flying fish boats to the location where the 3-masted sailing ships were docked. The fog hid the 3-masted sailing ships very well, and Roy couldn't see through the fog to find the flying fish boats, but he had lived in the Key West Islands for more than a month and was very familiar with this sea area, especially where there were deep water areas for mooring ships, and he had investigated them early. Soon Roy found the 3-masted sailing ships. Chapter 470. The sea breeze could not blow away the steaming fog on the sea surface, and 11 three-masted sailing ships were anchored in the deep waters of the coral reef. After nightfall, several lanterns were hung on the ship, and the weak light could not spread in the fog, but form a halo around the lanterns. The age of the sea ship could not be seen, and the bottom of the ship was covered with a thick layer of barnacles. Several gray dwarf robbers stood on the deck, constantly patrolling back and forth on the edge of the ship. A robber captain walked from the bow to the stern and climbed onto the roof. They were surrounded by a lot of fog, and even other sailing ships could not be seen. The captain of the robbers touched his beard, which was wet by the mist, twisted his big red nose, swiped his snot into the sea, wiped his hands on the wooden railing, and then said to the gray dwarf robbers on guard on the top of the ship, "We must be alert tonight. Chief Miles is leading everyone to the island to fight, and we can't make any mistakes here." He paused, put his hands on the wooden railing, leaned his body outside the railing, and shouted to the gray dwarf robbers on the deck, "Tonight, no one can drink alcohol. If I smell the slightest bit of alcohol on anyone, I will make him clean the toilet for a month. I will keep my word on this matter. Captain, let Brad clean the toilet. I will report that he has a wine bottle hidden in his arms." Immediately, a gray dwarf bandit responded with laughter. "Starting from the moment I set this rule," the bandit captain roared viciously. There was laughter again on the boat. "Brad, go and take out the wine bottle hidden in your crotch." A shout came from the mainmast lookout. "Damn you, Piasno, if you dare to tell lies about me again, I hook your tongue out of your mouth and hang it on the mast to dry." "Ha ha, Piasno, fight back. Don't be a coward." A group of gray dwarf bandits laughed at Piasno, who dared not respond, and the laughter on the boat spread far away. Roy stuck to the edge of the bottom of the boat and raised his head above the sea. The waves kept pushing him onto the barnacle-covered planks. There was a conversation and laughter coming from the boat, but unfortunately they were speaking dwarven language, so Roy didn't know what they were talking about. It was pitch black all around. Although he knew there were other three-masted sailing ships anchored around, the fog blocked his sight, and he couldn't see other ships at all. However, Roy knew clearly that there were 11 ships anchored here in total. Roy only brought 50 Dark Moon Elf warriors this time. He was short of manpower, and could only push forward one ship at a time. Seeing a group of Dark Moon Elf warriors surrounding the ship, Roy nodded to Captain Timothy next to him. Captain Timothy hid his body in the darkness. He climbed up along the chain of the anchor, leaving only a faint water mark on the chain. The Dark Moon Elf warriors lurked in the shadows one after another, following Captain Timothy's footsteps, and climbed up the ship silently. After Captain Timothy boarded the deck, he led the Dark Moon Elf warriors to hide in the shadow of the ship's tower. Vice Captain Tennyson began to count the number of gray dwarf bandits on the ship. There were patrolling gray dwarf bandits on the bow, deck, observation tower, and top of the ship's tower. Vice Captain Tennyson crouched and walked back to the shadow of the ship's tower, constantly arranging the battle plan with gestures. In this regard, he was more meticulous than Captain Timothy. Captain Timothy was assigned to climb up to the observation deck to deal with the gray dwarf bandits there, while Vice Captain Tennyson was to lead a team of Dark Moon Elf warriors into the cabin below the deck to deal with the gray dwarf bandits resting in the cabin. A Dark Moon Elf warrior climbed up the stairs to the roof. A gray dwarf bandit stood on the roof. He was walking forward along the edge of the roof, not noticing a black silhouette extending from the shadow behind him. The black silhouette stretched behind him like an arm. Captain Timothy had already climbed to the observation deck of the main mast at this moment, and he was quietly waiting for the signal from the top of the ship's tower. Vice Captain Tennyson, who entered the cabin, also hid at the door of a cabin. There was no light in the corridor. They hid in the darkness, and reached out to knock on the cabin door. Knock, knock, knock. There were subtle footsteps coming from the cabin. On the deck, almost all the gray dwarf bandits were targeted by the Dark Moon Elf warriors lurking in the dark. All the Dark Moon Elf warriors hiding in the shadows held their breath. At this time, an arm stretched out from the shadow on the top of the ship, suddenly wrapped around the neck of the gray dwarf bandit. A Dark Moon Elf warrior strangled the gray dwarf bandit's neck tightly, and then inserted the dagger in his hand through the gap between the gray dwarf bandit's left ribs, and directly stabbed it into the heart. The gray dwarf bandit suddenly opened his eyes wide, and he wanted to struggle and shout, but his mouth was covered by someone's hand. He stretched out his hands and desperately grabbed the arm of the Dark Moon Elf warrior, trying to break free from the restraint of the arm, but his strength was not enough, and he couldn't break free from the arm at all. Then blood flowed out along the blood groove of the dagger. The gray dwarf bandit felt that the strength in his body was disappearing bit by bit. The gray dwarf bandit was powerless to struggle, and he couldn't shout until he died. The gray dwarf robbers on the top of the ship were dealt with by the Dark Moon Elf warriors, and Captain Timothy, and the Dark Moon Elf warriors hiding in the shadows of the deck and side also took action almost at the same time. The Grey Dwarf robbers were knocked down one by the Dark Moon Elf warriors, and then a slight noise came from under the cabin. Soon, Vice Captain Tennyson took the lead in dragging the bodies of the Grey Dwarf robbers, and walked backwards out of the cabin. The blood flowing from the Grey Dwarf robbers stained the wooden stairs red. The 50 Dark Moon Elf warriors were all elite assassins. They sneaked into the same ship together, and took control of the three-masted sailing ship almost instantly. All the bodies of the Grey Dwarf bandits were placed side by side on the deck. Captain Timothy slid down from the mast, and did not let the Dark Moon Elf warriors throw the bodies into the sea. He was worried that the sound of falling into the water would alert the other 3 sailboats nearby. Roy also received the signal from the ship at this time, and climbed onto the deck of the sailboat along the anchor chain. As soon as he got to the deck, he saw the deck was full of the bodies of the Grey Dwarf bandits. Captain Timothy did not communicate anything, just nodded to Roy, and slid into the sea with the Dark Moon Elf warriors along a rope, ready to occupy the second ship. Roy was left alone on the three-masted sailing ship. He climbed up the bloodstains on the stairs to the captain's room on the second floor of the ship. The room was dirty and messy, with some personal belongings of the Grey Dwarf captain everywhere. There was a half-smoked box of cigars on the control panel, many wine bottles on the floor, and even a pair of smelly socks hanging on the rudder. There were some bloodstains everywhere on the floor, and wooden walls in the room. Roy pushed the cabin door open, and did not close it again. He turned around and walked out of the captain's room, and climbed directly to the top of the ship. Unfortunately, the fog at night had not dissipated, and he could not see the ships nearby. While waiting on the ship, Roy even thoroughly purified the ship inside and out, freeing the resentful spirits lingering on the ship. Then he went to the cabin to check for any fish that had escaped the net, but the Dark Moon Elf warriors searched very carefully, and Roy did not find the hidden Grey Dwarf robbers, but he did find boxes of supplies in the cargo hold under the ship, including cloth, leather, armor pieces, and a small amount of weapons, etc. Roy casually opened a treasure chest, and inside it was a row of golden-laid bone china. After opening another box, it turned out to be a box full of magic crystals. There are many exquisite small boxes like this in the cabin. It seems that the Grey Dwarf robbers left some of the wealth they robbed in the cabin. Although these ships look much more broken than the Black Pearl, there are really many valuable things on the ship. Roy just flipped open a few boxes, and saw 3 boxes of magic crystals, and some sets of magic pattern construction. Walking out from the bottom of the cabin, Roy stood at the bow again, and could not hear any sound from the opposite side. It took the Dark Moon Elf warriors half a night to capture all 11 three-masted sailing ships. The guard group successfully captured 11 three-masted sailing ships. After Roy ran to the ships one by one to check them out, he and the Dark Moon Elf warriors wrapped all the Grey Dwarf corpses with fishing nets, and finally added a lot of stones to the fishing nets before pushing the corpses of these Grey Dwarf robbers into the sea to feed the fish. Roy then led the Dark Moon Elf warriors to sail the 11 ships one by one into the deep sea area 5 nautical miles away from the main island, ensuring that the Grey Dwarf bandits could not swim here from the island, and then took the Dark Moon Elf warriors back to the main island on the flying fish boat. The fog that lasted for a day and a night finally began to fade at dawn. Roy took the flying fish boat back to the reef of the main island and returned to the island with a group of Dark Moon Elf warriors. At this time, the sky was gradually getting brighter. He was a little worried about the situation on the West Island. If he had known that the Grey Dwarf bandits on the three-masted sailing ship were so easy to deal with, he would have stayed on the West Island no matter what he said last night. When Roy returned to the island, it was high tide, and the 3 islands that were originally connected were separated again by the tide. The group of Grey Dwarf bandits on the West Island were resting on the beach at this time. Roy watched from a distance on the flying fish boat. It can be seen that such a large group of Grey Dwarf bandits have become exhausted after a night of fierce fighting. At this time, the tide submerged their way back to the main island, and the Grey Dwarf bandits could only retreat to the seaside. Seeing a large group of black people on the beach, Chulu estimated that there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 Grey Dwarf bandits gathered on that beach. Roy took a flying fish boat to the other side of West Island, then got off the boat and landed on the island. There was only one mountain less than 400 meters high on West Island, but the outer area of this mountain was also very large, at least 2 square kilometers. Roy entered the dense forest of West Island and soon found a group of half-blood elf warriors. Several half-blood elf warriors were on sentry duty, while others were lying on the trees to rest. It seemed that they were exhausted after a night of fighting. The half-blood elf warrior on sentry duty saw Roy leading the dark moon elf warrior into the dense forest, and immediately woke up a captain of the half-blood elf team. "How is the battle here?" Roy asked. "Those gray dwarf bandits followed us around the West Island for a night, and they gradually withdrew from the dense forest at dawn," the half-blood elf said to Roy. "What are the casualties?" Roy asked again. "Follow your instructions. Try to avoid fighting with the gray dwarf bandits, drain their last bit of physical strength on this island, and then deal with them," the half-blood elf captain said confidently. Roy nodded, and then looked at the half-blood elf warriors, who were sleeping in the camp. There were very few injured among these half-blood elves. The captain was about to wake up these half-blood elf warriors, but was stopped by Roy. "We will withdraw to the main island as planned. There will be a medium-sized sailing ship to pick us up," Roy instructed the half-blood elf captain. "Okay, boss," the half-blood elf captain replied immediately. This was just one of the many battle squadrons that entered the West Island. There were a total of 17 half-blood elf squadrons like them that entered the West Island, and they were almost all scattered in various places on the island. The gray dwarf bandits didn't want to fight at this moment, and even wanted to leave the battle and return to the dock to take a boat to leave. But they were blocked by the tide at this moment. The sky gradually brightened, and the various half-blood elf battle squadrons also gathered in this forest one after another. Soon 3 medium-sized sailboats appeared near the beach. Roy hurriedly took all the half-blood elf warriors on board. The half-blood elf warriors took the sailboat back to the main island of Shiju. The dock on the island has become a ruin, and some shrunken rafts are lying on the beach. Even the gray dwarf bandits guarding here are looking around with despair. Roy led the half-blood elf regiment back to the temporary camp quietly. It was breakfast time, and the half-blood elf warriors went back to the camp to eat breakfast, and then rushed to the West Island along the border between the dense forest and the beach. They had to build a defensive fortification on the shallow beach between the main island and the West Island before the tide receded, and then trap these gray dwarves on the West Island until they surrendered. When they arrived at the shallow beach, Roy saw a large group of gray dwarf bandits swimming towards the West Island beach 500 meters away. Roy shouted hurriedly, "Archers, step forward and prepare to shoot." The gray dwarf bandits were wearing heavy armor and stepped on the soft beach. They couldn't run at all. There was nothing but sand and sea water under their feet. When the gray dwarf bandits saw the rows of half-blood elf warriors blocking the beach, they immediately raised the dwarf chain shields above their heads. All the gray dwarves walked forward without hesitation. With a sharp whistle, all the half-blood elf warriors shot feather arrows at the same time. The feather arrows drew beautiful parabolas in the sky and fell into the square formation of the gray dwarf bandits. The gray dwarf bandits fell into the waist-deep sea water. Their feet were deeply sunken in the sea sand, and every step was very difficult. At this time, countless arrows flew from the sky, and a group of gray dwarf bandits relied on their armor and shields to resist. A rain of arrows fell, and many gray dwarves were hit by several arrows.